so you think it's only stuck to my head, yeah? What now, dude? What now? Peaky, boost me. I want to try this boost. Come here.
Are you fucking no shit? Losable.
Wait, what the fuck?
We're gonna go. Bone him on! Dude!
I think we can all get behind that one.
Hi, Mom. Dude! What the fuck?
Started watching it this year. It's not bad.
Yo, says I don't need to know what you're into right now.
What are you watching hentai?
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to think the same thing my whole life until you actually watch it.
Says what is hentai?
What is hentai?
I thought I killed him.
Do it again, coward.
Oh! Oh my God! No way!
That nade did, bro.
Oh yes!
Stop!
Yes! One already crossed that side. Okay.
Where are they?
Oh, in there! Holy shit! Bro! What the shit?
Just not ready. Just not ready.
What do you mean just snoring? Watch yourself. Watch yourself! What do you mean just snoring?
I knew it.
Good one, trying to push you. Another one. No, I am cheating.
Why are there so many big cocks everywhere?
All right.
Suspect is down but breathing.
This looks like a
Stable.
Gotham.
He was breathing?
Yeah, see, well, now he's not anymore, I guess. Now he's dead. Look away, look away.
3, 2, 1, look away.
So quick. Look at it. Do not look away.
Oh, dark hallway here for Tucker. Oh, what the? Oh my! Oh. Tucker, you okay?
fl0m,
Hey.
come on out here. Come out here. I got something to
Here's what I want to do. Bean can, freaking Eric, bean can.
What the fuck is bean can?
What the fuck is bean can?
What the fuck, man? How do you not know
What the fuck
that?
is bean can?
The boost, bro.
I'm gonna plant the bomb up here. He's cat.
What?
1 HP. Yes!
Oh, he's in lower! He's in lower!
Oh my god.
Behind the plant, behind the plant.
Yeah! What? No way! This guy, bro. Oh, is that it?
Oh, so bright.
Wait, you can die?
Let's go! There's no way it's dynamic. What is happening? He's going through the wall. Wait. What? Yeah, we're gonna put these guys. Get your knives out. Come here. Fuck. One more love. Coming out.
Long? 38 days. You got banned.
That means one of you
Eric.
fuckers reported me. Almost missed him. Wait, that's a flaw. That's a flaw song. Hello? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How we doing today, chat? How we doing? I got my coffee earlier this time. I made it faster. We're getting better. We're getting the reps in. We are getting reps in. Hold on. Oh. All right. Let's see. I'm here. I'm here. Hello. How we doing? Good morning. Let's see. What game are we watching? All right. It's time to have a real honest talk here. Okay? G has aura, and I need heroic for my Pickems. Yep. I know. Can we get a fl0m in the chat? Stop it. I was saying we picture in picture, though. But my Pickems got me feeling very... Bro, how many of us need heroic right now? Press 1, don't lie. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? My Pickems, all these fuckers with their Pickems dead are like, dude, fucking watch M80, but it's just because your Pickems are fucked. Yeah, you see? Do you see? Pickems over everything. That's what I'm saying. Pickems over everything until tomorrow, and then when my Pickems are dead after today, then fuck the Pickems. That's how it works, dude. That's literally how it works. It's Pickems over everything. My Pickems are dead now. Fuck the Pickems. You're gonna tell me that those that don't have the fucked ones are doing that right now? You're crazy. Pickems change people, chat. All right, that's what we've all learned today. Pool, thanks for your 6-month resub. Thank you. And yeah, G does have aura. Pool. Not so clutch with the 71. Thank you. Meme, thanks for the 61. Simple Stew, thanks for the prime. Frankie, thanks for the 63. Arctic with a 37. Fine Cook with the primer. Rihanna, thanks for the 9-month primer. And Jono with the 6-month primer. Chat, I'm running an ad before these games fucking start, so I don't do what I did yesterday to start the stream. Pop Tart with a 37-month primer. Thank you. Match Goal gifted because it's literally that thing where you guys did the scam train immediately to start the stream. So if you get 35% off gifted, it's bait. You guys are fucking crazy. I feel like we've just been on a perma scam train this whole event. It's actually nuts. All right. We are picturing M80. I know that's not the same. I'm not pretending like it is, but.
And that's what.
Just keep
you right the day.
We look forward to seeing it. Now, do you notice that, obviously you said about the mental, but do you feel some stress in
my
these
auto
games?
compressor works.
No, I never feel stress. It's I'm feeling maybe a little bit tilt, but it's very rarely. I'm very I try and a lot of times for help everyone with mentality, like everyone in our team, because we have so a lot work about that. Because I think everyone guy in CS should have very strong mentality, because it's like a half, how to say, it's like 50% of a good player.
Jesus Christ,
and
guys.
I think today we have very good mentality. We will support each other. We will, I think we will feel very good confidence, and we will show a very good game.
You look confident as well today. I'm seeing that with the way you're talking, the way you're moving. Now, you're going up against Tai Lu today. Do you feel like this team can be a threat to you?
I think Tai Lu on this tournament, they show very good CS, but I think they can beat us in best of 1, but I think in best of 3 they have less chance. Because I think they don't have very good pool against us, but we'll see.
Now, it's not
And
the same
took
Tennille,
that
it's not the same
personally,
Heroic
chat.
that we've seen from stage 1, but this is where I expect to see the same Tennille. I expect
All right, hold on. You guys are fucking psychopaths. Hold on. Pop-Tart, thanks for the
Tyler's the exact
one gifted. Thank you. No, sorry for the 37-month primer. Thrice for the gifted sub to Molly. Thank you. Apollo, thanks for your 15. Thrice, thanks for the 5, 10. I owe you 11. Nuke with the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 gifted. Thank you. Chad, I owe you 36. Gifted Rokus, thanks for the 8-month resub. Thank you. Fucking man.
All in all, like he is so crisp with his aim. He is cross.
Should have taken a hit off the crack pipe before making this stage's Pickems with how messed up they are. Would have made more sense. Drano, thanks for that 5 Canadian super chat.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's in their wheelhouse.
So I like that he's just giving some respect to his opponents. That they could drop a map pro, could, but they think he's thinking that the BO3 will go.
The BO3 is all theirs.
Yeah.
I like the map pool in this series.
All right, there we go.
I think it's all 3 maps very good for both teams. I think it should be competitive all the way through.
Competitive all the way through. Let's see if that's the case when we get to the end of this all. It's Tyloo going up against Heroic. The loser goes home. The winner marches forward to tomorrow. Let's see what happens.
What do we got going on over here? Ancient Dust 2 Inferno. Sit here for a second.
Speaking to Lake on Media Day about it, and he's had some trouble lately with Dust 2 on those T sides, and that's a player that you need activated if you're going to win this game. You need your hard entry.
All right, Joe,
player
sounds good, brother.
who is
Sounds
going
good.
in first and making space to be feeling good about the map. So
you guys got to watch the M80 game.
Ancient,
Fair play, support the boys.
Leaning towards the 2-0.
Do me a favor.
But,
we run it back for
it's
Falcons
hard
and
to
FaZe
know.
later.
I want to know why he's so confident. Like, is it just this head-to-head that he feels good about, or based off of prac and history against each other, they've never played an official versus each other, or is there something else? Has Box got some special prep? We've been seeing a lot of players at this major credit their coaches with the game plan, with the prep. We saw it from Lim Vision giving a lot
minute and a half left, Chad,
props to
36
Gum for reading Falcons like a book, and it says it's 80% of the stuff that he prepped for that Nuke BO1 was right, and it helped them run away with that upset. So definitely seeing the value of coaches at this event. And so, yeah.
Mad Monk, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Chad, 41 gifted. Thank you.
We're about to find out. On one side, it's Nemiga from stage 1 who blistered through there 3-1. Had a little choke yesterday to 3D Max, now trying to recover their run in Austin versus NA's hopefuls. 3 Americans on this squad at the major in their home country. M80 looking to try and turn this one around. They've had 2 fairly devastating losses so far, falling at the hands of Tyloo and Furia on their run. Only win to their name was over OG, an impressive comeback.
Yeah. Bryce, if you watch more, you know how many I'd have to run.
Dominantly in stage 2.
Oh, when you put it like that. Good luck and have fun.
I'm busy.
As we get into the game, fist bumps out, live on 3, M80, Nemiga.
All right, so we got pistol around here, and then we're bouncing back to watch the G. But we'll be picture-in-picture the whole time. Dude's got the double fucking heat pack.
This morning. Let's see who keeps it up.
Both games on Ancient kind of sucks, though. That's annoying. Commander, thanks for your Twitch primer. Thank you, man.
M80 starting off in a 4-1 split, and they're looking to crunch onto this mid-control. Nemiga are attempting these fights. 3 players flung out into middle. Aggression down the ramp for Xanta. He's on the board early with these dual Berettas. It's a good play. He knows that Cave's been taken now. He is vulnerable to
41 gifted, chat. Write it down for me.
Even needed. Sin's going to get there ahead of time.
Magician, thanks for the 17-month reset. Thank you.
The route to the bomb plant here.
All right, strong post plant. Let's go. Come on.
Amiga group with 3 players over towards the long side. They've still got this Cave player stuck in, and Carl makes his play. That's 2 kills from him on the swing out Cave side. Hell, why not a 3rd? Huge.
Yeah, so I'm going to watch the other game. I'm going to watch
this one. I think this is going to be a cracking game because the desk already talked about it. The map pool is so shared. They're going to be playing 3 maps. They both know how to play. I'm
All
excited.
right.
Dan. How are you feeling?
Good way to
great.
start.
I think it will be a great match. I think it's
close.
I
Dude.
think, you know, both teams are going to recognize how they're getting, you know, just a step-by-step closer to the Moody Arena. And I just can't wait to see this because, you know, Tyloo is always a very explosive and dynamic team that we get to see at these major events.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's always a lot of fans behind them. And obviously to see, you know, how far obviously Heroic have come also was looking really great in this tournament. These are just both
turn his
teams
back
right
on
now
that
that I think
ACS.
are
Of course
feeling
I
it,
did,
and
for the
so it's going to be a
Pickems.
great match, and I can't wait to get
Are you
into
surprised?
this.
How do you think I got past
With
stage 1?
Ancient as the first map as well. There are so many cool tricks that both these teams know how to play. They're not just
Pickems
gonna play,
over
I think,
everything,
bog standard
dude.
Ancient. There will be a
Until
lot of
my
interesting
Pickems
stuff
get
to look
fucked
at,
today,
so
then go
I'm
at
really
ACS.
excited for it. It's Heroic. You're going to be starting on the T side. Tyloo on the CT side as we get into the games. A big welcome, everyone. And let's see how this one plays out. We're going to see some early utility here. They are running pretty quickly towards the A side, and so we like to remind everyone, typically there's not a lot of people on the A side to begin with in these
You
rounds.
still need
for
Amity
CTs,
to win
not a
for
lot of
Pickems.
defense.
Kind of.
There's
Maybe.
no mid-utility
There's
at
like
all, though,
10
for
different
Tyloo, and
scenarios.
I wonder if
Hard to
Heroic,
say.
they won't second guess. They're going to follow through, but it is suspicious that there's been no sound made in the middle. They're going to follow through anyway. So early smoke going up towards Donut. Molotov to clear out the corner here. Jam Young in the front, and he's going to take the first headshot of the series, dropping Youngster to begin with. Still, the bomb plant should be following through here. So for Heroic, it's not all bad.
Yeah, and Tyloo, they've got a nice surround, lots of angles of attack. Once these smokes
Okay, another
dissipate,
post plan.
going to be able to find these engagements. This, play through the smoke there is looking very aggressive here.
Why does everyone I want to get
Tyloo
pissed
with
off?
every single kill, and then see trying to defend on the lonesome 1 versus 4. Not looking good here for this pistol, and indeed Tyloo will pick it up. Great round from them.
God damn it.
I mean,
G's
the
killing my
fundamentals
Pickems.
for the round were just fine, but I think you're getting a chance there to see the difference, how much it matters when you get that first shot. Jam
Oh,
Young,
sorry, Mehdi.
one
We are
kill,
just small,
falls back,
Mehdi.
very, very smart, and obviously staying alive in that moment means he can follow in and get more kills later in the round. Bomb plant is nice, I guess, for Heroic, but ultimately they're going to end up losing that round. But that out of spawn call to go A is
Seeing the
something that
scam
Tyloo
team Falcons
themselves
3
like to
items
do
ad.
when
Yeah,
they're on the
everybody
T
is.
side.
Google doesn't give a
And
fuck.
when you're doing it later in the game,
Yeah,
you end
YouTube
up
chat,
listening
please
for how many
don't
grenades
fucking
are
send
thrown.
your skins to
You can
AI
guess how many
deepfake
CTs are in the middle
fucking
based on how many
scam ads
if you
that
hear the double
Google just
HG,
pushes.
I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be
Thank
2,
you,
maybe
but
even
also
3
like the
CTs, and then you
stream
can go really
and
fast
subscribe.
there.
Thank you.
So both teams definitely understand that part of the meta quite a bit. Second round here, and there will obviously be a buy-up. That's a little bit of a timeout, perhaps. It's about to try and count how many helmets were on the CT side. I'm assuming it's going to be 5. I hope so. Otherwise, suddenly the MAC-10s and the Galil there are going to be a lot more dangerous. But yeah, quick recovery of the game. As long as no one's taken any damage, we're all happy and everything is good. Yeah. What else can we say?
What happens afterwards. It does suck in a way because we did get to see a little of Heroic's force buy, what they were trying to do on the beginning of the force buy. We had some just light pressure.
How many calories deep are you this AM already?
First smokes were thrown. Combination of both teams throwing those. So we started to see, some development. Hopefully that's not going to matter too much.
Calories
Obviously,
deep.
if we are going to have any tech issues, let's just get them out of the way with early on. It's always better than later.
Right.
And we can kind of move on with our lives collectively. But Tyloo, yeah, I think it's really awesome that we're seeing them get a good start on the CT side.
You guys don't see when I
that's
really
gonna
feast
of course,
anymore.
bring a lot more out of Heroic's T
Only
side
feasting
early
for
on.
dinner
I'm
these
looking
days.
forward to seeing what they've got on this force by shenanigans as we get.
We keep that
back
window
into this
open
one.
and
once
wide.
again, we're seeing more of a movement towards the A side of the map, so Heroic might not be changing anything.
It's in here, waiting in here. I wonder if they're going to boost somebody on over. Okay, yeah, some ties with the Galil. Not going to find anyone immediately in there. Tyloo staying pretty defensive. Probably don't want to get too surprised.
Yeah, that cough sounded like he had a little extra, man. Like he's actually
are
fucked
pretty good at
up.
taking mid-control on this map. Later on, hopefully we get a chance to see that with xfl0m. He's just kind of a...
All Pickems are cooked.
champion
Speak for yourself, buddy. Mine are hanging on by a thread right now.
Youngster again dropped early on here, but I do like the attempt at the flashbang there, and xfl0m getting close enough that it's dangerous.
Oh my god.
But the MAC-10, and G's going to be careful he doesn't run out of bullets. He's done a fine job already getting the double kill, and I think that will be enough. It's a bit of an expensive round here so far for Tyloo, but just because of the health that's left on Tania, he shouldn't be able to win this one. Good spacing and a good double peak on this one, so 3 casualties on the CT side, but they denied the bomb plant, and it was a force-up for Heroic, so they're going to get a chance to relax a little bit more in the next round anyway.
Good attempts for that following bomb plant. We can already see AK picked up there onto xfl0m, so that's going to be a bit of firepower. You've got a couple Galils behind that, a couple Deagles as well. So Heroic deciding to reinvest fully into this third round.
That's more than I thought they were going to be able to. That's pretty impressive on the math front. They've got the calculators out much more than me. Nice trade at the start. xfl0m does get one, and that's really all you want in the middle there. Good with the flashes going over. MAJOR peak is really well timed, and he's going to almost be able to take down LNC, but they're still pushing him.
Thanks for streaming the matches. Sorry, the vibes have been awful for me. It's all good, man.
Through the smoke even, a little bit of damage
I was ready for it.
Planted, but you could almost see a little head tilt there on Sun Pius. He wasn't quite happy with how that played
Tyler
out.
looking good,
sure,
bro.
They get the bomb planted, but
I'm in
not
danger.
much more than that. So Heroic really trying to keep the pressure on very early on in this game, and I mean, I guess they're setting a high pace for the game. They're really aggressive at the start, but they are getting shut down pretty hard by Tyloo.
It's interesting to see a team just go for these rushes. I mean, with the 4 spies, it's one of the best options that you have. Try to overwhelm, but for Tyloo, it does feel really great on a
Let's go. What the hell? Whatever. Whose side are you on, dude? Ayo, Graylo, thanks for the 40-month timer. Thank you. I thought we were all on.
In what your defense is capable
of. Oh, wait.
of.
No. I guess.
That also, of course, does
I imagine if your
Heroic to
Pickems
slow
are
down
dead,
the
you're
rounds,
cheering
but
for
they're gonna
Tyloo, and if they're not,
half buy in here, but it
you're
will
cheering
look
for
similar
Heroic
to
because your
previous
Pickems might be
rounds.
alive somehow.
We've got a bunch of pistols, a singular Galil this time.
Take a look at Youngstar in
spawn
standing still.
Guys, you guys don't understand. If this is the game where if Heroic loses, my Pickems are dead, so I'm just waiting.
Sort of a beam, mid-aggression, and he's
That's why I'm not watching M80.
So just always
I'm free of my Pickems after this game.
Watching, and like I said, Heroic.
All my other teams that I have advancing are 2-1.
A lot of the time just won't fight for it anyway. So staying a little bit further back.
So
like they are now.
I'm currently seeing if my pick, like this will set me free potentially.
Okay,
that's a nice one. Yeah, those lineups towards the cat jump up there. We've seen a couple kills so far, at least from the games we've cast in this tournament, where they managed to land those.
Heroics, shut up.
The red room potentially, or at least the presence shown there as Heroic make that rotation towards
the outside. To be fair, Heroics, I am watching the game, just a small version of it.
Shove in onto that site, and Tyloo seem to be well aware of what's going on here. 3 players getting ahead of this push, and even potentially the util. So this is horrendous for Heroic right now. They needed the element of surprise, but Tyloo are in position.
Yeah,
Look
to
away,
the,
thanks
I mean,
to the 3-month timer. Thank you,
could
dude.
even say, is it worth it to keep going? You've got the red room control. I think they feel so spotted out there that it's better to just fall back. You're playing right into the stack otherwise. So back towards Donut, and funnily enough, this actually could work out. If they push A and get the kill on the one anchor that's still hanging around, because actually Tyloo were pushing out of the site here. So Jamyoung is nearby looking for something. It's LNC going down as they try to transition onto the A bomb site. Bomb attempted, but they just line up and bomb being planted here.
Jesus.
Rushed down. Fantastic headshot coming out, but still, is Tyloo keeping it alive? Jamyoung, just with the presence of mind to stick around and not just continue with the double push they had going on for a while there. Wow, it's a fast couple of rounds here at the beginning, but it's Tyloo winning all of them.
It's an interesting approach from Heroic because it almost feels as though they felt like, oh, we can just
okay, but like if Saul was an Ohio wrestling coach, okay, in high school, would his team win states?
It feels like at this point they've burned a lot of rounds where they could have maybe
I feel
been
like
a
they
bit
would.
more responsible with their economy, be able to have some more buy rounds, and actually have some more defaults and conditioning as a result. And so we would then be in a position where right now they would have established some things, kind of know what works a bit, know kind of how to push and pull Tyloo a bit, but they don't have any of that. Right now, they're kind of starting from ground zero.
Yeah. And I think it's 100% a plan that they came up with coming into this, right? And they probably understood the downside as well, right? Like you just said, that now you've ended up with a couple of weird buys in a lot of rounds here. So I'm sure they knew that could happen, but very clearly was a plan to try and put enough pressure on Tyloo that they would buckle at the beginning of the game.
Hopefully they can break their economy.
MAJOR just swinging wide.
But Risky Bob's spooky over there, bro.
So they were trying to do this classic pincer movement from the B bomb site with some nice grenades being thrown from inside the site as well. They're going to lose G at the beginning of it too. And finally, there's another player that's 4 at the start of the round towards the B bomb site. Still, Heroic, if they give up this round, I think that's when the real calamity could begin, because this is pretty much gifted to you at the start by Tyloo trying to change the pace, which is also in itself kind of interesting for Tyloo. Like, we've been talking about how defensive they've been, so the fact that they try in the 5th round to to sort of really change things around. It's pretty cool.
I mean, there's a chance here still for Jamie Young and Attacker.
JC, thanks for the 30-month recent thank you, and look away, thanks for the 3-month timer, thank you.
Getting blocked by smoke, so it's getting even more uncomfortable here. But the smokes might even be a benefit, giving you some more space to work. It allows Attacker into the site to play off of his teammate in ahead of one of the kills, but there's just simply too many angles to look at once. Felt like maybe there was a world, but it will get shut down. And that is definitely a much-needed round by Heroic. But I think one thing, Anders, that's interesting is that, not faulting Tyloo, I think is a great play. They went aggressive, and it didn't work out. And with that pincer movement, as you described, they lost 2 players. And so I'd be curious what would happen in a more defensive
I'll be
round,
repeating myself a lot, but
kind of earn
why no M80 is Pickems. If fl0m loses here, I'm just, my Pickems are done, which is kind of freeing. So I'm just seeing if what I'm looking like for the rest of the day here.
It seemed like they both got flash twice on Pyre, so I'm kind of wondering.
The rest of my teams are 2-1. So if fl0m gets eliminated, I'm done, and I can be free.
I'm kind of curious about that, actually. We'll have to check that later on. This round starts with, again, more classic grenades, but look at the B ramp. Sneaking up with some pious. And if you take your eyes off that B ramp, it's my favorite thing to hate. He's fallen back now to go for a bit of a wallbang instead, but he was getting kind of dangerously close to walking up there. Smoked off for a while, so he's going to fall back, but sometimes you can lurk in an opening kill on that B ramp just because the CT's kind of, are preoccupied with something else. They're running back and forth and trying to dodge the wallbang, and suddenly you're there. Another mid control here for Heroic. And again, Tyloo very far back.
Hop Brothers for the 55. Thank you. Pickems cooked. Hold on over here.
Jamie might be testing that Red Room smoke. And he's going to indeed find a forward kill. Just finding xfl0m by himself in mid. That's a big chunk of information. And at the same time, we've got Mercury very deep with the MP9, looking to get ahead of this push. Wow, LNZ is so ready for that one. Still, though, 2 players here for Tyloo on the site. They need a monumentous defense here to give their teammates a chance to retake this. 1 kill is probably not good enough there for Jamie Young, with now Mosey stuck at the back of the site.
M80 posting 3 rounds in a row. W as well. Let's go.
The grenade's not going to be able to stop that. Some nice damage dished out at the end of it, but still means we're able to find some good after-farm positions. They're not falling quite as far back as I was expecting. You could see some pies here. He wants to take the fight a little bit earlier, seeing if he can catch anyone. That's dangerous, but that is such a clean kill, though. Maybe it's not dangerous if you have those kind of mechanics. I was going to say maybe risking it a bit. He's back for another headshot. That is kind of terrifying for Sunpies. I want to see more of that. Listen, if he's going to have a game like that, then bring it. Let him get some more fights.
Supporting Pickems over NACS is crazy. No, it's not. What has NACS done for me besides despair?
With the detonation of this bomb.
Name one thing right now.
Some players can get into some of these post plants. He can certainly be very dangerous. But that's so far been the issue for Heroic, is getting into those spots. But with that said, though, since they got the gun rounds, we had the first round where they had Tyloo double or flashing themselves into an aggressive move, and that kind of gifted this bomb site after Heroic punished that. And then in this round we had
all NACS does is bring me pain. Just let me put it in the small window for now. Someone thanks for the form of primer. Thank you.
Off of those mechanics, off of the basics from Heroic at the moment, we're not having to see any
Ricky, thanks for the 39-month reset. Thank you.
Strategical kind of mastery that's so next level that we'd be talking about that. Instead, the basics get it done, and that always feels good when you can make those basics work, like Heroic on right now.
Mystic would genuinely perform as well or better than NACS in this event. Brother in Christ, while I appreciate the support, you are fucking...
M4 on G.
We need to get you checked into rehab immediately.
Their CT sides are pretty impressive, and I think that's where they do a lot of the work. It's not to say they can't play the T side either, but
we need to talk.
Very often, I kind of get a sense that that's kind of the backbone of their maps. G back here, M4 in hand. Right position, a little bit of a boost up as well. They do kind of line up for him. The spray is not really good. The USPs are also doing damage, and he's getting a chance to reload. It's actually kind of worked out now. CT spawn with the last couple of pistols here and chipping away at Sunpius, and I think he's realized it's not worth it. He's already low on health here. Tania, though, very nicely handled. And Mercury.
Ever did giveaways on this channel?
M4,
no.
But very hard round.
Very rarely, actually. Very rarely.
I think Tania heard him from Red Room, I believe.
And also, Nico and no pro players doing giveaways on YouTube. They're all just scam shit, including the ads.
It's frustrating, but honestly, saving the M4 might even be a good idea. Just think about the lack of armor and how much has to go right for this to really work out. Going to be walking through the smoke, and with or without the helmet, he was going to die there. Tania, good position. Another key player that you want to really show up here for any heroic game. It's funny how he got onto this lineup as a temp.
I put NACS in the small window, and they're tied, but they're about to lose this round.
Never mind.
Twice next to the 40-month reset. What do you think went wrong with Cole in their major run? Well, you see, Complexity had this really good offer with a 1.25 rating, and then because he couldn't get a P1 visa, he couldn't
honestly,
play.
I feel like could have
so that usually hurts.
Way more easily there. But we're into the next round. 3 to 4 heroic climbing their way back after a difficult start, but it's looking really, really good right now. Picks for some players potentially with this AWP up the B ramp. Looking for it at least, and totally aware of this. Smoke goes down onto the B ramp to prevent any more.
Well, sometimes heroic will stand in the smoke, by the way. Yeah, that's what they do. They use
morning,
that smoke as a platform. It's a very heroic thing to do to try and exploit the CT.
How many of you actually still have your Pickems alive and are in the same boat as me?
This a couple of times already, and it's very, very hard to counter if you're on the CT side. I wouldn't be surprised. They're just going to go through. Why not? A minute and 10 seconds, and they're walking straight into it. Mojor is here. He's only just realized. I don't think they knew. Mercury.
Okay, let's do this way. If your Pickems are dead, press 1.
It's such an explosive hit.
If your Pickems are slightly alive and barely, press 2.
For the CTs on site, but
oh my God, everybody's Pickems are actually dead.
That's a look dealt with. That's maybe one of the most dangerous players. That is the first stage. Now stage 2.
Everybody's cooked.
Potentially,
Kyle, thanks for the 4-month farmer. Thank you.
To create some distraction for your teammate who is in CT, because they know where attacker is.
So you see all those people that are lying and putting 2 chat? That's why we're here right now instead of the MAD.
But still, there's more angles to have to clear.
Because I guarantee you they're in the same boat. They need heroic to win.
Into CT. Might be a chance here. Might be a chance, but it won't pass. 4 to 4 as heroic tie up the score here on Ancient.
To be honest, running through the Molotov there actually kind of worked. Initially, they didn't realize. If he had started walking immediately, I don't think anyone heard it. There was just a moment there where you could tell. But yeah, this is I would call this sort of a classic.
According to some MAD loses. Well, there's a bunch of scenarios. If MAD loses, it still just depends on the results of the other games.
The CT side will throw an incendiary to the B ramp, and they will smoke it and just run on through.
There's more than one scenario where my Pickems go through.
Where he actually gets to fight anyone, which is kind of a shame because again he's very good at having those kind of fights. But Tyler just haven't given it to him. That's a running 5-7 to take down LNC, and a 4-5 to ensue here. Which, if they can win this round, Tyler, they are. It would be a bit of a miracle.
Yeah, the money is
Lucky Admiral, thanks for the primer, guys. Thank you very much.
So much success. So it would be nice for Tyler to at the very least, get some damage in this round, even if they don't win it. And that early kill has certainly slowed down the pace.
I'll be honest, dude. If G had some of the ice cream that Nori and I got when we were at the grocery store, he would be fucking dropping 40 kills right now.
Try to stack in these situations with the pistols.
Nori got honeycomb, like a little ice cream bar, and I got black raspberry chip. Holy fuck.
Still 2-round donut, and then 2 on the B side. They're eventually heroic. You know, they're running out of time. They're going to have to go in and pick a site, and B seems like the obvious choice at this moment.
Yeah, I think there's a smoke that was on the ramp that's going to be fading right about now. Yeah, it already has. So for heroic, this is where you start to sort of realize there are no more smokes being thrown. There are no more grenades at all being thrown from the CT side, and that's probably an indication that they just don't have any. You know the economy is low no matter what here, so just waiting out the time is like you're winning half the round just by not having to push through any smokes.
X-Floud should name tag as AK, black raspberry chip.
24 seconds and a missed opportunity
same
there
energy.
for some players.
That's nice.
I don't think it will really make a big difference. They have such limited weaponry. They don't have the kit. They don't have any utility here. Double push coming in towards the cave. And, okay, a bit dangerous. Mercury with one more shot.
Oh my God, that's why the 5-7 is fucking terrifying, bro.
Misses. Now the spray is in, but he's all alone. Sunpius getting hunted down. Good headshot. Swings for it. Now dancing with the Glock on top. And he will save the team.
That was way too close. My goodness, Sunpius. I feel like so lucky to win that fight right at the end there, the running clock.
What a fucking round,
5-4
man.
For heroic, but again, we talked about the damage being important, and that's pretty much as much damage as you can get without winning the round. Therefore, Ty Lu. So they're in a position now, Ty Lu, where they can bring themselves back into this. But what is this 5 rounds in a row for heroic? So it's definitely been quite the streak. And Tyloo haven't proven that they can win like a legit buy round versus buy round. So curious to see what they throw into this, whether it's aggressive.
I
or
do
passive.
wish this was the schedule all the time, though, man. It's been nice. Been able to stream 6, 8, 10 hours.
Another daily
make some
reminder.
din-din, relax in the evening.
Reminder just how strong the 5-7 is. Not that we necessarily forget, but
gonna literally have to host my own tournaments on the same schedule.
It comes down to trying to save it like this. I mean,
fl0m in Vegas starts at 8 a.m.
Umpires to keep that round alive. Without him, it's all over. And Tyloo get another round, which right now is necessary. Tyloo's starting to fall behind. It's a bit serious.
What is your bedtime? Usually right now on this schedule, I'm in bed around like 10ish.
Like I said, I think a lot of
probably asleep by 11.
CT side play. Early
wake up around like 6:45.
Bomb side. It's back to the same thing as in the pistol. You want to beat the timing here for the rotation, but Jam Young has already got the headshot on one. But the trade is worth it. Even the 2 for 2, you'll take it.
Oh, and another from Youngstar.
Damn, dude, they're just ravaging them now. They are just on a fucking heater. M80 pulled it back pretty nicely as well, guys.
Really forced to save this AWP at this point, and I'm sure he's aware that they would expect that. They know an AWP's on deck.
That was in your city. Well, I'm on the West Coast in the US, so I'm in Vegas.
He's ready for it. Just have to hit the shot.
It's currently 8:23 a.m. for me.
Position given, but nobody else nearby to punish. So
locally, where the major's at, they start at 10 a.m.
This is a shocking round.
Yeah,
2-hour time difference for me.
And
Jasper, thanks for 34-month reset. Thank you.
I can't prove this. It actually would be a question for our analysts.
My European
I'd love
folk.
to hear what Maui and Jason think about this, because I've seen Tyloo do this a lot, where they actually throw all the grenades in the middle that would signal to Heroic that it's a heavy mid-stack for Tyloo, but they throw all the nades and then they dive straight into Donut and they're ready to basically
watching
defend
our
the
team?
bomb
I
side,
am.
which they were. There are 2 people there. That's a lot.
Oh god, they're playing versus pistols. Oh no, no.
Around like this to try to actually beat the A-rush.
Okay.
Because I can't explain why you throw the grenades and just run away, especially the incendiaries in middle. I guess it doesn't matter when you're not winning the fights, but I sort of suspect that Tyloo have a read on this kind of thing and that they're trying to bait it into it. It just didn't work out for them.
Holiday in Germany Day? Hell yeah, man.
Rodan. This has worked out really well. G, he's got the AWP, trying to get run boosted into the middle. I love this. Look at how aggressive it is.
Oh, nice from Jam Young, though, to find the Deagle headshot. You can see G, after not getting the run boost timing, abandoning that, and that's obviously a great call, but AK found in the smoke. This is a fantastic pickup for Jam Young. Look at the push coming in from the back attacker. Unable to find the kill, though, but still, some information. They spot 2 players, maybe even the bomb. I think it was potentially visible there for Tyloo, so they have some information. And they've got 3 players on this B side. They're all in the right place at the right time. G with the frag. And Tanir might not have too much of a choice but to back away after that smoke.
Well, this is a bit of a different round. Thought it was going to be the AWP that was the real threat, but it starts with that Deagle headshot. I think it came right through. I don't think you saw anything. It was just shot through the smoke. Could they recover the round is the question for Heroic. G holding the angle. He is crazy for holding these angles for such a long time, but might have stayed welcome here, dropping down and Sunpius hunting him, another headshot. It's so quick.
Shit.
Back-to-back kills coming through for Heroic, and somehow they've pulled another one out. It's just going to be down to Jam Young, and the fact is, you could even make an argument, I think, in terms of the money, that he should take the AWP and get it into the next round. Clutching this one is very tricky. And have a little bit of time here, but he's been spotted, and I just don't see this happening now. It's so rare that you're going to be able to isolate these 2 fights and get a 10-second defuse. That AWP is valuable.
Being held, though, by Sunpius. He won't allow it. And it's funny, though. I feel like Sunpius has been more dangerous with an AK than an AWP. But
yeah. G2 Sunpius going to go crazy, man.
It is important for that presence to be on the map, but he looks so deadly with the AK.
For anyone that wants to play this game at home, here's the challenge for you. G's going to have the AWP next round.
How many majors has Sunpius made it to?
Other maps, try and notice
a few.
G will hold a corner for.
Kind of peaked later on. I don't know.
Crazy amount of time. Sometimes like upwards of 40
seconds.
He
missed with Falcons. He made it with ends.
One position, and in a weird kind of way, though normally it's very
He's
unusual.
missed some. He hasn't made all of them. So
nice shot in the middle here to begin with. It's X-Cloud. That's the kind of entry that we were talking about at the beginning.
I know he made him with
and a 4 versus 3 right away. He won't stop as well. He's in the donut position right now. Youngstar, he's almost taking the A-bomb side.
Or or sorry,
Really
Riders.
cool to
That's
see
what it was, Riders.
immediately get that bomb over to the site, and with that smoke down, it's going to allow that bomb to go down most likely. Heroic with decent amount of control there. Tossing the bomb across here so that the plant can go down finally. And here is a test. Osea making his way through the back here. Oh, baited there. Sumpire still in the back. G though with the tree. That might enable there to be a possible victory for Tyloo, but Tanir on the flank might just ruin absolutely everything. Coming into the perfect timing, looking to maximize this one.
Oh, the knife!
No, come on, Tanir. Brings out the knife, stabs Mercury in the back. And what does G make of this situation? Looking for the headshot there. It's not going to work out. At least we'll take down LNC, but against absolutely everything here. G trying to find the next kills, but the time is running so low. Another frag to be found, but Youngstar is the one to close it down. And it's so fitting that it's him.
Chat, heads up, it's that time. Primer, prime, forgetter, now's the time.
Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major is done, and now we're going to look back and rank the best pop-offs from the Major. Time for the Roar Roundup Part 1.
Roar Roundup Part 1.
Okay, you know what? We're starting off with a very normal one. I'm liking the volume. I'm liking the length. I'm liking the lung capacity here. This is like a solid middle ground. There's nothing too exciting. There's nothing too creative. There's a medium amount of passion into it. I'm going to start us off low with this one. I'm going to go in with like 3.7. 3.7 out of 10. Nice red in the face
Pat
reaction,
to the Twitch
but
primer,
nothing
thank you. Damn, not even a 5.
Nothing too special. I'm sure we're going to have better clips in here.
Guys, we are not in Australia! Step up!
See, this is what I'm looking for. Player popping off, IGL next to you, reminding you what the strat is in the next round. We're not in Australia. We're getting personal, presumably about FlyQuest. But that's, you know, we're getting a little bit more of a personal attack. Just nice volume, nice loud, immediately pop-offing off after presumably the round ends. I'm gonna say that's a solid 5.3.
He's just pulling numbers out.
Guys, you have to win those. Come on.
Oof. That's a classic shit talk strategy there, which is to show mock sympathy for your opponent. We don't know the exact context, but I have to assume they failed a man-up situation, maybe lost to ecos a couple of times.
Why does the camera make me feel like I had one too many?
And reminding them that you really do. You gotta win those. That's a classic. Nothing too special, nothing too complicated there, but personalized to the moment, which I always do enjoy. So we're gonna give that a 5.6. 5.6 there. I don't even know which one to rate. I think it's the team synergy there. I mean, you always love seeing G on your screen. You really do. Good mouth shape there to get maximum volume out on your pop-off. Full extension. Speaking from the chest there, little diaphragmatic projection, so you know your opponents are going to hear it. We'll give it a 5.2. 5.2 out of 10.
Bro's busting out some big words, dude.
What? Is he playing Counter-Strike or did he see a mouse? Can I get that one more time? I don't know if that's going to inspire fear or if that's going to see if they should call
a
an
capybara.
Good for comedic value. I don't know if that's putting fear in the hearts of your opponents. We're going to 2.4.
Sounds like my 100 gifted noise. That's Alright, I'll move my face up a little bit. There we go.
Welcome back, everybody. Second half is now Tyloo versus Heroic. It's the 1-2 bracket. If you lose, you're eliminated. It's the first map in the best of 3 as well on Ancient. And now Tyloo going to be on the T side. And I think winning the pistol here is going to be really important. They only got 4 rounds, and it was right at the start, and then Heroic just came back and won 8
Do I play on a
row,
Mac?
Sort of
yeah,
ridiculous.
of course.
Yeah, it was a lot of just
gaming
great
platform.
gunfights coming out of Heroic, I would say. Especially Sumpires. I think he looks far and away just the most mechanically gifted.
Have the one-button mouse.
I think, you know, honorable mention also goes out to Youngstar as well, but either way, into the pistol we go. Tyloo's chances certainly rest on getting a pistol under their belt here in the second half. And they are
actually, if you think about it, the one-button mouse
which is what we saw
from a Mac would actually be insane for quickscoping because you'd be left and right clicking the same time, right? Exhibit thanks for the 2-month primer, thank you.
Heroic.
Holy shit, I just thought about this.
Sunpire's playing a very
the ultimate quickscoping mouse.
See if he can land any nice USP shots right off the bat. He's tried it once there, sees a couple of more hanging out, so definitely going to be calling in for the cavalry at the moment. LNC
solely
goes
thanks
down,
to the 54-month primer, thank you.
Sunpires eventually goes down. Xcloud, the only one here at the donut. Okay, some backup is coming forward, so that's nice.
We're watching small MAD.
He's being planted just before the CTs get there.
Or MAD.
They don't want to slow it down. They want to keep going. Youngstar's dead. The dualies are on the ground now. And Tinia, could you really do this? It seems unlikely.
It's a smoke, though, to get himself out. There's a tap. There's a full defuse. Is he really going to stick this? There's no way. Comes off. I think heard the knife slashing away. Oh, gets a headshot onto Attacker. Now it starts to get a little bit awkward. If he can just find Mercury here. Mercury's going to be very cautious there, dodging into the smoke here, trying to evade. That's all he has to do, and I think he's done enough here.
That was a nice
really
try,
isn't
actually.
time for this now with no kit. Tenier wants to at least chase down this frag, but he's going to get denied. Mercury, really good play under pressure, and that's going to be the much-needed pistol there for Tai Lu.
So well played. I think in a very, very similar position. If you remember in the first half in the pistol, Jamyong got 1 kill on the T's as they were coming in. Sunpires was the person who could have got that, and obviously wasn't quite able to. So you see like the big difference it makes in if you don't get those early shots off on the CT side. Didn't quite work out. They're going to force him to the round anyway here. I hope we get to see enough of the T side to get to see a very specific B execute that Tai Lu do.
Espresso ground in my eyeball, does that
which I like to call
help with, like, does that help consume the caffeine?
Tai Lu, they burn out the entire V-bomb site. It's just...
I don't know why, but my eye randomly itches, and I feel like that's the only thing that could even be there. It's the only thing I've messed with all day.
Don't come back into the game too early. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see that. 3 Molotovs, 2 smokes, they blow open like the CT smokes and everything. It's super fun.
And what we're looking at here is the final smoke on Heroic. So I guess it's in the right place on the map at least.
My right eyeball chat is about to be fucking going crazy,
and
dude.
with the full investment, we'll see what they're able to do with it, because as we've seen, the 5.7s are really dangerous. We've got 3 on deck there, MP9, Farmas. So firepower is actually pretty nice for Heroic, and they're going to be playing around a lot of these tight chokes. Right. So that's where you want to put it. And
you're going to
so
see the future? Hell yeah, let's go.
And they are investigating it at the same time. But it does feel like B is going to be the final destination.
Or why are you aiming so good today?
Well, and Heroic, you're going to know that because Tinia is close to T-spawn.
What are the chances the Pickems make it? My Pickems, so we're watching this because if Heroic loses here, my Pickems are done. This is step 1 of the Pickems.
They're jumping up with the Mac 10s close to the site here.
That, like, doesn't matter any combination, nothing that, like, if Heroic's out, I'm done.
Unfortunately for Tinia, it looked like the opportunity for the big flank has kind of evaporated now. Right on top of each other, like they were on the same team there.
I always love, like, we say shit and then, like, Twitch chat doctors come out. As I got coffee in my eye. fl0m, you need magnesium.
Yeah, G's done really good work there, getting those kills. And
you and I watched one too many Instagram reels.
In the corner right at the end there after that round the world play. But Tai Lu, they're gonna, I think, eliminate all of those nasty weapons, so they won't have to worry about that in this round. And so that's it doesn't matter that they lost quite a few players there. That was all they needed to do. And
thank you, Cretin, yet.
Now. So Heroic.
No.
Have to facilitate something with the USPs going to this next one.
Maybe I should start putting in my coffee, dude. I have like the flavorless kind.
Nasty, Dan. It's got like a bit of a Smeagol sort of ring to it.
I wonder if that fuck up my consistency.
Somehow would be perfect. That's what we need. If we can get the AI working on the DDK Golem crossover, I'd be very excited. Round number 15. I'm back in the game, by the way. I'm done with the Lord of the Rings references now. We've got a lot of smokes on the CT side in spite of the complete lack of weaponry. Classic kind of play, I suppose.
Yeah, and I said USB.
Yeah, maybe I do. I mean, I have it iced anyway,
so why not?
Of course.
Although that could be dangerous for the bathroom, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, Heroic showed that confidence in their own individual play in the previous half too, where they decided to just force in spots where we were like, whoa, actually a lot of teams wouldn't do that to this degree. So
yeah.
So they really want to get that pressure on, and
can't win the lottery if you don't buy the ticket, Dan. So
that's true. That's true.
This metaphor, that the Eagle is that ticket. Smokes are up. Pretty basic stuff. A little bit of a Molotov as well in front. It's not the really fun execute. We're saving it for later. I'm building up the hype for it because you guys will be impressed when you see it, I promise. Bomb going down.
And you guys can, like, you know, have a naming competition as well. I think what Anders said, Hell on Earth.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind. I've seen it a couple of times from the now. I spent 3 hours yesterday trying to go through all the demos. But the problem that I ran into, along with Maui, and I were talking about it too, is that there are so many maps they could play that trying to sort of prep for a game like this, even for the teams also, but just if you're trying to sort of figure out what could happen here, which map are you prepping for?
Exactly.
Well, the teams have a little bit of an idea because they know the one that they want to pick.
Shared pool here, so kind of hard to guess exactly what's going to happen. Which also makes it really
the fuck
exciting.
Is that Nico ad? Guys, YouTube is literally posting scam ads. Don't fuck
with them. They lost 8 rounds in a row at the end of that first half, and they are mentally right back in the game and on top. I really like that.
I think just being on that T side, being able to take the
You're not watching
initiative
him because you're done with CS?
Nah. I think it's definitely helping them out.
Yes.
No, I just selfishly want to see if my Pickems survive or if I can be free of my hell.
It is indeed a different story so far. And once again, we get more of a heavy presence outside of B.
Yeah, there's no smoke down here. What's happening for Heroic? Where's the smoke? Where's the incendiary? Why are they allowed to go up like this?
Crazy. Wait until you find out they told people that they're not scams.
You can't give them this kind of space. Attacker, unfortunately for him, was in the smoke and Youngster was just out of it. I'm not going to change my mind, though. I still think Heroic just left a lot to chance. Now, they've won the opening kill, so it doesn't look so bad. But that is a prime way to just get crushed on a map on the B bomb site. It happens all the time.
And unfortunately for Tyloo, Jamyoung wasn't who has been over towards the A side of the map.
I just want to go
been
fucking flame him on.
Find any space. So there's no sort of relief where things are not working out towards B, and then Jamyoung's created an opening elsewhere on the map. So he is now finally going to make his way into mid, whilst his teammates are kind of paused outside of B at the moment. And so a lot of this really is on what Jamyoung can find, and mid is open. So he's going to be walking through Red Room. 40 seconds, so there is a potential for Jamyoung to have some impact yet.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're right. Could be really interesting. Nice
I'll get the stream shot and I'll just flame YouTube here for a second.
I can't believe LNC lives. That should and could have been a double spray down for Mercury. If he gets that, it's right back on. The round is open again, but unfortunately now, with 25 seconds, where the bomb is, I don't even think he can get there. If he runs knife out, maybe, but he's already conceded the round. They know it's not going to happen here. So Jamyoung, nice to make it a bit more expensive. That's going to stack up along the rest of the half here. But unfortunately, that double spray down, that's what they needed to really get into the game again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think precisely, as you say, like Jamyoung he's looking so ready, so prepared, and with that deep position that he had found, just imagine the kind of work that he could have done off of that. There was a player on the other end on CT, I think it may have been Tanir, but and I'm unsure of how aware Tanir would be that a player was there. They just know that position's open. So Tanir might have rotated after they would lose 2 players in cave like that, and then suddenly Jamyoung has an opening. So Counter-Strike, there's so many domino effect moments, and it really could have been one, but you can see just they know how much that meant. That's the first round conceded there for on the second half for Tyloo.
Something that we haven't seen out of Heroic yet on the CT side, but something that I don't know how to explain this because it's a completely different lineup. But the old Heroic team with Stabby and with Cadian, they had this thing that they would do that I think they sort of pioneered to some extent, where they would stack a bomb site and then make that stack almost into sort of an offense. So they would move out of a bomb site once they'd found 4 people there. They were like, okay, we're not just going to wait around. We're actually going to go and be aggressive on the CT side with all 4 people. And this current Heroic roster do the same thing, in spite of the fact that none of the players are the same, and coaches is different and everything else. Like, it's just super interesting to me that that's still a feature.
I'm flaming YouTube on Twitter for the scam shit.
We'll see if they pull that out a little bit later on, because it's really hard to counter. It's really hard to read that's.
But yeah, if you guys want to see what the scam ad looks like, I posted a screenshot of it on my stream.
Onto LNC, and otherwise a pretty default round here for Tyloo.
Yeah, one of the only differences is that we've seen like a lot of 1-4s from them, where not as much emphasis goes towards A or mid early on, but this round is a little different.
It's kind of it, dude. I'm not
a couple of players that can come out into mid late for a later mid take.
Let me just say this. Could you
CTs,
imagine if Twitch allowed this, by the way? I feel like how many people, like, I don't know why all the
have a double peek towards
normal people that like report on things, they'd be having a field day if it were on Twitch, but why not with YouTube?
Mid, they can go back to one of the 2 sites.
I don't actually get it
right now as they try to get their entry.
Yeah, and they are just going back to B. But I guess what they accomplished in the middle was getting one player closer to that red room position. So
no, but like actually though,
Jamyong going to be hanging around there while the rest of them, working the bomb sites. They have some utility. It's not that impressive, but it might be enough here. I think the entry is really what's going to make this work for the Tyloo side. If it is 30 seconds as they push through, and it's a very nice entry. Attacker spins and gets the headshot onto Youngster as well. And with the bomb planted here, Heroic, probably worth considering just saving.
What is an ad for? They literally deepfaked Nico and Modesty saying like if you set like they'll sign your profiles and shit like that, or like log into your Steam.
First headshot found. Can he get the next two? They've got to take him down, and they're going to trade him out.
They use Apex as well. I posted on Twitter if you guys want to see what it looks like.
More members of the Horde on their way.
It's straight up like dude, if you did not know better, it looks legit.
Coming on through, they are hunting. They're going all the way for this, Anders.
Yeah, I mean,
if you were just autopiloting for the day,
they have a little bit of money still left, but if they can take everything away, it's worth it.
You know what I mean?
Worried if they give over the AK, which it looks like they will. Tania hiding in the donut. You can see G is running for a bloodlust, but not quite able to get it. Tania just barely stays alive. That one AK. You know, sometimes you talk about the dominoes, you know.
Yeah.
All you need is sort of one rifle like that carried into the next round, especially on a play like Tania.
Yeah.
Could be real bad.
I like kind of, using the sound of the bomb going off as well as cover for your footsteps. That sort of move is always nice. Nice little added detail. But yeah, with the 9-8 scoreline, it feels like we've, despite how dominant things are
describing me every day. Well, dude, we all have like
the run of 8 rounds.
We all got our shit we're going through, you know what I mean? And some days we're, you know, I'm just saying, right? Like you wake up, you had a long day the day before, you got other shit on your mind. You're just like autopilot and you see something. Oh, Nico's doing this, you know.
Again, attackers double entry. And it is interesting too, because I wonder how aware Heroic are that round was slower, because Tyloo wanted to embed Jamyong into a forward position, and if he gets challenged, they can trade, they can play off of it.
I mean,
Madfish 6 to the 44, Judah 6 to the 50.
Run into him a couple of times, lurking around either donut or top mid, so
just
they have a bit of a read on it. Early grenades, trying to throw in that Molotov too, but Moshe is already down. That's a really good stoppage here, and now dancing around the pillar is LNC. That's so hard to stop, and there's just more people showing up. There's already a flank coming through the smoke behind them. So this round is probably dead no matter what here. X-Fly with the MP9 just charging on through, but as is often the case when you try to go fast towards
feels like Heroic
to get that entry.
Went down early, and I just feel like they have not let off the gas. I mean, obviously the pistol, but
yeah, and it's definitely a respect to try that, because we've seen so much of the slow pace. So you do want to kind of use that by throwing a fast round in there and try to surprise the CTs. But
Nico didn't send my profile, but it looks like he's borrowed my skins.
These fast rushes on the CT side.
Right. Stop.
So I'm sure we go back to the slower stuff now from Tyloo.
He's just holding on to him for a little while.
8. Money is low on pretty much everyone in the server, to be honest. And
why are we watching M80?
How you want that smoke?
Selfish about my Pickems right now. Also, I don't want to be hurt right now.
Is that a CT smoke that was meant to land at the bottom of the B ramp? Like, I'm so confused. Somebody go investigate. It can't have been a T-smoke. There's no way. Jamyong's got 21 kills, by the way, and G's on 17. So some of the players here are just stepping up massively. I think on Heroic it's a bit more even spread. Kind of everyone showing up, maybe not with quite the same impact as Jamyong at the moment.
Stream on Twitter too, what the fuck?
Yeah. Real team effort at the moment.
Yeah, I don't allow chat on there, though, because I can't moderate fucking 3 places. You're crazy. Plus, let's be real, the amount of bots on there are insane. I allowed chat on there like twice, and I think it was just straight like just pouring ads.
All it takes is a swing from Tyloo.
What the fuck is going on?
To punish. And there's a smoking stick.
It was, bro, it was so bad. I was like, yeah, I'll try to
you can find something out of this smoke. Oh, it's not gone deep enough, that HE, really.
Turn it back on.
Wow, we've got Mosia looking to just push this cave position, creating lots of threat, drawing the CTs into that outside B position, and at the same time, the rest of Tyloo are now working towards Donut. So a good level of distraction here, with Jamyong getting the opening, a gun collected. The round is really on here for Tyloo.
Yeah, it's on Pyres now, has to step it up. He misses the first shot and then repeats into it before he could even really
thoughtful
shoot.
For Nico to use my
easy kill for Jamyong. 2 in the round so far. He can't get the third though. Tania's crouched in as lightning fast. He's running and spraying, but G is there to stop the madness. Down to 7 health. What could Youngster do here? He's peeked through. They don't know about this yet, and the bomb is right there in front. If he had a smoke, he could put a lot of pressure on them, but he doesn't. And as a result, he has to go and find the kill. But look at how far away they are, Dan. They actually can't be found. They're playing hide and seek at a really, really big level here. I think Youngster's going to be so frustrated. He's like, why are they not on the side anywhere? Now he's made footsteps. It doesn't really matter. He's run out of time here.
All right.
Just
all right, Tyler. Well
work,
done. Well done.
for G.
Somebody asked me to ever do a video on the Pickems situation.
And then the fact that
I try not to do videos on shit like that. Not because it's not important, but because, one, there's a lot of other people that are going to do a much more thorough job of actually like reporting things. I'm not a reporter, and I don't like drama farming, like shit like that. I'd rather just talk about Counter-Strike.
Fragging moments in this game so far.
Yeah, he's showing up today in a.
That shit's awful. Like I don't mean you can talk about it here. I'm just
like we were talking about. It's Tyloo can get to 10-10 now.
It's not really some. That's not the type of shit that I'm really trying to get into.
A graph of G's performance after Moses got him ice cream.
Hold on, Anders. We've got this push coming from Cat.
Yeah, you're right.
What happened to Jacob? Jacob has a crippling gambling addiction. It basically led him to scamming hundreds of thousands of dollars.
One opportunity. They're going to hear this play with the orb, and there they go. Off of the flashbang. That's the moment. This is the moment for Heroic to spoil
That's the short version. Like I said, there's other people that got videos on it. But yeah.
To respond quickly, grab the bomb, go through red room, still try to find the plant in this 2v3.
Quite a winnable round for Tyloo because they have the bomb. If the bomb was down there with the other three people, it's obviously complete disaster. They don't really know it yet. We can see on the minimap that there's nobody at the bomb site, but they are being very,
borrowed
very
skins
careful,
from like collectors and never gave them back.
And then
Use them to gamble, shit like that. You know,
quite active, which is not surprising. They've realized the bomb.
Everybody has a different number of how much it was, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh, the timing could be kind of weird right now. Molotov on the one side. They have a smoke. That's actually so helpful. That will give them a bit of safety to plant the bomb. And they have a couple of flashes, actually a lot of flashbangs on the T side. If they want to try and slow things down, they could do that even further. Sunpius almost running into the Mac 10. You've got to be careful about that. They don't have a kit either on the CT side.
So lend them some?
If they want to go for the retake, which I'm sure they do,
only person that's ever borrowed skins from me is Stu.
With no Kevlar.
But even Stu, I usually give out one knife at a time.
Really nice. There's that pressure, tapping the bomb. Really nice dodging. Back and forth for Jamyang, but gets taken down from the side. And now the defuse will come in. Let's go! And that is a terrifying moment for Tyloo. Not a round that they were supposed to concede. They were supposed to get to 10-10 as the defuse comes in, and Heroic instead moved to 11-9.
Cowards like the stream on YouTube, and Twitch people remember to use your Bezos bucks. YouTube chat going crazy.
Sunpius winning both those fights. Wait, how is that a headshot from Tinia? That's crazy. Yeah, just the perfect timing, and obviously the second shot. Oh, he's so lightning fast, isn't he?
Such a good timing indeed.
Let's go!
Because that Mac 10, Anders, that's going to just wreck him. If the Mac 10 is ready to go, it's just going to destroy him.
Mistmaker next to the 4-month reset. The primer. Well, he got me a primer. Well done.
Behind them.
Well done.
Of
Wally.
Ent's fame. Him and Snappy had sort of a legendary partnership, but then Snappy went to join Falcons, now on NIP. Bit of a crazy ride for him.
Yeah, I wish
space at the moment, to be honest.
Tyler had like
yeah, but Saw, I think, is one of those coaches that's proven
like one of those jerseys where they put their logo. What's it called? I don't know the proper term. I'm not cool enough, chat. But like if they had like the full logo taking up like half the jersey, you know what I mean?
Come out of this one, but
I feel like that'd actually be so sick.
And that last round, winning it is just
like a different material, so it's a little bit more shiny, and then like you have like the logo taking up like half of it. That goes so hard, dude, because their logo looks so cool, man.
From Thailand. Haven't had a
like the Cloud9 logo, yeah, stuff like that.
They just haven't had the money. I check every time. They need about 3 Molotovs. Certainly not going to be this round either. Heroic up to 11, 2 away from taking the victory here. Now it is their map pick. But,
I'll tell G to switch to him. Thank you.
It was going to be close.
Would that not go hard though? I feel like that goes crazy hard.
They just know they can't go fast, and it's just been shut down too many times. And it's a really just basic setup here from Heroic as well. The only thing though is that they have given up mid control, and Tyloo have walked through mid a few times, and so this could be one of the ways that Tyloo get the space they need. But they're going into Donut here, real fast, very fast trade, thanks to Mercury, and now lots of pressure into there.
Yeah, and I think xCloud actually trying to play
War Dog, thanks for the 17-month primer. Thank you.
Back, but I think he intentionally is trying to, dodge the meta. And,
My team would exclusively wear crop tops.
You just won't be ready for it. But they were. Tyloo, you can't question the mechanics. It's something that they do so well. Sunpires gets one at the start of the retake here, but LNC dropped as he's trying to go in through the middle. Youngster and Sunpires, this is really high risk here. You could end up giving away everything. And you don't really have a deep bank.
Tyloo, dude, 11-10, come on.
Truth has set in. Reality has come back to haunt him. Can't win this round any longer, especially not without the kit here. So it will be a 10th round for Tyloo, and this is going to make it so dramatic. We're getting to a stage now in the game where whoever loses this, it will have a big emotional toll on them.
Hanging on by a thread.
Yeah,
if Heroic loses this, my Pickems are done. That's why I'm watching.
You saw around there where it's this double-edged sword that we talk about.
It starts here. Like if they lose, it does like.
You're against kind of just.
If I lose a single team, it's over. This is the
stuff. So you don't feel
the
like
rest of my teams are 2-1 right now.
In their faces or aggressively or for map control as much. So you kind of inevitably on a map like this, you leave some openings. Entirely picked the perfect.
Shut the fuck up. But also, I was already looking. So
and they had the pace behind it they needed. So then the round collapses. But I don't think that those openings exist in a regular buy round. So I'm curious whether or not Tyloo might test mid again going into their buy, because they are getting a bit shut down outside of B in the recent rounds. I don't think that's going to feel good for them.
Dude, Tanir, give him the fucking fist bump, dude.
As well, but Tyloo are one of these teams that do like those.
Click for nothing. You're not wrong though.
They listen for mid grenades. I think they haven't tried it too much yet. That could be another feature of it.
Is G just a pick 'em for you? No, G is an aura farmer for me.
Let's see, we're into it now. 11,
and honestly,
10. Heroic still looking pretty
maybe
good.
Bestie because he loves ice cream so much.
Looking to maybe flash over into the middle. A lot of flashbangs, in fact, and he's setting up Jamyoung to get a bit of a double spray down. That's, I think, in total 4 flashes going over for that fight, and they kind of evened it out, which is still probably worth it.
And getting aggressive here as well, looking for information. That's a beautiful play there from Sunpires. They would love to try to punish this, and they'll be able to take down LNZ, and that does leave Sunpires alone on the site just for a moment as his teammate tries to get there. And with the smokes assisting, that might be possible. The damage off the spray is so close. Sunpires down to 20, xCloud down to 39.
G, dude. He almost got him.
They have a minute, over a minute to play this map with, to play the entire field.
If they get that spray down, that would have been something
Pickems are dead,
else.
so now I hate watch. Understandable, Pinchy. Have a nice day. Thanks for your 53-month primer.
This is where, again, they sometimes become very active when they're in these kind of positions. And I think Tyloo are expecting, or they're hoping for that. You could say they're not aware exactly of where xFloud is. They think maybe he's flanking T-spawn. So right now it's just a big game of patience. 40 seconds. And eventually it will be Tyloo to make their move. If they walk into the AWP, that could just be the end of it.
Yes, it's a really good setup for Heroic. They've guessed correctly, it seems. Tyloo waiting about 30 seconds before going for the re-hit.
Brand, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you.
Is the answer. Oh my God, it's
a
double.
Oh my God, he collided them. Also, yes, chat, I'm aware of what happened.
That one, Heroic looking good.
Yes,
here.
chat, I see it.
I mean, that's one way to get the job done. God damn. I can't believe it. Think of the risk as well. This is the difference between, I think, being sort of a decent AWPer, somewhere in Counter-Strike, and being at a really high level. He is low on health. Like, anything touches him right now, he's dead. But he also, at the same time, that doesn't affect his mentality
the 49-month primer. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because it's one of those spots where you kind of have to move. But you know what? I don't have time to talk about that, because we're into what could be the final round of the first map here in this best of 3. And, the smoke gets blown open, but to the detriment of the CT, xFloud goes down. And now,
on A stream, there's going to be a slightly extended.
Okay. They're trying to move here to respond, Anders. And
this would be A stream, right?
Moshe's pushing up, but I don't mind that. But
we might watch them be M80 for map 2 for a bit, chat.
Everybody else now, they're going to be pushing through the smoke over here, walking straight into Youngster. He is thinking about it. He is aware that they could be coming around. Otherwise, he wouldn't take this position. But let's see if they actually do that synchronicity here or just one at a time.
I got the behind-the-scenes scoop. I think Blast is adjusting something for the mainstream in between.
Not really clearing the corner, but he will get the kill anyway. And suddenly, it's back in the favor of Heroic here. 2 versus 3. Bomb is not planted yet, and Sunpires doesn't get the shot
what
this
a
time.
Shot.
G finds him with the Deagle.
What the fuck?
What on earth is that? LNC trying to get closer. I don't know what G just did. I don't think it can be replicated either. He didn't even stop. He wants to get another shot off.
With the
and now the grenades are coming in. They have one on Mercury. One deep dunk here, and they're going to be able to get another round on the board, but he's got his rifle out. He doesn't want to throw any grenades. LNC with a swing, and Mercury with a headshot, and get another round for Tyloo as they get all the way to the final one. One chance at overtime.
I'm fucking...
What a hero play from G.
I need heroic to win for my Pickems. I don't care. G is farming. That was
this
sick.
Situation, they can't
that was sick.
Because the CT's are there. If one goes to plant, it's all over. G makes the play. He is the hero. That's what they needed in that moment. Wow, that's so sick from G. Okay, he's going to be getting a lot of ice cream
Garden
later.
Block Gator, thanks to the 2-month resub. Base and Gluten Taster, thanks to the 49-month primer. And Root, thanks to the Tier 3 76-month resub. Thank you.
Has Moses impacted the
Nah,
tournament
that was
in some
sick.
way
That was sick.
You know, we don't have rules for it. I've read the rule book. Something about ice cream in there.
It's like, I've never had high fructose corn syrup before. What is this?
Maybe there needs to be. Now look at this stack. 3 people near the bomb site. This is exactly the kind of round that can work as well. Very dangerous with the 5-7 up close. I can think of the elevated MP9, early grenade. Shot not quite connecting. Very nicely done for Attacker, honestly. Sampaio's going to get knocked out. Overtime looking more likely. Xcloud with a big opportunity to get a double kill, but he will only get the 1. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb about to be planted in a pretty safe position.
Well, the YouTube team responded on Twitter. I can't wait for them to tell me they're not violating any rules.
Like Tyloo are determined.
Yeah, such strong positions.
MW with a 68-month reset, thank you.
So is there anything to be found on the ground?
Watch them ban my YouTube stream.
I mean, they can't be silent. They have to just go for it here. It's a 10-second
We're going to review it.
So,
Yeah, fuck the streamer.
But that doesn't help that much. They've tapped it once. I don't even think Tyloo are buying it. They know it's not going to happen. G with the final kill, and we are in overtime. What a return after losing 8 rounds in the opening half in a row. That's Heroic winning 8 in a row and Tyloo losing 8 in a row for an 8-4 first half finish. And then somehow they bring it back against all of the expectations. Really impressive stuff here. What a great way to get the series started.
Yeah, and it really truly required heroics from Tyloo, and it's kind of crazy. We'll see what this overtime looks like. It does feel like Tyloo have somewhat of an edge, given that they were the team that came back, but you just never know when you get to overtime. Both teams have gone through most of their playbook at this point, and a lot of the game can be then played on confidence, on field, intuition.
You're not a deep fake designed to farm 5 gifted.
And
well, obviously you would get 5 and then look at my arm and see if anything glitches out, right? That's how you tell.
Gee, I just keep having a flash of those 2 Deagle shots in my head, because we would not be here without both of those Deagle headshots.
I think it's especially the second running forward is just so absurd, isn't it?
Show me your fucking hands right now.
Beautiful timing.
No.
Yeah. They are the best, aren't they? They've got it queued up. They're reading your mind, Dan. We've got the technology. It's not just a headset you're wearing. It's there, actually.
Oh, God,
We're actually there already.
Actually, yeah, the shoe on head can't be replicated by AI, chat.
At least
or
one.
fun. Which light up was that? Was that a cave smoke?
Basic standard grenades coming out here. We're in overtime. Into the middle we go. It's a nice swing.
Oh, yeah, that was like a deep cave smoke, chat. That's cool.
Very nearly getting the kill. And actually, Attacker will just not stop here. He gets the 1 onto Sampaio.
Well played, Attacker. Well played.
It's just 4 health left. That is a heroic effort, but unfortunately for Heroic, it's on Attacker. They'll plant the bomb to follow it.
GK with a 67-month primer, thank you.
Retake. It's not worth it.
I've told you guys before, unironically, I had a company approach me before AI really took off.
So if you lose the first round, especially if you brought up an AWP,
offering to pay me,
get screwed pretty fast on the CT
to basically
side.
Use AI for my stream
also, again,
to impersonate me.
They struggled a lot on their CT side in regulation. They didn't honestly find a great win in any of the rounds. Spy against Spy, they didn't win a single round. So
that was like a year and a half ago, maybe 2.
See if they can solve that in the overtime.
So the range at which Attacker is taking those fights
is
optimal
crazy.
when he gets flashed in from T-spawn himself. And this is the reason why a lot of CT teams want to run boost CTs close to the wall, because then those spawn flashes don't work anymore. So there's a reason why you're trying to, you want to run boost over the Molotov, but more than anything, you want to hug the wall that's close to T-spawn in the middle, so that you don't get flashed.
Unsettling to think about.
Weren't able to do that, so Attacker has a big advantage in those fights, because there are just flashes going like in the sky above him, behind, just going over. You can see they're way out in the open where those flashbangs are going to hit him almost every single time, and yeah, sets him up very nicely, at least for the opening kill, sometimes more than that.
Yeah,
give it up, pal, and give us the real fun back.
No. That hard. It's definitely a problem. It is a problem.
Speaking of run boost, we haven't seen too many of them out of Heroic. Not to middle, but also not up to the B lane position. So kind of curious. But that's not something that they've been.
You would know it's not really me because I'd be on not fl0m playing WoW, you know. In the meantime,
outside of B pushes like that. Not really been a feature of the game too much yet. Let's see. Outside of the B bomb site. Just looking for one opening here, and honestly, just with when you peak like this and you're a youngster, all it takes is one.
Yeah, it's in the Tapman stream, so just a buffet eating stream or what?
Through that box. That position. Oh, that's a big miss there from Sunpius. Obviously, there is a setup in cave. So they can't run him down, but it's an opportunity gone. And Tyloo, they haven't had much success towards the B side. They are threatening the B side. But once again,
Friendly
there
fire.
is still a potential that you could have a Jam Young moving up into the Reds room.
I'm more worried about this. It's such a binary outcome. If he goes back behind the wall and then Moshe takes a step out, that's
I'm never a fan of that AK.
Right. It's might even worse now with G on the AWP on the other side.
I don't know why.
40
I
seconds,
liked
though.
it when I first saw it, and then over time, I've just slowly.
Honestly,
I think it's like
rate, even if he puts
the
it
colors
down,
and
they might not,
or something.
They might
I don't
not
know.
even fall back. Pushy coming in.
Which one? That one. I forget what it's called.
Nice timing on the smoke. They have to go through.
Picasso. It's something like, you know what I mean? It's like something like that.
There's no time left. Attacker gets one. Moshe on the follow-up headshot. They've beat the
Yeah. There
one
we go.
being planted on the other side, and Mercury
Elite,
stopping
yeah.
any attempt at a flank coming
I
in.
liked it when it first came
So
out, and then
well
over
done,
time,
but
I don't know
so
what it
high
is.
risk as well for Tyloo. Once that smoke goes down from Youngster, there's no choice. They have to pop through.
And it's great too that Tyloo are just not completely giving up on their B stuff, but I think recognizing that if they, just going fast is really a problem. And to show the slow round shows some presence and threat. Like we see the missed shot by
Does that make me a hater?
They're creating this uncomfortable spot for Heroic too, where I'm not quite sure exactly what this.
No,
round
I'm a
is
hater of
supposed to
Inferno.
be.
That's about it.
Yeah. So if Tyloo keep running rounds like that,
Guys, Heroic is
it's gonna be a good
completely
look for them,
tossing my
absolutely.
Pickems right now, and I'm about to be
Final
free.
round of the of the overtime for this half.
So this is
If
the
anybody's
round
going to
of
kill my
earlier, right? They've heard all
Pickems,
the
I'm
grenades in
happy for
middle,
it to be
so
G.
they know that it was an early big mid stack coming out from Heroic, and now they're going fast towards the A bomb side. It's pretty much textbook for what Tyloo like to do. xfl0m not going to be able to pick it up. It's
God,
Moshe
dude,
on
they've
a
just
double
been
opening
getting
instead.
hella entries, man.
What a great time to call this. They hear the double Molotov, double HE or whatever it was in the middle. They knew how many TTs were in there. Youngsters going down now. A swing around the corner as they try and hunt some
They're
highs.
so
He's very
aggressive,
nearly
man.
dead. And I don't think this retake's going to be very possible either. LNC, he wants to walk through the smoke there. It's fading right in front of him, but Attacker is more than ready, and Sunpius doesn't have the health for this. Tyloo looking to claim 3 in a row in the overtime. They might have just stolen this map away from Heroic. What an impressive
A
beginning
3-0
this is.
run in overtime
We'll
as
see
well?
that Heroic know that Tyloo didn't get a single buy-round victory on that first half when they played on their CT side. So Tyloo, the only difference from that
Jam
CT
Young
side
dropping
to
the
now
quietest
is
30
a
bomb
couple
I've ever
things.
seen.
One, it's the
He
confidence
does,
that they
dude, I
have
feel like Jam
created
Young,
by winning all these clutches.
I don't even think he's a
winning
bait or
all these gun
anything, but
battles
he
with
is
the
always just like...
But additionally, they also have more information
He's
as
just
to
always
what
farming,
was
but it never
Heroic and
feels
what was not.
like it's... Like, I'm not seeing like a crazy 3K or 4K or something. He always feels like he's having the crazy rounds where Jam Young's always just getting 2.
Just, for whatever reason, they didn't end up doing it, but some of those xfl0m mid takes, I still kind of want to see. He's really good at it. They've got Youngstar ready to flash on over. Speaking of which, that's exactly what they want to try and do, but Attacker is playing close enough that he doesn't get flashed. That's why you push up. Oh, they're playing this almost like it was a lesson in Counter-Strike on Ancient. 3 versus 5.
My Pickems.
A minute and 30 seconds.
Why does
left, and
nobody
now
consider
they're in a lot
them?
of trouble here. Tyloo need but one more round, and they steal
I think
away
they
the
did.
map
They just
pick
don't
for
care,
Heroic,
which
and
is
this
also
series
fair, but-
becomes way more interesting.
That's
So
crazy,
having
dude.
played this advantage now for Tyloo to close it. And they've
Was there a single round of overtime that Tyloo didn't just have 2 kills in the first 30
It's very hard
seconds?
for Heroic now to challenge, and there is a challenge. Sunpius kind of has to try something. Doesn't work. Same for
my God.
Story for Sneer there. Now Youngstar, the last player here to prevent it.
When do we start having the discussion that EUCS might be washed?
Comeback coming in from Tyloo. They went 8 rounds unanswered, but still managed to force overtime. Still managed to take map 1. Heroic's choice.
Yes, it was Heroic's choice, and it did look like that if you just looked at the first half of the game. A 4-0 start for Tyloo on their CT side. You say, okay, they've come to play. Then they get...
So I think, chat, keep an eye... Actually, somebody keep an eye on that timer for me, but I think if I'm understanding what Blast said in this little, like, production Discord, I think there might be a slightly longer delay for that series. They didn't say why. I just think there might be like some like little tech thing that they're trying to adjust real quick. One sec, chat. Should be good. Okay. All right. This is your favorite mod? I would like to know which match you're gonna watch. Well, considering what I know,
full 24-round loss.
what do we think?
For
If they
M80
hold on,
on their pick,
let me read this.
Ancient,
They said
the North American hopefuls
on
now
a stream
hang
match
in the
between
balance,
match.
heading on to Dust 2. Namiga's
Oh
pick
wait,
in
wait,
this
wait,
series.
no.
Yeah,
Okay, they said between match 1 and 2, not maps 1 and 2. It'll be a 20-minute break. So
go to Namiga's map pick a map. They did lose yesterday. Though, so,
save the do a small prediction, Madfish. Let's do first to 5.
Eliminating M80 right now. They choked this game yesterday, Harry. They had a lead versus 3D
My
Max.
streamer's illiterate.
They fell
Hey, at least I caught it though.
right at the end. Zway had a masterclass on the CT side, but when it came to T side, no one was able to carry Namiga through. I'm very interested on this on Zway as well because he plays a lot of anchor roles. He plays not always the most
Metsicus, this is a major. Dallas was not a major.
CTB anchor on Dust 2, and he went 18-7 on CT side yesterday. So I want to see, how he can keep up these good numbers on a CT side on such a difficult site. That will all be later, though. It's M80 who start on the defense. Zway gets straight out long. The rest of his team meet him on Cat. At least a blocked Xbox smoke gives M80 the info. Look at their rotation.
Full grouping for M80. They've got all 5 players here ready for this play out through
Flash fix for the 31, thank you.
They've got them fought the long side. They were ready for that piece of contact. Still, this one's flipped on its head real quick. M80 might have had the numbers for a moment, but now it's just Slacks. Left to tap from afar. Namiga dodge him entirely. He's got 2 bullets as he's pulling up here. Both of them have to be headshots, and he's going to fall straight away. That is a wild turnaround from Namiga.
I felt done. 3v5. They lost the long control. M80 are everywhere on the ramp, on the cross. They've got all their players grouped up, and somehow bing, bang, bong, headshots come in for Namiga, and it's over. Look at that double for Khan on the ramp. That one hurts. I think M80 made the right play. I always can't tell if he's talking English sometimes. His voice is so low. I think M80 made the right call there. They blocked the smoke. They knew it wasn't a fake. They full rotate off B. They re-flash long. I actually like everything they did.
What did you say about EU being washed?
Can't just...
Well, I didn't say NA is better. I'm just saying bow down to Asian Counter-Strike, bro. Better watch yourself. You better watch themselves. It's all I'm going to say. You guys are going to end up like NACS if you guys don't get it together here soon.
Namiga will just wait it out. Scout has to hit him for Slacks. An underwhelming previous map. Peace.
That's brutal. Namiga just try and follow through on the back of this. They missed the smoke, had to deploy a second. Still feeling fine right now, 4 on 3. They have the site control. Bomb now planted at M80.
Nah, they're out, messages.
Just
only NA teams that are left in the major is the one that you're currently watching, and if they lose this, they're done, and they're down 0-1 in maps, and then the other is Liquid and Stage 3 if you count Liquid. And honestly, we're stretching that, but hey, that's all we got.
One in this round here.
And I had a great last map as well.
No, many NA fans are coping very hard for FaZe and say they're coping harder than me.
And so slacks, will be a requirement here on Dust.
Yeah, not a good time to have a day off here. But a new map, a reset. Terrorists. It's still time to save this series for M80, but can't deny that Nemiga must be feeling very good about their odds right now. They said they were going to win this game coming in. Zwei said there's no world we lose it. And to be fair, I'd say...
Yeah, they had us going in the first half,
yeah,
didn't they?
There was a world they lost that Ancient. But here we are, a map up on their pick.
Pickems.
Game will speak for itself, won't it? Another anti-eco here. Should be simple.
Pop through on this long smoke. This is a play Nemiga are waiting for. They play anti to that exact call. Players waiting in the long doors. Risky Bob hiding out behind the blue bin.
Risky fucking Bob. They got absolutely rolled in OT.
And so it's a very, very clean handling over that, attempt to pop through the long smoke from M80.
Can we leave this game, please? Oh, now you guys want me to leave, huh?
That's a sniper of an MP9.
M80 game, M80 game. We're M80 game. Puts on M80 game. Flop, can we go back?
Still going for this.
Wow,
it's like down suicide, so he ain't getting out either. 3-0 lead, 1 casualty. And this game has got to start instantly for M80.
Listen, I will do the pit smoke,
And they killed was Khan. That's the AWP for Nemiga.
Well, FaZe has an office 20 minutes from my house in Frisco, therefore it's an A team learned ball SMH. Listen here, buddy, that was the complexity offices before you didn't say shit before.
Also getting his for the side of M80.
Oh,
but it's Khan in the feed, Lake Court crossing.
Let me just see if the other game's almost on. Son of a bitch, we gotta watch this for like till halftime.
Rifle round for M80.
And you want the tiny detail that costs him right there? It's like when you see teams go for the nade on mid, they often cross together. Swisher does the nade, jumps across, and it's faded before Lake can get there. So Khan tracks him through the doors. A lot of top teams would have crossed on the same second. Yes, it may slow you down.
Hope you guys are having a good start to your week with me this morning.
There's the other side of the coin. And
G is
so tempting now.
Destroying our Pickems in the name of ice cream.
Just go right in.
And M80 is about to get cooked by Risky Bob.
Swisher with the block util at least stops them from just spilling over into this B play. Still though, you've burnt the only piece of B util there is, and Nemiga know that. So certainly something they'll be considering for a little bit later in the round. Sin is feeling pressure. The map is quiet. And so they double push out through the long doors. It's a good timing play, but he's not able to pick up the kill. Xanta even spots a second player. That should only galvanize this B hit now. Are they ready?
Stop being weird, bro. Thank you.
Nice.
Going huge in the hole. Swisher, one-man army. Pistol pulled. He's not able to get the better of Khan, but you'd like to think with a hat-trick locked in, Swisher has played his part in the round. Down to the rest of the M80 squad to finish what he started, and it's rapidly getting out of hand. Slacks, the AWP that couldn't hit, the AWP that couldn't fly straight in that last map of Ancient. Well, he's left up in this 1v1, and he's got his AWPing counterpart on the other side to beat in it. Both players down to the rifle. There's a belt of util on Slacks. Does he value that or the element of surprise more? Moving out through the doors. Khan has missed this timing. And so Slacks allowed to creep out, starts clearing angles, gets past Khan. Spot now found, Slacks closes.
Thank God. Thank God.
An important 1v1 to get M80 on the board. Slacks delivers and finishes on the task that Swisher started with that sight hold.
It's more than just the round win, I think, at this
When
point
Jacob
for this
won
player.
just
It's
now?
knowing that you can win a round like that and keep your team in the game, because he's had a pretty horrible series. That'll give him a much-needed lift. Sick hold from
I was
Swisher.
just slouching
Never would've even
further
happened
back,
without
watching
him
that round.
on his own, unassisted 3K. So cannot. There's always later.
Wait, who said it though, Jacob? Now I'm
He
curious.
said he can't.
Yeah.
That would have been better, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It would have been.
All right, I'll do that
They
later.
can't all be good, though.
No, they can't. Anyway, Kant said. They've left the bomb.
I feel like that's a Moses thing.
No worry. Slow
It was
default
Moses.
here from the
Yeah.
Amiga.
All right. Well, at least I know my people.
Better to get the bomb earlier than too late, so Zwei will start to make the move. Making catwalk out. Now I'm just thinking of Khan jokes.
Feeling like a mid to be. They went and took catwalk early. Alongside this mid control. Regrouping in the tunnels now with the bomb. And a mid to be fake throwing in. Lakers are
Rek
resmoked
is
for 20
just
seconds.
sending
That's
it,
a big
dude.
problem.
TikTok.
Oh, no, Rek, don't overflank it. No, nice, you got one.
But this is a last-second decision. It's allowed Rek on his long aggro to snipe one from the ranks of Nemiga.
Come on,
Swinging a
Slacks.
miss
Come
for
on.
Slacks, but more time.
Nah,
Here
bro.
they are making it across. Those are unforgivable misses. Slacks, after the hire, that 1v1 going his way, can't get anything going on the AWP, and that's given over a plant. That is a round where one kill on that AWP would have made a world of difference.
I might have even won the round. It would have stalled out that player maybe, so they don't get the instant stick at 5 seconds. Can Zwei finish this in spawn? He doesn't overdo it. The molly ticks away, and Zwei just lives.
They're coming back to fight Zwei. They want to try and get him out the back line, but for M80 now he's just wasting precious time. Time they simply don't have. Save called for M80. Those misses from Slacks. Back on Ancient, felt like they weren't punished a lot. His team were able to bail them out. That's not the case here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Those
considering
the
he knows
67
it's
with
coming,
Marmor.
Rek has
Man,
found
like,
the kill
I
from top
understand.
mid.
I mean, that one is going to cut.
Yeah.
Slacks knows he has just cost M80 a very valuable round there.
He had all
It's
the
also
info.
just how many attempts he gets.
Oh, wait,
right?
we're getting
Like,
the
he got to
over-the-shoulder
fire, what, 3
whiff
shots,
is
I think,
crazy.
before he gets punished.
He scoped up, but he was...
Yeah.
2 shots. Couldn't do it. Lear lets him know, and this... Oh...
And yeah, you know, I mean, that will get in your head a little bit. Slacks being called out now head on by the opposition.
Like,
Lear
it
lets him
happens,
know
but it
just
can
how
happen.
punishing
You
that
know?
miss was.
Yeah, how do you get out of your head? Back in the game here. He's not even opening in this round. He's gone for the rifle with nades. Both B players cross together with the HE this time. No AWP madness in middle. It's a long pop instead. One that will be resisted. So M80 start a man up.
Yeah, good stuff for
Okay,
M80.
man
Right?
advantage.
They play anti-long rush there.
Come
They
on.
Flashes raining in to assist
Like,
that
can you
push
just
out
like
through the
ace him or
smoke.
something? That'd be sick.
And
Like
where
right now,
last
that'd
time
be just
Nemiga
really
were actually
nice.
able to handle that
It's
setup.
like next
Last
round,
time
can you
M80
ace them?
tried to do it. This time M80 get out with the man advantage, 4-on-3. As the long fights go their way, it's also just an important position to have not conceded. You know you've won that long battle now. And so they fall back into a more, passive 2-2 hold between either side of the map. Lakers out on a bit of an island out here in middle, but starting to walk that back. Doesn't want to throw his life away.
What's up, Jason Link? How you doing, boo-boo?
to an Amiga that are hungry for a pick.
They've got a lot of room. This jump spot needs to come through. There it is, but Khan just picks him out of the air. Lake drowned in this round as we have a B hit coming in, and there's nothing M80 can do about it. They've taken the tunnel's control and lost the site in the process. And I think the penny's going to drop for Nemiga. Where is Swisher? He must
really
be in
awkward,
those
though.
tunnels.
Even as you come through mid here, you've got to waste time clearing all these deep angles. You're kind of thrown off by just how quietly Nemiga were able to get all these players out through mid. That's not confirmed info yet for M80.
Khan is playing a great game. One more shot might just solidify this round. It's a very hard fight for Swisher, who has only an SMG. Flash is good. Second flash nails him, but Khan will not miss. He is refusing to go down without the round.
Press the skull deck to get this up to Jason Lake, thank you.
On Khan. What did he say? 11-2 on Khan. I mean...
Mate, 12-2
We do have the smoke and the Molotov here. Second map
I'm putting it back
now.
in the small box, dude. I can't.
He knows
do
that he
that
could
shit
get
anymore.
shot from the top mid position. He's got no backup in there. So actually pretty good movement. Just the understanding to know that that was a real threat. They jump around the corner, looking to see if they can attack that catwalk position. Tanir falling back, 11 bullets, and he's not going to get a chance to get any kills there. Some counter utilities coming out. Sunpire's going to get one onto Moja, but they need more out of the dualies here. The pressure is on, and G will find an equalizing headshot back into the 3v3, and they're actually escaping.
That's good though,
They're
Defib. But maybe
the bomb is out of there. They are going to get the bomb plant.
Maybe I've swayed you into despair though, Defib.
Windows being held with a Glock already.
And he
Why did you give 41 subs to start the stream? Because whenever...
As always, Young is on this lurk, but he's been outlurked. The lurk has been lurked upon, and G now defending on the sides, doing an excellent job, as we saw him do on Ancient, and now leaving Sunpire's in the 1v2. Jump across info on one player, just moving very fast right now. Has to get these kills quickly. It's a double swing. Mercury picks up the headshot.
Oh, that's a pop-off.
Tyloo with another pistol.
He saw the pop-off segment. He's trying to go higher.
That is great mid-rounding out of Tyloo.
Short version, I paid a lot of subs. Everybody knows this.
When you are that
Twitch added something called Hype Trains. Hype Trains a long time ago.
It's still such a cool
and
feature of the team that they are able to record.
It made me hella uncomfortable because it's basically just giving me money to fill up purple bars. So we call them scam trains, and then I matched the gifted that happened during that.
I've got the ace there. He'd already had the first three. Not gonna happen.
So that's why I gifted 41 earlier, because there were 41 gifted, so I then give 41 as well.
I love it. Everyone has those two, I suppose.
That's why.
And they will buy up into this one. So Deagle, Scout, 2 MP9s, and a 5-7 on Youngster.
Yeah, we saw this in every instance so far. If Heroic are in a spot where they can kind of force buy, they will do it. But they'll also prioritize.
One happens before the other. If
the util as much as actually getting what is like some more of the more powerful weapons that we can get. A couple MP9s, have Scout, 2 Deagles, or rather 1 Deagle and 1 5-7. So dangerous. Gotta be so careful. Perfect opportunity for the MP9, but Mosea able to get the Galil out in the nick of time to take down LNZ.
That's sustainable. Well, it's not an infinite money glitch, but yeah, that's fine. I don't make as much money percent when I do that, obviously, but no, I mean, I don't know. I prefer it that way.
The job done. Smoke in the middle here, and I mean, if they just keep walking towards the A-bomb site, it looks
it just feels really uncomfortable to be like, guys, fill up that purple bar.
But even with that information, once he gets it, I don't know if they're going to be able to rotate quite in time.
You're doing great.
Utility here to try and get rid of anyone that's playing this position. You don't really want that. Jam Young investigating. We're down to 35 seconds.
Elimination game, Feeney. It's 1-2. Feeney, if you come in during the major and you don't want to ask my dumbass, oh my god. Why do people use the CZ, man?
That is outrageous. Why? Mercury and Jam Young now, the whole round has been blown apart by the Swede. And the question is there even a chance for a recovery here? Trying to find something. It's X-Fly to go down. It's Youngster coming back in now. 4 kills as he wins the round for Heroic.
Don't let him change the odds. Yeah, Feeney, it shows up top left in between rounds during buy time. It shows the record and it shows maps.
Definitely a scary weapon. Beautiful stuff there for Heroic, getting them right back into this one. And without a bomb plant, I'm curious what Tyloo will decide to do. Losing the AK as well. Oh, the timing is just too good for Youngstar. Beautiful.
It's also nobody is holding that corner. What is the purpose of bringing 3 people there? I would have assumed that one person is just crouched against the wall holding that all the time, and then the rest can swing out. It's fine.
Perfect.
I don't mind the
Mods, run more ads.
But that does seem like it was a bit of a slip-up,
Actually,
perhaps.
Super's not here. You guys are
Still,
safe.
excellent shooting from Youngstar.
I would never let Mad Fish and Hop have that ability.
Obviously looking for a 3rd map here, which would be on trade. I hope we get there. This has been such a great series so far. Tania landing a couple of Galil kills in the middle. And they are creeping in.
Absolutely not
Tech9
slow.
is here, but the bomb is at top mid. And Sampaio's still with the scout, admittedly. But he's at least keeping an eye on this.
Is there a timing at any point for attacker? Because he did get into this position unknown.
How's it going? Doing good, man.
So there might be, well, some parts I don't think he's going to look for this. If he tries to cross the
Lou
side,
do you want to
that's
help?
an opportunity for
Absolutely
attacker.
fucking not.
He's waiting for a moment just like this.
You staying in Columbus, or are you bouncing out of there?
There's still more to be done. No HP to do it. His teammates, I don't know how they're going to get into position here. They're trying to make their way forward, but Youngstar with that AK he collected is doing it justice.
He
Great
didn't do this
headshots.
first phase, but
That's
he's pretty
the
good.
2-1 now for Heroic.
What a scary bit of mechanical work from Youngstar in the first couple of rounds here.
When life gives you lemons, Atlas, you buy a 5.7.
Yeah. And what? Become a mass murderer. What's going on? Where's the analogy going here, Dan?
Oh, I got you.
That's
moving's no fun, man.
Really impressive. I mean, even with the AK in this round, you could just tell
moving
confidence is there for it. Round number 4. Another round without a bomb plant. Not that I think it would have pushed Tyloo into too much excitement. They
Even
will
if like you're
probably
in
just
the
go for a
same,
straight,
like even if
know,
you're like
rush into this one as soon as the
10,
grenades
20,
are gone.
30 minutes down the road, it's still
HE
ass.
perhaps a bit early. Smoke to follow. LNC kind of knows. He's got the MP9 though. I would say even with the smoke, just go through, I guess. Walking back into Tania though. Could be a bit of a slaughter.
Raythorn, he seemed like the type of guy that is entirely way too eager to help everybody move as well.
Not too bad. Not losing anyone else's. It's definitely.
You're the friend that everybody likes to have, but dude, also like
and
maybe
more than
say, you know,
expected.
take some time for yourself,
But
man.
There's still so much more to do. Still up against an MP9. Have to run through a choke point. With that said, there's nobody else to respond super quickly. There's one on Cat, but can they get out in time? Oh, that's a nice headshot from LNZ, but they're going to make their way out here.
Yeah, I did catch this. People are crazy,
round
man.
that you were expecting. I don't think they're going to be able to win the afterplant. They really should never be able to win the afterplant, to be honest.
Oh my
Sampaio's with a
lord.
good spray down, but 2 kills and a bomb plant is still really nice. The only thing for Heroic, I guess you could say, is those were 2 MP9s that are going to end up going down. So it's not like they're going to be super ranked behind this. But definitely a little bit more money being made on the T side. Let's see what Tyloo can manufacture coming into this next round, because it's a little bit of a slower start than we were expecting.
This is pretty much
pistol,
everything.
and
The only
then
thing you don't
they
see
run
is
to the
I have a shelf
5.7,
behind the
and now they
monitor
need to
with like
find a way back
different
in here.
stuff that people have given me. Like
See what their T side can end
some
up
of
with.
it you've seen on stream, or like a couple like extra peripherals.
They definitely are a team that can be hard to play against. Jamyoung's lurks on this map are still really, really annoying, especially if he gets
Look,
into
I got my
the ladder room in
NASCAR
middle.
Crocs over behind there.
He's just one of those players that's hard to control.
A little eye-by-fire pizza, hot dog.
Keep an eye on it.
Got the
Classic smokes in the middle.
over there.
Yeah.
Got a cute Snorlax. Got some of my merch
Make
over
their
there.
way up to that top mid position. Quite a tentative round default from them.
Yeah, M80 is
The smoke that you're
not
seeing
doing
right
good,
here,
man. It's not great.
a lot of teams will blow it open themselves.
It
Like that's a
sucks,
T smoke, and a lot of T sides will themselves blow that open to take a fight. I've noticed that Tyloo don't do that a lot. Instead, they flash wide for the swing that we're just seeing right now. They love that play, like so much so that I'm wondering if Heroic could even exploit it, because it's such a common thing for them to do.
Well, Tyloo, you know, they are hitting they're looking to hit a specific timing, it seems, with this mid push, gathering everybody back through T-spawn with the bomb, trying to make their way forward.
Kangaroos, don't bait
Nothing's
that.
been given here in mid. There's a flash. Oh, what a shot there from G. Finds the head and everything with the AWP. This is a great way to start this push for Tyloo. The defense there under Dark is not going to work out.
Oh, he heard
Mercury
that. He heard that.
Youngstar. Some
Ooh.
bias gets traded out.
Still
and the
not
site
enough,
has
though,
been
man.
Lost,
Not
and
enough.
it's all up to
Damn,
LNZ
that
in
op
the
went
1v3.
flying.
Just fair play to Sunpius. He had a perfect read of what was coming. He knew there was a second player going through the smoke there, but just couldn't stop himself from getting shot in the back, of course. And LNC, if they give him an early shot here, you know, if he can get into 1v2, you know, in the first 5 seconds of the retake, I think it's somewhat doable. The fact that they're so defensive, I don't even think it's worth it. And he's probably just sticking around to try and get the AWP onto that's in the middle right in front of him. So yeah, just hang around here, hope nobody exits
How
this
does
way.
M80 have the resolve to come back from 12-6 and then just like...
Gonna go up, and just a really nice round. That early flick from G was just so quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it really did seem like the flash was a good timing. It seemed like G was dead, but in that position. But maybe it was the case that he saw the player and then got blinded. We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're talking about the G2 question? Sure. I didn't see it, bro.
Regardless, he gets the headshot with the AWP. What more do you want?
You asked me about G2 skilling is kind of pointless right now, though, because like we don't know all the roster moves, so I don't know.
Tyloo fighting their way back in, and it's going to be the final buy.
I think Senpaius and Star is the beginning, and probably I'd be surprised if they didn't make. I feel like something with Hunter or with Snacks will more than likely happen.
Yeah, I wonder what the timing was
Maybe
on that one. G able to take him down. Yeah, he's just got the close spawn.
Oh, that's crazy.
And he's honestly the worst region. Always have been.
Incendiary down. Now Heroic are going to try and group up in the middle a little bit, and like I said, sometimes they do this thing where they group up and all push at the same time. They didn't really get to do much on Ancient, but it's something they do.
Kind of don't like wasting my brain power because I truly accept that I don't know, so like I'm not even trying to guess.
Which is not great because Tyloo are going for the default A execute that everyone in Counter-Strike should know how to do. A nice headshot, and that almost seals the round here. I would say for Heroic, it is better to fall back right now. You're not going to be able to rebuy these rifles, and I think they've got the message right.
I don't know what Heiser put on his stream, but no, Austin joined PA.
And I got to say, I love that play from Youngstar to go beyond the smoke as the T's are scaling.
It's a really good thing because he was getting a little frustrated with the team, but also he's getting frustrated because he joined a stream team, didn't enjoy streaming as much and wanted to be more serious.
The only time to find that is before they're set up. And
it was good. It's good.
So Youngstar, there's no bad blood decision. It's a low percentage play, but if he, of course, is successful,
I was telling him the whole time. I was like, bro, if you want all these things, I was like, you need to be on another team, not like in a mean way, just like you gotta
just looking to keep all their guns. And
if you're trying to compete, this is not the squadron, you know.
They'll be civilized and allow the guns to be
squadron. If you want to stream, I'm on delay here. We'll see. Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Your fingers a bit.
You're lying.
We could all be more civil. Especially you, man.
Well, no, it wasn't just the practice book. It was like the events and stuff like that.
I'm working on it, Dan. Okay, I'm
like, you know, we're not going to be able to go to Frag Vegas
I'm a slightly better person.
with like Cooper becoming dad. You know what I mean? Shit like that, or like
four-man mid defense.
It's everything. He wants to be on an actual team. You know what I mean?
If you go back and look at enough of their demos, you will actually see it a lot on Mirage, and it's interesting because basically what it means is if you're on the T side and you try to fight early and middle, I'd say there's a really big chance you're going to be fighting many more people than you really want to. So, you know, you could be fighting them in connector and window, but then there's going to be a
Did Pone answer yet? No, we're still waiting to hear back from Pone. But right now, I think Pone wants to play, and Brax expressed some interest as well.
On B early because they have so many people in middle. So there are some advantages and disadvantages. I would say right now, what's interesting is that Tyloo aren't taking those early fights. That could also just indicate that they've actually been watching, but they obviously have, but that they are remembering some of the pre-game studying that they've been doing. Because I definitely would rather.
I don't know how serious Brax is, but I know he's. Yeah, I think he was at least interested.
It's been working out quite nicely after we had that second round snapping from Tyloo, the 5-7 of Youngstar. It's a distant memory at this point, and we've got the opening pick attempt there on the B apartments from G with the AWP. Senpaius on the other end.
Eagle.
For just one spot? Yeah, it's kind of, we're one spot. We're just doing like, we're going in order here.
But they are doing it. Being held here at a range where you would expect the AK to win out, and, well, reality actually matches expectation here. That's nice.
There we go. Tyloo are just too ready for it. But
yeah,
interestingly,
that's all that was going on.
That does suggest to Tyloo as to like what Heroic knows about the round. So do Tyloo still want to?
No, I'm honestly glad Austin made that decision because I think he was getting frustrated.
Okay, if they're gonna get all the kills, does it really matter?
It was like, well, but that's that's normal. Everybody's really trying to figure out what they want. That's kind of the beauty of the team too. Is like it's all good, man.
They are still kind of just pushing forward here.
Stressing.
could have been a sick double kill, but doesn't quite work out. Sunpius, it's still weirdly winnable. They are kind of low on health here. Oh, but Attacker's hiding and trying to buy a little bit of time. The bomb is just going to escape. Mercury has 1 health, and now the AK comes back out. Sunpius, he needs this headshot before anything else happens. Jamyoung will be able to take him down. There was a big opportunity there. Could you imagine if he hits the shot on the bomb as it runs away? Then it's a 1v1 where he has all the advantage.
I mean, even before that in the apartments, it's like I'm very surprised Tyler were so decisively saying, "Oh, let's just fight these guys," because they know that the rest of the map is completely clear. They're in a 4v2.
Yeah, I mean,
so I got to say, Anders, if I'm the coach, I'm getting the. I don't know what
He's actually not anymore, Beatus, but yeah.
You hit people with, I don't know.
Pals, thank you very much for the 5-month primer. Thank you. Does fl0m have the Oilers or Panthers winning the cup? I'd like the Oilers to win. I don't know if they will, though.
That's the thing. There's like you and me and 5 other people who know what you're talking about. But I actually love
that. I can assure you, if they were, there would definitely be a lot of complaints. So no.
Kind of dangerous.
I haven't seen any at least.
Trying to throw that X-Cloud goes down. They do try for a bit of a crunch in the middle here, Heroic, but it's blown up in their faces. Not working out. Moja and Mercury, and now Attacker in the Palace.
Indefinite,
Youngster.
but him and still no longer do.
Way across the map, nowhere to help each other out here. I don't know. I mean,
bro, is Heroic just gonna get mauled by Tyloo again? Like, what the fuck is happening, dude? It just feels like so oppressive. When Tyloo gets switched on, man, it's insane how fast these rounds play.
Jason was saying a little bit on the desk there that it looked to him like Heroic were playing scared, and I can feel
like they're catching up to the other game, guys. You guys realize this? And the other game's a stomp as well.
It's not as controlled as you would have liked. Jamyoung taking down Sunpius, and not a lot that LNC could do.
Yeah, it actually feels like when we got that run of rounds from Heroic's T side of Ancient, where they were just running over Tyloo, 8 rounds back to back.
Jedi thanks to the tier 2 90-month resub. Thank you.
In the reverse, where it's Tyloo doing it to Heroic now on their T side, and it's certainly not a good look for Heroic. We'll see what they can do to try.
He's trying to set you free. He really is, huh?
I'd be surprised if we get a tactical timeout even.
I don't want Heroic to lose for my Pickems, but also I'm like, I don't know. It is weird.
There is a tactical.
I'm kind of like, it's not the worst thing if I don't have to worry about my Pickems anymore.
Again, the issue is because Tyloo played the early rounds pretty slowly.
What positions do you think NA needs to be goated? All of them.
They don't care about the money loss that much.
Yes,
really,
genuinely all of them.
Hopefully, will inspire the rest of Heroic a little bit. But yeah, I think the issue is when you have
I think something that NA actually has a bit of is decent riflers. The problem is no IGLs that I think are on the come up and no ops. That's the biggest.
The other thing that really scares me is the fact that if you go and look at Tyloo's CT,
we have people that can aim and shoot good with rifles. We really do. We just don't have people that can really seemingly put it all together for the team with an IGL or op very well and consistently.
And this is a great round to go A, it seems, at least at the beginning. We do have some weapons here. Of course, the AK saved by LNZ. And he's actually in the position to challenge this. So, in fact, this could be a perfect round for Heroic to defend. And Youngstar does it again with the 5-7. And now there's just 3 left here for Tyloo. He's trying to scale on in, but the Chaos now, they just don't have the numbers. Again, it comes back to Youngstar and that 5-7 in Palace.
Are they going to get the message soon, do you think? There are ways to deal
people
with
are still
it.
going to buy CZs. Why is Lear holding his nose?
Forehead showing and just ready for the 5-7.
And yapping at M80. What? Oh, is it because of the nasal strips? Oh my god, that'd actually be top tier.
Youngstar responsible for a lot of the output right here.
Jedi, thank you again for the 90 months.
Okay, let's see. 4-5. This has to be the turnaround moment. I think Heroic need the rest of the rounds. They need to make this 7-5 in their favor. They're in a lot of trouble. They lost the first map at overtime, remember? So all of the pressure is on. If you lose this one, the map here, if you're Heroic, you get eliminated. Trying to fight for a third one on Train. They owe it to us as an, from the audience. I'd love to see Train between these two teams.
CS2's pretty light in top tier operas in general. Bro, we haven't had a good opera in the region since Skadoodle.
I would love to see that. Sunpius is a great spot here. AWP on the catwalk is always a solid choice.
And I'll be totally real, like, Ska wasn't even really that great, and when you put him up against some of the international offers.
Such a common thing.
Ska went on streaks of being really good, but we
Pius knows he's going to get some.
That was also our peak. Like Scott is literally the peak.
Might have been it, one of them at least.
Like
yeah, he recognizes.
That was like in terms of percentile of operas. Like at the time they played, like OC had a stint where he's good, but no, Skadoodle was the guy for a second there, and was like a much higher percentile.
So at least Tyler are going to probably be aware that it's
JDM literally cowered in fear if he had to pick up a rifle. Absolutely not. Baraboo 6 for the Twitch Primer, thank you.
Goes down, LNC, is that going to spread to him? He's going to take the fight. I think it might have, yes. Tania in the
front. Nifty literally played 2 best of 3.
For a third and very nearly could have taken down Moja. He has the bomb.
I'm not trying to be mean right now. I'm just also trying to keep it in perspective.
Need some help from Mercury. They are nearly lining up. This could be a bizarre
Cirque is Bulgarian.
With a Galil in the back, and they both go down. 10 seconds. The bomb has been recovered now, and a disastrous round now for Heroic. It's up to xfl0m to try and save the day.
Oh, it's going to be so hard. He grabs the AWP here. Is he going to go forward enough where he's committed? He might need a kill to give him that decision. The double peek certainly gives him the opportunity, swapping back out for the M4, closing the distance. That molly might force a reposition onto the left side. xfl0m trying to find Mosea. 23 points of health. There's the tap. But what is the timing here for Mosea? He needs to go for a peek at some point, or he could just keep playing the dodging game, and he's doing a great job of it so far. Oh, he's managed to do it, juking for his life. And that is Tyloo winning again, another unlikely round. There's 2 kills in the shop. That's not supposed to happen.
No, it definitely isn't. They just weren't expecting it.
Dude, they are
stabbed in the back.
Is this
the Galil here?
This is the Tyloo we were expecting to see in stage 1, by the way. I just want to.
It's heartbreaking to watch, Anders, for Heroic. They had everything going for them in such a difficult half, where the only bright spot is a 5-7 in Palace so far, really.
Yeah. It's weird. I'm living in a world where Tyloo is playing in the major and they look better in best of 3s than they do in best of 1.
Here. Best they could do is tie up the game at 6-6, which admittedly if they do that, it's not like they're out of it, they can still fight. But
if you're as old as me, watching as much Counter-Strike as I have, you understand why this is so fucking weird.
Every round is close.
This is literally polar opposite of, like, specifically Tyloo, not even Asian Counter-Strike, although Asian Counter-Strike as a whole is like this, but
that 5-7 round on round 2 when they lost
Tyloo specifically used to be Inferno major merchants in a best of 1, and if you play them on anything else, they lost.
The game actually would suggest otherwise.
Now it's like, dude, these guys get to BO3s and they actually got a map pool.
From Heroic, Tyloo are keeping that slow pace that has been working for them on these gun rounds. Oh, a step there from Jamyoung. Is that going to encourage Tanir into anything? He's looking to look around the side, and he's actually nailed it. Catches Jamyoung.
Thank you, Hav.
To punish.
So yeah, I mean, the answer is how people usually try to bring me a lot of stuff, which is cool, but also, yeah, it becomes a bit tricky when I'm going back home.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to deal with, the grenade landing on top of him as he's getting peeked there.
The answer is, Hav, I try to leave room for it, but I'll be there for quite a while, so who knows.
Doesn't mean that they're out of the woods yet. But look at the money as well on Tyloo. If Heroic win this round, they might have such an easier time picking up a 6th as well. So almost worth 2 this one.
Why aren't you in Austin? Because I'm not going to go live in Austin for 3 weeks to co-stream a group stage studio event with no
another attempt at a B bomb site. And the question really is whether or not LNC can hold on
I'll be there for playoffs,
long enough. Just even 1 kill here, or the timing for the smoke. One of those 2 things probably has to happen. We're down to 35 seconds.
And Tanir's ready for any shenanigans out of mid. Oh, he just has the timing. This unbelievable. Sees the scope, and xfl0m keeps all of that. And it's looking too good right now for Heroic. Up to attacker against
I'm done with the stream. Last thing I want to do is go do IRL stream. Hell no.
He's looking for the kill, but it's not going to go his way. 5-6, and Heroic, they are getting a lot of rounds considering how hard this first half has been. And that, I think, was perhaps one of their best, if not best, played round.
Yeah, the timing, you pointed it out.
Yeah, I don't think that's something I'd ever really do is IRL.
It's such a small detail as well, but I actually love the fact that he swings into the fight at the end instead
of thank you again for the tier 1.
Because you don't know if you're Tanir whether or not you're about to get shot in the head from an AK in the middle. So he's just like, I have to get this kill no matter what, and that's a nice instinct to have, I think. That's a double smoke in the mid window. Don't think we need that. Flash going out for xfl0m. There's nobody here. but it's a nice attempt anyway. Heroic, this round is almost gifted to them right off the bat. It's going to be a lot in the middle. xfl0m only getting the one here, and LNC actually the one to go down. Tania was
Bro, if they lose this round,
that's suspicious.
lose the half 7-5.
Anchoring B. They've got to be wondering why on earth
Oh,
was he there?
that timing is
Tania
good.
gets one in the window. They should know there's no one at the B bomb side, but unfortunately the bomb is stuck in here.
Ooh,
Jamyoung,
that's a nice nade.
It's coming in from the other side. Youngster was not ready.
I know Tania's here.
Oh no, Heroic. How are they letting go of this round?
What in the fuck is happening?
Jumping out of the window with the M4
What
to catch
the
Jamyoung.
fuck?
A desperate play, but it's worked. He gets
Oh
the
my
headshot on
God.
the Mercury as well. What a way to finish that
All
round.
right, chat, heads up. I'm running an ad.
Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major is done.
Oh, I don't know, Lone Wolf. I think we're cooked. I don't even think I could.
From the Major. It's time for the Roar Roundup Part 2.
Basically, just be the X-Liquid roster. Oh my god. What?
So the dog's bark. Dog's off the train. Letting them know. Letting them hear. We'll go 7.1.
This sense is
7.1,
crazy.
great idea. Maybe a little bit more commitment to the bit. A little bit more of the get guttural with it. Get guttural with it. I want to believe that you're hungry to chew up your opponent. What do we got?
Suck my fucking ass! Okay, wait, chill. Don't do that.
I heard this live in studio. Important couple of bits of context around this. First off, it was just after the pistol. Second off, G was setting up in the next booth over. He heard this, and I just heard him go, "Suck my fucking ass." You know, if he'd committed to the bit, I think this would be a top-notch pop-off. But because he retracted immediately afterwards,
Retracted
gives it
to
an
suck my
8.2.
ass.
Well done, Hexed. That's top notch. That's top notch. Tailoring your trash talk to the location that you're in, hitting the yee-haws here for Austin. We love that. Localized here, nice volume, pure joy on his face as well. Just immediately comes through the player cam, and then hitting the Bora afterwards. Is that gonna break a 9 though? We're going just below. Got to leave ourselves room to grow here. 8.9 for Che on that one. That's what you love to see. Well done from Lear. I mean, excellent lung capacity there. I'm going to give that an 8.8. Very strong. Well done. God damn. That was masterful. I mean, that's power in the pop-off. That's not just shit talk. You could tell he was pissed off at them. That's just a timeless. We just gotta. That's a beautiful pop-off. That's what competition is all about at the end of the day. Passion, excitement, glory. You know what? I'm not even gonna pretend. That's a perfect 10. He got up on the desk. You could see the anger in his eyes. You could see the passion in his eyes. You could see what that moment meant to him. And that's what a pop-off is all about. So that is a perfect 10. No decimals. Now look, we already had some strong pop-offs here, but the emotions only run higher as we go longer on into the tournament. So we're gonna have to check back in after the next few stages and see if anyone's beat that perfect 10.
Second half, second map. It's Tyloo versus Heroic here for the 1-2 teams, which means for Heroic, especially having lost the first map, their backs are to the wall. If they lose this map pick of Mirage, then there's no more Major.
Wait, did he rate the Weewoo? What did he get?
I think that would be a bit of a shock to them. They're very well matched up against Tyloo, to be honest, but Tyloo just look like a sharper team right now. They look like they're more ready, and Heroic need a strong start in the second half. They got 6 rounds. It's not bad, but it could have been better.
That was stage 1. Oh, yeah.
It you know, we can't sugarcoat it. It didn't look great, but they did get 6, so they've got to be so pleased with that. And it's going to be for Heroic a quick play into the A sites, and we'll see if the headshots will go their way here, because that's all it really does come down to at the end of the day. And we've got Attacker, who's in that position that can be very easily isolated. G will try to take some contact here, take it, but the dualies at range here, just not finding the mark quickly enough. One headshot is not bad from Attacker, but it's his teammates that are managing to make up the difference. 4 versus 2 here, suddenly, as Heroic find themselves in trouble.
I don't know how Major got the kill. That's through the smoke. I think it's just a random click. I don't think he could have seen that. There's no way. They've already used the Molotov. And now in the 2 versus 4, this is
they're proactive actually.
Tyloo are coming for that retake. It's Jamyoung with another headshot on LNC, and Tania gets completely overwhelmed. G,
boys,
with a good couple of kills
might
in
be
the round.
setting me free.
Very well done. You already said it before we got into the actual attack.
But they're all low and the flanks come out. Nemiga are playing like they're 11-2 up, and maybe it's because they are. Suffocating game.
Oh, bro, he's going to get out, isn't he? Khan does so much damage with the scout in this round, and then his teammates just clean up.
Attention, attention. Taxi, driving the cop in a few minutes.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck? That's pretty good, though.
Much needed pistol. Let's not forget they won the.
That's crazy. He
Half,
said attention, attention, please.
The second round to a 5-7. So we'll see if they can hold on to this one, this following round. And I mean, we've got the buy on the.
That's crazy.
On the T side, it always looks so good.
Yes.
When they force up.
They were hoping that Tyloo wanted to fight. They would have been ready with, a 4-man swing at top mid. So
Amir, all good. I just
really
timed you out real quick though, because like you're taking up like half the chat right there.
Tyloo, they're really far back and a little bit like on Ancient. It's not that easy to get Tyloo into some of these early fights. Some taps coming out. Forward position on the A ramp, so they feel pretty safe in having these 3 people towards the middle. In fact, this whole setup for Tyloo right now is, I think, going to work pretty well if they just kind of keep it.
How do you lose 4 pistols to Tyloo? I mean, have you seen how Tyloo's fucking shooting, man? They kind of point and click really hard. Abyss season, thanks to the Twitch Primer, like they're pointing and clicking hard, dude.
A lot of tension here. Tyloo start to investigate. The timing is going to be very interesting, forcing all the fights now all at once here in middle. 2 kills going the way of Tyloo, though. The trades aren't bad. Mac 10 from Youngstar doing the damage and now opening up that connector position. But Attacker is on the other end. He could be the last bastion here. The defense.
Oh
my God, that A side, he's gone into the smoke, and Youngstar's absolutely had
Wait,
him.
is Heroic back? Are they back?
Now.
Oh, my Pickems back.
Left to work with.
Nope, they're dead.
Jamyoung tries as he might with that MP9.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, just already with the low health and everything else. If he had 100 health, it'd be very, very interesting. He's got
On a
the
scale of
kits,
1 to 10, how important is aim when trying to climb? Aim is a very important part of Counter-Strike, and you should be working on it every day.
Quick headshot on it, maybe on Youngstar, but yeah,
So
he's
10.
already decided to step away. That's a crazy fight in the middle, and I actually think it did catch Heroic off guard a little bit. If not for the double Mac 10 kill there on Youngstar, I think Tyloo have just found a really good timing. So I think they should still get some credit for it. It's a good idea. Heroic were, I think, actually transitioning into one of those B-splits that we were just highlighting. So could have been kind of bad, I think, anyway, for Tyloo if they had done nothing.
Working on your game sense, also 10.
It's pretty crazy that it happens again, though. The second
Last
round, you lose
also
pistol,
10.
Heroic.
It's all important, man. It all affects one another.
This time, I mean, it looked a lot, it looked a lot better in the sense that, hey, they got a force buy, everyone's, trading. It's like, it looked like a lot more legit in that respect. And that's a 7-7 scoreline. And Tyloo, I mean, it's a lot worse to be on the CT side and to get reset. So I think Heroic now, the game is, they've got an opportunity to really wake up and come back into this, find that confidence
Too real.
As they move into their T side.
Getting a chance to have a bit of a conversation here. Tyloo, I mean, they haven't had to burn too many timeouts. I think they're probably still very comfortable in where the game is. And like I said, for me, that CT side is I think, worth studying.
Also, if you're in North America and have a little brother who's 13 or younger, teach him how to op.
Again,
We
you're going
need
to see
you.
so many different setups. And that makes it hard for Heroic to
King
get
Burrito,
into a
thanks to
groove
36
where
month
they just,
reset. Thank you. Silver is so the new diamond. You're so true.
I've seen so many rounds where you end up counting, and out of 12 rounds, they all more or less run.
Yeah, everybody watching me right now, guys, we are all ass, but we have to do our best to try to build up the next generation of players.
Well, it's going to be a
Our time is cooked,
from Heroic.
but maybe we could help build up better players.
Good defensive smoke there from Jamyoung. M4, 5-7, there's definitely a lot to work with here for the CT side. Tyloo trying to get as much as they can done with this. A couple kills, holding onto position, trying to keep that position alive as long as possible, but it will get removed. And it's a long flank, but for that flank to really be activated, G's got to get some work done with the scout.
Doodle Bob, thank you very much. For your
Good job on
16-month
Heroic to
primer and
slow this
Sky,
down.
thank you
There
very
were
much for the
a lot
5
of different
gifted,
ways this
and
could have
you
gone
started.
completely off
Wait,
the
no, that
rails.
is. That was during the
Flag
scam train.
should be expected by now. It's like you're going to be watching for this timing, so yeah, you're right. The scout probably has to do something to offset the defense a bit. He's trying to put some pressure on, but he does go down. Attacker will pick up the one, looking for the headshot, and xcloud will keep it alive.
Shout out Match It All gifted on Twitch and YouTube once again.
Obviously, Heroic
This is
excited
bait.
to win
Also,
it, but
Twitch gifted or
it's
35%
another
off,
round
which
that you
is
have to struggle
real
for,
and
right?
bait.
It's not an
I
easy
5
round
right
where
now.
you just, we win, we're back, we're crushing them. Yeah, they have to fight really hard to stop.
Yeah,
the
Sky.
Tyler
You
team.
literally, it says a hype train has just started, then Sky gifted.
So Tyloo,
So, yep,
we'll
I have
see what they get up to on their next buy round. But for now, just a single deagle, and otherwise
You want me to picture the Lin Vision pen game?
If it's not, you've cursed
sure, yeah, I don't mind.
That one deagle easy.
I guess.
Let's go.
Is that
Mojo.
that's 2-1 game, isn't it?
Find the
Isn't that crazy,
triple
dude?
deagle headshot,
As we all predicted, right? Lin Vision versus Pain Gaming. One of them will be in stage 3.
Jamyon could only just.
It's actually not that crazy. I have Pain advancing, but still.
And he's like, all right, cool.
Defibrillator, thank you very much for the Twitch primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Boosted on top. I mean, if they try to smoke it or whatever, it could be interesting. But it's always a bit of a coin flip. Got over a minute still. It looks like Heroic are at least going to investigate what's happening on the B side of the map. They have just because probably not much going to happen here. The kind of smokes that
I still have a chance at 5. If Heroic wins,
Heroic have
and then I think now that M80 lost, I think I do 3D Max to beat Falcons.
All they do with all the smokes in the middle is put one T player in the ladder room.
Move my cam
And they
up.
do it
No,
so
so
early
wait.
on
No,
that when the
sicko.
CT start rotating
Put the
around later
subs
in the
here,
round, they
because they've been
completely forget that someone's
putting
here.
ads here, and I don't want to block their ads.
so
I didn't get a
interesting
warning or
how the
anything, but I'm
timing
trying.
of
That's
kind of
why I
approach
moved it down.
Can change the outcome of a round. I've seen it happen on a number of occasions. So right now, I think Heroic
Okay, then yeah, we're
in the
good.
groove of this second half. But honestly, if they can start to pull that kind of stuff out, then maybe they will be.
Oh, you mean the webcam? Oh yeah, I was moving around really
More than
quick.
anything, the kills are fine, but like he wants the
Fuck,
rifle.
what was I doing? Oh yeah, it was for the.
Yeah, I was just shocked that he
segment.
managed to get more than one. But there we go. So Tyloo.
Thank you for sustaining my hope. Also, how NA do you consider Liquid
having
to
to
be?
suffer these slower starts on both of these halves, in light of losing the following round after winning the pistol.
The closest thing we got.
And I am curious what their start will look like. They've tried to play really passively on the ancient CT side. It was a bit of a
It's the
struggle.
closest
for
thing
them
we got,
when
man. It's all we
Heroic
got.
slowed things down.
2 Canadians, come on.
Okay.
We got 2
Drop
Canadians
in.
and 1 bald man
We're
left.
gonna
That's
fight
all we
to find the
got.
passes if anyone's going to be there. xf0m navigating his way forward. He sees just the top of the helmet there. Won't find the headshot though, and Moja, this is simultaneously could be a surprise position. It could also be very dangerous. They're in front here, and actually xf0m just didn't seem like he was ready. Kind of running and shooting into the window a
German
little
CS
bit.
not
and ends up going
existent because
down.
Big has
So
the
nice start for
talent
Tyloo.
evaluation ability of
So Heroic
NIP.
are an enormous amount.
Yeah, that's
And
the
that's
most
pretty much
forward
it.
player by far gone. So all that map control kind of goes away with it. So there's a resmoke to window. And they also smoke up Cat as well. So, well, actually, that's the CT smoke. So it's going to be Heroic now trying to move into this A site. 3 players there. That's a big pick off there onto G. This is going to create a huge problem for Attacker. He's essentially alone now.
Yeah, LNC stepping up in a big way. He's up to 15 kills with Youngstar, matching that
Yeah,
number.
true. We still got
by
mobs
getting
in the
kill
tournament,
onto
too.
Attacker.
Nice.
And in spite of the early entry,
But I'm not
there,
really
or the
trying to get
early
my hopes
first
up
round,
about
they're going
these.
the way of Tyloo in a pretty easy fashion. They just completely get destroyed, and that was that connector play from LNC that really made the difference.
Yeah, that definitely tipped it for sure. Otherwise, it was a decent start to the round for Tyloo. So it's one of those rounds where it's like, do we really need to think about like, oh, did we make a mistake? I don't think they really made any big mistakes there, but good play from Heroic. However, Tyloo might get more creative in the following rounds. Again, we talked about it. There's lots of ways to be aggressive. So you see these players getting hunted down.
I'd have to go back and check, but I wonder if they were playing like a 1-2 position in the middle where one of them is playing anti-flash.
Oh!
LNC, did he get the last one?
Yeah, I think so.
4 kills in the round with the Molotov. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, it's possible those 2 CT players
Chat, 1 minute remaining at E5.
Because they were
Last bait.
hoping that LNC would swing the corner with a flashbang. And so one of them is peeking and one of them is playing anti-flash. But then when the first guy dies, the second guy is just in a weird position where, you know, he has to go into a bit of an unfavorable fight. So regardless, it's another timeout now from Tyloo as things are kind of getting out of control here. They're losing control of this map right now. Train to decide it all. And I've got my fingers crossed that we get there because, again, both teams know how to play Train. And this series has been very interesting, so we should all be so lucky.
Yeah, Heroic definitely feel like they're back a bit on this one now. Like you say, LNC, as you can see here, feeling comfortable young star as well. So standouts so far on this map of Counter-Strikers. So into the next one, and it's again on the pistols. Tyloo, they've been on pistols so often in this game of Mirage.
Yeah. Money is a bit of an issue for them.
Scoob!
Gonna have some utility as well, but
shout out you 10
what they're
gifted.
really hoping for is to replicate some
Scoob,
of the
thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you,
brought into the first half. I mean, like, it is inspiring. I can understand why.
You guys look great today,
They've got
chat.
some positions. I mean, this one for Mercury is good.
Oh wait, no, I missed Opals as well. What the fuck? I'm blind.
It's also pretty close. So
how did I miss Opals?
Distance for the 5-7 to really do its job. Nice Molotov.
Opal, thank you very much for the 5 gifts.
Just
Can we get a
confirming
fuck
that someone
bomb in
is
chat
there,
for
even
Opal?
if
What
you
the
don't
hell?
get any kills behind it, you should absolutely know that grenade on the other side.
I'm fucking blind,
More
man.
Molotovs raining in.
Opal, my bad, dude.
They're
My bad, my bad. Thank you very much.
Against Mercury. I don't even think that's legal.
I use 15 gifted, chat,
to be
because I'm
honest.
fucking stupid.
New dynamite fish, have you done?
What is it, zero pal? Zero pal?
Not partaking in that just yet.
You need to get fully into that Texas lifestyle, Dan. I'm disappointed.
That's true. Got a lot left to do.
Sorry about
here,
that.
But Tyloo, they might be in a spot. They're getting these pistols close in a potential crossfire. We'll see if they can make some money here.
Don't shoot your teammates in the smoke, though.
Opal? Okay. I thought so.
Right,
Opal?
jump
Opal.
up. They are in a position where they almost could shoot each other in the face
Orchard?
here.
Now all I can think of is Tim the
I don't
Tatman
mind
trying to
it for
say
Tyloo.
Orchard.
They are very intentionally trying to run the clock down as far as they can, hoping that Heroic make a mistake. But Heroic back to playing some more structured Counter-Strike now that they have, you know, a bit of momentum. They've got more money. It's all kind of working out for them, to be honest. And I guess on the other side of things, where are Tyloo for the second half? I think you've given us half the picture already, Dan, in just the money.
Yeah.
But where are the kills?
Yeah, indeed. Well, it was really cool just to see the anti-eco from Heroic to appreciate it. Just you could see, you know, we saw the nuking of that.
Am I watching it in that? No.
That control
I haven't
was,
monitored
once you get
that,
a player out to jungle, it really makes sure that that nothing bad can happen if as your team's trying to come out of connector into a the site, because that is obviously a dangerous position. But once you've got a jungle player that's swinging that, you're totally fine. So really nice fundamentals.
Give me your thoughts on Tanir's haircut.
Heroic.
Bro, he's just trying to figure out his way. Let him be.
Once again, we have the full buy. AWP from G makes jump across. Elevated up on that fence.
Chat, there's the 15 gift that
on
I...
top of the smoke. The answer's no.
Yeah. Flashes out. They're trying to get pretty close in here, but an easy shot from G will take down xfl0m, and Youngster is not long after him. 3 to 5 here. Just a couple of early engagements. Nothing really spectacular here, but we really only care about the result if you're Tyloo right now. You want to stop Heroic getting up to 12 rounds to near, though. That's scary. He could have easily won that fight. It's the kind of fight that he loves. LNC takes down G. That's an AWP that he peeks straight into and wins it somehow. LNC having himself a bit. He's not really meant to be the superstar of the
Wait,
team.
how is he not? Oh my god. That's
unfortunately goes down.
That's a tilter. That's a 2 mollies. And, oh man, that is a tilter. Nixon takes to 37
still, even with the early double kill there for early opening for Tyloo, it's still kind of a dangerous round.
It was just
totally.
an automated
LNC
thank you
creating
message
a
for getting the
path
gifted
to making a plant potentially possible, but the thing that's interesting is that despite being on a really rough end of the Mirage here in the economy and everything else, we had a lot of great individual gun battles won by multiple different players for Tyloo. So still feeling very confident in that respect. And now we'll have G maybe going aggressive on the A ramp. And love to see this mix up on the AWP. Youngstar taking down attacker, but so aware, but not aware enough. G finds another AWP headshot.
G heating up.
Stunning stuff there, and that's a good trade, but still 4v4 for the T side as they start to collect themselves in mid.
Rolling schedule, yes.
That was
if G gets online, could be terrifying. Oh,
I would have been so sick to watch. Tania gets one, traded out very early on, and a flip that
fucking,
doesn't quite connect.
Hit him.
X-Cloud still alive
Oh, he
on
hit
the
him.
other side. They're going to try and push the site, and with this kill, they might just be able to. If he hits that shot, it's on. They get the bomb plant if they can, but now instead they've slowed down.
Damn, Jamyoung fucking making moves.
To make it a quick double here.
Guys, my Pickems are looking a little bit
by G,
less
it with
good right now. Nixon takes to the 37 again.
People, and Tylu's starting to summon a bit of strength here. They're starting to wake up. A little bit of stress, perhaps.
Guys, this could be it.
Of Sun Pius, and to
G
be honest,
might be setting me free in my
I don't have to
Pickems.
say his name nearly enough here. I need a really good Sun. I'm manifesting that, Dan. A good Sun Pius round.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well on Ancient. And just a very quick note, I think that flick shot from G where he legs X-Cloud, I think that was actually really important because the Jamyoung didn't get the headshot. You know, he got the one bullet kill, but it was like a body shot, and he wasn't going to get much more than 1 or 2 bullets there. So that might have been more impactful than I realized at first. But yeah, we get to see a repeat of this. Yeah, look at that from G. G's been hitting some really stunning AWP shots today.
It would have been so cool if Youngstar could have got away with that one. Well, yeah, good work from Jamyoung. It's just got a lot more interesting, and it's also got a lot more scary for Heroic. They had the momentum, they were running the rounds, really looked like Tidal was just missing from the second half, but now they've got more of an economy. They've stolen the 2 AKs there on the CT side, and this is a lot more of a difficult game all of a sudden. Tyloo are right back in it. You can tell Mercury, the headshot, taking down X-Cloud, 4 versus 5. Just not afraid to take that battle at all. Now Tania's going to be up to try and take a swing at them next, and I don't know if you heard the run through the connector. He might have to tell his teammates, but they still need some grenades to get around this corner. Tania's getting close now, but he's got to worry about his back as well. This Youngstar getting a headshot. The MAC-10 onto LNC, and a 3 versus 4 now, fighting at all ranges there as Mojor, and he can't get more than the 1.
And they will be planting. Oh, big push around CT. Really fast pace from Youngstar for the flank. Now, if Sunpires can delay long enough on the site, that flank can be activated. I don't think the Tidal are going to look for it, but Sunpires does better than that. Takes down 1 player. And now Jamyoung, he's going to have to take down Sunpires and then do a 180 back to jungle as Sunpires looks. Doesn't have any idea where Jamyoung is. There might be a chance here for Jamyoung.
No kid.
To still
No kid. I think that's the round.
To take down both of these players. But he's running out of time here. The time is a huge problem. There's Jamyoung, there's the jump peak, finds it. Oh, Youngstar's going to finish it off there for Heroic, 12-9. And this is the most stressful game, I think, for Heroic possible.
Yeah, that is really close. What a comeback into the round, though. And you're right, the flank through CT spawn is such a nice move from Youngstar, just massively increasing their chances to win that 2v2. And unfortunately, if they had a kit or a smoke, or preferably both in this 1v2 at the end, it's a very, very different kind of feel. But right now, Heroic on map
Jeremy, I don't want
looking
to do
push
that,
us
so
onto
no.
a third here in this elimination game. The whole major for one of these two teams is on the line. Sunpires has got the AWP back. He's only got 12 kills. X-Cloud's also struggling a bit with 9. Everyone else on that Heroic side is popping off at the moment. We do need either the Turkish or the Spanish player just to step it up a single round here, and that might be enough. Train looming in the distance, and they are slow playing this one into the middle, just walking it here. Looks like we will finish at the A-bomb side, though.
There's a big flash play, though. That's a nice pick off onto the camera.
Yeah, that was actually a really good underhand flash. That landed perfectly.
Tyloo in a difficult spot, but G. Oh, the trade from X-Cloud is stunning. And attackers, he's looking to make some moves here. He kind of has to do something with this MP9 up onto the vase, and they definitely are aware that the shenanigans are possible here. You get Sunpires feels that he's ready for it. As soon as that smoke goes away, attacker is in trouble, but still finds it onto Sunpires somehow.
Mercury, pretty good spray down here. 40 seconds.
2v2.
Another 2v2. Another chance here for time to extend the map a little bit longer. Jamyoung running and spraying, and it's away. That is as clean as it gets. Normally, when you have to transition from that kind of straight into a tap, especially as you're running, it's almost impossible to do.
So are my
but
Pickems, just
very
like
well
that. I'm
played.
seeing it happen right before my
Heroic.
eyes.
That probably was their big opportunity right there.
Yeah, their money's been nuked. The money is gone. They will have one more chance to close in regulation.
I mean, if it goes overtime again, they already lost one overtime, Dan. Can they handle this? I can't imagine the stress. Heroic on such a run of rounds in the second half, getting all the way up to 12. I'm already having flashbacks to Ancient. I'm sure they are as well. Trying to go speedy towards
Jesse, thanks for the 14-month farmer. Thank you.
Already the SMGs are here to try and slow them down. It's very nice running headshots as Youngster takes down one. He's going to find Emoja as well with the stolen MP9. 3v3 and the bomb is planted, and suddenly Tyloo in a kind of a stressful position themselves here. They've got the kits, they've got the utility, but all it takes is one mistake here and the map is gone.
They are closing in from all angles. Apartments, catwalk, and the shop as well. So we'll see what they can manage here. Tyloo, they just need one good opening. That's it. That is what they're looking for. But there is one in kind come from Youngstar. They're into the shop position. 2 versus 2 as Youngstar again. Heroic. They get themselves over the line, forcing it to the map in this series.
For a moment.
Unbelievable stuff. Great temerity from them.
For a moment. They're still alive.
Heroic managed to take it on Mirage and show their actual might.
now.
But it wasn't comfortable at times. Tyloo certainly had the fight in there. But this is a good showing. This is what we wanted to see out of Heroic. This is what we expected to see more of from the beginning.
It was more active, more heroic plays from the individuals. I know I fell into that pun, but I really didn't mean to do that. But that was just my brain getting a little lazy.
happens.
But no, yeah, I mean, that last round kind of threw me for a whirl. I'm surprised that it ended in that fashion, the way that Heroic was able to just pop onto the B bomb site. Like, after Jam Young just had a really sick double M4 burst round to get it, you know, closer to OT, for him to fall that quickly, man.
Yeah. Dude, I'm glad I see Tyloo sitting here stunned like they just got like punched in the stomach, because that's kind of how I feel. I think those last like 3 rounds they played were really poor. I think like down the stretch, like you have this little bit of a comeback, you're within striking distance, and I think they gave so much space to Heroic in just about every single situation.
Line, bro. Dude,
and
Mercury actually had a fucking good game too.
That's a tough way to drop the map if you're Tyloo, I think.
I feel like he's really had a tough event.
Right, they're just like
to
kind
see
of
that performance out of him and they still lost, it's kind of wild.
You don't expect them to be making when we think of how Tyloo play.
Well, yeah, typical Chinese Counter-Strike. You think they're not going to shy away from any fight. You think they're going to be ready for any kind of a battle. But like, you know, you see this, you see plenty of rounds where they're being.
I'm going to put the pain game on real quick, chat, but I do need to make my brekkie real fast. Hold on.
That was good scaling, yeah. That is confident stuff, but it costs him, and then the deep peek coming through from Amelia. Talk about a turnaround. Triple kill to his name. Had 0 kills 2 rounds ago, and now is a key fighting force in peeling pain off of this A-bomb site.
To be honest, think about it, Connor. What do they have to be worried about eating that HE grenade if there's only an op waiting for them on the ramp and a headshot angles from long if they're going to be fighting across? Lin Vision got what they were trying to do the last time they cat exec, and that was mauling NQZ, scaling properly up default, not letting him take the first shot in. And from there was no easy angle for him to grab. Amelia with a huge bounce back already. Starting off 0-8, now 4-8. With some big impact.
You can tell NQZ really wanted that fight around the box, but a good path from Lin Vision delayed it and delayed it. He got stuck there sitting in the fire for a little too long.
I think they also, they saw Big Azura cross back, so they did take a little risk there, right? If they're running up alongside the default box, they can be seen from CT spawn. So they're like touch concerned about it, but they were right that they had time to try to get there, and they also realized that NQZ is the biggest threat. Obviously, it was a great week for Chinese CS in general. Versus Lin Vision versus Tai Lu was a surprising victory from my perspective. I thought Tai Lu were, for some reason, just going to be stronger. And it feels like here they were just, but they both just have shown such great energy, such great prep, everything like that. And Tai Lu's game's actually happening right now, right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure I don't say anything before there's an actual result happening, but they were up a map. Oh, they're going to 3 maps versus Heroic now.
I'm back. Nori loves me. She's making me brekkie. I was about to thanks for the 9-month primer. Thank you. Not in the doghouse chat, W.
Set the standard here for pain in this stage.
Yeah, right?
You better meet us there.
You finally
We're
think...
going playoffs,
You
sir.
finally think you're
Oh, man. Chat, you guys ever make like one-pot lasagna before?
And a
ever
3-1
heard of
finish
that?
wouldn't cut it for pain.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Made that last night, dude. I'm still thinking about it. My
But
God.
hey, that's Counter-Strike for you. That's a major format for you.
No, I'm not having that for breakfast. I had that last night, though. God damn. Essential, thanks for
Ruthless.
the 12-month primer. Thank you.
Are these best of ones MR12?
I don't know if we
Isn't
can
all
blame that, to be
lasagna
honest.
based on one pan?
We
I
saw
don't think you
Falcons
understand the premise of like one-pot things.
I'll find an excuse one way.
You didn't make enough for leftovers? No, I have leftovers of that. I'm probably going to use that to eat before I do my lift
Dive
today.
back into the play.
Carb up before my chest day? Oh,
Trying to use
hell
that
yeah.
decoy to
Hell
elicit
yeah.
some kind of a mid-peak. Not going to get what he's looking for.
Some lasagna, dude, right before my lift? Yeah, baby.
Molotov burning the cat push, and Big Uzera's
How you
gonna
boiling the
take that
pasta?
as an invite
And the
to
sauce?
just
Yeah,
kind
you
of give a jump
simmer
spot to
the
bottom
sauce and
tunnels.
then you have it in there for like 15 minutes.
Cheeky gander.
Yeah, obviously, you just check it.
Chucks a frag with it. No contact on that one.
How's the cardio, though? Pretty good. Probably better than 99% of chats. I'm also on Mayo reps right now, which is like not cardio, but the heart rate's going.
Again, that's the first Molotov that missed at the very start of the half. Amelia gonna need to work on it.
I think,
Not
yeah,
an
Lin
even
Vision looks
insult.
like
Sorry,
they're
my
just-
bad.
Well,
My bad.
they still got Sue up in the tunnels. But I can't help but feel like they just want to try this cat play again. It's, again, not something they've done so much. Not just in this match, but...
Can we do a cardio right in Austin? Try not to die. Try
It's not
challenge.
Big Uzera. We're paying attention to him as the third guy over. Is on the right
probably
side
be
of
big
mid. This is
chillin'.
really important.
Biking's actually mad fun.
The exact
I want to
taking
maybe
place
like
just yet, but look
been
who
enjoying the
controls
hike
middle
so
now to
much and
T-side.
stuff. I was like, man, maybe I got to get a mountain
Exposed
bike
here.
next. Maybe that's the.
DGT gets rattled. Snow peels one back. Clean shooting from the kid. And Starry's going to clear out the site. Big Uzera tries to fight for it. Knows damn well there's a player at car. Comes back in. How brave to give that fight back over. Now pushes Davideus into the clutch. He fights at 7 seconds.
How did he manage that? How did he do that?
Live.
It must be the kill, and how is he going to find him?
Got to push to find him. And Davideus
Wow.
clutch for an 8th round on this defense.
He gets the kill after time as well.
Owned.
Salt in the wound here.
Not the only brave Brazilian to step out through that window. Big Uzera tries to do the same thing off of the flashbangs, I believe, from Davideus. Snow obviously did his job already with this 2K.
Such an excellent hold from Snow.
And Davideus just comes swinging.
Nice lurker, bro! Nice lurker!
It was a must-hit trade from
Brazilian
Starry, and he
Chinese
couldn't do
contract's
it.
way better than we think. Speak for yourself, dude. I maybe underestimated Lin Vision, but Tai Lu was on my radar very hard.
Like a comeback was taking place.
Oh, so your boy
That's the
put
first
Pain
time I've ever
advancing,
heard
so
a Pain player
no,
yell in English.
not around here, bro. Not around here.
Nice something, bro.
I've been respecting that game.
And I think it was sarcastic.
Now, when we get to the top 5 conversation, it's a little bit different, but
There we go. Third time's the charm.
what's wrong with that,
Still not
Magic?
going to be first blood.
Got your attention,
for
didn't
Lin
it?
Vision. Unfortunately, man disadvantage after man disadvantage. Bomb plants have been
Why would I be competitive?
difficult to come
It's gonna
by,
be a while,
let
man.
alone
We're getting
round
like
wins.
okay. NACS is poo, but it's less poo than before.
Big multi-kill moment from Amelia.
Good
that made it
trajectory,
feel like
but
maybe the
it takes
individuals
time.
of Lin
It's
Vision
not
will turn it
gonna.
up a notch towards the tail
I
end
think
of
the
this.
only thing to like actually have real immediate impact and change that could help things even more
op of NQZ with a player on site and
is just having one team to actually fucking make a run. Like
you can throw that op over towards long. There is an eventual play from Starry set
Liquid,
up.
fuck,
But
even if
Amelia
it was
looking to
phase,
be
I
the
think
jackknife
it would
of the
help
bomb site first, gets past the
generate some
incendiary,
interest,
slides
which is
down
really we
under
just
the
see more
scope of
players
op
playing all the
and
time.
clears out Goose. Now missed shot from the sniper. That's going to start to activate Starry, but Biguzera brings it back from boxes. NQZ
But having a
gets flanked,
talisman
but not
team
fast enough. So
from like a
1v4,
team that the region
single
cares
kill
about
deep,
doing
20
well
seconds
helps
to
a
go
lot.
with that bomb up on full display. You know Pain are going to draw the line in the sand. 3 is all that Lin Vision are allowed.
So we'll see. Like I said, it's not good, but it's better than before, and it takes time. When you're that much smaller of a player base, I'm not saying you can't make a good team, but it's just kind of in a weird state. That's all. All right, chat, we should be good. But still better than before. Oh, Happy Caffeine. If you don't know, I've talked about this before. So for those of you that are unaware, this is not like, I'm probably downplaying it, but like EU, for example, has about 15 times the player base that NA has. Like, I said, that could be a little bit downplayed. So when you're dealing with that, that's a lot more players, man. That doesn't mean you can't have a good team, right? That doesn't mean you can't produce a good team, but also, like I said, we're in that weird spot, like where we have some good players on some teams, and like we have some org support, but it's gonna be a slow burn for a while. Seagull choking on a hot dog. Thanks for the 45-month resub. Terabyte, thanks for the 50-month resub. Thank you. Yes, it's 15 times, and I'm not like, I literally might be like lower, like I might be downplaying it a little bit. It's close to that though.
It's the decider of train between Heroic.
I am doing that. I'm waiting a sec. Holy fuck. All right, let me check in on Beggs.
Stop working mid-sentence.
What is going on? Robots were attacking my mind, but now we're getting to attacking train. This one is what it comes down to. Mal, you already touched on it, the fact that you thought Tyloo would pick this map. Tyloo have actually played this map here already at the Major, where for Heroic on the other side, they are yet to play it. They last played it in Dallas. Maybe a bit of ring rust in there or something where they're not feeling too comfortable on it, but at least they'll expect what Tyloo's going to be doing.
In a lot of ways, this is a home map for Tyloo. I mean, they have a lot of different ways that they like to get into the rounds. They have a lot of the tricks that we want to see them bring out. That's why the mentality conversation is important, because if we see them just slink back and just play back into bomb sites, and Jamyoung's not pushing up ramp, if Mercury and Attacker aren't messing with Pop Dog, then we know this isn't a Tyloo that's ready to win.
And I think it's going to be interesting, because I think Heroic's going to put some pressure on them. This actually should be a banger third map, because I think Heroic's not going to be upset about this map being the decider as well. As you said, they played it in Dallas. They beat Aurora 13-3 on it. Then they played and they beat Big in the Mesa Grand Finals as well. So they've played this map in pressure situations, and they come into it on a 4-map win streak. So I think Heroic is more than happy to be here. They're going to be ready to go.
And do you think they're going to be ready for Tyloo?
Again, Tyloo do some things that are kind of interesting. Yeah, like Jamyoung gets really frisky towards B. You know, you can never really be too confident that you can just set up your nades, go for a standard B exec, because Jamyoung just decides to take fights. He's not like a standard anchor that's just going to sit back forever. He really wants to get into the fray. And Attacker does the same stuff. Like, they keep trying to fight and poke and prod. The only weirdly stable guy on the team is G. Like, G just sits in a position for a whole minute in a round, sometimes never even moves. But like,
gotta
all of the rifles here
that chest
for
hardware
Tyloo are trying to make you frustrated. isolated all of the time.
I just want to see them deny some of that outside yard space, right? I think so much of this too is going to come down towards how both teams choose to play like that pop dog B halls, because as you mentioned with Jam Young, if he's going to be proactive and everything, I like that a lot, because it sucks as an anchor of that B bomb site on Train if you never get that help, if you never put the fear that you're going to push up, if your opponents always feel like they can take box halls and apply pressure to that bomb site, that anchor has a nightmare of a time. That's a nightmare CT half. So if he's going to be frisky, if he's going to bring some teammates over, he can make Heroic a little bit nervous about attacking into that bomb site.
Do you expect Tyler to get as much room as they have against our team?
Swiss system, guys, you win 3 games, you advance, you lose 3 games, you're eliminated. When you are playing to advance or when you're playing for elimination, you are always playing a best of 3. So you play best of 1s until you have 2 wins or 2 losses. You always play with teams of the same record, and then it goes based off of seeding. So you win 3 games, you advance, you lose 3 games, you're out. Phase is 2-1, meaning if they win their next game, they advance. If they lose their next game, they are then in a 2-2 game versus another 2-2 team where they either win to advance or they lose and they're out. There you go.
I'm so excited for this one. I think this is going to be one hell of a game on Train to
and you cannot play the same team twice.
Heroic slightly favored on the odds there. I don't really necessarily mind that, but I think this is going to be a very, very, very close game. So I'm excited. Someone's going home right after this, Dan.
Yes, someone is going home after this, Anders, which is, I mean, it's what it's all about. It's the emotions. All your year is, you know, as a Counter-Strike team, it's based around the majors, preparing for the majors, earning points for the majors, and then performing for the majors and elevating yourself, your teammates.
I'm still waiting on my
schedule. As Jason was saying, elevating any greater vision or cause that you're playing for, whether it is, you know, your org or whether it's for your country or your region. There is so much on the line here, and getting into a third map between these two teams feels like everyone is being done justice. I think for Heroic, you know, they are so happy to be here. And as we get kicked off, it's Heroic on that T side of Train, Tyloo on the CT side.
Already looking very much like a straight yard kind of play with maybe a little bit of a pop dog spice in there. They are putting a little bit of pressure on, but you could see the rest of them are set up for more of an A split. So they just want to check it. They're going to be running into
talking counter and awesome, guys. Yanko isn't there.
Lots of pressure. A second set of pistols are coming into it now, and that's a lot of danger. Attacker, one more headshot, takes down LNC. And now Tinley has to try and recover the round out here. He does have a P250, but the bomb is lost in those back hallways. And how do you get into it? He lost some Pius as well. He got to throw that Molotov, and that was the only thing he got to do in the round.
What's
they
the
didn't
pistol
even
stats
really
for this
want to
series?
fight that much.
It can't
They
be
just
good
wanted
for
to
Heroic,
clear the
right?
pop dog hallway here and then run onto the A bomb site. That was the whole plan from spawn for Heroic, but they got intercepted, and now they're in trouble.
Yeah, Tanir, it's such a difficult job to do. Tries to take the first
well, maybe we'll do a talking counter on Austin.
That's a nice shot there, Tanir. He's able to follow this one up. There goes the flashbang, but it's the dually trying to attacker that foil Heroic in this opening pistol of Train.
Damn. All of them are so Tyloo's won every one.
Okay,
I'm not crazy then.
He's so sharp with that. Just the read, knowing that he was going to be able to push out the fight towards the site. But yeah, this double dually play has become kind of popular in the pistol rounds for the CT side, and I guess for good reason. See the power of it. Just so many bullets to fight the Glotch with. So Tyloo win the pistol. I think that they've managed to frame it nicely. So much on the line here for Tyloo in terms of putting their country on the map in a more important way. Attacker does get 2, but honestly, this is a very nice push. The bomb is right there. If they could take out Moja, there's a chance for a plant, or maybe...
How does he win that fight? How is this a 2v1?
Some Pius with an eagle and a headshot to take down the last player. That happened so quickly, and you could tell how uncomfortable they were, Tyloo. Nobody had any space to stand on.
Yeah, that ending shot was kind of gross there from Sampaius. Yeah, you know, halfway through that, I was wondering, wait, who won the pistol round? Because, you know, you saw Tyloo getting decimated. And, I mean, wait, is this like 3 times in a row now that Tyloo win the pistol and then get reset?
Looking good. Yeah. Hell no, but they're alive.
That is, I mean, it's not how you want to start your game of Counter-Strike. But either way, you know, Train is a map where you can get a lot done on the CT side with pistols, so we'll see what Tyloo can do here.
Well, that will be a big talking point, right? When we do the retrospective on this game, no matter who wins or loses, giving up this many second rounds is something that's going to be a topic of conversation or question
Oh, if they lose, absolutely.
Yeah. But even in a victory, I think you would still have to say, going further on into the tournament, that can't be the case. Like, winning the pistol is so important.
You're on the town
but
square
then
later
losing
today?
the
Any
following
food
round is obviously
recommendations?
devastating. Bit of an Ivy setup.
I
Don't
kind
hate
of
it.
avoid town square.
I think G has a flashbang, so
not really. No.
if they get the right, timing for something, they want to see if they can get around the corner. Ultimately, there's really nobody nearby, so all they're going to get for it is information,
No.
which they can't even
not
do a
really.
lot with the info. So
It's all pretty straightforward.
But it's worth it to try.
You
They
don't know
have a
what
lot
you're
of
getting
opportunities
there.
here to do
I mean, it's
anything,
not
so
gonna
we'll see if the 5-7 can
nothing
do
bad,
something.
nothing
And
that's
also
gonna
a
like
rare CSAT
blow you away, but it'll be
75
good
on
food
the
around.
Oh, respect that. Big respect on the CZ75. In comes a multitude of players, though, from Heroic. Can we get any value from this? Okay, the CZ's back. 2 quick kills. The pistols are actually crushing.
Wait, he got 2 kills with a
the boss
CZ.
from Heroic.
What?
Wow, putting the clinic on just
What?
as was done to them.
Somebody
on
delete this
Mirage.
VOD. Delete this VOD. Do not let
That's crazy.
No, guys,
The
you
CZ shots
can't
have
do
never been
that.
higher,
No,
Anders.
chat.
At least not
You
for a
will
good few
shoot
years.
all your bullets and not kill anyone. No, you guys
Such a rare
unironically
pistol
run out
to
of
see
bullets
these
with your
days, but,
CZs.
yeah.
This not
Quick
normally.
work of it. You could just tell the instant panic down Heroic, and then everyone else ready. They
No,
rotate into
guys.
the B-bomb side. They had a lot of people there.
No,
Okay.
no.
Well, that just made this game much more interesting. They will force up on the Heroic side. They don't care. They spent all the money, and again, they
I'm
want to be
switching
very
to the
fast
CZ.
with it.
I've
Down
seen
Ivy
enough.
As well. Hold on. This could be an opening kill. Yeah, Youngster. What a path to take. Helps out with a bit. LNC's back there somewhere still trying to see if he could find a bit of an opening, and Tenier also just lurking around the smoke. They trade 2 for 1 though, Tyloo, so might be better to fall back here and play a bit more defensive, and I think that's what they're trying to do now. Back into C connector. I like this.
Yeah, totally falling off to regroup around the back. I'm a big fan of how active Tyloo are in the communication.
The real
here
answer
to-
is,
to
Chad, if
just
he had a
go like this,
570, he actually killed all
recognize
3 though.
positioning, just completely change it. We'll see if it catches Heroic here. Peek from
Big fan of Yardbird?
It's going
Yeah,
to find
Yardbird's
an
great,
isolated
man.
Jam Young. Trade attempt is good
I
for
always tell
Mercury
people to
with
go
the
there.
SP9. In comes Tenier though, the AK in hand.
It's still
it is gonna
expensive, but it's one of the
devastate. These players have these ranges.
better
It's hard
priced
to peek into
restaurants
this.
on the
You need to
strip.
get a rifle up
But it's hard to get a
against it.
reservation
Some
'cause
players
lots
with
of
the
people buy it
Deagle
out.
Once again, putting it on.
And it's a good crowd pleaser with comfort
Just
food.
G left in the 1v2 here. A kit is there. But G is waiting for the perfect moment. There's the spot. Oh, that had to be the headshot, surely. Is he going to go for the stick now? He is going to commit to this. And in comes some Pius to finish it off for Heroic.
Ecos on Ecos.
And round we go. Force buy, and then another force buy, Anders. I feel like Tyloo are going to force buy again.
That often happens when you get into this kind of a mode, and obviously if the first team to lose 2 in a row typically gets fairly wrecked at the beginning here. Oh man.
Oh, that's gross again from some Pius.
They needed him on Mirage more. He wasn't having a great game, Sun Pius, but if we can step it up right here, that's going to be absolutely everything. Game's tied up 2-2, and they did force up in the round. A lot of early utility onto Attacker, and he's very low on health behind it. It's just default grenades being thrown from Heroic. Everyone does this. And Attacker, he should be losing this fight almost automatically. Bit of a flash there.
Blanky thanks for the 19-month primer. Thank you.
Trade in Loja, and then Jam Young as Tenier just spins
Damn,
180.
that was a nice
to get the shot on
180.
the Jam
Yeah,
Young.
that was
Leaving G
clean.
and Mercury. Again, very tough here. Looks like Heroic have found a way to stabilize this just a bit.
But are they going to go into the yard? That is the only chance really for Tyloo. If the bomb went down to B right now, there's no chance Tyloo can do anything or win. But if G can get off a couple of shots, connect them, let's not forget Tenier is also extremely low. Tyloo are still in with a chance in this round. And it's quite possible that Heroic might fall, at least with a couple players. So we'll see what can be found. G hasn't moved really from Ivy. And there come the nades.
It's close on the timing, you know. He nearly had it. 40 seconds. Scout back here. A bit of a damage onto one of them. Another connection onto Sun Pius. Man, if he had a teammate alive, this would be so much more interesting because it does set up the pistols to do more damage. But he will get hunted down in the end. And Heroic winning the economic fight like that. This tug of war at the beginning, once you win 2 in a row, you are set up for a very powerful half.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
I think that's even more true because of how hard it's been for a lot of the teams that we've seen so far here at the Major to play the T side of Train. I think I called it tactical poverty at some point, because there are a lot of teams, they pick the map, but they just run more or less the same 3 setups. And Train is a map that is way deeper than that. It's just that some of these teams here so far haven't really, I think, dug into it too much. We'll see if Heroic are going to be able to flip the script on that a little bit.
Expert Major.
Yeah, I mean, Tyloo, there's not really any win conditions with 5 USPs that exist. It'd have to be some mistakes for sure from Heroic to give them an opportunity. They will be on the outside
he's
trying
a
to
team
find
flash
some fights, but getting run
Smart
down
though,
by the
so he can get the ecos.
That's what they're here to do. And okay, well, there's a stack, so now you've got all the information at least.
Here gets 2 kills with Mac 10. Has Mac 10 still. Yeah. He's like, it's my time. I'm running through this.
And honestly, the strat that we just saw, splitting the A yard from Pop Dog, is one of the ones that people tend to run. So Heroic kind of testing that early on. I think the real thing that we're missing at the moment are more Ivy-heavy plays from the T side.
How the hell did
nobody
I
so far
follow?
on the
I don't know,
side,
man. Are we
as far as I can tell,
beefing?
has really tried to put a lot of emphasis on that. But
that's crazy.
Other teams, if you go look for a team like Vitality, that they have plays like that. They know how to do it in a
Your
in an
opinion,
interesting
name top
fashion.
5 MA
Round
players.
number 7,
Alicia.
and with a 4-2 lead in favor of Heroic already, the money pretty good on that
I
T
mean,
side.
it's probably a lead.
Yeah, they're in a good position right now. They're going to be able to Tyler to see if they can turn it
Wait,
around.
no particular order. Unfortunately, even though he's playing
so
like doo-doo lately, now.
Like and honestly, Tyler didn't look like they were ready for it. If he hit that shot, I mean,
Grim
then
was
everything
a
else can
monster
kind of follow
minus
behind it.
whatever the fuck was going on here.
Things slow down here for Heroic. They've got a lot of time to play with. They're pretty spread on the map at the moment as well. The nature of Train, though, this isn't where that tactical depth is required because the CTs don't really have to move.
JBA?
They can kind of cover everything.
Malbs?
Currently, Tyler have forward presence.
Yeah, I'm just naming these. Like, those are probably like the best ones we got.
Space around Ivy, so there is an opening there, and
so
that is going to be pressed upon by Heroic.
No particular order.
As they make their way through.
I like it. But they need to win the first fight. Close corner against Mojor. If they can't take him out, then they can't really progress beyond this. They just line up for him. The timing is epic. And Mercury's going to be taking down Timir. So Sun Pius...
It's just backing away.
Yeah, what else?
It's like the Homer Simpson back into the bushes meme.
True. I mean...
What about Suit? No, he hasn't been playing on a team. So he stood in for wildcard, but that's it.
40 seconds is a long time to be saving, to be honest. And... on the one hand, you would love to hunt down this orb, but on the other hand, you have so little money on the CT side. If you go for it and you end up losing 3 players, which could definitely happen against a player like Sun Pius, that would be a big issue.
Yeah.
YouTube chat having a very intelligent discussion about which players make the best noises and are the least and most annoying.
Well. And I think to some extent Inferno was also just these maps that
always a
with
good
the
idea.
CT economy is like so important. It's so important to keep it as healthy as possible that you don't care as much about what the other side has, and it's also partly because
yes, it's a very high level, high IQ conversation.
Train.
Yeah.
On the CT side, if you have the max buy, you can control the positions really well, and the rotation game is a lot harder for the Ts to kind of put you in a disadvantage on rotations. It's a lot harder to do that.
Well, Drivable, they got eliminated, so no.
But it almost looked like Sun Pius. He was thinking about whether or not, if they were going to rush him, if he could just throw away the orb. Like, he could take a shot and throw it out of the map. It looked like he turned around to just, investigate. Like, is that, how tall is that fence?
But you're not even the original Spud. You have a
it
number
would have been
for
so cool if
and your name's Scott, I just realized. Holy fuck, I can't read.
You're not going to get the orb, though.
Envision comeback? I know, I see that.
They win an important round to try and get
Shane's not able to close them out. They were up like, what, like 10-4 or some shit, I think?
All 5 members alive in that last one. Stealing a couple of AKs as well on the CT side will make it very nice. And we're seeing what is another split, but not the most common kind that we see, which is out of main and Pop Dog. This one looks like it's going to be sort of a 3-way split in the yard. So Ivy,
you want a
Pop
Chinese
Dog,
team
and
to
then probably
qualify?
main at the end
No,
of the
dude,
bomb.
they're good, man.
This is very, very dangerous, and it's one of the reasons why having 3 people on this side could be very risky.
Like I said, Tyler was on my radar, but Lin Vision is...
Suddenly
nah,
everyone else has to cover 2 or
I was
more
not
angles.
expecting this.
And also,
this
Tyler
performance.
in a spot where they that missed shot from Sun
What up,
Pius
Perp? How you
means
doing,
a
man?
CT could be in T main right now. So Heroic have to have that in their mind. They are re-clearing it slowly right now. And Tyloo, they just voided the entire front of the site because they're feeling that rush.
I think it all comes down to the first kill. One entry here for Heroic, and this entire defense should fall apart. It's
Am I correct saying that NA hasn't even won a single map at their own major yet? Well, no, M80 out of 12-6 come back. And no, they won maps. That's why they were in the... No, NRG and Wildcard were both in qualifying games, bro. They just didn't win a map when it mattered.
There's that opening shot. It just got a lot harder for the defense. 23 seconds. And the 4v4. They're running the bomb close, but they haven't slowed down a bit. Moshe is the next to go down, and they know where Attacker is. xf0m. Good conversion on the kill, and trying to get the spray down on top. He can't quite find the lineup. Jamyoung and G, 2 versus 2. It's still actually a really impressive round here out of Tyloo, but that crouching kill for xf0m might just seal the deal. Jamyoung doesn't have the health for it.
xf0m and Tanir, nice duo, man. Very nice duo.
Yeah, really, really
Night Echo, thanks for the 73-month reset, thank you. And Beach Bum, thanks for Twitch Primer.
Where he's going really forward, he's trying to catch them in between the timing as they're scaling. It's so tricky to traverse that timing, and he didn't manage to succeed this time around. But it was really good damage done by Tyloo.
You can bait that kind of stuff in the main chat, but not here, thank you.
Really close round. And with this AK saved, we'll see exactly what's possible for Tyloo.
Tell me why Liquid is barely considered an NA team, by the way.
We've seen more done with less on this map.
They're not like majority NA. They have 2 EU.
So we'll see how what Tyloo can
Nerds
show
is
us
from
with that AK.
Israel, and then you have 2 NA players, and then you have... Where's the coach from right now? Where's the coach from right now? Where's Van? What's the fuck? I always forget his name. It's not Van. Where's the coach from? I actually don't know.
In terms of when you win one of these rounds for Heroic, it's so important to do it this early on, when the economy is just trying to be established for Tyloo, right? They're already back in the
where's he from?
Heroic, so
okay, he is. Okay.
And I think also showing us like way more tactical depth than we've seen in the past. I'm already enjoying it.
I don't know, because I don't know much about him. I know he's the analyst before, but I don't know like any of his work or anything. I don't even know if I've heard him speak.
In upper B is very powerful. Both him and xf0m, right? If you want to just walk somebody out with no flashes,
that doesn't mean he's not doing anything, by the way. I'm just saying.
There's a lot more pressure right now on putting 4 at A. Up until now, they've had 2 on B really early on, but I think 4A is going to be the default.
I think he's an MIT graduate. Yes, sir. That's cool.
So they just have to do it, and that opens up for a lot of opportunities.
Show thank you very much for the Twitch Primer. Thank you.
That too.
All right, now Tyloo have forward players in the yard, just enough to scrape together a ball.
Aurora going to make the playoffs, or they choke in stage 3?
Here comes a quick play.
Well, Aurora's usually good in the group stage, and then they choke in playoffs. So I would imagine they make playoffs.
Scaling into the site, but Attacker denying some of the forward positions. It's really tough here for Heroic to work their way towards that A-bomb train. And now you've got some fires. Oh, he gets the connection, but he's going to get taken down. He doesn't get the fatal shot. And now Youngstar in a 1v3. And this is so incredibly hard.
Oh, he legged him.
Legged down to 16. And it seems impossible now after that. Position known. There's the flank in. And there is a much-needed round coming in for Tyloo.
Did FaZe win their best of 3 yesterday?
Again,
no.
It's hard to blame Heroic for going for this. Once they get those openings, I don't even care that Mercury gets the first one. The fact that Tanir follows it up, it's close to being another wipeout on the A site, but very well held together. Super well played on the Chinese side here. They were also about to rotate back to B, by the way. They had, one of the 4 players there at A was just about to run away when this hit came through.
Lane out.
Yeah. Let's see. They're obviously, in case you don't know what's happening here, they're obviously Heroic sending a really strong message to Tyloo saying we are going to attack this A-bomb site a lot. And the real threat
I don't want to put Vitality 3-0.
When does that change? And are Tyloo going to be ready for the mix-up? It's looking like another
I get why you say that, but also let me say like this.
Down at the bottom of Ivy, forward position for Moshe.
Is it crazy to assume that Vitality's going to lose to somebody?
Yeah, he was waiting
Who do you think they lose to?
Ivy play. Oh, okay. So there's a trade. That's actually a huge kill to get. And we can see that Heroic kind of rotating out.
You think Legacy breaks the streak, guys?
Back into the inner halls. Well, maybe this is the round where they go to that B site. One of, at least.
Yeah, well, Tyloo have already decided they're going to play it as a retake. See, Jamyoung is very far away, which is totally fine. They have some HEs, or at least one HE here on Jamyoung. Going to be all out upper. if they group up, it's a narrow point here.
Clip this. If
Just that
Legacy
one
breaks
HE
the streak,
could
I'll give
devastate
50.
Heroic.
Sure,
40
Squire, I'll
seconds
just
on the
take your
clock
word
now.
for it. How about that?
Put a bit of a smoke to try and see if they can make the jump out. That's going to be hard to hold. Oh, he's pulled out a grenade as well. He's not ready for this one. LNC takes him out. 30 seconds. It's a good find
I don't
for
like
G.
chasing people
He's
down
already
and
got
hounding
two.
them for
Might
that.
have to
That's
do a lot
weird.
more work in this round, though. Mercury very
That's for
nearly
you, bro.
getting
That's for you.
surprised, but somehow still wins the battle against Tanir. And now it's LNC and Sun Pius here. Kind of under a lot of pressure. They're a man down. The bomb is only just planted. And Tyloo looking for the retake. Don't have any real grenades left to really get the job done. How has he not got the kill yet? Finally, Mercury is going to go down, but still Sun Pius. He struggled to find the kill on Attacker to start with, and he's still alive there somehow. Now they're hunting for him. Low on health, strong headshot to begin with, and can he find just one more click of the AK? He's not going to have the health for a long fight. Not that Attacker did either, but there's no kits. Oh no, I thought they had one somewhere on the site. Sun Pius, in spite of going down, they still pick up the round.
Yeah, every player's going to die there for Tyloo as well, so the economic fallout is extreme. Because, I mean, they didn't have anything, you know, to buy with in the first place. I mean, they could just barely scrape together the rifles that they had. And so now, Heroic are in such a strong position off of the back of that, and that's devastating for Tyloo. We'll see what they can do to try to recover, but you can see here, G's doing a pretty good job coming in.
Yeah.
And Sun Pius as well did a great job. He had 2 HP this entire time.
Was there a kit anywhere? I'm probably just hallucinating. They certainly don't have one in this round.
It could have been. I mean, their money was pretty tight in the previous round, so it's possible they didn't have a single kit.
Yeah.
Or it's just or like just one player and it's too far away.
Oh, that's so devastating, though.
Yeah. 3 MP9s, M4 and a CZ again.
Strong position right here, but I think... So, Heroic know about the economy. I feel like this forward A main position is so obvious right now. X-Cloud, see him trying to check it here. He's aware that someone could be right around the corner, but he still almost gets jumped on. That's horrifying, but now he's got some backup with him. And G is going to get sandwiched. They're coming in from every angle.
Yeah,
he
the
can't
review,
stay alive.
10 out of
He has
10.
to swing wide to try and get the job done. And actually, it's not bad, honestly. I don't know how you could have done more than that. Needed maybe the straight headshot onto Sun Pius to actually get the kill, but bomb will be planted here. It's Jam Young picking up an MP9 and sneaking through the smoke. It's a good start as he gets Sun Pius.
He spotted one more. He knows that there's a trade fragger somewhere, but not sure exactly where. Pulls out a nade, and it's just not the right timing for that. And that's going to be the round for Heroic. 7-4. And, you know, if we think back to the Force Buy wars that we had, and you know, Tyloo, they've done a good job at almost trying to stabilize, but I think that last round, not this one we just gone, but the one before, with that B retake, that's the round where I'm like, oh, that's where Tyloo could have been in with like a 6-6 scoreline, but...
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, this is so devastating. I think the desk did a great job of outlining how much does it mean here. If Tyloo could upset and take down a European team of Heroic's caliber, they've been playing so well throughout this whole series. They just barely lost the second map, but now here, things are desperate for the Chinese side. They need another round, and it's not going to start well here. It's Attacker going down at the beginning. It's a nice little setup there. They have almost no weapons with which to take the fight. All of them in the A yards. Nobody defending B right now, and that's a problem because Heroic are slowly but surely shrinking away from this main position.
No.
It's great.
Barely alive. If Heroic loses this, then dead. And then I think next, if Heroic wins this, then I think next step is I need 3D Max to beat Falcons.
Heroic have the capacity to either fake A or even go back to A.
So I'm basically fucked because I put Brazilians in my Pickems. Plus, I now need a French team to do me a solid. This
and MP9s to try to just walk through that smoke. So they're going to be rerouted into
this is not where I want to be.
Where Incendiary waits. So Tyloo definitely reading the potential movements based off of their own utility.
Yep.
And will the pop
it's not
to
Falcons
A play
versus 3D
happen?
Max,
Because
it's
Tyloo the B stack right now.
Why did somebody say I need 3D Max to beat Falcons? Why do I reach that?
I can't even blame them for it, but they just have to gamble something. And they're expecting that it's going to be another B.
Oh wait, no, it's not
so much in the first
right now.
half. They're probably a little bit brainwashed by everything that's been going on, but it is a
why am I listening to this guy?
Heroic relentlessly testing that bomb site. They must have I mean, they've done some great work coming into this game, Heroic. They knew that there was some kind of a weakness, there was some timing they could exploit on some of those A splits, and they are absolutely right. About to be
if they lose, they play Falcons. If Falcons beat 3D Max.
I can't even imagine how this would work out. They don't have the kit, they don't have any utility really to speak of, and certainly not.
That's kind of crazy. You guys are assuming that 3D Max will just lose, no?
Down to Jam Young. MP9 in hand here, swinging for it, but Youngster will take him down, and an absolutely brutal lead here at the start of it for Heroic.
I'm not reading chat anymore. The shit that you guys are saying, let me just look. Yeah, okay. Falcons, MIBR, FaZe, 3D Max. Okay,
I hear that you are up for renewal.
Okay, now I get what's
when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off.
You guys are giving me bros confused.
And I would like
it's because you guys fucking give me like 3 different scenarios of what might happen without actual context. You guys like skip a step.
Ahead of us, we have
ads incoming.
Inhuman Reactions by Hiko.
I'm eating my brekkie in peace.
You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
My God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here.
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future, then.
Greater than ever.
I bet I can guess what you're eating based on mouth sound. I bet everybody in chat knows what I'm eating because I'm eating it each time. They don't have to hear shit. Eggs, yogurt, and berries. Living my best life.
The final half is upon us. Tyloo and Heroic. At the end of the next couple of rounds here, one of these two teams is going to be going home, and Tyloo have run into a brick wall here on train.
A single bite of my yogurt and berries yet.
They won the pistol, and then they went into this huge tug of war with the economy. They kept losing rounds, and eventually Heroic won out and just had a great, like a huge variation of different A executes that just completely stumped Tyloo. Now they need a comeback, and it's not going to be easy on the T side of train, but I have some faith in them. I think they've shown a lot throughout the tournament already. I'd love to see them make a spectacular comeback.
Usually, but not today.
All right, well, it's going to be a quick play on the inner halls, and out comes xfl0m with his dualies looking to deal the damage, the death, the destruction, but in fact, he's on the receiving end of all of that. Heroic looking to try to defend this B site, but can LNZ get any more? Absolutely not. Tyloo striking with a vengeance here. They're going to likely win another pistol. 4v1 retake is just not very easy at all for Tanir. But the question, Anders, remains, will Tyloo win the following round if they are to close this one right now?
If they don't, then we
pretty much have not won a pistol this series, which is a crazy stat.
Given to us in that sense. I can't imagine that they don't do
today
it.
I had leftover spicy Italian sausage from the one pot lasagna I made last night.
Early fight, they immediately recognize B is going to be weak.
No, it kind of made me like a little quiche, basically.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And they're a team that plays so well in those like
Italian
chaotic
sausage, Parmesan cheese, and green onion.
Just got a great mix of players for it. But again, yeah, our eyes are just so focused on what we're about to see in the following rounds. If you're just joining us, Tyloo have won 4 of the last pistol rounds, and they have conceded 3 of the following rounds against the Force Buy. So they must change that story here.
Yeah, they keep losing those very aggressive once again. Double push, and there's a player on the other side. So an attempted sandwich coming in. Not really working out at all. LNC running out of bullets, otherwise maybe. And actually the fight continues. Hold the phone. Sampayas was there as well. They get the kill onto Mercury, and now it's a 2v2. Say it ain't so. The bomb is lost over here.
Tyloo lose the
this
second
is
round
not where
again.
you want to leave the major. You keep winning the pistols. Now you've got to fight your way through. It's looking doable.
Okay.
It's Moja
Jesus Christ.
getting the last one, but it is into the 1v1 as they just barely scrape across the line.
Again, would have been insane.
And on a map like Train, as tempting as it might feel,
more like a frittata, quiche and plays
again, I
crust.
don't
Sure.
think we're going to see
Frittata
that.
it is.
They should be saving in this next round. So Tyloo have managed to overcome the extraordinarily dangerous Force Buy that has been the bane of their existence in this series against Heroic so far, and that's important because it's such a close game. They were coming into this, 4-8 was the second half starting scoreline for them. And this is the third and deciding map of who is eliminated and who moves forwards here at the Blast Austin Major, so where it's all on the line.
Yeah, the 1-2 group. So you're not qualified to the next stage by winning here, but losing is going to be the end of the ride.
And fun to watch it play. Well, it's just not a map that's...
Definitely, it felt that at
You're
one
not
point
playing
in the
with a group.
series,
It's
like
terrible,
Heroic
man.
were
It's-
kind of
it's-
running out of steam. Obviously, they lose in
You can't even
overtime on the
approach the
first
map
map, so automatically that's going to take away a lot of energy.
Without
And
really
they
being
weren't
in
able
the
to bounce
stack.
back, but then at some point on Mirage there, they managed to turn it around, and now they're in a good position. But it's only a
According to the
2-round
Standing
gap.
Destiny routine, very...
Let's see what Tyloo can do.
It helps a lot
There
for the
is
co-streams.
actually a hero M4A1 picked up on Neo. It's
When you're
become more
watching
popular
something and you're sitting,
in
it's like...
CS2. Say in CSGO, obviously we all know about the hero AK, but on the CT
Especially
side,
once
typically
you
that never
stand a
really
little bit,
happened,
you
that
realize
would
how much better
be
energy
trying
you
to
have.
go for
It's
these,
wild.
I mean, sometimes, but not as much as happening these days. Maybe it could work. Certainly would be a surprise, I think, to Tyloo to run into this kind of weapon.
Affect your body? Oh, I don't know. No idea.
That T main control LNZ. So
Not
are
really-
they
not
going
really-
to try to push
not
this
really
further? They
care that much, I guess.
It's a 5-7 to trade in with Tanir's M4.
It's probably better than sitting
Trying
10,
to fake
10
the
hours a
footsteps,
day.
get a
Well,
force
probably
a
more
peak.
because I play
There is to be one.
games off
Create another
stream.
fight, because that's what it's all about here. Tanir needs to really maximize this M4. It's the only good gun in the round. And okay, holding these plays from the CTs are Tyloo so far. 4 versus 3. They might start to think about moving into a site soon.
He's throwing away the pistol. He's only got a knife. He wants to pick up the... He's only got the knife!
He dropped the pistol early so he didn't make noise getting it, but...
That was also
He looked
fairly
real
risky.
fucking goofy, Chad. He looked
Tanir.
real fucking goofy.
They know where he is. The bomb's going to be planted on the other side. It's a sick play. It's a nice idea to try and manipulate the economy.
The timing is crazy if the peak comes in.
It almost happened.
Yeah, it's a rolling
Almost.
schedule, Della.
And he doesn't have a helmet, so this Mac 10 is really ideal.
Pretty sure fl0m's a WoW fiend.
It is.
Yeah,
You're right.
I've been playing a lot of WoW.
Nice kill. And I think we're just seeing more
Whenever
and more
we're
creativity
done
on this
eating
front when it
dinner-
comes to the money.
Or he's like, time
The
to clock
reason
in for my
it is
my
really
job.
the MR12 format, I think. It
'Cause
means
she's tanking all the keys for me.
burning
so
a bunch of rounds early on the CT side where
Yeah.
you just have USPs. It doesn't feel the way that it did in MR15. So you want to get in here early, you want to get on the board. And because of the way that they fought, they still have enough space for the AWP on Sunpius in this round. They're going to be lacking some of the utility, but
Nah, I play
honestly,
retail.
the math is working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, Tyler looked like
Mythic
they're in a
plus
great spot
fiend at the
right now.
moment.
That is for sure.
Nah, I just like the older versions of WoW are fun. I like the
One
pacing for the
concern,
leveling,
just
but I
because there
can't.
is
The
a
end game
Galil and
content
an
is
M4
so
there
dull.
on the T side. The fact that they don't have any helmets on the heroic side means that there are some
Still
fights
playing
that
Warrior.
could
I'm
be,
playing Arcade Mage right now,
easier
which
for
is
the-
also
for the
probably why I'm
Scorcher
having
rifles
so
than
much
they need to
fun.
be. But it's kind
It's
of a
so
niche point
difficult,
anyway.
but so much fun.
Timeout called Tyloo know this is a big round. If they pick this up, they are suddenly almost favored to win the match here. They can actually turn it around. They've got all the money now. Suddenly, Heroic will be broke again. They get bounced from an 8-7 scoreline into something more like a 9-8 in their own favor. So much weight on this. Let's see how it plays out.
Tyloo.
Yeah, raid logging is literally just like
really
the
quick here into the
shit.
yards. They've managed to get one towards Olaf, so that's very nice.
everything.
Taka, how deep does he go? Stuck in between the smoke and the train. He's got teammates also coming in from Ivy at the same time, so Tyloo really making this a dynamic round. xcloud is in trouble. Attacker is going to go down though, and that's going to make this push. Ivy, they are having second thoughts now. Now that Attacker's dead, they are cancelling.
I don't know. How did LNC knew? No, I don't think they saw him to begin with. I feel like that was completely obscured. Attacker, at least from my point of view, looked like he had snuck that way without ever getting noticed, and that should have been enough to win the fight there. I'd love to see that from LNC's point of view, if it's something he's actually looking for, or if it's just a straight reaction. They are pushing up down towards Pop Dog now. Heisman holding this the whole time, so he's scoped up. He can't really unscope now. He's just walking this distance, waiting for an opportunity, and he's going to get one as well. They're right around the corner, sneaking in. Nobody's ready. It's a 2-for-1 shot that almost devastates the attack. Tanir is here to hold on, swinging into it. He just does have no respect for them at all. G goes down, and Jam Young, 1 versus 5. A suffocating round out of Heroic here.
Yeah, got to get some kills on board if possible. It doesn't look good right now from Jam Young's position. And that there's an AWP somewhere as well, and he's just going to get taken down. 5 players up there for Heroic. What a fantastic round. Really great read of the timing for the reset.
I'm at like 3150 IO.
Walk around the map, playing it actively. Well, the CT sides might play defensive still and say we've got 5 players left. We'll just try to rotate to where we think they're going to go. But they pushed up Pop Dog as with the AWP. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just so beautiful. It's such a great bit of Counter-Strike from them.
Shot my shot at my 15 Rook I've been holding for a couple days.
Yeah,
did not time it, but it was fun.
Tyloo, I think. They steal 3 of the AKs there on Heroic. Something you really don't want to see. You've got Tyloo at the moment. Very limited on the utility for the Chinese side. Sampias got no fear, wants to take the fight. He could be peeked from a couple of different angles there, but he's just out there saying, come on, just, I dare you to try and take this battle. G actually will try and do it. Okay. Is the Spaniards calling it off? I was hoping that was going to be a real AWP versus AWP fight. Back to a classic position though. Easy to take the shot and just fall back on the CT side. I was going to say, they presumably try and not send in G first with that one. A minute on the clock then.
Yeah.
He said don't listen, I use his Pickems anyway. In my defense, they're still alive, kind of,
There's
barely.
everything to defend it in place already for Heroic. So it's going to be difficult. They do need this extra assistance from the utility. And Heroic have had great reads on Tyloo's movements this
B-Stream Gassers want you to come to Austin. Who the fuck is yapping on the B-Stream right now?
To slow things down, otherwise Sunpies would have had a very clean shot. 30 seconds here. There's still only 2 people. There is an opportunity right now for Tyloo.
Is it Sponge and Machine?
Very clean, very fast, then it can be done. But it's not going to be from Mojor, and a nice adjustment. He saw it coming. Sunpias hits the headshot. They finally get rid of xcloud.
Ah, the duo Saunders.
18 seconds on the clock, and Attacker, he can't do it. Tanir doubling up a couple of kills at the end, and this is working out well for them. You could see Heroic.
I've never met, I don't think I've met Stronny. I've met Launders. I took Launders to dinner when he was in Vegas.
Tyloo. They have less money now.
Yeah, and that second kill from Youngstar, I think is really, really nice. I mean, you can see the first one here, that's expected, but then the second one's kind of awkward, but it just looks like a laser shot straight onto the head of Jam Young, and if Jam Young's able to trade that kill, the round is super alive. No! And so Youngstar doing a great job anchoring the site with the rifle, and 10-7 scoreline. Back to the eco here for Tyloo, just Glocks on deck. And that's going to make life very difficult because, you know, you were saying Tyloo could find themselves in an advantage if had they
all right, Heroic, just
won that last round,
it
but
in.
now it's going the other way entirely.
Yeah, they've got everything they could want right now. Even the AUG on xcloud. Classic train weaponry. Still haven't seen anyone pick up the CT side auto sniper yet. That's, for those of you who have been around for a very long time, will remember. that was a thing at one point. But don't think I've seen it yet in the modern version of Train, which is a shame. There's an enormous amount of walls to be shot through on this map. I think more than on any other map, really. The current version of Train. Even a bunch of unexplored ones. Those big windows inside of the B bomb site that go into the C connector, you can shoot through those. So if you ever want to play an after plant where you plant the bomb at B and then you're playing in C connector, you can stop the defuse.
Well, I don't know how, but Jamyoung's found a very long-range kill against the Org. So pretty impressive, but hey, that's all that's possible to be done. 11-7. And now this is where it gets interesting, because this is it. Tyloo are only going to have 1 or 2 good chances here to come back into this and prevent Heroic from winning, and they're going to need to get the bomb down in this round, I think, to enable themselves to have like a solid buy in the following round as well.
I mean, the fact is, we just haven't seen any kind of winning spirit out of them here on the second half right now. They have no runway to do this. Has to work right out of the gates. They can't, fiddle around and look for tactical openings. It just has to be right now. Otherwise, the Major might just slip out of their hands. And you're right to say, because some pies are snuck down here, open hand. If you're not careful on the other side here, you're going to walk into this shot, and that could be the beginning of the end. They are leaning towards the B side a little bit more. And so far, Heroic haven't necessarily caught on to that fact. They are still worried about that Ivy position, but now Sunpies is taking a full look into T-spawn, and he's seen nobody, and that's a big indication that something is up here. How much longer before the rest of Heroic start to rotate back? You could see them moving there at the X-ray in the corner
the full
of
pop.
Youngstar's monitor.
They don't have the bomb handers.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't have the bomb.
They forgot it.
But why, Dan?
Someone has to go back and get the bomb at some point, or they just have to kill everybody. They should definitely have the bomb right now, so this is a complete disaster. I don't know if anyone from Heroic is going to figure this out in time.
Oh my god.
But that's going to slow down this
Don't mind
round.
me, guys.
Heroic are already saving, and the bomb's not even gone down yet. So that's no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I'll let you have this one, Dan. You're right. No harm, no foul. I'll be reasonable.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, that is definitely a good indication of the amount of pressure in this situation, that you forget the bomb.
I think you're right. Yeah, I'm so glad for Tyloo that didn't sort of end up blowing up in their faces. It could. Flanks, I think LNC was moving into a flanking position, so if he had been 10 seconds further up, he would have found the bomb, and it's a very hard round all of a sudden. But don't worry, it's all in the past now. We don't care any longer. 11-8, and Tyloo win the round.
That is kind of crazy. It's interesting too. Heroic, they had more than enough money to continue to buy, but they decided, we're just gonna keep everything. We understand that we lost too much space on the site, and that is the B yard for you. If you allow the T to fully scale, it becomes impossible, especially if they have a lot of util left.
And I think, to be honest, the path to an upsetting loss here, if you're on the Heroic side, it's about losing the money. So they can save a couple or more rounds like this. It's not a big issue for them. They just can't lose all the money. If that happens, I guarantee you Tyloo will be right back out again and swinging hard at them. Early utility coming out from all sides here to try and control that front B position. It looks like it could be some more pressure headed this way. Jamyoung not quite sure if anyone's pushing up Pop Dog at the moment. He's going to send some troops in there just to make absolutely sure that no CTs are there, which you have to do that. Youngstar smoking up once again, so just buying more time, but when that smoke fades, all right, he's going to have some pyres here. Otherwise, he could get trapped on the high ground, which is really uncomfortable. Here we go, Dan. They're going to go.
We'll see if it works again. If it works once, can it work again? A leg shot onto Attacker. That's actually pretty important that he doesn't go down. And Youngstar takes one in the head. Still up though, still trying to fight. Really needs to get a kill here. He gets taken out, as does Sunpires, as does xfl0m. And just like that, the CT retake seems to be falling apart. It's a nice killing consolation for LNC, but that's all that it feels like at this point. Saving the orb is the best outcome, and another fast B round has worked for Tyloo. And so, do Heroic now have to fear fast B rounds? Do they have to change their setups?
It's kind of hard to say, to be honest. A lot of the round is riding on Youngstar and whether or not he can win that fight or not. If he can, then it creates more space for the rest of Heroic to sort of try and retake the site. Ooh, Tenier, if he gets found, that's kind of interesting. Jamyong not quite looking the right way, so Tenier will be all right. And in fact, he's going to upgrade into the AK. But the game is opened up again. Yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit more curious here. Yeah, they're getting back into it. Yeah, and it's the other interesting thing, Anders, I got to say, is some Pius, his job, because we talked about Youngstar trying to get a frag there. His job is also to try to hold, prevent the team from scaling super quickly. But the headshots here from Mozia were actually phenomenal. So that is, we saw that part of the story there. The great work on the replays there to give us that full picture. And Tyloo, they're up to 9, and you were talking about how important it was to hold on to the money, and well, Heroic have done a great job at that. They still don't have too much of an issue with the money, but they do have an issue now of what to do about this fast interplay. Yeah, I mean, it is just by the nature of it kind of hard to hold, because again, most of the time you're playing it a bit solo. Even in this position where Sunpius was there with Youngstar, you can tell they're not playing together. They're just playing two people kind of in the same bomb site, but they can't help each other out. You're not talking about a big crossfire or any kind of a refrax or anything. So, yeah, you are a bit of a lonely position there. They can go pop. They can try to play it aggressively. We're back. But there's so much pressure on, and so much on the line right now. It's hard to make those calls sometimes. Yeah, let's see. They're certainly back testing it again, just to see, are they going to find an early challenge here? The fact is Heroic could also just play this far back, which they haven't really tried to do nearly as much, but a lot of teams win.
Did MAD lose though too? Yeah, they did.
Exactly like this. That high ground position, I'm going to just reiterate it again. It can be Molotov from the T side, but for whatever reason, nobody wants to learn how to do it. And LNC's also already rotated to B. Heroic are fully affected by by a conditioning of fearing early timings on B.
Are you guys trying to summon some hair up there, party bit, or what?
Fake B as well. They have a lot of options as to how they could play
I
this.
Super hard on MAD.
Gone beyond that fast timing. We're now in a slower round for Tyloo, and they have yet to show anything.
It sucks.
Yeah, just to say, the fallback from a B hit into a pop dog, explosion instead is really quick.
I do think that if we consolidate and figure it out, there could be like one team out of NA that could be really good, but it's not like that's really going to happen. You know what I mean?
Control of this part of the map. 40 seconds now. The bomb is in the hallways. And
the real issue is we have all the same players, man.
It's looking more and more like A.
We need Oppers and we need IGLs.
Down to Sunpius, and whether or not he can find the early shot here. 3 of them around the corner. 28 seconds. He misses the first one and retreats back. But xfl0m is there to try and follow it up. And now the pressure is on. They're hunting the Spanish sniper here. He's going to get the first one onto Mojia. Under 20. They're out there with the bomb plant. They actually just ignore him. They say, fine, we'll leave you alone for the minute. Get the bomb planted and secure that much at the very least. But a man up still for Heroic, and now the retake is on. 2 of them coming in from this Ivy position with Youngstar. He's holding the C connector and trying to see if he can coordinate this. The timing of this retake is everything. A bit of a swing. Youngstar gets the shot and a headshot onto G. It looks easy. Heroic with a spectacular retake in the 4v3.
Snapped right there. That looked
really well done there by them.
There was a suspense, big retake moment.
The fact that they
didn't be a crazy retake. No, they just fucking
allowed the plant to go down. Because the problem for Tyloo there is that they don't have. They're in a spot where they either have to all just play on the bomb train, which is horrendous to do, which is what we saw happen. It's very easy to retake against that, or they have to push out and play for something. But because the train yard is so precarious, there's so many angles and positions everywhere. What do you even push to take? You've got to make a call there, and it's really hard to figure out what even is the best call. Yeah. So many other bomb sites in the game. It's way easier to make that decision, but not the outer yard on the A bomb site here. I mean, it's easily possible with about 18 seconds on the clock that if they try to hunt Sunpius, he gets 1 more kill, and the bomb is in a weird position, and like everything is worse. So I don't really blame Tyloo either for just focusing on that, but Heroic look locked in at the moment. Tenier's got 20 kills. Everyone else a little bit further behind, but they're still doing a fine job. And he just finds Jammer. He has no idea. He didn't realize he was going to be visible from that angle. And it is so smart. Heroic set up to have some Pius on E-Box there. Like, they really anticipated everything so correctly. So Heroic showing their experience and knowledge of trade as we go into what could be the final round here. Can Tyloo stay alive? They have a very good buy, so they've got everything to work with. They've done so well at this major, Tyloo. They've had some hard battles, and they've looked like a really focused team. Some of the best that we've seen from Chinese Counter-Strike, but the question is if they can force this one into more overtime. We had a bit on the opening map, and Tyloo just need 3 rounds. It is doable, but this first one's going to be the hardest one of them all. And almost looks like they want to repeat the same idea. Down pop dog, try and see if you can split this site. Might run into Sunpire straight away again.
Yeah, 1 minute left, so again hitting that slower timing. It does indeed seem like they are more interested in the split onto the A site. Tyloo need these opening shots.
I mean, this is already a decent setup for Heroic, to be honest. Still only 3 here, but in a couple of seconds, one of them is going to rotate back. 30 seconds, it's essentially a repeat of the last round, but this time, Sunpius hits the first one, and he's going to stand his ground. He wants to send Tyloo home, wants to send it back from Austin. LNC goes down, but we're at 22 seconds. They're pushing him. They're all around, but missing a shot as well. 17 seconds. They found a way to crack through. Double kill for Mojor.
Youngster, though.
And now Youngstar is up on the train.
That was actually a really nice adjustment from him.
Whoa,
the lineup,
for a double kill, but it will not be enough here. Heroic. It's going to take more effort. Another fight still to come. It's Tyloo to win the round and get one step closer to overtime.
What is Mosaic on right there? The entries just kept coming one after another. That was insane, because from Sunpius' perspective, we looked at it and we were like, this seems kind of hopeless. He connects that first shot, trying to scale from that pop dog position. It's not going to work, but this certainly did. Along the side from out of position, Messiah able to get so many kills. And Youngstar even looked incredibly dangerous here with 10 seconds left and the bomb needing to be planted. That was desperate right to the end, but we're back into this, and it starts with Sunpius, a positional change, and he has a reward from that.
That was really smart from Sunpius. They've been kind of bullying this inside pressure in the first 15, and look, they actually doubled it after.
They throw so many grenades at it that he's down to 48.
That's wild.
But that is a
because Tyloo's been bullying that inside hallway so much.
He wants the peak, but unfortunately the flash is just going to make it impossible. And obviously on the other side there, Youngstar, he knows. He saw that up. He's like, all right, fine. We have a little bit of it to work with.
I think they're going to keep 2 inside with this up, too, because Linus is taking T mid, and Tanir can hold ladder.
Pop dog again.
They have full map control, basically. Like, this is...
It's worked. So on some level...
Unless... The only way this fucks up is if Heroic overthinks the setup.
No more money on Heroic, and it's very likely going to be overtime. But it seems like they've changed their minds.
We'll see. Inside's still hard to hold, though. Sunpius is going to have to hit some bangers, and he's kind of in a spot where he's for sure going to get flashed. So.
He's got that incendiary, going to toss it right on top, but they're pressuring him. He gets the one.
Oh, my Youngstar!
It's a double headshot, and that should be enough. Youngstar with 3 kills in the round could send Tyloo home.
That's it.
G back here. What could you do? 30 seconds left.
GG.
They are not even hunting him. They're just waiting. They're saying, fine, we've got the bomb. We've got everything. We can't lose this one. Point blank range using the AWP as a shotgun. But all of the work is still ahead of him. He turns the corner here. They know everything. Tanir's right there just waiting for the smoke to fade in G. His luck is up. Exflow to get it, and Heroic survive for one more match. Sending
They're going to interview G, chat. We stay here for G interview.
Wow, that is a crazy way to finish it. We knew from the start that this was going to be a close game. Everyone could play all of the maps, and it came down to the wire, but ultimately, Heroic just a little bit stronger today.
And we're at that point of the competition where it almost feels unfair that one of these 2 teams has to get disqualified from the tournament because they're both so good and they both have so much that they can show against a better competition. And what an amazing fight this was. Both teams had moments of just stark hopelessness. You know, we saw Tyloo, obviously, we talked about the struggles they had winning the rounds after the pistol. Both teams had a lot of struggles, but both also showed so much class.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You can see what it means to Heroic there, and obviously as well on the Tyloo side, not enough ice cream to drown their sorrows in the world, I think. Unfortunately, it's going to be too much to handle here. We've got an interview ready to take us through, so let's see what's up.
Tyloo have won the hearts of many and fought incredibly hard across all of their games. G, who has been such a lovable personality throughout all of this. G, I want to ask you just off the back of this, I saw when you finished in Mirage, you guys looked at your PCs for a while, you looked very sad, upset from it. Did it feel like you should have won on Mirage?
Yeah, Mirage, we win the 2 pistol rounds, but 2 pistol rounds both let them come back.
Yeah.
So Mirage and Train is so close, and Train, we win the pistol round in CT and let them come back. We play so bad. I think we can win today. We make 2. I don't know how to say, just
too many mistakes, maybe?
Yeah. We played no good in Mirage and Train. I think we can win.
Yeah.
But we lost.
It did look like you had good chances for your overall, though. The major for Tyloo, being able to get to stage 2, the fight you put up. Can you still see like some good progress from the team that you can compete with international teams as well?
什么意思, Jack?
Jack has to be on hand to help. So, just does it feel like you guys have made some progress as a team to be able to compete against other international teams just through the journey here at the major?
就反正通过这次major的旅程，有没有觉得我们这个队伍有进步，可以跟更高水平的队伍去竞争？
我怎么跟他说，就是更多的问题就是还是在就是心态方面吧。
Come here, Jack. You can come help.
So basically, he said one of our main problem is our mentality.
Yeah,
we need to adjust our mentality to be able to compete against the best teams here. Yeah.
We saw that as well, right? The mentality is very important, but there's a lot of learning to be had from it. For now looking at the future for this team, is he still confident that going forward you guys can be the best team in China, compete and keep coming to international events?
就是往后看的话，就未来你对队伍现在有没有更好的信心来去打这些大赛
Of course, we will be stronger in the future.
Nice. And is there anything you want to say to all the Chinese fans watching at home and supporting you guys? I know you were trying to do this for them as well. You could say on Chinese as well.
就是很抱歉没有能更进一步吧，就是感觉本来可以有机会能赢的，但是我们犯了很多错误。就是希望大家可以去一直相信我们吧，在未来我们会就是变得更好的。然后希望大家给 LV 加油吧。
And G, I know it's emotional and hard, but you made many fans of people around the world for Counter-Strike. Anything you want to say to all the English-speaking fans that have loved to see what you do, see your personality?
I don't know, say just Counter-Strike is the best game in this world. Yeah, if you love CS, I love you. Yeah.
And Counter-Strike loves G. We all love G here, but it's sad to see him go. They did their best to fight it through.
Why has it got to be so wholesome, man? All the time.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. Respect to G, giving a loser interview in a second language, not easy. You can obviously see him holding back the emotions that are inevitably come rushing out any moment now as he processes the loss with his teammates.
Great ambassador for the game
battle,
and the
hard-fought
squad.
Series, and Heroic come out on top. Tyloo eliminated here from the blast.
Bro, when he kept doing that,
I don't really care what the stat
frowny
sheet
face,
or
man.
box
God
score
damn it.
says at the end of this
That bro's
series,
got me-
or even for this stage of the tournament. G
Get me all messed
proved to
up.
be a star for Chinese CS. He
But that's also why we
captured
love the major.
hearts of
You can
so
see how
many
much it
different
means to
people,
everybody.
Not only with his play in the server, but the bubbly personality and the willingness to just wear his emotions on his sleeves. I mean, he gave absolutely everything in this one. Tyloo gave everything they could, but Heroic, going into it, they were the favorites, and unfortunately Tyloo weren't able to pull off the upset by the end of it.
Yeah, and you had the exact performances you wanted if you were Heroic as well. Sun Pius was getting frisky towards the end with his Oppie and Mobile, different positioning. Tanir played a really good game as well. All those star players doing really good things for Heroic to make sure that that third map was going to be in their favor.
That's actually really that
for not
sucks,
slamming
man.
into the ads.
He
Of
tried at the end.
course.
You hits a little bit different.
Bro, you can see he was so composed and he really well
We
held it
control the
together.
ads around this
And just at the
motherfucker.
end there, like
Speaking of controlling the ads, I am going to run one now,
He
though.
cares so much.
Okay?
He's so passionate about it, man. And by the way, I like
That way I
X-Facts
make
coming
sure
back,
it's not
'cause he
playing
actually-
during
you
important
didn't see it,
times,
but when we were
okay?
doing the interview, he actually said, like, I'm sorry for the trash talk, you know, afterwards, just because obviously the emotions are heightened for Heroic surviving. But that's some nice respect also from xfl on the other side. But I think we can all root for a story, not just for Chinese Counter-Strike, but for players like G.
On top of it, I feel like G is more welcome by Western audiences than Eastern ones, because I've heard rumblings about they're not always the biggest fan of him because he's okay. I mean, he's a good player, but I think just the boisterousness is not something that a lot of Chinese fans identify with. They actually, like, again, Jam Young is their most popular player in China, and that dude is pretty solemn, pretty quiet, at least for us. Like, we don't really get a lot.
It's very different, right? Like, the Jam Youngs of the world are praised in China, but for us, we love the G's of the world.
Exactly.
And that heart on your sleeve kind of moment.
Yeah.
But there are plenty more games coming our way. The Counter-Strike must continue, so we are done here on the desk. We're leaving for now, but guess who will be taking over afterwards? You got Freya.
Who's it going to be?
Dupree.
Oh.
You want to get the last one?
No, I'm excited.
And Pimp as well.
Oh, yes.
Magical. We'll see you on the other side.
And Sunny, of course, just talking about your game yesterday, you managed to survive versus Bad Boom. What do you think was key in terms of, keeping your head above water in that matchup?
I think we keep our mentality very strong yesterday on the both maps. It was a really close game on both maps, so it was really hard, and we kind of struggled a little bit on both matches, but we could do it, and our individual stepped up, and I think that's why we won it.
Speaking of individuals, last time I caught up with you ahead of a game, you said, look out for you in the server, and you absolutely popped off. You've been having, a pretty solid tournament so far. Is there any reason why you've felt so comfortable in the server for your team?
I think on the last practices and last boot camps that we did, I've been feeling very confident on myself and on the individual. But I think yesterday we won because of my teammates. So I didn't individually made too much, but I think Lucauzi and Breno, they were hitting headshots and they're killing everyone. So I'm very proud of them, and I think we're going to keep it up and do it today again.
Now, obviously, your next opponent, that's Falcons. Do you feel like we're seeing a different version of Falcons here in Austin than maybe we've seen since they added m0NESY to the lineup?
I think Falcons is a very good team. It's hard on the major because when you have a bad day and you lose two BO1s and you are already O2, and it's kind of hard to keep it up. So we had a bad day, they had a bad day, and now we're kind of getting paying off for it. So I'm pretty sure we're going to win. We're very, very confident, and we're going to do it.
If you could put it down to one thing where one
have put themselves in the best possible position to advance to stage 3.
I want to see the odds again, because they would have got even worse, or better depending on who you are. Holy smokes!
All right, folks, put the house on it.
Yeah.
Take out a second mortgage.
Yeah.
Fuck
Grandma's
me.
savings.
Everybody laugh at the stupid streamer who just thanked the mountain for gifting 5 subs instead of telling me he has a nice one and then put a shoe on his head and was fucking muted the whole time. What an idiot!
All in!
Wow.
This guy does this all the time, man? Huh.
Come back so good.
You guys are so much smarter than me, it's crazy. Good job, chat.
Yeah, just to all the gods.
Yeah.
Don't be picky. Whoever answers.
You weren't religious before today. It's time to start believing.
You're a streamer. Damn right.
Hell, make a deal with the devil if you have to. Feels like it's going to take some kind of a miracle.
Came from here. Are you proud? Because my father ain't.
Into this one. Maybe they can overwhelm DGT, but he'll peel back from that ramp. All while Davideus sees it as an invitation to attack them, and it's going to flush them down into Big Uzera. He went for that fast lower rotate, puts up some kind of a defense. We do have Lin Vision testing this lower site. It's Tech9's locked
Refresh
in.
the page after this round. All right.
Inbound. It's Sue along
Thank
that
you,
front
Super.
ramp
Good
wall
comms.
with an M4 in Zacker's hands.
Speaking of good comms, any farmers farm for getters? I've barely baited them today. I'm slacking.
Back, so man advantage for Lin Vision. A force buy to kick off
there's
the
always
T
at least
side.
5.
26-1 odds. Remember that.
Literally.
Just in case.
Just click the button and check
it
real
doesn't
quick.
look like Pain are going to be sprinting away with the finish just yet. Round 14, Lin Vision able to overwhelm that ramp room, push
11's all they
DGT
get?
off his
Question
original
mark?
angle, and get through with some free M4s at that.
Nice!
One of them cackling.
Gotta let them know while you can. Let them know that you have yet to surrender. I like that attitude, Amelia. They're gonna try to charge it into A. Oh man, throwing caution to the wind. Will it cost them? Amelia gets closed in on the smoke.
They got lower though.
They will stampede downstairs again. So good space creation from Amelia.
Barbosh, thank you very much for
He
the
let
5
that roar
gifted
out.
subs. Nice fucking Willy,
You
brother.
never know what was
Exquisite
coming.
Willy even.
Just a distraction the whole time.
We love
Space
35%
created
off
with
gifted
that.
subs.
And
It's
Pain,
great.
obviously, with the force buy, they'll
Need to
cut
hit
their
up Twitch and
losses.
tell 'em to
Snow,
keep
the
it
only
on for the whole
casualty,
fucking
looking to
major.
save these pistols and a scout. Hide in your spawn all day long.
M80 went 1 and 3 just to fuck me. So
I think
sad.
it's the
5
way to
gifted
call.
super. You put M80
You're
going
playing
through.
from this far behind
Yeah,
to
my
it's kind of like
UK
we don't
mod.
win this round
Let's
eventually.
go.
This kind of round, we're not
0-3.
winning this game. So not only do you save some stamina for the bigger rounds,
get fucked, idiot.
but you keep it simple. You test everybody's focus for a little bit, and at the end of the day,
Never
it's
mind.
an
Why don't you go
anti-eco.
put some fucking beans on toast, you bot? Andrea, thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you. Fuck. Barbosh, this shoes for you, bud.
See how it says "Love you, Mom" on the card there, Connor?
Yes, I see that.
There's a picture of your mom.
You told him to put us at
Yeah,
3.
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
well,
Dude,
what do you want from me, man?
I love your mom. I just didn't know who to.
Crazy.
Wait. What? Bonders, you're in deep right now.
So is this another rinse and repeat of an A hit? Last time it was Amelia,
Average
this time
CZ
it's
fight.
Story, and
they're down
what
the
do you
vents
know,
again.
Down vents again. This time a bit more resistance, but DGT's 5-7 won't be enough to hold back that M4, using their guns against them. Oh, careful. You catch West Melon in the open. He had a nade in hand. That Biguzera scout's looking for a head. And Davideus catches Zacher, who was going for the ramp flank. I think this retake's on.
Yeah. Look at Big Zero. He's talking, and he got some more information.
Little to lose. You know you've got him tucked. And now Amelia, who kicked off the last round's got to close this one. No kit. But the lineup happens. They jump on bomb.
I think he got it by like 1 second. Sand game.
Feels like
Thank
it.
you,
It's gonna
Blast.
come down to the wire.
Player
Under
cams.
3 seconds.
Player cam on,
1,
activate.
and they blocked it up.
That is 12. You wanted an electric attack down to the B site. You got it. But what you didn't account for was the comeback
Oh,
from
I
the
need
challenge
Pain
of
to win.
Biguzera. Caught a player in transition, backside throwing nades.
Ooh. Well, it was just as impressive as
Oh,
how
CS2
fast
shouted out
they
G.
got downstairs.
Hell yeah.
That this retake took place, and that first shot from Big Zero, man, he's just so clutch at the end of games.
Pickems still alive? Yeah, just barely. John Lee, thanks for the 17-month primer. Thank you.
All right, Pain. They could trip over the line now.
You said so clutch at the end of games. We got that back in Dust 2 for
Not much.
certain. When it felt like Lin Vision were starting to reclaim some control, Biguzera gave us some cheeky entries in rounds to close out.
Yeah, Falcons making it. I had them 3-0, so I actually need them to lose now.
We've seen the ceiling of Biguzera in the past when he served as a hard carry for this Pain core. We've seen Biguzera take over in the server and honestly take over for Brazil. There is no denying that Biguzera is a beacon of consistency for his region. This will be all 3 CS2 majors with Pain at top 16. Uncertainty coming into Austin made this one feel shaky, but exceeding all of the community's expectations. This new and improved Pain on paper piece it together. An awkward fight for Davideus, but an even more awkward fight for Call Me Sue, because it's him versus 4. It is him versus a red-hot Pain Gaming. I said 3 consecutive top 16s, but this is the first time that they will do it in such a convincing fashion. 3-1 name of the game.
Wow.
And to sprinkle
My
in
first
a little
Pickems
history
point
as
secured,
well.
Chad.
The first Uruguayan player to make top 16 at a Counter-Strike major. He leaves Max behind him, but DGT
Chad, I got a point. I got a point. I did
and
it.
Pain to stage 3.
The bar was set so high with Legacy for South America, but Pain meet expectations, qualifying in right behind them, and they are the ones who we normally expect to impress out of the region at majors. And it just feels like there is this special connection between the Chinese teams and the Brazilian teams here. And this moment isn't so sour for Lin Vision because there'll still be a chance to be able to qualify, even though this might have been the easier competition. I don't know about that.
Hold on, I kind of want to. All right, so wait, what do I need to have happen now? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, well, first off, I need that to happen. And then, okay. So, all right. This works. This works. That also works. Okay. What happens if this happens? That works. That works. You think Bait will beat Furia? I don't know what they'll do. I need them to beat Furia. Let me put it... Okay, I will say this. If this were an online Counter-Strike match, I'd expect Bait to beat Furia. But it's not, so I don't know. I don't know. Or I'd put it like 50-50 online. Yeah. I don't know. Damn, David. Holy shit. Look at that. Dude, the fuck? Holy shit. I didn't even... Wait. The fuck? Holy. He went 23-5? He got more kills on one map than everyone in Lin Vision in the whole series. Holy shit. That's fucking nuts, bro. That's fucking nuts.
You have no right to be, in a sense. You know, I get that he has to believe they can win today, and I think MIBR can win against Falcons because they have looked shaken. But to say that you are one of the best teams in the world if you're playing your A game, that's just very far-fetched. So I would like to ignore that statement and then focus on the fact that MIBR have looked a little bit better in their game yesterday when they won, and if they want to beat Falcons today, they have to play their A game and hope that they can be a top 10 team when that's the case.
I think that every player that has played inside of a top team have said this kind of thing in an interview, that if we actually play our A game, if we communicate flawlessly, then
tough, right?
it's hard to communicate apparently. Yeah. If you communicate flawlessly, then yeah, sure, we could play like the best team in the world. One thing is that you need to show it as well, and there's so many, I feel like there's so many things that MIB, I can't even talk right
MIBR.
now. MIBR, thank you so much. That MIBR has to go into and get going for them to actually perform the way the Insane is.
They know ball.
Yeah, football, the key for warming up, I guess.
Well, that's
and
one thing
some tunes at the same time. I wonder what they're listening to. We saw the maps going down over that Nico interview. We've got Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. If we do go to a third, any comments, any takeaways from those map picks?
Yeah, I'm here to learn a little bit because I think MIBR's map pool, when you look at their win percentages and how maps they played, I know Anders is a big advocate for looking at that and being like, listen, they don't have a map pool. MIBR doesn't have a strong pick, so to speak. Ancient has been a little bit of a weakness for Falcons as of late. We saw that in this tournament as well. The game against Bait was not good at all. Monacy didn't have the AWP at all in the first half, so I'm here to learn whether or not Falcons have learned from that game, and if they can win convincingly right here, I tend to believe that Falcons are back.
Well, I think it is time to find out exactly how it's going to be going down. Falcons versus MIBR. Let's get it on.
for this one. Intrigued to
Spuns
see
turned it on
whether
for
or
him.
not that was just a very bad day of best of ones. Well, OG looked a bit tense, didn't it?
Exactly. So it's carried over into day 2. Let's see if it persists into day 3. The odds definitely don't think so. Massive favourites, Falcons, and understandably so. They came into a field full of fledglings. Falcons found themselves as the favourites, and they faltered as the world number 2 on day number 1.
Yeah.
There's blood in the water. Right? The fact that teams have taken maps off of them, the fact that they're in this situation, MIBR are going to test their resolve today. And there's no reason that they can't topple Falcons because ambiguity breeds anxiety. In this team, there are changes on the horizon, so we've heard. And you would hate to have a repeat for Nico and Monacy of Rio 2022.
I think no matter
a long time
what,
ago, but I'm
I
sure those memories of
survive
heartbreak not even making it
to
to the major.
tomorrow.
Well, now you're in stage 2. You're meant to be in stage 3.
Yeah, this was meant to be a very quick 2-day affair, right? You were supposed to just breeze through 3-0, lock it in, and have a couple of extra days to practice an intense boot camp staying on the American soil between Dallas and Austin in order to get those extra reps.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much North American Counter-Strike for Monacy.
kind of comforting, I guess.
So let's get this one underway. T-side start, MIBR's
I
map
get-
pick, and
actually,
I'm
that's
sure
worse.
Ancient should bring some
My
questions.
Pickems
Sure,
are on
Jacob
life
said that they
support
lost
until
debate in this
tomorrow.
one, but before
Christ.
that, there were 5 on the
Just
trot
fucking
against some of the world's best.
stop
So
this
Falcons,
madness.
can you set the record straight?
Yeah, I mean, Lukowski goes looking and does inflict heavy damage. Damn, Safe will connect. Insani hits his headshot. Sure, 2 members low. You'd have loved that bullet from Kixon's Glock to have connected for Falcons.
I mean, everybody else
Is
is out. The fact that I even have a shot is kind of crazy. I'll be real.
This 5-on-3 retake with Nico
Bustful Nun, thanks
limiting
to the
it
94-month
HP.
primer.
They have to
Thank
find
you,
a
dude.
vantage point. It looks like they've elected to play from cave.
Well, there is a smoke for the retake, no defuse kit.
Okay, we're going to need some kills out of Monacy. He stays active on the angle, finds Safe, and stays more active. Okay, couldn't get the shot onto Insani. Lukowski lingering for that late arrival in cave, and Insani sticking this one. Kixon knows he's on a timer here, tries to hit the wall bang. Lukowski down, needs to shoot him, can't find him through the boards. It might be our pistol.
Might be our
And that's something Falcons have been struggling with ever since the opening
Probably
map,
would be
where,
better
I
for
think they
me
picked
to
up
see
both.
Falcons
Haven't won
get
a pistol
eliminated here,
since.
though, so they don't have
for
to play
Falcons, it's been
one
tough
of my
in that
teams
department,
for the
but it
Pickems.
doesn't start well, losing the 2
So
opening
respectfully,
kills despite those
Falcons,
gooshes.
I'm going to need you to
So
leave.
with the bomb going down, there will be a force spy to follow. Nico's going to get the AK into his hands.
2 headshotted, no open. 2 headshotted.
Double take on that one right there as we get into the force. So there will be 2 Galils, the dropped AK, and a couple of pistols to work with. Limited on the util, so not going to try and fire with
Stop
fire.
the
As taking
count.
this mid-control will be no
Back
issue
of
for
used memes.
Insani.
Thank you very much for the primer. Thank you. See, there's always
Posture's
a primer.
down, but doesn't hang around.
I always love the way Lukowski sits, chat. He literally sits like he's
Oh,
actually
shifted just
beefing
off
with
the
his whole
pistol.
team.
Okay, well, we'll keep tabs on that.
Actually wild. Yeah, if you guys don't know, he actually plays with his whole back turn to his team. So he literally plays like this, chat.
And there's a little more belief for MIBR.
Breno playing a block with U2 there. You can see him on the jiggle as warning shot comes out of Tesses. Now there is support. You can see close by.
Imagine looking down the line and you just see your bro hitting you with a fucking cold shoulder.
Are they going to be able to find this opening kill? It doesn't seem likely.
Case Rado sits like a kid that has to eat vegetables.
This is almost a flawless way in which to get this information safely, a la, you know, inner on train. Should be able to get this info as a bit of a beacon for his team. There you go, block, and then a smoke command on top of it.
Case Rado with a fork and a fucking like spoon in his head, like,
yeah. He's going to soften up kicks into half HP.
No Kevlar on him, so that extra hurts.
It feels like you might have to
I don't
reroute
want
at
it.
this juncture, but they are just going to linger in A main. So there's no information right now for MIBR towards B.
shit.
They've stacked 3 players over towards there, so now it's going to be a little bit easier to break in. Breno up
Jenkins,
towards
thanks for the
Tree.
21 with primer. Thank you,
Insani
dude.
over towards Temple.
Yeah, they're really backing them, and oh, it's worked wonderfully. Both of them winning their initial duel. Now, it is up to Insani to get anything more. He doesn't really have the health, but he manages to remove Nico from the pack. 2-on-3. Rotation
Honestly,
through
with the AK.
CT. Tessus
Tessus with an
a
M4.
weapon. Monacy finds himself a headshot. Knife out from Lukowski, trying to catch a timing. The element of surprise. Monacy inaccurate as he gets that bomb down. Doesn't have his weapon out in time.
This flank.
Yeah,
Tessus
Exit
said, "I
seems to
got
have
you,
booked
dude."
it here.
Oh,
Tessus
shit, he's
not
in.
focused on it. Is hidden, obscured by that big box, but still in his blind spot. Jumps up, catches a glimpse of the tip of the head. Don't see a kit for these two, but still, I'm very uncomfortable for Tessus. Overwhelmed, overrun. The MP9 runs him down.
Okay, well, they will pick up an M4 and
Abner,
an AK
thank
and
you
carry
very much
that
for the
through
30-month
to a
reset.
10-second
Thank you, dude.
round. Both have come
you
with
in
the
Austin, my guys.
diffusers.
See
This
there,
one
man.
a whole lot harder for the
How many of you
Brazilians
guys are going,
to get past,
chat?
but they do manage to weather the storm.
Also,
Monacy
we're one
has
away
4K
from
if they want to
another
go for
scam
another
trade,
hero
because
AK
why not,
into the
right?
mix, so they can continue to apply the pressure. But the bravery here
What up,
from
Jimmy?
Lacowsey, just pushing through that smoke backside, taking the fight, isolating the duel, and then putting Tessus in a tough spot. And
I still don't know when I'm doing like meet and greet or anything like that, but I know I'll have one.
To the Falcons right now. Money's name of the game is it's going to be 3 Galils, a Deagle, and now an AK, and still limited YouTube.
Squire with the one gifted chat. I'm matching all gifted on Twitch and on YouTube. You beautiful humans. Alfie, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you.
To work with Util there as well.
Would you say that
Gifted at 35% off? Please have my mousepad, of course, Jimmy. Of course.
I think that they believe they can go toe to toe in the firepower, and they should. This is a team to be feared.
Jimmy, I want you to know I see your face every day when I walk into my office.
In this one, Lacowsey just sweeps through. By virtue of that door's smoked, whether or not he sticks around remains to be seen, because Kickson, he's going to be cooking up a flash for them to take this space upon the fade.
And this is the thing, is there a redeploy of the smoke towards doors? First one's faded, Lacowsey tucks in the pocket, but gets the opener.
Yeah, he's gotten away with murder there. He's even got himself a block util piece.
I have like a board of like a bunch of things that people have given me over the years. And one of them was like the note with your, from you and the mod.
Moving Insani, now Lacowsey, they're trying to force him out of his position.
Got a fucking picture of your face
He'll hit
on the
flush
front
him
of
out.
it. Nori made like a board of everything.
Just 2 to find. Exit the unknown entity lying await in cave. Brano spotting for the heaven relocation to A. But they're not in any hurry here. You got 50 seconds. Nico's just stretching his legs in mid, and it does look like that pivot is starting to take shape.
Gamble right now from these two onto the B side exit. The cave player will be joined by Breno, and well, yeah, you've just touched upon it. They are going to avoid the biggest point of the threat, and it looks like MIBR will just have to save. So the bomb will go down on A. 4 players likely to stay alive unless Falcons want to ult for the hunt, and a bit of a back and forth nature out the gates of this one.
I go to Budapest?
You know, when I saw the news of the Falcons roster, Monacy and Nico reunited,
I'd say probably not,
so many
but
big
maybe
names
it'll
alongside
be cool.
with Magisk as well. I'm surprised by how much attention
Favorite monster, Ultra Sunrise,
he really has kind of demonstrated a pretty solid case for him to be in this team. His mechanical ability on display. I think he's taken to this team very positively.
Well, I think this is the thing. When you're in a team of this stature and you have to perform, we've had a lot of big roster changes out of Falcons in the last year and a bit. And the expectation is with money should come results. They took a core at the start of the year again. This time it's been more successful than last. Helps when you can get Nico and then Monacy joining within a 6-month time span. But it's about who's going to get replaced next, which is a story for after the major.
Yeah.
But they've definitely been the most competitive team to vitality in the first 6 months of 2025, and that's why it would be such a shame to not even see them to get a chance to play in stage 3. Lacowsey, even though he gets the opener here, he bumbles his U2. So
Jimmy, you're like, dude, I got to warm up for this game. You're like, feeling good. All right, that's enough for tonight. Good night. To be fair,
they're able to burrow themselves in and get a couple of key frags.
Like,
so very well done as a tactical timeout called. Going to get on the microphone immediately. MIBR. They don't like the way
borderline
that one felt.
Therapeutic.
And when you looked at the video going into today, it felt tough for MIBR to go anywhere.
If I ever play off stream, I am literally just deathmatching
that's one of the maps that
on
you would have
chilling.
liked to have seen MIBR to be able to pick in, but hey, not the case. Removed from the pool, and then Dust 2 gone. It's like, okay, well, Falcons are pretty good on that, but they also have a few more that they can turn to. When I saw Ancient as the pick, and then Falcons deciding to start on the T side,
yeah, it's probably going to be down for a bit.
The tone.
And no, that's
as number 2.
No, wait, no, that doesn't make sense.
Guaranteed in this one, as both coaches get a moment on the mic. So they will be able to hedge in behind the saves. It's going to be a fl0m and MP9 and a Deagle joining the M4s carried across. This is your chance to break in if you're Falcons. You win this round, and you should be able to make it a third without too much problem whatsoever. Heavy towards middle and A right now. Red smoke lands.
Sorry about that.
Standard exchange to U2 and an A main push into
About
a double
1 minute
kill.
remaining on the
Quick as
scam
you
trade.
like. There's an aggressive maneuver to get the space to get the info, but they get nothing, just 2 deaths.
The only slight chance, a little beacon of hope would be safe.
Safe really does look like he could be like an actor, no?
Smoke, but no, well spaced, well timed. Nothing for him to find through there. So the investment falls flat.
The problem is when that's the 2 saved M4s.
Yep, really maximizes the hurt.
If that was the MP9 and the fl0m or even the Deagle in the mix there, okay, then you still might give it a go. But right now they are just going to try and save again because they know they have nothing to work with in the next.
Thank you. What kind of actor?
Smart.
A good one?
We'll tie it up 2-2 and we'll have another save.
I do feel like Ancient's one of those maps where I see it more frequently. You know, you talk about conditioning, a style of calling you used to leverage an awful lot. But I feel like the A site is a really commonly used tool in that department, as in like showing early proficiency. No, hey, we can take A, and then suddenly you're going to force that extra CT fully invested away from the more mid and B focus.
Yeah, exactly. It's just to weaken up the strength that they can have for the lockdown of mid and B, because a lot of the Ts want to get B lane control and get out middle, grab that space at the same time. Whereas A, unless you're going all in like that, it can be tougher to work with. But we'll see how it activates the lurks later in the piece.
Monacy, a couple of red-rated games in the best of ones. He kind of turned it around against OG, but eyes are on him to see if he can perform to, well, what is expected of him.
That's what I said. Too much North American
loser of this game is eliminated, chat. If you're just tuning in.
So
the score or the record is always top left, and the maps are top left. It rotates and then it goes away.
15 kills in a row on deathmatch.
Oh, wow.
15 whole
kills.
kills.
The gift is sub to lick my balls. Thank you,
Thanks for the multi-mega kill. Sounded very excited. So we're out mid, and you know
that you 11 gifted now.
Yeah, look, there's a few things that I think people tend to forget about with Counter-Strike at the highest level, and you can see that with complexity. This should be a bit of a farm fest.
All good, Demise. I hope work settles down here for you soon. Thanks for the 14-month primer, man.
Smoked off for now. And that's them blocking and trying to channel them in towards red.
That's crazy,
so
Bonamont.
Nico, the highest rated member.
Bonamont literally wouldn't say this to the mods at LAN.
Straight through the smokes, and the round is over. So, as I was saying, complexity.
I know this. I was there.
People thought that they were going to be good in stage 1 because of the caliber of teams, but you had a stand-in. And people were like, oh yeah, but what about G2 with Stu? You were talking about completely different teams. And we're also talking about Halzerk. Stewie was replacing Hooksy. He wasn't replacing one of the best players in the team. Halzerk is like a top 10 AWPer in the world when he's on. Yeah, right. Definitely. So I think complexity got overrated. This isn't to send any junior slander. It's actually to say Halzerk's a great player. That's what that's to do.
Wow, so Chad hates North America confirmed.
Well, North America hates themselves.
M80 eliminated now.
So at the moment, if you're a North American Counter-Strike fan, you better be loving Brazil, because they're the only ones that can keep you spots going forward into the next major.
Let's go
Budapest
Brazil!
coming up later in the year.
We love Brazil! Come on!
But nothing to really write home with this one. If I was asked my opinion of how I think this game is going to go, I think it's going to be a quick 2 over Falcons.
All right.
Well, that should be.
But the sub to Eric.
Asked my opinion on how the first day was going to go.
Way to have confidence.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We've seen individuals on this roster, sure, part of a different team before, crumble under the pressure of being one of the favorites in an event and play terrible Counter-Strike. And coming in right now as the world number 2, and you're going up against... Look, if you took a look at, since Monacy joined, the other teams that they had lost to in the world, it's only Vitality and Mouse. So, of course, everybody has them 3-0 in the Pickens. Of course, everybody has this team to be able to take the victories. They get into the best of 3.
Nico has been dog shit on Duke the last few months. But he is an exceptional Nuke player, which is why it's always talked about and brought up.
Any day of the week, I would have Falcons chewing it up and spitting out any of these names.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you painted a very clear and, dare I say, a beautiful picture there when you think about it. When you look at, the only teams they've lost to aren't even in this stage of the competition. They are in the next stage, the stage which
and that, ladies and gentlemen, on the internet is what we call nuance.
But obviously that changed upon their arrival here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
I'll tell you who's happy about this performance from Falcons. Vitality. Right? So the world number 1 coming into this, if their foes can eliminate themselves, as it were,
Cookie!
That would make life a whole lot easier. But here we go. Rifles back out finally.
15 gifted.
You lose to the back-to-back force buys of Falcons. You find yourself now a round down, and the gun's invested safe into the AWP.
New ants.
Asking questions here. It was a bit of a clash between Nico and Insani. He continues to just play more passive on that donut cross.
What do I feel like now? Falcons are going to blame the IGL for their shit form this event? I think most people are putting the blame at Sonic so far, no?
It's going to be set up just for an angle for Heaven. He won't see much more. Won't see anything, actually. A nice shallow one from Nico.
Yeah, and they're likely to slip under his nose anyway. So 3 out through middle, 2 over towards B lane. Are they going to jump up Heaven and look for the B finish? If they do, then 3 towards that site as Kickson trying to show us the specky wall bangs.
Yeah, that's a geeky one.
Bro's been out there for quite literally
the problem
like a decade.
right now for MRBR is the question mark. Have they crossed red? We can see they haven't, but they're coming back to clear mid as a pack. This is about to get biffy.
Yeah, Nico versus Insani. Oh, perfect.
Oh, he lifts him off. Oof.
Can't finish his meal onto Kickson. Exit. He's arrived just in time to lend a hand. Removes Tessus from Heaven. Now all trapped on that mid floor. Renault swings on out for one and done. Magis puts him down.
Chatakis, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Exquisite Willie, thank you, man.
A, but they're still going to force their way in through red. Oh, smoke miss. So
I owe you now
didn't get
20
the trajectory on
gifted,
that one
thank
quite
you.
right,
Oh.
did the young buck.
And a smoke.
Yeah, but he needs to get this kill, and the problem is going to be the time. So Magisk is
Just
going to
like me
continue to
for
try to
real.
go towards A. Does m0NESY play first? It looks like it.
Yeah, he's basically seeing if he can
Lukowski's
slip to the back.
out there on that
Lukowski's
angle, dude.
though, I feel like this is going to book m0NESY. He'll have a shadow advantage as well.
I feel like it's a weird one, though. You
got to go.
Yeah, or not. 15 seconds, boys. What are we doing? m0NESY does get caught out by that Lukowski off angle, and they collapse.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that's convincing. Ties us up 3 even.
Important there to make good on the opening kill on from Insani. It's another Nico opening death. That's going to be his second so far, and we're still very early on, and Nico still yet to find a frag. And we know that he loves to show the frustrations. The haters out there have been building compilations of him just wincing.
Fixing not the promise calls are questionable sometimes.
For it.
Well, when your
Stunted
players
his donut.
underperform, things start to look really stupid, and then
Easy
like you
round
have to
as the fire
start
in the
doing
belly.
things.
That's
Right?
no surprise with the
When
Brazilians' legacy.
Falcons
Just yesterday
individually
taking down
bad.
FaZe to book their spot as the
Genuinely,
team is not even meant to
m0NESY
be
up
here
until
in
yesterday
stage
posted
3.
his worst event ever, right?
Meanwhile, Falcons here.
That affects the calls
for their
because if
life
the
every
players
day.
that are supposed to shoot pretty good don't shoot pretty good.
Nico dead again.
That affects what you're able to do. You start changing things up, and then it can get compounding.
Kicks and goes looking. He looks like
Just
he's
like
about to catch an
the
awkward if he goes a
inverse
step
happens
too
too.
wide.
Like
Safe at a
sometimes
forward
you're
position
calling really
despite
good,
that early
and you
man
make a
advantage.
bad
They're
call,
not
but
playing
your
scared.
individual players play
Maintains that
well.
angle deep into ramp.
And then
He
next thing you know,
boosted
you're
up to go
banging.
looking. Oh, he sees his shadow. Look, he can see a body. Oh, just the smoke and mirrors.
That
Or
is
shadows and headshots, I should
if they
say.
did that
Gets it
intentionally,
anyway.
which it looked like they did, that is
Very
cheeky.
tough. Oh, angle. Just as he mantled up, that was suboptimal.
I'm 95% sure that was on purpose, and that was slick.
Not stabilizing for these fights. You're getting mauled right now.
They said, look right here. Oh my!
In favor of MIBR. And now the money in question on the other side of the server. 4.7 at the high end, 1.9 at the low. Do they take another tactical timeout and bring Zonic on the mic? Yes, they will. So first now called from Zonic. We've had one apiece.
Number 2, why are
in
they
the
in
first
stage
7
2?
rounds of play.
Because of basically when
First
the invites
7
went out
rounds
in the
of play
performance
without
at the
any
time.
Nico impact.
Falcons
I saw
is
Steel
viewed as
make
the
a
number
tweet
2
yesterday.
team
He
now,
said,
but yeah.
Nico's not an entry fragger. He's a star player. Somebody else needs to be going first. And if I have any critique of seeing Nico in the Falcons jersey, it's him on the CT and the T side trying to go for this mid control. He doesn't make it look like a fun day in the office, like a Donk would, like Exertion would. It's quite labored. It doesn't look like it's in his playstyle because Nico, what does he go for? One taps, right? He's not out there giving you the spammy little bursts. He's out there looking for the one bullet to the dome and coming through smoke. Smolly's flashes.
Yeah, you saw it from his POV there. Like, what? How much does he actually see? Just a slideshow of green and white. Nice shooting. I mean, there's no doubt there's definitely some firepower on both sides of the server. Insani was one that certainly turned heads upon his arrival. And what did they elect to do with this? Just a little bit of Kevlar and some Desert Eagles.
Conservative approach was loss bonus going to be 2,400 into the next, so they will be able to get the full buyout. Or close enough so.
I find it curious that Exit's position so close to the smoke.
20 seconds remaining,
I
chat.
suppose he's ready if they do start leaping through.
It's good for a pop, right? If they are on pistols and they come through, that's a position where you can mow down
they have
multiple
like a
by
new,
accident,
it's
right? You're
called
kind
Killer
of
Brew.
stuffing
They
the
have
choke point.
Loca Mocha, and then they have
pivot in
Mean
through
Bean
cave.
flavor.
Short smoke.
Weapon
Killer
Blur, thanks
volley.
for the 23-month
Help
primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Cave control.
Yeah, and they'll actually smoke out Cave as a response. So that's
the key you need to look for is this kicks and flash. So he'll flash, they'll come running through, or they'll wait for it to fade. There's also
Eduardo.
just smoke, which could be used
That's
towards short
awesome.
or long. How good can this flashbang be?
would have to be brilliant. Smoke now fades for them. He'll be flashing them over the top. Re-smoke short, Exit spots them out. That's a big pick from Magisk. If Lukowski goes down empty-handed, his back is turned. They know where he is. Why has he got the bomb out? Nico again down and out. Triple out of Insani. That's crazy output. 2, Shaw, 3. Absurd.
Gonna get the bomb in. The cash is gonna help. They're not gonna play forward. They're gonna wait for the smoke to fade. Now they're pivoting in through short.
0-6 is crazy,
and then
man.
just partnered up. Magisk gonna have his work cut out for him here. Maybe a missed AWP shot is going to be a real opportunity for him. As he does take that first head. Now up against the AWP, but he swings on in. Safe holds his nerve, holds his line.
I thought Ankh was about to do it, I'll be honest. I thought Ankh was really going to do it.
That's impact, it's a bomb plant, it's damage, but it will not be a round.
Yeah, just keeping the CT cash humble. They're going to have to reinvest in 4 weapons right now.
Alan,
So Safe having the
007,
AWP,
thanks to
that's
the Twitch
great. But
primer.
there's more
Thank
than
you.
enough
There's
cash
my
to
20
do
that I owe
so.
you, chat.
Safe can
Thank
drop
you
a
again,
run.
guys, for
Exit
the
so he
gift
can
during
go
this
full
game
nade.
show.
We'll catch some of these in the replay. And this triple is beautiful. The first 2 lining up. The third when they swing out. And eventually Magic finds that trade. Could have got a little bit awkward there because the CT ramp smoke came in that actually blinded up Lukowski. It wasn't the T-Molly even. T-Molly, T-Flash.
The hell, Lasky? The hell, you gonna expose me like this? I'm never taking you to dinner again, dude.
Kind of like Jason last night.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 rounds the difference. So pistol conversion, then 3 back from Falcons. Now 3 out of the Brazilians.
All right, well, hello and welcome to Nico pushing mid campaign.
Thank you.
So far, not so good.
So far, no kill.
This is a test.
I don't want Falcons to lose.
About it. A little double swing
Pickems, baby.
around Breno and Insani, but they'll back away.
And unironically, America
will have some space to stretch his legs. He's got 2 players behind
South America to bang. We need them. The Americas need South America. Why? Because
really
NA sucks
push
ass.
Issue mid, aren't they? So the Orp's going to get across towards the Tetris box and might even jump up on the ledge to look for the donut fight. He might be able to catch Insani on the jiggle.
Please do good, so that way we have more opportunities to suck. Thank you.
Looked pretty good to me. Goes straight through the corner. Insani put on notice.
South North America, guys.
Oh, he got the info. Tessus ready for the swing. Nails the first headshot onto Lukowski. Knows there's more. Swings on in. Can't hold it. Can't control it. Exit removes him, 4 on 4.
I love the moving pieces right now of MIBR. Safe forward in cave, but it's the A main push right now, highlighted by our Obs team. Breno and Insani with so much room. Nico's in red, sure, but it doesn't count for an awful lot. 45 seconds on the clock. Look at the pipe up the ramp into exit
Thank you, best
sight.
channel on Twitch. I love when you lie to me. Thank you.
Throw that out towards long. Exit just going to be spotting for the cross. Oh, he does that again. He's dead to the orb. And Nico doesn't spot this.
He's been seen.
Oh, and he goes down completely empty-handed, baffled at 0-7. Oh, he had a chance in the orb. Safe does go down. Exit stubborn on the long side. That's the Monacy pickup. He's responsible for cave as Kixon digs in long. Vulnerable to a swing, catches and spanks. Nice catch onto Insani. It's Breno slipping out. Ahead of their perhaps expected timing, and oh, they nearly line up!
Oh my God.
Sprints away, knife out, gets out, missed shot, looking awkward here. 18 HP, all he has to work with, poor Breno. And that bomb, take it away, headshot found, Monacy. Good work to find and scavenge that
I thought he was about to double them, to be honest.
Touch and go there for a moment, wasn't it? MIBR, the comms seem to be flowing right now, and they're having reactions to the space that they're losing. The jump spot, he sets himself up for 1. They get in towards B, but they're boxed in. So Kixon being given the space there by that Monacy AWP kill. And then he has to go into the rifle. All right, Molly HE and fight. Going to buy back in with a Famas and 89, making 2 Famases on the CT side. Yeah. Nico should get the space. We're starting 4B. This is a change-up. Might be aggressive.
Yeah, Kixon eats that flashbang, pulls away. Fortunately, Tessus was tucked, and that's a nice counter flash. Monacy sets up Tessus for more. Look at the assists in the feed. 3 members go down.
Well, so they tried to get aggressive.
All 3 of them.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It
right?
didn't
Whether
work.
That's protocols that they've discussed. Hey, if we're going for this, you just need to have a flash at the ready, or if
yeah,
it
we
was
can
called
picture
coming out of
the
spawn,
bait
you
game.
need to be ready for some type of an aggressive maneuver because their cache is a little bit hamstrung.
Yeah, they didn't have enough to be playing a standard round.
I do love the fact that the MIBR are trying things, right? You can't just sit and play default round after round. So this AWP and Famas, will they get to retain it? That's the question, because we can see the B bomb sites open as Nico searching A, still looking for his first kill.
Top tier analytics, by the way. Hey, that's what I'm here for, baby.
Make a dent in MIBR.
I really get to break down the game for you guys in unparalleled ways.
Tail end of this defensive half. Nice tap. Oh, I love the little POV cut. Good work from Safe.
Yeah,
gets
just
the
go
info
B now,
though.
guys.
Nico's coming. And Safe is trying, attempting to save. Oh, yep, he's seen you. He knows.
Nico no longer 007.
Oh, he made a step. Nico gets the early warning. And no AWP for Safe. 5-5. Competitive on Ancient, despite it being a bit of an eyebrow raiser in the veto, but the desk discussed how difficult it would have been for MIBR to just find a territory.
Battle, yeah, thanks for the 7-month primer, thank you.
Those are the flashes you can see just thrown out over. It's clear that Kixon, either he called for it or had previously requested it, because as soon as he gets flashed off, he pulls back into the smoke and Monacy starts to flash.
But that's what you need to have ready. If there's any time delay on that, the flash is too late and your teammates are dead. So really well handled there from Falcons, and now it is going to be the eco out of MIBR. So a chance for Falcons to take the lead. A big red stack.
Yeah, and they're just counting on someone getting a little confident and walking into the smoke.
Watch Nico tilt if he dies without a kill here.
He will. This is a prime opportunity to just completely like farm them up, right? You could just sit in mid, your teammates start planning B, and you get 5 USPs running at you at range. That's certainly what Nico's set up for here. But he'll slip away as his team prioritize the finish on B.
Yeah, been a lot of action over towards B, hasn't there? So I'm curious with the last rifle round if at that
Could've
point
been
they try and
crazy.
head over
Could've been
towards A.
crazy.
A little bit of trickery out of Kickson for the final round. But together, the snake slinks down through middle. Nico, how many are you going to get? This should be like shooting fish in a barrel, a chance for you to redeem some of that stat line. Might even be Monacy. AWP posted from the doors. And he's just pivoted away. Spots the shoulder. This is the first, but Nico now, he can just knock him down. There you go, controls the spray in for 3. And Lakowski, the last man standing.
Nico feasting on Ecos. It all looks the same on the HLTV stat sheet. He's pure impact right now, guys. He killed.
What is he doing?
You know, he's like, God, just
he got 1 exit kill.
What? You trying to
No,
avoid
2 exit kills, and he's got a 3K versus
He can somehow
USPs.
snatch back an AK-47.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
You know, trying to
And
work.
HLTV sees that, and he said, same as Kickson.
You do have to kill someone to get a gun, unfortunately. Oh, it's the ninja.
Probably.
Well, hold up.
Probably better.
No. All right. Well, you tickled the bomb.
Yeah.
And you're out of there.
He's got a little cheeky smile as well, just realizing, well, that looked a bit silly. Had he had a kit, you know, just a $400 on the eco, you've never seen it coming before. Nico did stabilize. When I saw him tracking left like that, I did get a little concerned he was about to get a little double dinkaroo, but he gets 3, and his stat line recovers.
Okay, so do we find ourselves into a change on the T-side call right now from Kickson? Remember, it was early on in the piece where they were trying to soften up the A site to force more CTs to have to be concerned about it. Been a lot more mid and B plays out of them ever since. But no, it'll be heavy over towards B again. Majors towards middle to throw the standard U-tilt.
He looks so pissed off, of course.
Lurk smoke on the site.
Well, because, you know...
Kickson's just waltzed straight up. A quick lurk smoke onto the site, but oh, you've lost Nico.
Nico knows exactly what I just said. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trolling and farming Twitch chat and YouTube chat by mentioning what kills he has, but he knows it too.
An underhand flash gets him early access
With
to
the type of player that he is, you think that's just gonna fly? Hell no. That was
unexpected. Very uncomfortable for the Falcons here. Monacy fakes dips out. So much smoke on the site. Chaos imminent. Perfect pre-aim. Lakowski activate. It's a messy spray. Awkward now for Monacy and Magis. Oh, needed to hit that. Magis and Monacy pulling this one across the line. And with their powers combined, a double kill each. They end the half as they need to go on.
Saw
a run of 4 from Falcons trying to take Ancient and trying to survive the day here at Blast TV Austin.
Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up.
Responsibilities. I'm here with Big Sarah from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years.
That's some intense music.
We've got the rebuttal. Furia, 2 versus 4, turn 2 versus 2.
Oh my God,
good timing
babe.
though for Alex at this B site. It has an open invitation for Headtrick to come join him. Molodoy gonna play with a barely visible angle, and he gets Alex where he wants him, unsuspectingly stepping into the scope of Molodoy, who has positioned himself to get a 3rd this round. 20 on the clock. Molotov to try to fluster him, op combat, and Molotov's positioning catches both those last bait players entirely off guard.
So bait's just cracked.
Again, we saw Fallen just die in the window there, and it was already a 5v4 situation, so it looks really hopeless for Furia, but they all play close to middle, right? Molodoy assisted from Cat. He had
Talking about his lasagna. Do you have any other recipes?
Because they
Somebody
knew
in the
that
YouTube
bait
stream
were
is
try to
watching
go
a
back
VOD.
to mid and split something as they have been doing, so it was a really good adjustment here for Furia.
Oh, that shit's too funny. It happens
And this
so
is one
often.
that goes out of prep. I'm sure Sid helped with their opening play to the top of mid in the first place. But when things got
Who's
hairy,
gonna
they
tell
found a
him?
way out of it. So at least there's one response. And I honestly think, luckily for Furia, they get to use another timeout from bait to think themselves. They could use the extra seconds. It's been 3 from this half. I know part of them is like, we want to answer mid, but we now have to worry about, are bait going to try something really fast? Because they are just throwing those in.
Guys, oh, well, there we go. YouTube chat's doing the... Guys, your social skills are flaring up again.
Oh, Headtrick gets him.
I don't know what I just clicked.
Working on his own back there in ramp. Oh, goes for second servings. Yuri able to press into ramp to hold back the Opper.
That was very risky. Out of
I may have just banned someone.
Got his kill, but didn't get out.
Gives the rest of Furia just a chance to kind of sit back a second, deal with any mid-aggressions, these kinds of positions from Kenzie Zor.
How did MPL get dinked there? I think maybe it was Yakinder from Ticket.
Well,
not exactly sure. He's down to 20.
I can't.
Something through connector.
You know the funniest thing is if I accidentally ban someone in the YouTube chat or something happens, I have no idea how to unban them chat.
Trying to retake some control of mid. Here comes that MP9 looking to make it awkward. Fallen gets it over the line.
Like, I'm not even exaggerating.
They're not in a position to speed up just yet. Fallen gets that kill just early enough.
Good on Fallen to lay down the smoke ahead of it as well.
That's it.
Nade bounces in. Could
Who's
have
your favorite player to watch this, Major?
Well
Simple.
Fallen.
Then Elise.
Eats the flashbang. Still keeps his head tucked down beneath.
Then Kerrigan. Then Rain.
NPL low health doesn't give
And
a
then
damn.
Frozen.
Gets the entry. Utility flying in and out of that market window. Yakindar flying up catwalks. Going to find himself exposed to 2. That's positions confirmed here for the retake attempt of Quesarado and Yuri. 4 rounds, best case scenario for Furia.
2 super
as
chat.
Bait get beyond Fallen, who looked like he had the better of the timing for the defense. Smoke fades, T exposed.
I have 3K
and now a health
viewers on
advantage for
YouTube.
Furia to
Fuck.
just put this in, to just get it over the
nipple.
line. Trade needed.
Nipple.
No allowance whatsoever. NPL.
That's crazy. Nipple just popped off, dude.
Longer feeling pressure as Monacy, he manages to relieve our exit of his head. Insani into the side for one back. Nice catch from Magisk on the way through.
Kixon
Opens up the rotation. Kixon not being noted. Hard shot to hit. He tracks the heads.
What the hell?
Gets the job done. Shaking his head as he pops 2.
Very bright. Thanks for the Twitch Farmer. Thank you.
Match after match. There it is. Finally, they won a pistol.
A little bit of energy.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks as far as pistols are concerned, but Matt just trying to bring a little bit of positivity to the situation. It's Monacy just lighting him up. But yeah, Kixon's shaking his head because if he gets that cleaner, he probably denies the plant.
Right.
So he's thinking from the in-game leader.
Yeah!
Oh dear.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those where, you know... Oh, actually, yeah, we've got it up on screen. We can give you a quick reminder. Use code BLAST on Underdog for a chance to win some cash prizes.
Unk lagging by 2 days.
Didn't force off the back of the plant, Alex. They've just got the hero AK, and A-main searching again. Dig from the Glock. All right, get
And
out
he
of
dinked
there.
both of them with the Glock. That's actually such crazy value. What the
2
fuck?
players brought down to
safe?
50 HP by Glocks. That is a tough one to deal with. Nico's going to jump spot red as Insani's able to work his way out middle with that aforementioned AK. How much impact can the young Brazilian find? Kixon looks like he wants to start searching down ramp with the MP9. Magisk is going to join him, so the 2 of them partner up to take some space. Safe, currently viable as a frag over towards heaven for now. And Lucazi might go... Oh, these bloody Glocks.
I can't believe he's done 81 damage.
They've found so many dinks with Glocks so far. So the aim's on point for the Brazilians. If they had better guns, there'd be a few kills.
Insani
Urban,
does,
thanks for the
so I'm
56
just like
months reset.
slightly
Thank you, dude.
concerned for the Falcons if these Glocks do anything else. Gonna maneuver into this
It's
game
actually
setup,
crazy.
though.
I didn't even know we had that many
Kill.
viewers on YouTube. They're not liking or subscribing? That's crazy work.
I'm a bit stressed. It's fine. Kixon's not stressed. He gets 2.5.
Wait.
He goes dead.
Wait. Oh, he doesn't clear this.
Overlooked. Oh, Magic. A sigh of relief from him as he doesn't get cleared. Gets himself the kill and that AK upgrade. They will be planting, though. They're getting an awful lot out of this round, Chad. It's already costly. And I don't even see a kit. Why is this uncomfortable? Why is this so awkward?
low?
Why is this so awkward? And he's just seen the kit. Lucazi communicating. Perhaps they don't have one on site.
Okay, they could really lose this.
It feels very losable. Okay.
It's an open plant.
You boost up, but it's an M4. Oh my god!
No.
Monacy goes down, another one available!
Time.
No.
Lucazi an exit, someone's got to hold this. It all falls to the cover of Magisk. What can he
No.
get done? Not enough!
No fucking way!
Forget about the AK. Forget about the hero AK. That's not even in the conversation. It's the pesky pistols, the Glock dinks.
Oh no!
That is an absolute mare.
Oh, Kixon gets 2.5. He gets overrun. Nico goes down through the
But
smoke.
it's the damage on the other 3. Remember, 2 of them got put to half HP pushing A-main at the start of the round. So it's the dinks that were done by the Glocks earlier in the piece. That is a calamity right there.
Oh,
a miserable round to lose.
Fucking
Lovely
insane.
use of that, like,
What a
late
round, bro.
boost. Look what it's
Jar
done
Lemon
to the
6 and
Falcons
13 on
economy.
primer. What the
That's
fuck?
a different story, right? Okay, oh, the AK gets an opening kill.
Learn about
and
to
he
get this
goes
up to
and they
ball.
pick up a
People are
rifle.
creepy.
No,
Thank you, Bodemont, for
it's
the
Glock's
gift.
getting
Thank you.
dinks.
Glock's getting dinks and then an MP9 just arriving. Lukowski
Can we claim Falcons for NACS? Oh my Lukowski. Oh my Lukowski.
Second onto Kickson. Okay, is the round over? Nico doesn't seem to think so. Neither does Tesses. He slips out, removes Insani from the bomb site, denying the plant.
Okay, a battle of who wants it less at the moment is what it feels like.
You see Breno and Safe left wanting at half HP. Now don't forget Tessis and Magisk only equipped with Deegs. This FAMAS really wants to stick around, at least have a bit more output from him. Hard shots to track. Nico and Magisk get that back. Tessis, Nico getting the job done. It's exit in the clutch. Bomb down on default.
Calendar, thanks for the primer. Thank you. Medieval, thanks for the 72. They got a double entry.
He's pushed through Cave. They come back around B lane. Nico's also...
Not wrong, Bodemont. Thank you very much for the gifted. Thank you. Oh my god. And then they win. Alright, so that's the kind of game we got going on here, huh?
Tesses could have overpicked after he killed the bomb
That's the kind of game we got going on.
Stays alive, values his life, and ends up being the one to close the round in an unexpected fashion. So that's unfortunate for Exit there. We'll go back and forth. One was a hero AK with Glocks, the other was a full force buy.
I'm amazed they win this after this start. This is a 5v3. Yeah. Tess is definitely going to be MVP of that round. Such incredible impact.
Beautiful.
Great shot. And the wall bang. He's got his lineups. Perfect.
Yeah, helpless there if you exit. What are you really meant to do in that situation? And to drop the ball on that one, so both teams have had a hard round to swallow. That'll put Falcons up to 9, a 3-round gap as second tactical timeout for MIBR has been called. I see another AK. This one in the hands of Lukowski. He doesn't have head armor to go along with it. 1900 loss into the next, so they will have enough for a buy. They just want to make sure they continue to do damage to the CT finances before it gets too out of control, because we're only 3 rounds deep. Feels like we've had a lot of action for just 3 rounds in the second half.
A lot of action.
Yeah, definitely. This half's already got a very different flavor.
Here's the problem. You can't rule them out of a round with 4 Glocks and an AK.
No, sir.
Even though I want to, because there should be no way to win, but they've already found one. Can they do
Should
it
be
again?
unwinnable,
This one looks
aware.
like it is going to have a tempered pace to it.
Falcons losing to 4 Glocks and an AK is literally, that can't happen.
I don't even know if geographers deal with like...
I don't think they do that at all.
Meteorology?
I think, yeah, that's probably more like it.
I'm no meteorologist.
Unless like the geography of the world was something you'd study in terms of like storm patterns and the frequency of thunderstorms and lightning in certain areas, but I'd say there might be some weather people out there.
But back in the day, you'd call them a storm sage, probably. Probably.
Storm sage.
I am a storm sage. Trapped in the modern day.
That could be your alias for tonight's
Pretty good,
pod.
actually.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
That's one of the X-Men, I think.
Yeah, it does sound like it. So this one has got a different approach. It's wait and then go. Rushing into Kickson. He's got his gun out in time. Glogs spamming helplessly. And that's the power of a well-timed smoke, folks. Sometimes...
Any storm stages in chat, guys? Axel Bombshell, thanks to the 9-month primer. Thank you, dude.
Lightning didn't strike twice.
Am I late, Flom? A little bit.
Kickson pushes down, finishes off the round. Double digits now for Falcons.
How many different types of rock can you name? Sedimentary, that's all I've got.
Granite.
That is a rock, I think. Okay, well, we'll leave it there.
Limestone.
Let's end on a... Oh, damn, sandstone. Okay, we win. Chat, keep going. Any more rocks?
One's in chat if you love rocks.
They're minerals, Marie. Minerals.
I jump pool?
Pool?
Is that what he said?
I don't know where pool is.
5th floor. All right, well, could be an A-go. Yeah, Exit's already lining up some util to throw straight towards CT spawn. They're just going to rush A. Nico out mid. Monty finds nothing either. There's not going to be a quick rotation for this. CT smoke's already landed.
Whiffed it. Absolutely bamboozled it.
Yeah, you're right, they have.
And Safe got 9 HP. Oh, that's a messy one. Monacy gets
That was a
nothing
battle.
done. There was 2 on the
That was
screen.
a
He kind
battle.
of got a bit too much of a target-rich environment. Got
I kind of like it the way it is, Weapon
Having
Blur.
the skyball and the CT smoke, I can't quite understand that.
A bit
All right.
harder to hit that than the actual CT. Magisk and Nico are retaking this one very nonchalantly.
Everyone's dead.
Wallbang headshot through a smoke, of course.
Well, Lukowski's on his own because exit up to exit tricks. He's just lurking. So, Lukowski, you need a multi-kill, mate.
Yeah, but the bomb is actually quite light on time. If he had got some output, maybe Exit's position could have been a bit of a late linchpin into the clutch. Diffuses and planted for him. Nico just needs to provide the covering fire. Another body goes down. Diffuse comes through, but he'll farm up a couple of extras.
Christ.
Triple kill
He
from
was
Exit.
he was
Solid
getting
output.
there.
But the 11th round
He was
is
getting there.
Falcons,
He
and that's
was
kind of
he
where
was battling
the
through that
focus is
shit.
drawn. This second half from MIBR is going down the gurgler fast.
Yeah, and you hate that as well. Like messing up little details like smokes when the call was good. There was nobody home. They went for the B lane and the mid press. There was 3 players dedicated towards middle. You were in towards the site. You get the bomb planted. You know, if you had the safety of the utility landing properly, the comms not having to be chaotic, players not needing to pull out nades, start focusing on the territory you're going to take. Maybe, just maybe, that could have been your round. But stressed out now, final tactical timeout, and this one looks like it could be over quick. Smart, nuke up next, Inferno if we need it. And Falcons finding form.
Yeah, Fury is getting absolutely ravaged right now.
Next map, let's see if they can get a pistol and a
They
conversion.
played the fucking...
you have to go it stage by stage.
The young kids on Mirage, dude. This is Unks playing children on Mirage is a terrible fucking idea.
2-1
You
fixture.
just get humbled, and then you wonder if you should ever play Counter-Strike ever again.
A team that a lot of people are intrigued
Like,
to see what kind of level of form you can get. Just
you're just
immediately
gonna get
throwing a wild
mauled,
card
bro.
into the mix.
Well, everyone's loving the FaZe hype train at the moment. It's just that simple.
Push.
Well, a partial. So essentially, you still have some threats, but you're playing for OT.
What I find interesting, Chad, is that Nico's cheated over as well. So how are Falcons going to operate without any mid info? Is it just a kind of question of, like, at some point Monacy checks the red cross, like in his internal timer?
Feels like this is part of prep.
Okay.
Just playing this heavy towards B and staying so staunch with it.
Damn,
Now
bro, they
that
just
Util jumps
farmed them.
elsewhere, it actually pulls Nico away.
13-3 is
Tessa's starting to
insane.
pivot back from cave. Monacy still posted on the line.
Oh, he's actually missed it. Just looked away. Started to move his scope just upon the first peak.
See, there are concerns right now for Falcons because they didn't have eyes on middle, like you touched upon, so they don't know if anybody's crossed towards red. So Monacy will have to worry about that. Nico
You
needs
know
to
what
worry
I
about a
mean?
Magic
That's wild.
Covers
That's
donut,
so
which
wild
now
they've
makes
had to
this
put
B
it twice
defense a
in
whole
5
lot weaker.
seconds. That's
It's
impressive.
just the 2 of them, and Kixon's just tucked in the cubby. So he's just going to try and play spoiler. It looks like Tess is kind
CS kind of popping off again this year, no? Oh, no, CS is going crazy. I was explaining this to
Okay,
Chad.
though, it is a very tight choke
Before the
point.
major,
Here comes the Util.
we had 4 more tournaments already this year.
Playing retake.
So last year,
Bomb
like
should
the
go
big
down.
S-tier tournaments, we had
Tessus could maybe
6.
do
This year we
something
had
here.
10.
Still a tough angle.
Viewership and average concurrent viewership,
Like that. Now the Tech 9 surge
like,
forwards.
or sorry, peak and average went up by 50%.
Down. MIBR, they've got this far. Anything else seems like a
Which
bit of
is
a pipe
literally
dream. I say
insane.
that. LeCounty does remove Kixon.
Usually you run more events, so you just want to try to maintain what you currently have. For some reason, we're running more events and more people are watching.
Cave flushes them back, but Incendiary won't spread, won't force fights. It still is a fight from safe.
The Gamba effect?
Makes it work with just
We've
the
always had
B2.
Gamba,
Matches
though.
gets put low. Softened up for that Insani D.
Literally
Kind of
always.
needed to hit 2 consecutive bullets here, and yeah, swings into Nico. Plenty of time for a 12th round on the defuse.
Okay.
Simple effect? Nah, Simple only played like,
Buy does
what,
come
2 of those
through. Obviously,
tournaments out of the
max loss
10.
bonus in play with the extra cash money. Insani and LeCounty, 17 and 16 apiece. So the 2 of them delivering in the frag department. Feels all in vain as MIBR stared down the barrel of a loss on their map choice.
Yeah, and the 2 most watched tournaments, Simple wasn't
That's a
in.
great example of, you know, how you're trying to hammer it into the people we're playing with, that you can give people the sight sometimes.
It's fine, right? You can give over the plan.
I
As
was
long as you
telling
win the
Chad, my
round, you
current
understand
theory
your
is
protocols
because
as far
it's
as
like
the retake's concerned.
how
But
I
let's go.
explain casual
One of the
viewership to
final
you guys all
rounds
the
here.
time.
Okay,
It's
well,
just it's
Nico's
on
got
all
a
the
partner
time,
in
so
crime
people,
for
it's
the
part of
mid-round
their
this time.
routine now.
And Monacy also there to throw some flashes.
We used to have a couple breaks here and there, but
Back there way, but the surge in through heaven. Tess
people
is gonna
just
meet
see what's
Exit.
on, and if they see ESL or Blast or now PGL at the top, they click it.
First. That's a huge advantage now, but it does leave
It's
a
just always
potential
up there.
cave slip. Covered in the smoke, Insani doesn't matter. What a
Okay,
transfer
Insani.
into Tesses. Different elevation.
It's so weird that
pulls it
it's
up,
12 to
finds
6,
the
but I
head.
feel like some of these rounds have
Double
been
kill out
so
mid.
all over.
Exit. Oh, he should
But
have
Falcons
had
have
that
just done a
one.
good job
LeCounty's in the
stabilizing, I
side,
guess.
So LeCounty should kill Kixon on the way back. It's going to be Monacy and Nico going to have to mantle up, and Kixon actually playing it safe. So he is essentially communicating to his team they can be anywhere on B. I'm going to value my life. Monacy jumps up. Now, there is the late piece of Breno coming through lane. Monacy could catch him here.
How does Breno peek this? Okay, he jiggled it out, so just takes a leg shot for his troubles. Now, Kixon's heard those steps. Safe starts to plant the bomb. Kixon buys time.
Nico's flank.
Coming in from the door side. Breno distracted as well. Not looking, should be Nico.
Trivial? No, they have. They have.
Not going to take his time with that one.
Yeah.
Oh, and now
I mean, coaching definitely helped, but no, I don't. I think it's. I think it's more the routine.
They're pressuring from cave side. Safe distracted, eliminated now. Lakowski getting closed in on. He knows where they both are. Has to isolate these duels. Nico and Monacy, though, they've got the synergy, and he gets overwhelmed. A convincing start to the series. Falcons, it was necessary.
Some close rounds, some nice rounds, but honestly, Falcons steamrolled that CT side.
In the water, but right now, MIBR are looking like fish food. We've got Nuke up next. That was their map choice, falling very flat. If you thought there was a weakness because of bait, maybe that was just day one jitters.
The most dominant form we've seen from Falcons throughout the entirety of the Austin Major so far. Dupree, looks like Falcons are back.
So far, so good. I mean, I still think that Falcons has proven us that they can still play some good rounds. I think Falcons has shown also that they are in a position where they get when they get the things going, they play great. But at the same time, they still show a lot of weaknesses. I feel like there's been a lot of rounds where we just see them fall completely flat and then just look super silly.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I feel
that
like
heroic game actually was such a banger, chat, that this Bait Fury game is about to be over, and then we're just going to wait for this game after Falcons. That might be art. It basically,
in a sense that
there were two best of threes that happened in the middle of one.
So I still think they're trending upwards. I also think there's a case to be made then, and you can probably attest to that as well, Peter, that sometimes you play up to the level of your opposition. And I think Falcons are one of those teams that...
Let me fuck around with this real quick. So MIBR is not going to beat them.
Play better
that pipe dream's dead.
So them facing the likes of Bait, them facing the likes of Linvision, them facing MIBR, I think it drags Falcons down to a level that is not necessarily justified.
Yeah, it's kind of mental to reflect upon, you know, before coming into this particular tournament.
Oh boy.
From the point that they added Monacy, they only lost to Vitality, they only lost to Mouse, right? That's the caliber of opponent that we're talking about. And then we're talking about Monacy.
Phase
it's great
3D
to see
Max
back in the server today, isn't it?
Playing
It's definitely
Falcons.
I still feel like he has misses,
and I need them to beat them.
From yesterday, like we saw some of his more characteristic
Falcons
hits
actually
with the
going
offense
through
well,
like
and
Fury
also
of that
coming
one
into
major
round
and just
nine, we
ruining
saw
my
the
entire
Monacy.
Pickems.
He came into the round and saving the things for Falcons. You know, it actually didn't look too pretty. You know, Nico gets caught off by in this situation in the flank. Then they know that they had to speed up on the opposite side, and then Save comes in with a little bit of a bad miss here. But overall, it just looks like Monacy understands the situation that they need to go for the aggressive plays here. Monacy, he hits the first one, then he gets an outkill on this one, and then just falls back. And Freya, we talked about now the fact that he picks up the M4. We talked about the fact that maybe he's actually not feeling confident now because he gets another uncharacteristic miss right here. But he's out of bullets. He actually goes back for the M4 and just instantly goes for the fight.
Love the fact that we get to see Monacy on the op. You know, one of the big critiques I had when they lost to Bait in that opening game on Ancient was that he didn't play the op in the entire first half. So I think, and I hope that's something Monacy would have said and localized as well. Maybe even Sonic, for that matter, as well, have realized that, listen, we have to treat our economy in a way that we allow Monacy to get into the game. We know he's capable with the rifle. You see this in this highlight package as well. There's going to be kills with both the two guns. But I think Falcons are a better team when they have an op presence, and I think Falcons are better when Monacy's playing the op.
It was something that I kind of wanted to combine, you know, when I checked in with Majus yesterday, he was talking about, you know, we have to treat this as individuals, right? We have to step up individually, and then Nico saying a little bit more on that today about the being proactive, being reactive to what your opponents are throwing at you. Were you content with what you saw from Monacy in terms of that aspect?
Falcons first luck my 3-0, then my 0-3, then beat OG, then... No, that's what I'm saying. Here, or Falcons is actually, like, responsible for... So let's see. Let's see.
I need to prove everyone wrong.
So Falcons
yesterday or the day prior to
fucked
that
up my 3-0.
Me, you know, and for
then
him
they
to get some
fucked up my
confidence building
0-3.
into this one was great to see.
Yeah.
And also his decision making.
Then Falcons took out, so they've taken out 3 of my picks so far. And then by the end of it, they will be playing one of my other ones. They will, if they don't lose their MIBR, they will be responsible for ruining quite literally half my picks.
We've spoken about rifles. Let's talk about the pistols, because prior to this, Dupree,
they fucked up
Falcons
everything.
9 of them? Is that correct?
We've addressed, yeah, it's correct. Yeah, we've addressed how important pistols is.
That's
like
crazy.
Pistols coming into these games is always
You're
gonna
mad?
do one thing. It's going to build economy, but it's also going to bring confidence. You know.
I'm used
And
to
this
Furia
game
during
stage,
this,
the
not
whole
Falcons.
Gamble thing for Falcons finally paid off. They also did that against Bait. Monacy hitting another banger shot here, and it just, you know, he just creates the scene for the rest of the players to get some good kills inside. He tries to bring things back. Kicks in here, you know, he comes out of temple. He fumbles a little of the kills, and he actually shakes his head in the position because I think if he would have gotten the kill fast, he would have.
And then they got fucking blocked, but they still won the game. So.
But you can see how much it means to Magic Stack winning this pistol.
We're going to do a little bit of a flip-flop here. How do you say it in Danish? Clip-clap.
Clip-clapper.
Clip-clapper. We're going to do a bit of clip-clapper here, because what happens in the next round then, Jake?
Well, that's when it gets ugly. You know, that was the ugly moment in the game, because you think Falcons finally win a pistol. Now also shows you can convert that pistol. Unfortunately for them, they get into an uncomfortable 3v2 where the bomb is going down. You're playing against an MP9 with no armor and a Glock with no armor. And the cool thing about Exit, the only thing he does in this round is boosting Lukowski and making sure to stay alive. Then he ends up dying at the later moments, but you think to yourself, that
Falcons
is
really nailing their Brazilian cosplay.
8-6,
True.
we think Falcons, oh no, this could be really ugly again. Luckily for them, they bounce back.
Maybe we all just hit the randomizer button the next time. What do you guys think?
For Falcons, but they find their way back.
Do you think FaZe can beat Falcons without stage buff?
What the hell MIBR is doing? Planning the bomb this
Nah.
early in the round where you have
If I'm just trying to be logical, I think Falcons beats FaZe. Yeah, that's like we definitely want FaZe to win today because.
And I can't help
if they lose, the chances of them losing to Falcons are very high.
Come alive again. They could have installed a bit of fear in Falcons, winning the pistol, not converting. Oh, we're back to square one. We're not looking good. But from this moment and onwards, it was Falcons all over.
And sure, we got to praise Tessus for hitting some really great shots. But what I want to boil it down to is that the plan is just incorrect. Like he gets the first two kills that go in the way of MIBR comes from the long position. And the fact
I think
that
Falcons really looked bad because for whatever reason that day they did not have the right headspace.
They're unaware if there's a guy in there. I think that even there was a smoke.
Being a full armchair psychologist with just being a fucking idiot and looking at the cameras, they just looked checked out that first day. I don't know why. I don't know what was going on.
Mistakes like that, that is the
they just looked so over it from that first game.
It may sound
it
a
was
bit harsh to
insane.
boil it down to that, but at the end of the day, it's a massive mistake, and it cost them a round, and it cost
like
them
they were losing, and they just looked like they were supposed to almost.
The one prize to them was like a free ticket back into the game, and they just completely threw it away.
Let's talk about.
I don't know if they were just trying really hard to not let the games affect them or what.
You know, if he were to win
it looked
this
really
one,
bad.
Dupree, he'd be tied with you.
Yeah, he would.
Don't think it too much about that. Don't think
To me, at least. To me, it looked like a bunch of guys that just were like
because of course the rumor mill
brushing it
keeps
off,
on
which
churning,
is
right?
probably
The fact
good,
that
but in a lot of ways,
Keisuke
I think they were
out
kind
there
of checked
that's
out.
been, rumored to be joining Falcons. Major's name is always one that's thrown into the mix, but he has been showing up here, hasn't he?
I mean, whatever is on the line for Falcons of what's going to happen after this tournament and whether who's
Why
the
didn't
one that's
Team
going to
Spirit play? Because they're in stage 3. This is stage 2.
All these things behind, you know, he just takes matters into his own hand and actually plays some good Counter Strike. You know, we saw he had a bit of an uprise also when they were in Dallas, and now coming into this tournament, he's also been probably the most consistent player, maybe alongside Monacy, if you could like look apart from the first couple of days, but then everyone just really played really bad. I think Magisk in this game, like he didn't get like super flashy kills.
Also, why is Unk
or
the one popping
like,
off? And why does Nico look like
but he was just like being stable, and that's what's needed of him. Like you have Nico and Monacy inside the team. They are the ones getting the highlights and getting the flashy ones. So for him to just step up and be this rock that we know he can be is definitely the right approach for himself as an individual.
If you're a Magus fan, you should be happy because every game is an audition for him right now. If he is going to get cut, if that is true, all the rumors that we're hearing right now, and Kyusuke's coming in and he's out of the lineup, then I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other teams right now that we're going to speak about at this tournament. The likes of Astralis, who's not here, G2. There's a lot of teams who could use a player of his stature, a player of his caliber, a player with his experience. And if he's showing that at this tournament he can still play at a high level, then he's just basically playing for a new contract. And so far, so good, Peter. I agree with you. He's been consistent. He's been delivering. Had a bit of an uptick at Dallas. So Magisk is proving that there's maybe still a couple of years left in him.
I reckon he would go back to Astralis. I don't know. That's a conversation for another
Hopefully
day.
not for him.
Was this the best opportunity for MRBR to take a map off of Falcons? Obviously, we're going to talk about a bit more about Nuke, the pick of Falcons after the break. Was this your opportunity for MRBR to strike when the proverbial iron was hot?
I think it's fair if they head into momondo.com right now and start picking up flights.
Oh.
I don't have to agree. I mean, coming into this game, what map are you supposed to pick? If you decide to go and pick Ancient against Falcons, then you just have a pretty bad map pool coming into the series.
Yeah, I don't believe it either. To be completely honest, MIBR had an opportunity losing the pistol, winning the second round. That was the ticket into the game. They didn't capitalize, and to be completely honest, I feel like the more Falcons get to play, the more of that project gets alleviated for them. Alleviated, that is. Then I think it's game over.
No, it's 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10 is what you need.
Well, 13-6 is how Ancient is going to be wrapping up. And now Falcons pick lays in wait. That's Nuke, which we're going to be diving into after this short break.
Are the picks smoked out? If you mean mine, nope. My picks are alive till tomorrow. I will literally be riding the wave tomorrow. My picks stay alive for another day.
Counter-Strike like a fine wine.
Lies? I don't. It's weird.
As of you, Mr. Bloom, and that's why I bring you today into the
It will probably be
Counter-Strike
fucked, though.
Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major.
I've accepted the
Bloom, please talk
Falcons
me
will
through your
destroy my
decision to
Pickems.
Present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went
I got a
down to
P
the
chat. I'm gonna run an
Clubhouse
ad and piss,
archives,
and then
and I
top
happened
2.
upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime on Nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid. And then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And
of course.
Starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CS2 major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CS2 major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
Nuke as the pick of Falcons coming into this series, and a chance for them to go 2-2 here at the Blast TV Austin Major. Obviously, we've seen them playing a hell of a lot of Nuke in their careers. What should we be looking out for coming into this one, Dupree?
I think obviously Falcons is a team that has been playing so many tournaments and they've made so many deep runs that they have so many repetitions on all the maps. And if you just look at how many maps they played on each individual, like they're like at sub, like our top 15 on all of them. So they have just so many repetitions that they will feel confident pretty much anywhere they would go against in likes of MIBR.
I think the biggest storyline for Falcons when it comes to Nuke is keeping an eye on Nico. Obviously, leading into this tournament, he had a period where his CT sides in particular on Nuke were lackluster. His T side necessarily not good either. And we know Nico to be, for many, many years, we described him as the best outside yard player. We described him as arguably the best CT-sided player in the world on the map of Nuke, and he's been in a bit of a slump. So in terms of Falcons winning this game, I have full confidence in that. But if you are a Falcons admirer or a Falcons fan, you want to look out for a tendency trending upwards for Nico, because he's going to be needed when they play the likes of G2, when they play the likes of Vitality, when they play Mouse. Against MIBR, it's going to be no issue.
They're going to be starting on the T side of things. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No worries.
Just going back to a point that you said yesterday in the OG game, you were a little bit concerned about Nico maybe getting bullied in that outside area, right? As Pimp said, so crucial on the map.
Yeah, but that's actually what I want to buy into. Like, I think if they can keep Nico alive, if Nico can get to the secret area without getting punished, I think that Falcons is in such a good position where Nico can help play and make out the rounds for them. It feels like every time Nico gets punished outside yard and they clear him out and see, okay, there's no one else here, then they're like, okay, they probably fall lobby, they're gonna either hit in or they're gonna go ramp. But if they can keep Nico alive and he can actually bully whoever is actually trying to control this secret passage for the CTs, then I think they have so many more options, whether they can go back to yard, they can come up vents. There's like so many possibilities, but it all kind of relies on Nico staying alive, and that is probably where I would be looking for the series as well.
Does it sound like it's over then for MIBR? We're literally only mentioning Nico's name and how much impact he's having. There's 4 other players on the side of Falcons as well. Are MIBR going to be able to surmount this hurdle?
Personally, I don't think so. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to see MIBR maybe take a map off Falcons and install a bit of fear again, so we have a bit of excitement. But nothing to me right now, Peter, suggests that MIBR is going to win here. Insani is the one player I'm looking out for. We had a talk about it in the green room as well. Lukowski used to be a guy that could make the difference, but let's be honest, Nico m0NESY versus MIBR, it's as clear as it should be.
And I think, like, you know, Insani and Lukowski has been the 2 best players so far for MIBR also in the game before this one. So if you had to look like a bright spot, sure, they have the ones that they expect to go up and make numbers. They are playing well, but I don't think it's going to be.
If anything, MIBR got the coolest shirt in the building, so I would like to see that a bit more, but I think it ends here for you.
That's why we pay you for the high-level analysis, Jacob. Well, it's time to get this show once again on the road. It's Nuke, the pick of Falcons, and a chance for them to go 2-2.
Wait, you get paid?
Is Jacob colorblind?
No, look.
Is he colorblind?
You don't, like, he's good at something.
Is he colorblind?
Analyzing Counter-Strike, endurance.
The coolest shirt.
Not fashion sense, okay? I can't talk. I'm wearing essentially a bin bag, but I still think the coolest shirt is a stretch. It's a stretch. It is, but hey, let's not bully him because
Furia had the best ones. Let's be real.
Map they play at the major.
I like the color of the MIBR jersey, and I like the idea of the patch, but the patch is too big.
It's understandable, of course.
It looks kind of goofy. But I like the idea of the patch.
Mere fledglings, and arriving in this stage an achievement in itself.
Yeah, I think this is the tough part of this. There's only really one side of the story that the greater Counter-Strike world cares about unless you're Brazilian. Obviously, it's important for the Americas region as a whole for the second major of the year. But right now, all focus is on Austin. Budapest is a whole long while away.
Yeah, dude, the Fury jerseys were sick, though.
Falcons are a team who are meant to be in contention to take on Vitality for the trophy.
How many of you guys saw the Fury jerseys, chat? The Star Wars ones. Jeff, thanks for the 30-month reset, thank you.
Yeah, well, I can understand why. A drought of pistols, especially with just the tense games that they've been playing. All right, looks like the top pop set up. Molly at the ready for.
Mom didn't even tell anyone to pay the tax. Okay, well, I mean, no, I thought you guys were cool. I didn't think I had to remind you guys that if you guys look, you need to pay the tax. Jeff, thanks for the 30-month reset. Thank you.
Double. As many kills as he has pistols in this round. And yeah, I think the knife slashing in the smoke is an embodiment of how well.
So Falcons back to their normal pistol round wins.
Smoke lands, removes the vision, and don't worry about that. You get fade to black in a moment because the dual Berettas bang.
I just thought chat was honorable, Rin, but you're right. I should have told him.
1v5 situation. We'll call that the 1-0 start for MIBR.
You want to see, you know, full justification for Breno facilitating Lukowski with a smoke and the dual Beretta drop. Breno essentially just bought everything, got away with just a pistol.
Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, nice boy indeed.
All right, well, Kixon, see how much you can find because, yeah, you would find the U2 on that T side.
Like you're pretty fire at pistols. I feel like you should
spotted. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yo, my pistol, I'm very confident with most of my pistols. The only pistol I'm not good with, and I have no problem admitting, is the Deagle.
Gives him something to
and I still do have the occasional pop-off with it. But yeah, that's my bad. He catches me with a Tech 9, a 5.7, a P250, a Glock, or USP. I am fucking terrifying. Deagle's the one, though, where I know better. The only time I get the Deagle is when I can't get util to set up like my other pistols.
It actually does have quite the huge ramifications with the early stages of a game. So you're going to see 3 M4s and 2 MP9s going up.
Oh, the dualies are good. I'm a little hit or miss with them.
MIBR able to get away with.
I'm better than most with dualies, but
Falcons bring the rifles out.
Like I said, you catch me with like the 2 starter pistols or a 5.7 Tech / P250. I am.
Was formerly part of this team doing the in-game
I'm
leadership.
spooky. Rogue, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
Thrown ever further in the favor of the Falcons. So
I don't have the patience for a Deagle. That's my issue.
Assisted by that safe AWP. You're going to have
Lukowski
as your hut/door guy. Exit is going to have to be the topside anchor plan on the rafters backside. Insani, the outside rifler, and safe, of course, as the AWPer. The desk obviously highlighting Nico. Dupree pointing out, hey, if they can facilitate so he gets control, it is going to make their life a whole lot easier. And Nico is a very strong player, but there's so many more ways these days to be able to deal with yard players, the clears of the smoke, the understanding of the rotations, the spams are becoming picture perfect as the Glock Eco is about to be dealt with. There you have it. MP9's getting the lion's share of frags within that one.
No,
So
it's not my birthday.
Insani versus Nico was a fixture.
Bro, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you, dude.
On map
Any
number
other
1,
primers? Prime for
Nico
getting
was,
shot?
what was it, 0-7 at one point before he got on the board with any kills, and he was having a tough time giving up a couple of frags. But, let's see if we can get into these guns right now and they can find their first rifle round.
Quick message from our sponsors. This is Underdog. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose higher or lower on your
Why did I hear
favorite
quick
Counter-Strike
message
players
twice?
to win real money. Moving into round 3, though, it is guns out.
1 MP9 for Lakowski. Khalil from Magis, that's the weakest of the weaponry right now, as Tessus top silo. Quickly mantles onto main, kicks in.
Oh, that was
Passes with
Machine.
the
That wasn't a
util.
producer. I think we heard him through
Drop.
Sponge's mic.
Insani aware of Tessus's position by the looks of things. Now, just talking
It's
about
crazy
it,
how much
can
gambling is
Nico
attached to
get
CS.
across to
I'm not saying you
Secret?
should
That
like
was
it,
part
but
of the
guys, I
plan.
don't.
The first clear of the smoke, the speculative shots not being found. Now he starts the crawl.
It's kind
Another
of just everywhere, man.
Second smoke wall, so you can just see.
I would
how
actually
much
agree
utility
more.
is
Once upon a time,
exhausted
it was
to get
attached
this
more to
control.
CS, but
Lakowski's
I
already
have to
down to
fucking
Secret.
switch the channel when
He's in a position to
ESPN
get
throws
early
an entire
information,
hour and a half
trying to find an
ESPN
off
bet
angle against
segment
Nico's
while I'm
AK.
just trying to get caught up on my
Drops back
fucking
over towards Hell, and they're quite
Stanley Cup
clustered up by
highlights, you know?
MIBR.
Bro, I get the live updates on fucking the bottom of the ticker of like all the NHL. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. It's just everywhere. Not saying you guys, by the way, that doesn't not say you should love it. I'm just
Nico's coming down to investigate this.
Yeah, Lakowski committed angle, and with 40 seconds left, the finish is imminent.
kind of crazy how we're not allowed to talk about it here. I don't mind people discussing gambling as a topic, actually. I just know we don't do bet talking here because it becomes entire people's personality and completely consumes them and their ability to socialize.
They need to find a player on the site. Safe drops into kicks and a free frag exit flush.
And if you need an example of this, please admire the main chat.
Up the vent, low HP. It's Breno in the clutch versus Monacy.
You could fucking gamble all day, bro.
Monacy allowed to get that down. Now Breno swings out and he wins the duel. Monacy looks up to the sky in
Be
frustration.
safe, fucking
Sure, you got the bomb
be
down,
responsible,
MIBR, they'll
but yeah,
keep these
it
wins
just
flowing.
becomes a lot of people's
We can just
personality.
see how telegraphed that was, right? For MIBR, they know the impending doom of that execute. Nico had the secret control, but he didn't apply any pressure. And when he did start to investigate, there was so little time on the clock. He didn't get the kill, gave over the opening death, and his teammates did a good job to still trade in towards that A side, get the bomb down. So, yeah, Secret's call completely clear. Having that space is great, but you have to do something with it. You see certain teams, they round the corner, they get the molly over to the double door side, they make sure that there's nobody close, because if you're towards back vent, right, your decon side or your double door side, you don't actually know what could round the corner in an instant, but if you have
Like
that
people who
space to hit,
smoke
it's
weed.
unlikely, like
Gambling
three
goes
players
hand
are
in-
still
No,
all
I
just sitting on
definitely
the
make that
stairs doing
comparison.
nothing.
Well, I
So
don't
we'll be
link them,
impartial
but
now,
yes,
1 AK.
people that enjoy the devil's lettuce.
Four
Oh,
upgraded pistols
I would do have a
and
saying
opening
that
of the
people that
util.
enjoy the devil's lettuce will always tell you they're on the jazz cabbage if they're in a game.
Elevated angle on top of the box, be able to fall back,
Or
drop
in
off,
push
and
up,
actually
bro.
do so immediately. Just gonna throw out a
What
box
trade
smoke.
should I give, bro?
That's an invitation.
Bro, that's fine, but like, and I don't care.
Tessus with that Tech 9 and the bomb on his back. To triple swing this off.
We need to get something like it's all right.
Lucky to be alive.
Breno's
It's
here.
Tessus hamstrung. Finished off by Breno's rotation. Safe pullback.
Bro, I'm gonna hit the spawn for you, man.
You want to see team play on display from MIBR.
Look at that, everybody.
That's great, man.
Everyone
Good
chips
job.
in. Everyone in the right place to defend this ramp rush.
Yeah, quick response time on this is it's just Nico. Only one yet to frag again, so two extremely slow starts
feel
from the
attacked.
rifling
Hey,
superstar
man.
in the start of
It's all
both
good.
these maps. Sure, it's only 4 rounds played, but when you play such key
Well, I've
positions,
never been a
you want to
toker.
get
Well,
him
based on
going
the
early.
logic that I just told you guys, you guys would know, right?
For MIBR as Nico, he's going to look for anything he can. They've actually
Or
set
I'd
up
be
the
taking a
push-up
lot more
round, so he might
stretches.
just get blindsided as he peers back down. Sweeps in, spotted now, and Lakowski will delete. Beautiful work, all 5 staying alive. So you think about it, the pistol round, clean and easy. They're able to get the M4s out early. Now, we're talking round after round. Sure, Breno came down to a 1v1, but this alleviates a whole lot of that pressure against the partial.
I mean, here's the maths for you. Falcons.
Plenty of
5
people enjoying
frags
private though.
in 4
Oh yeah,
rounds of play.
just like
That
plenty of
will
gamblers
certainly do
fucking
it for the CTs.
can
They're
do their
flying high.
parlays and not have to update me
coffee's
live
gonna
with
be
every
a
single
little
action
extra
in their
padded.
parlay. You know, yeah.
well,
But
no time
we have the
taken, just
rules
gonna
for
get
the
straight back
people that
underway.
can't do that, which unfortunately are quite a few people.
This time a bit more pace from Nico.
Yeah, he's going to be working on yard this time.
Sunny in from main, so he's prepared for a player trying to slink down vent. Smoke balls up early. There's the clear, nice and high. And slightly premature. Nico can wait that out. Is there a second HE who's going to part through this?
Oh, he's holding for it. Oh, Nico.
Oh, Nico with the creep in front.
Shot. That's an opening kill for Nico. Impact being felt as Tessus.
Those plays are always so good, man.
I love this from Tessus. Depends on the timing as he mantles up. You see there's a player in the heavens. That's Breno. He's just dropped down in towards the site. So high alert right now is the lobby anchor. This time there is follow through down towards B and nobody home at the moment for the
gambling
Brazilians.
promotion or sponsorship.
One here, he got that little shoulder jiggle, does tame the spray. Finds LaCowsy. Did he hear Breno on the swing through? I think he did make a step, yeah. Concerned about more on lobby, but that's keeping them
we'll see if they actually enforce it.
Feels like the round's almost a shoe-in now.
Yeah, okay, well, they've sprawled out everywhere, haven't they? Lobby control, you've got Tessus who's gone all the way outside. Now he's going to flank ramp. It will just have to be the save.
I think that's existed for a while, though, no?
Tessus hard clear.
Or is that added into the new thing? I mean, it's supposed to be that way the whole time.
Breno goes down in the interim. Magisk is playing this. Look,
yeah,
it's not the most glamorous role.
I expect nothing to change, to be honest with you.
But his impact, it's massive. Stalls them out, drops
well,
back,
that doesn't help
removes an avenue for them to save. Eggton and Safe really going to try and tussle with him because they could lose everything by going for it.
Yeah, Exit and Safe are trying to exit and save. However, Magisk is in a position to really slow them down if that bomb radius catches either. If they were just a little lower on HP.
Gambling's been, you never see it on
rolling in.
They're on high alert, though. They know he's disappeared.
Oh, what a ridiculous save. Just on the other side of the wall. You've got quiet neighbors, Magisk. You don't even know they're home.
Okie dokie. First round on the board, and it starts with an Nico opener.
Yeah, that's his...
no, yeah, this is a nice play from Nico. See, those are the kinds of entries that you want Nico going for, you know, where he gets to pick the fight, not something where like...
Long ago, I was proud of myself for asking you about the
It's not like him solo space creating and trying to find something. It's like, oh yeah, if you want to go for that, you can while we go
he's had some up and down times
secret, you know?
Jersey, hasn't he? They've had some heartbreaking
if they enforce that rule, Flom might be the last CS streamer left.
Well, exactly. You know, they hit the ground, not running, but sprinting.
All right, well, this time doesn't have the follow-through outside, but they've got the response they were looking for. Insani has started down secret immediately.
We talk about this.
Red pole, not
aggressive
secret.
AWP draws the line and removes Tessus just as easy as that.
Couldn't have come in a better round because it's so lobby-centric right now.
Now you're already walking into a man disadvantage 4v5. Now testing Breno and comfortable onto Monacy. A second is crazy.
Damn.
A headshot.
Well done.
Well
done.
Kixon's removed.
Second
and
kill
Nico
is
and Magisk forced to
a ramp player that can do that for you. Oh my lord. That's the one ramp player people don't hate, chat.
The Cowsies already down towards being safe. Here he is again.
Re-sweeping through. Last seen in this exact position, besting Tessus. And he confirms to the boys that it's either heaven or they're coming down ramp.
Well, when Sani's going over to deal with heaven and hell right now, you can see just how curious he is of the possibility. LaCowsy is on his own. There's is far away.
No ramp player disrespect required.
That's that bomb with 37 encroaching onto the site. LaCowsy staying active. Now that
I want a wicked nice skin from the Team Falcons giveaway, but I can't claim in the US. No? Oh god.
You need to kill that covering player. It's Nico.
Surely he's trolling, and he didn't fall for the AI scam. Surely he's trolling in my YouTube
Tough
chat.
spot for Nico now. Two going to come through Decon.
If he could just get one more, an extra kill really sets up Magisk, but with such low HP, a single bullet can best him. Nade of the door, he unloads, he gets his.
God, that's so cool to see. Like, I know I've seen people do that before, but it's so cool when I see it.
Swings on out,
Oh,
it nearly came together. A really valiant attempt between the two of them.
NT from Unk and nice round from MIBR.
Well, the defuse comes through. Exit will secure that. Might be able to get Safe's AWP back as well. Yep, can grab that just before the time expires. So, well done. They had the man advantage thanks to
was
Breno
Boss
on
getting
round.
hacked or some shit yesterday when played on stream? No, guys.
That round, but they gave it a
Nobody's
good shot,
getting hacked.
YouTube
is literally putting scam ads on streams.
And the double is beautiful.
I tweeted about it today because we hit them up.
They made the most of this.
We have like a contact at YouTube. We told them about it privately, I think like a few days ago. I think the Team Falcons management reached out to them over 2 weeks ago.
Monacy even now equips the AWP. So they can have a full rifle round.
Yeah, they're not the guys. They literally they have scam streams running, but YouTube is literally putting scam ads in front of streams. Yeah.
Looking to bring success to another organization. Vitality Astralis, both thankful
Can't
for
someone
the big
sue
man's
YouTube for it?
contributions to their major trophy cabinets.
Fuck if I know. I feel like you should be able
that
to.
Same success.
I feel like you actively promoting
as well from the community
things that compromises people's accounts and you're losing it, like you should be able to be honest.
It's hard to argue
But
with the
good
talent
luck
in the
with that.
server. It hasn't come to play in Austin just yet. But if they survive the day, tomorrow they go into a 2-2. Their opponent, well, the possibilities are endless. All boosted up. Safe this time outside. And he's going to get found.
Lovely work, Monacy.
Javinator, thanks for the 17-month armor. Thank you.
Just pulled away, and so on that repeat, Monacy with the advantage already posted.
Strong position for Insani to find himself in, especially if they try and split into top site late. Brenner's going to poke his nose up secret, so great information. They've sold ramp, okay? They've given it up completely. Oh, and the
it works.
Yeah, well, Magic was just in hard deep, wasn't he?
Okay, well, that's info.
And that's a free kill back, so we're just leveled out to 4v4. That is tough. Monacy did some hard work there to hit a necessary shot outside, and now it's just a 4v4 situation. You're really just going to try and walk into A. They've cleared outside. They know that nobody's home.
Oh, this is a tough round.
Danny, like, bro, blaming people for getting scammed is kind of crazy. I get what you mean. Like, people need to be safer, but if you're autopiloting and you literally see a deep-faked AI version of Nico just saying enter this shit, and it's being promoted by Google, that's
okay. So
I think you should see what it looks like. I tweeted it.
Cover their rotation, stop that vent, rotate, but stop
before you totally
okay.
start blaming
Breno,
people.
Though, will be the unknown entity. Nico's going to be furious.
And to be fair, it looks exactly like Nico. Like, the only thing that throws it off is he clearly, like, it doesn't look like it's... No way. Hold on, hold on. Oh, the over the shoulder is crazy right now.
But Monacy's going to call the bluff. Now there's not enough time on that. He'll have to stay active.
Oh, he worked him. Oh.
Eaton doesn't swing. Breno just holding.
Oh!
Monacy overthinking, and Breno, brave, even takes him down after.
The loose piece down the vent and the amount of output there. For a moment, he couldn't find the bomb, but sticks the landing, and 6-1 reads the score.
He thought the flash would get him off of it.
Yeah, exactly. You're not
Monacy
taking another.
playing
This should never have been able to happen. Just
some crazy games right there.
Over towards T vent, comes in, surprise.
How many bullets?
Jump scare.
He
can't find the bomb. Oh!
It was the erratic movement of Breno looking for the bomb, like he's like looking left, looking right, crouch, uncrouch. Kickson couldn't track him. And
Joyce on, thanks for the 14-month armor. Thank you.
On. They did take the tack timeouts. This one's just to screw the head back on, maybe to discuss what went wrong or to try and wash it away, because you're still into map number 2, 1 to the good, and this is the T side of your map choice. So you have to start slathering on a couple of rounds. I think 4 is probably enough, but at the moment that means 3 more need to be added to the total. So as long as you don't let the frustrations of that one get to you, should be able to start whirring back into action now. Get the AWP back out, the AK's in the mix.
What a round out of Breno.
And to think about it, the money's still not great over there on the Brazilian side of the server. Sure, it reads 6-1, but it's min loss bonus if they do lose the round, and they don't have a lot of leftover cash to work with.
Just the exception of Lakowski would have a little
Their
bit
T side is so bad. Well, I'm just gonna... Like, this is kind of what I was explaining before with, like, the Kickson situation, where, like, somebody's asked me if he'll get blamed, and I said no, but this is where, like, the calling can kind of look kind of whack, is like, what are you supposed to call if you're Kickson when 8 rounds in, the most kills on your team is fucking 4?
Just walked straight into his crosshair.
Like, at a certain point, there has to be a certain level of output from your players for anything to work.
Or an ancient in terms of the positions you'd find yourself in. Nico picks up the AWP, that's never a fun sign.
Yeah, you can condition people, have this game plan, have this variance of like what you're doing to manipulate rotates. But if nobody fucking dies, it doesn't matter.
I mean, they've burnt 2 timeouts in this
like,
half.
You can't out like.
The biggest problem I have with what happened in the last round, then obviously Breno.
You know, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Is basically the equivalent of this analogy right now.
It's just been a lack of opening kills. The one round they do have was Nico getting that AK kill as he slipped through the standard straight wall smokes in front of Red, kills Insani towards main. Then in the last round, Monacy gets the opener.
Help.
Magis gives one back immediately, and that felt like a bad death to give over. So you've got Safe, Lakowski, and Breno all with 2 opening kills apiece for this CT side.
Complex executes are kind of a last-ditch effort when the team is falling apart individually and not used as much anymore because individually players are too good at picking apart most of the strategies.
Yeah, they're going for it now.
They are giving it a go with 15 seconds left, and no one's on the site. Insani will have to come up the vent. Never fun. Nico not covering though. And Lakowski, oh, he nearly found him in the smoke, but it does give him his position away. Nico chips in with another.
How did he do
Keeps
so
the
little?
setup
It
for a
looked like he
potential clutch.
like
2 on 5 is a crazy ask, but now a 1v2 feels a little more manageable.
I wasn't
Chip
expecting
damage
to kill him, but
inflicted. Nade
looked
for
like
the
he hit him way
encroaching.
more than that.
Chips on Insani. Kickson, that smoke fades, loses his cover,
Ooh.
loses his head.
Damn, MIBR,
solid
okay.
CT side
Okay,
taking shape
okay.
now. 7 already under their belt.
Okay, well, the bomb goes down again. The loss bonus
Yeah,
is
these
there.
days people
You
use
could justify
executes more as a
another buy,
crutch
of
when your
course,
team
on the
individually
T
isn't
side,
hitting.
but
So
what are
like,
we
yeah,
gonna
I would
change?
expect an execute to
He
come out
lost
here
to pick
soon.
Monacy, unable to beat Safe
But
in
also, if
back-to-back
you're
rounds,
Falcons-
then Tessus was a free kill.
Who the fuck is trying to
It's
do that? You have
crazy that
Modesty
they even put
Nico.
the bomb down in
And
this, so
honestly, throw
props to
Tessus
Nico
in
and
there as
Kickson
well.
for that. He's showing some frustrations there.
Still got the mic mute etiquette at the time.
Wow.
That is such crazy timing. I love these over-the-shoulder cams, man. Mercy, thanks for the gift of sub to Aro. Thank you.
As he swings. Oof. I mean, you can only imagine the level of pressure these individuals are feeling right now on both sides of the server. But certainly, as far as expectations go, Falcons themselves and their fan base expecting a whole lot more of them here.
Daniel Super, thanks for the 7-month reset. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you.
And that's why they've got some of the biggest players in Counter-Strike. Nico with some space.
Yeah, when I see Nico this far forward, this early into the round, I have expectations of him. Oh, for that kind of
There you
action.
go.
Straight
There you go.
headshot
That's
ahead
the
of
kind of
smoke
shit they
wall.
need.
Beautiful. Okay, so those are the mind games between your yard holders. Boost is perfect.
Yeah, Breno, he's in the prime position, doesn't exercise any restraint.
Oh, he
should
should have waited.
Punished. Honestly, swings into the AWP. 3 on 3, has to respect the flame. Decision-making tree is wild right now. Exit, he reveals his position in lobby, smokes the trophy return, and then leaves.
Yeah,
Ooh,
he's got a
that's
lot to worry
interesting.
about.
Yeah,
Counts
Nico's
is
going to
already
come back and
hedged
clear
down
this.
towards the B site. He's playing Joker right now, just going to hide behind the single box. Tessus, Nico, and Kickson are going to be able to group up. Nico is worried about, hey,
Kickson's
where
proved
did
that his
smoke come
system
from,
works
and has he
before.
disappeared?
Something has to be going on behind the
Diligent
scenes.
work
Well,
over
no,
the
it's a
Squeaky.
double-edged
We can see
sword
nobody's
of having
home.
this
Exit
much.
opting to play behind the CT.
It's the G2 problem.
Timing. Nico sticks the landing.
Yeah, that was a tough spray to commit to. Converts it
Imagine that.
in
It's
half a
because you have
magazine.
Nico and Monacy, right? Like, it's not necessarily something they're inherently doing, but you don't want to usually handcuff these players too
I don't think
much.
there's any harm in giving over
But
a
that also
second,
makes
holding
you
onto
very
your guns
reliant
and
on
going
those
again
individual
for it in the
players'
next.
level.
Exit should be able to buy something with the 1400 coming through. And Safe will be able to
It's
drop
really, really,
potentially
really
a Thanatos
hard.
or an MP9 depending on what his teammates want. He
Gigo,
already
thanks for
has
the
a belt of
36-month
utility,
reset,
so that's
thank
quite
you.
nice. Mackenzie, if he holds on to the AK, that'll be great too. So they'll have at least something to fight for
Maybe
within
they
the
should
next
start
round.
handcuffing them.
But we've
Well,
been here before. Falcons
last
need to punch
couple,
through with
one IGL tried to do that.
consecutive
He got
to
removed.
open the bank
He's on a
of cash,
different
at
team
least
now.
as
He
far
won a
as
major recently
their
though, so
side
he's
of the
not too
server is
upset.
concerned. It'll force MIBR into eco territory, and that's down the stretch where maybe, just maybe, they could still walk away with 5 in this T side. So really well done.
Right,
Nico,
there's
his
definitely-
second opener, and that one was a thing of beauty.
There's levels to things.
When you have a team
Oh,
structured
timeout,
in the way
timeout.
that Falcons are, you need your star players to be able to deliver you this. This is why you set them up. You know, they're, in some cases, calling the way that they're going to go for those fights. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I would be more surprised if Kickson said, hey, Nico, can you go get the timing as I throw the smoke? Nico's probably gone, you throw the smokes, I'm going to peek as they're landing.
Can't say they don't fit well
Tactical
together.
timeout called first.
They've had
from MIBR,
multiple top 2
and
placings on this
understandably
roster.
so.
True. When I
It
spend
has been
$4
an
million
easy stroll
on
down the
Modesty Nico, I
sidewalk of the
fucking
CT
love
side of
second
Nuke.
place. Shit gets me going.
Only 5 rounds to the good,
Yeah.
and they can still get a whole lot better. There's M4 territory as discussed for Exit. It's going to be a 5-7 for Breno. Well, it was at least. So indecision in the purchases. Bought in, sold back. Where do we find
They're-
ourselves?
with all their incredible
Oh, he's just
success
gone
they had
back
on
into the
G2
same
with different
buy.
ideas
Okay.
as well.
No, they're taking the eco. All right, well, it's like all of us. You know, you go window shopping, you see something you like, you try it on.
Yeah.
Oh, can they make up their mind? I've said it 3 times. They bought, they sold, and they bought back. Okay.
Yeah, the money how much
It
we
is
just spent on
what I thought.
Modesty, bro.
Exit with the M4.
Nah, that's
Hammers
crazy.
dropped over to Insani. Breno with a 5-7. Okay.
Now we go. Oh, Nico pays quite the heavy blood price and goes straight down. Okay, that's rapid. And he's not going down secret. He's slipping into warehouse. He's calling that this is unoccupied, and he's bang on. No one red pole.
This is great as well. He doesn't know it, but the AWP started ramp, so he
Exit
gets so
just
much
looked
space
away.
for free.
Oh, and it's come clear back. Nico
Oh.
didn't spot him through
I'm
the
hearing
grate. I think Exit got that info.
Somebody's got the countdown timer going on in this
Perfect
room.
for the situation right now. On board with Secret Agent Nico.
He's got him. That's the info flowing. Comms are good. Pickoff found. Nico an opening death this time, but that's the difference maker. Tessus and Monacy, dispatched to the secret stairs, have managed to find themselves both of the defenders. Safe.
Saying that blaming puzzle pieces and all this scope blaming maps doesn't make sense. I'm not blaming the maps. Maybe you're talking about other people.
Seams right there. So I love the fact they've hit the brakes. Jumping back across, Tessus needs to be very, very
I
careful.
know. I'm just pointing out that they literally have the same problems they had on
Another
G2.
jump away and still could be caught. Safe
With the
season,
same
darting
pieces.
away and they're rerouting completely.
And we're on our what?
Just trying to get that info safely.
Tessus in the vent, Magic's lobby, and the other two going to poke their head back up the secret stairs. It's Lukowski on top side, highlighted here as the next man to be under pressure.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do because he's concerned about Heaven as well, simultaneously, as he's going to get potentially walked on. Hart is another threat. Magis makes that clear. Good find onto Monacy.
Oh, what the fuck?
The one-man army!
Holy shit!
The Falcons are trying to find something to cling onto, something to hold, and Lukowski's holding his sight strong.
You just see right there how the spacing works against Falcons. The player wrapping around the right side from Lukowski's perspective. You're going to catch it here. Essentially lines up as the hub player comes out. The Danes double up, and that is trouble. There is no trade found.
Yeah, but they did this on G2 as well.
Defends it all.
It's not new.
That was
not
a
new.
broken buy. That was one
G2
that
used
had
to get upset all the
indecision
time,
around
remember?
the purchases.
They love to go to an event and bomb out the teams that they shouldn't lose
They're
to.
glad they bought after all.
And now circling back to what I originally said, it's just what happens when you live and die by the individual level of your team. Catkin with the 3-month primer, thank you. And Storm, thanks for the 5-month primer, thank you.
Denial. MRBR, they're not giving up.
Yeah, well, understandably, you know. This could be your last map at the Major, and they are doing everything in their power to ensure it is
I
not.
guess to your point, fl0m, call all you want. You don't get the kills. What good call is the best call when you find one guy on the site defending and you still lose? Yeah, I mean, it just happens, bro.
A little bit of a lobby flavor to this one. Yeah, Lukowski's coming looking. I think he spotted the barrel of Magnus because he pulled away again with the info
Oh my,
flowing.
dude, Lukowski is
takes full lobby
feeling
control.
very confident. My God.
But with it being
Dude, he
so
just
quiet,
took
the
lobby. Guys,
implication
you
is they
realize
have
the
to be
timer in which he
elsewhere.
just took lobby?
Yeah, they're playing some very confident Counter-Strike right now, aren't they? Obviously in the last having to deliver from an anchor position, but this time taking the fight to them, and they know that they got Falcons under this pressure.
Like just straight away, like as the solo lobby holds, suddenly there's 3 CTs walking into your position.
It's almost a bit of a... Oh, hold up a second.
Yeah, because Safe is going to be tested by a little boost.
Flick.
Oh, comfortable for
Damn,
him.
I think he was ready for that too, the way he positioned that op. Most people do not sit there on that angle like that with the op, Chad. I feel like he knew that was coming.
He can do the same from Decon, and now they're just rotting that clock. Playing wicked games here with Falcon, just pulling them all across the map. Kicks and reveals their intent. They want to try and finish towards this A site, but Lukowski again making it difficult. You got to get another one of those, Tessus. Heaven is occupied as well. You want to have to plan Heaven side. You have to. Insani, he could just deny the plant right there. 7, 6. Time is of the essence. No time in the round. Falcons have lost another.
Can he go to enough to
They're
time?
gonna try to kill him after.
He certainly could. He's holding on, fighting for his dear life, safe on the hunt. Does he even bother to pick up the AK? He just wants to focus on living. Didn't want to be condemned. No Kev, no Web.
Falcons playing better. MIB are good.
Has anyone ever called a weapon a weapon?
I don't know. We add that new one to the vernacular.
That's a new one.
Right. Lukowski pushes
No,
in.
honestly, MIBR looks like they're just playing with a lot less fear, like they were in Ancient.
This is all too late
Ancient, you saw MIBR after a couple timeouts try to get in their face a bit on their CT side and then get mauled. And then on their T side, they looked a bit timid as well. Like it carried over is what it looked like. MIBR got
how much experience you've got when you're in that
caught a few times trying to really be aggressive, and then they just seemed timid the rest of the game, and Falcons steamrolled them from there.
Errors are amplified. They carry
Where
over,
here,
they
that's
linger.
the opposite. Like they finally had some success. They've had some nice individual pop-offs.
More harassment towards Yard, just the constant.
They're being a
clears,
lot
the
more
jarring
active in these
timings,
mid-rounds, and
5
Falcons
to
has
finish.
kind of been struggling on nuke.
Good angle for him. Wow.
Yeah, you see it like.
Wow.
You see what I mean with how active they are, though? This dude's just jumping up on boxes, looking around, looking for any fight he can take. It's just pure confidence right now, and he's 7-7. That's not even one of the heavy hitters right now.
You ask questions of Breno, who has had a lot of impact already in this half 12 frag deep. And again, he connects. He connects twice at the same time as Lukowski beats out Nico. It's too easy for MIBR right now.
Holy shit, dude.
They are on elimination game, fighting for their lives, fighting to survive here at Blast TV Austin, and they got 10 in that first half of play.
I think the MIBR guys top in their roles for BR players, Insanity. Insanity is kind of regarded as like
and today I'll walk you through a
the guy.
bit of a map analysis.
He's just not moving because Brazilian buyouts are so high. Chat, add incoming primer prime for getting out the time.
You guys today is how you condition your opponents
Darth,
to
thanks
feel
to the 34-month
uncomfortable
resub,
and
thank
maybe
you.
deny them information in order to cause rotations and then.
And as the Death mentioned, Lakowski's
Now,
also
we have
kind of
Spirit
supposed to be the
on
guy,
T
but he's
side,
been a little
we
hot
have
and
Eternal
cold.
Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also two smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards secret. So with those two smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards secret who's super defensive, you have two players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything,
not wrong for that.
and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting until you die.
34 and under.
Now what's going to happen is that we have three Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying their pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're going to throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on this side as well. And they're also going to throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, three players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here. Now Jota, who's in the boosted position, he's getting a double kill, which in itself is very well handled by him and not according to plan by Team Spirit. But what happens subsequently as well is that they are reading this fake. So the Eternal Fire players have no information whether or not Spirit are faking inside and already are in secret. They may think that, okay, they're going to go three guys towards ramp. They already have two guys secret, so they're going to do a lower crunch, which means that these two players in Major and Wycadia, they feel the pressure to do something. They feel the pressure to get some sort of information. And while these three players are fighting on ramp, you have both Wycadia and Major, and they're pushing in towards hot, they're pushing in towards door, where these two players are waiting for them. So even though they're losing the trade towards ramp, even though Jota is getting a multi-kill and essentially potentially winning the round for Eternal Fire, because Wycadia and Major feels pressured to do the push because they have no information towards secret,
for the phase match?
these two players are able to punish that, which means the one surviving player from ramp can then rotate
No
back, and you
fucking
have
clue.
Spirit
No,
going
I'm just
inside
hoping
and
it's fun as
essentially
hell.
winning the round. So at this point, this would not have happened had they not conditioned Eternal Fire from the beginning of the round. So even though nothing is transpiring for 50, 60 seconds, every single smoke, every single Molotov, every single point of pressure
I'm benching
is
today, George.
conditioning your opponent to make a decision later on in the round,
doing
which
some
you
Maya
can
reps.
take
That's
advantage
like,
of, which is exactly what Spirit did here.
what is that? It's like 44 reps in like 3 minutes or something like that.
Falcons find themselves with only 2 rounds to boast in the first half of play in our second map.
Classic
this
Aero
is
6
an
for the
elimination
16-month
game.
primer,
The fact that
thank you.
Falcons are here is already alarming to themselves, to the fan base, and to the expectations
I'll
of
be doing,
a Falcons
I think
playoff
today
run.
I'll be doing
There was all this stir
bench,
about a very
and I'll be
clear,
doing that rep
defined
scheme
top 3,
at
top 4. Falcons were in that and
250
seemed to
today.
be the only team that could push Vitality, who are coming
For
into this
44
one
reps in
feeling
3
like it's a
minutes. We'll
shoe-in.
see.
I think if this was behind closed doors, there was no cameras, there was
Or it
no
might be
public
255,
eye,
I'll
and
be
you
real.
told them you had to play bait, Lin Vision, OG, MIBR
We'll
to go
see.
to the next
That's-
stage. They'd
it's-
laugh you out of the room.
I don't remember
This
if we're
is
going
worrying.
up by
This is only
2.5 or
2
5
round
each
T-side.
week right now
Sure,
for
they
Mayo.
won Ancient, but that was their opponent's map choice, and MIBR have a weak map pool at best.
Oh, it has to start somewhere, and pistols have been a real problem for Falcons.
fuck.
Can Monacy's dual Berettas be set up for success? No! Safe will immediately cut him down after his first. Not the same output we saw from Lakowski's, and speak of the devil! He finds Tessus, and immediately they recede now, equipped with Monacy's dual Berettas. He
One
can do it
rotated
again.
lower.
He
They
did
are
him so
leaving the
dirty
upper
in
bomb
first.
site.
A very convincing start to MIBR's first half.
They have to respect the Hellwalk here, and then they're smoking off Mini as well.
Squeak, Matt just smoked off Kixon. Needs to hit
Oh,
a
that's a
shot
big kill,
at
though.
jumping safe, and has done so. So it will be 3v3 for this post. They have to wait for Magis to be smoked to
Rowdy?
fade before
Yeah,
they
it feels good,
activate,
man.
but They're taking their sweet time.
I've been real
Chad. I don't see a
confident since
kid.
I did like my heavy
tough
cycle.
retake.
Now that
My
I'm
lobby piece
doing
as
lighter
well.
stuff, it feels weird, but it's fun.
Magis got to get a move on now. Makes it very loud as he leaps on out. Lakowski primed and ready. Very quick deletion of the first. Nice from Magis. Can he get any more?
No.
Does so. Just exit. They need to be defusing. Magis has to hold it. Nico has to hit this shot. Falcons, if they want to have hope, a nuke, but he
killed him.
hits it off the
He killed him.
defuse.
Oh my
Is that actually
god,
gonna be?
Nico had to
There's
kill
no way.
him.
There's no way.
Hey, I don't even know where he was hanging around. He was hanging around out of frustration.
Yeah, that's
that
what that
was
was.
it. The round was done. That is insane that shot gets hit. I don't quite believe what I just saw in my eyes.
It whistles past Nico's covering face and
Oh
it hits
my
the
god,
diffuser.
bro.
Well, this map's over.
Yep, I guess we can stick a fork in this one, but I mean, how? How is this happening?
And you bang on. Nico has to cover. He
Upper
just has
street,
to
yeah.
hit. It
Yeah,
sounds simple. A shot. Magis getting these two were beautiful. Just absolutely swings around with the dual Berettas. This is it. The fact that he can even get to that line.
That's the last
the
shot,
problem.
bro. Last shot. Last fucking shot.
Wow.
That is crazy, dude.
I mean, that's impact
That
from
is
exit,
crazy.
and it does, yes, surely might signify the end of a very quick nuke. Falcons map pick could be over this quickly.
Oof, okay, well, the odds are still favouring Falcons, likely for the series, sure. Inferno coming up next.
I didn't think we'd be seeing Inferno, to be honest with you, Chad.
No, but this is just wild. The type of teams that they've lost to. This is the beautiful thing about the majors. A 13-8 loss to Bay, a 13-9 loss to Linvision. They lost a map to OG.
Ooh, Nico's Deagle's done something naughty there. A third is crazy. Oh, yeah, he wasn't ready for safe. Still hits one into the belly. Gets him on 50. That retrieval mission.
Just a max. That's just keep the 5-7.
Gets away from the flame.
This is where I hope that the desk is hypercritical of situation. Nico gets 2
Isn't
kills, they have a
MIBR
number
decent
advantage.
Inferno?
What are you doing? Why are you going for one more?
Yes, but I would say that their style is a bit one-dimensional. Not a bad thing, but it's going to rely a lot on
simmer in.
Insanity and how effective he is, I think, on that map for them.
Which
Which that's
opening kills in the AWP.
for them. I know he's 8-10 right now, but like for them, that's not a bad person to put their game into. You know what I mean?
They're not to know that 30 seconds. A finish will have to be found.
Relying on Insanity to
that'll help inform safe for the finish.
basically be,
He's actually going to
you
get
know,
free
tip of the
timing
spear
right now
for
and
you
get this
on
kill
a
in
map
main.
like Inferno is not a bad
Kids are all
strat.
looking at this possibility.
The
So
timing.
slip through main, that's
Safe's
what you
coming back
want.
up.
The trade from Magis, because
Oh.
position is
No
noted.
time.
And with only 10 seconds, you'll have to swing through. Magis lets him. You can go as much as you want, mate. I know the time is against you. 8,
Wait.
7. He's just about
Wait, why
to
did he
isolate
peek?
the duel.
Holy
Does
shit,
he fake
Monacy?
it? Does he call the bluff? Monacy not playing scared. Pushes him in.
Holy
And a
shit.
necessary conversion from the Nico double dig, but why is it so stressful?
Yeah, but this is it. It's a force buy situation. It has to be. The only way that you're going to eke through that one right there. So you don't win a pistol round in this map. You win the force buy back, but now you're going to have to dig yourself out. The bomb doesn't get planted. They will force buy back in because of the loss bonus situation. First two are beautiful. This is one of the things as well. When things aren't flowing, players, especially star players, start to feel like they have to do an awful lot.
Man, I didn't see the time.
I'm no longer wondering if Magis knew the time.
He definitely did. Okay, well.
Well, at least he's honest. Hey, sometimes that
They're
tunnel
gonna sell
vision
a
gets
fake
even
towards
unk, you know?
outside.
That guy's a 4-time major winner, and he still makes that, you know?
Breno will
You're
have
just
the
trying to
HE,
do that
can
less and
blow
less.
open the door.
You know,
who's
that's,
POVs
it's,
he
always,
looking
it's
at?
always the game of less mistakes.
I think it's the
not
yard
zero
plan to see how much
mistakes, Chad.
space that
Remember
Insani
that.
can get before he throws it.
It happens.
So Breno will nade open door. I guess the molly is going to be from main or CT vent. And then it's
Time is relative anyway, and man mid. If your
So this is
Pickems
to
are in a
force
good
the
spot, you're a
rotation.
psycho. Mine aren't in a good spot, but they still exist, by the way. Does that make me a psycho?
Molly in the vent.
Coming in to test this MP9. That's a beautiful trade from Lakowski.
Nobody
They
else is
keep
home.
Magis Kumble. He was alone on the site. Good nade. Solid connection. 70 damage is bringing. Kixon gets a good clear onto Insani in the vents. He has to come up still.
You need Falcons to lose, right? No, Falcons losing
Nico
doesn't
makes his
really... I
presence
mean,
known, trying to draw attention
it
away
makes
from
it
Heaven.
more
The two
likely
late
that
pieces
one
will
of the
arrive.
teams that I need
Breno
to
just
advance
attack
will
9
win
to
because I
hold this.
think Falcons is a scarier team.
Falcons.
But
like it could be.
no,
Should be.
my
Exit,
Pickems
however.
are alive till
Majority
tomorrow no
don't
matter
want.
what, I think.
Spamming blindly, unloads his full mag. Diffuse comes through from Tessas. And Kixon even gets himself an extra $600.
Well, you can't fault the strategy, can you? It worked perfectly. Yard smokes land. They even molly in the vent, so that was all part of the fake. It's to make it look like what they're trying to do is get a player down secret or maybe multiple bodies and then go for a ramp
Surely the
split.
underdog won't
You get down
they
secret,
might.
you constrict the vent rotation. If you molly in the vent, the CTs can't drop down to deal with secret in that fastest port of call. And then they come out of heart. Magic on his own. He had to get one kill there to make sure that the retake was at least somewhat favorable for Falcons. Sure, they had the weapon advantage. And they definitely needed the man advantage. Now it will be the eco.
Chat, how many of your Pickems are still alive? You know what number I'm going to tell you to press.
This is going to be a tough climb. Tessa's about to have company on ramp.
2 if they're dead.
Yeah, here comes Lakowski. It's not the weapon you'd want. A deagle walking through a smoke. Yeah, he thinks twice about that.
Like how it was going slow with ones, and then I say press 2 if they're dead, and chat just erupts.
Having a good game, him and Breno. Lakowski had 2 good back-to-back maps. It was him and Insani in map number 1. Right now, it's him
Chat
and
was
Breno.
moving normal speed with the 1s, and then the 2s.
Still not too late for the players like Exit and Insani to activate.
Yeah,
hey, YouTube chat, that was also a test. All of you that type 2 could also fucking like the stream, and you haven't.
Just in time.
Rare Spawn, thanks for the 13-month primer. Thank you. You got their asses.
Modesty cleans up.
Fucking got him.
3 down to the M4 spray. Not even bothering to reload. It's just going to be sidearm to try and finish the job, and finish they shall. Insani's lost his gun. He's lost his gun. Doesn't matter. Lost his life as well.
All right, well, that was just an eco. We'll get back into the rifles now.
Thought it was a genius having phase 3, then yesterday happened.
Make no mistake, though, MIBR still absolute prime candidates to take us the distance to Inferno here, a 10-2
I love the micro decision here from Kixon. He had an MP9 carried through, but because they're working with such a fine margin of rounds, as you've just highlighted, he has upgraded into an M4, right? Why take any risks on carrying that through? You don't have a lot of rounds to work with. This isn't the first half, this is the second, and you can't risk giving over 12 this early. Nico aggressive, behind the blade smoke.
Insani and Nico likely to clash. Masked by the smoke and loud. Oh, and Insani doesn't matter. Finds Modesty. He was on top of blue. Just sticking out over the smokes, and Insani, while running, just drive-by kills him.
Nico has to get away from this.
Yeah, they're going to fade pretty soon.
Do they have anybody? They have nobody lower. If they just go. Oh wait, no, they do. I didn't.
Under so much scrutiny.
Oh, I'm stupid. I'm blind. I'm just blind.
Oh, a jump scare for Tessa.
That might be the round if they speed up.
And a necessary trade out of exit.
Oh,
they didn't. Yeah, I guess that's hard to make that call. There's still way they're speeding up. I'm being a fucking radar Randy right now.
Have to eventually worry about them going heaven and hell. He's worried about main. He's worried about heart. He's worried about squeaky. And MIBR could just hit the brakes and let this one simmer. So Kixon takes the round into his own hands, pushes into a safer haven of the squeaky door room, giving him space, but also giving himself less to worry about.
I think get banned streaming this. That's wild.
Also starting to activate. So he's pivoting back, or is he? So coming in through lobby.
That would be wild. Hey, come out, co-stream playoffs from us, but also
surely going to be
get fucking owned, buddy.
This. It's not going to be an easy duel for Kixon. 2 AKs peeking. You know they crouch walk in. A real golden opportunity for
sarcasm,
one.
Chatty.
Nico the other gets that belated trade onto exit.
Remember, Magisk is lower.
Yeah, MIBR, I feel like, is overthinking this, guys.
Waiting for Nico. So
but never mind, maybe they're not.
Should be uncontested.
Didn't the TO ban you one time? Yeah, Starlighter banned me for co-streaming, but that was a whole different type of situation. That was something entirely different. They banned themselves too on accident.
Behind him on that site.
Real.
And Breno hits the first bullet. That's what you want to be seeing if you're MIBR. They put themselves on 12, and notice this kind of mute celebration.
Am I able to stream? Well, you have to get permission from them, dude.
They know that they've got to put a whole other map after the end of this one. But the fact that the third
Chicken nuggets with the 21-month primer, thank you.
It's a sign, a warning sign for Falcons and their form here. It has not really changed too much from the best of ones.
Yeah, I think one of the keys right now is that you touched upon there is it is quiet, and this matchup hasn't had the same banter or same yelling as some of the other games that have been taking place across Stage 1 and Stage 2. The serious ramifications for this for Falcons is going home so early and not even a position where you're even contending. Both of these teams found themselves 0-2 after day number 1. It was losses to Bait and Vision for Falcons.
Yeah,
it was losses to Legacy and Namiga for MIBR.
Back in the day, everybody could co-stream majors, and ESL got the rules changed, but then never actually did anything with it.
Yeah,
where basically the tournament organizers own the rights. You know, I think it does make sense. It was annoying.
Yeah, the Brazilian team that's not even meant to be here is crazy. That's the Cinderella story.
Short version co-stream wasn't really a thing back then, but they didn't They didn't tell anybody that Starlighter owned the rights. So they basically made a big boy change, and nobody knew anything about it.
Crazier things have happened.
So a bunch of people got banned.
Oh my god, Insani straight in.
But not everybody. Starlighter accidentally banned their own channel and me They meant to ban me. They accidentally banned themselves.
The timing on the Spanish lines up perfectly, and
They
this
unbanned
round
me in
just
like 3
falls
hours.
Immediately apart in tatters.
And then
all over the
they
map,
tried to
bodies
tell me that I
torn.
had to pay for the rights, but other people had permission without it.
Thinking, hey, what is their response going to be? Let's just try and throw pace in their face
that was a,
to unravel
that was
whatever
weird.
their opening hold is. Safe would be loving some damage right now, but it's tough to see him getting.
And then I don't think they ran a tournament after that until this most recent major coming up.
It is all 5 staying alive for Falcons. How many AKs can they scavenge back? Everybody gets one alongside of the AWP, so at least they're as fully equipped as they would
Shout out
hope
to code
for.
DMCA on a certain
You may as well
former
find him with
website.
head
I know.
armor, get your diffuse kits, get all your utility round after
No,
round.
I mean, honestly, it ended up benefiting me.
The outside
I can't even lie to you. It ended up benefiting me.
Pickems was so active there, so impactful
Rascal,
round
thanks for the 117-month resub. Thank you.
Good catch on that pace change.
Because, you know, it helps when the entire Twitch and YouTube chats at the time, I think it was just Twitch actually, were just saying free fl0m. Nobody even knew who the fuck I was.
That did the damage, not the AK-47. So let's see if that can happen again. There is a deagle.
That was nice. That was nice. It definitely helped build up the stream a bit, you know? So shout out Starladder for boosting up the stream a bit for me. Thank you.
Ooh, I think Monacy saw the tip of the head on there, on crouch there.
So swept away, can help fortify ramp alongside a TSS. You know, you have some problems in a round like this if you're expecting lighter fires. It's always a bit more poppy. But now Safe going to try and isolate a 1v1 against TSS before that AWP can help.
And then after the major, then Valve finally came out and said, yeah, by the way, they could actually do that. We just didn't tell anyone. So shout out Valve for being dumb as hell. Usual, though. Rascal, 117. That was wild
Suspiciously
times.
quiet. That forces a smoke
They
and
did
now
all
a
that
redirect,
after
or
the
at least
major, though.
hurry up and wait out of the Brazilians.
Yeah, that was, man, that was a long time ago. Which Starlighter was that? Was that Berlin?
This one seems like the most unlikely of the bunch.
Yeah, but you'll play for those kills. Doesn't matter how late that clock gets.
2019?
The smoke start to accelerate soon.
That's ancient times now, man. If you were there for that, does that make you unk?
This, however, is hell. Nico giving him a sound cue. He doesn't realize what he's just given to Insani, an opportunity. That's enough of a distraction. Comms flowing, now rushing into Tessa's spray. That's what you're expecting.
By single AK this round, you always just try to get
just a tough one
some
there for
guns
Nico,
down to
because that's
basically chip away at their
Counter-Strike
economy
timing,
and
right?
get and to
He's
give
okay,
yourself a
there's not gonna be
chance
the
at winning the
outside. I
round.
think I'm going to start moving elsewhere.
They won a round
And
like
then
that on Ancient.
I think he spots maybe the tip of the deagle, almost gives his life away in that situation. So the Counter-Strike god's not smiling down.
Yep.
There you go.
I watched MLG Columbus live. Am I
Yeah,
unk? Well, I'm unk,
with
and I
Nico.
also did. So yeah, you're
Now we get
definitely
the
unk.
buy. Safe with the hero AK will have to operate with something lighter. He gets a Tech 9 instead, but the rest of his team
For
are
sure,
fully
back
strapped.
pin. Nah, my
Can
back
Insani
is
accelerate into this
thriving.
yard space quickly.
Now ask me about my neck.
Oh,
Though.
negated early by the deep CT molly. Smoke ball dots across the yard. Nico, as the yard player, will have a lot to communicate, a lot on his plate, and there's a lot on the other side of those smokes.
He's not alone, though. His duo, his partner in crime, Monacy, working on secret stairs early. So this will be a nice opportunity for an AWP. You'd expect to at least get one and fall back. Oh, Magisk is going to chip in.
All right.
All the way from downtown.
Speaking of unk,
Committed to the spray.
guys, MIBR does kind of feel like they're.
Now, if you still want to commit to B, you meet the AWPer.
I'm getting worried, guys. I'm getting worried for MIBR.
Perfect from Balkans. Oh, and even if the drop, the unorthodox approach, Monacy, he ain't scared. He gets his frag. Nice reaction shot from the sniper.
Yeah, this is
now,
the.
Nico, good position to deny all of this.
And he stays tucked. He doesn't want to give
This
them
is
the
the
way
holy
back
shit, we're beating Falcons moment. Yeah.
That's kicks in. Covering Nico.
Oh, boy.
Look at the team play. There's synergy on display now. Is it too little too late, though? Don't forget, just one single round kicks him
I
to
see
dead
it.
man. Exit bowls him over, but swings to his
This is
demise.
where you're gonna need to do something
well, that is the
pacey.
first 2 kills.
Hope
for
you've been good
MIBR
though,
in the last
Rascal.
3
By the way,
rounds
hope
of
you've been
play.
real good, man.
Those removed 2 AKs from the board, so they're not going to have those to work with, but it will be another partial investment now from MIBR. Now, they shouldn't be worried too much. See, with this kill here, it looks great, but it's on Insani. So the problem with that is you've taken down the standard outside crawl player anyway, so you don't exactly know what to expect.
Good point.
So as soon as Monacy kills Lakauzi and then understands there's more, at that point, Falcons get a better understanding of the picture, the strategy that the Brazilians are called in with. And they are going to take their second tactical timeout. Now, they've got one more of those to burn. Take a look at the top left of your screen. You can see Falcons have nothing. And, well, they're not even going to get a chance to take it unless...
Falcons keep going.
Yeah, well, look, if we get into overtime, we know that there'll be replenishments of tactical timeouts. This is where you hope in the lab that you have a great pocket strat, right? You know, what
Yep,
type
that's
of
exactly the
set
tech
piece
line
have
with
we
pace. Let's
calculated?
go.
Last time they brought out the lighter buy, they did the outside smokes, they got Insani across, they mollied
Tech
it into
9
the
upper
vent,
pot,
and they actually
Tech
just let
9
Magisk on
outside
his own
smokes with
towards
the
the
ramp
top side.
squeeze.
So you could throw a similar pattern of util, and they actually have the util to do the same thing again, but you could have a different finish.
Okay, yeah, clearing 10 off the rib. Set piece. Imminent. Ooh, and a little bit of damage just through the corner of the box. It's confirmation there's bodies outside, and plenty of bodies now. Tagged up by that HE. A little bit of flak damage, re-smoking, and oh, he was holding. m0NESY, good awareness, and spam from Nico. Removes the threat.
That was easy.
Yeah, there is no 1B. You know, there is perhaps a chance for Safe to get this bomb down uncontested. I think the ramp player might be able to get... No, he's planted safe.
Okay, well, you take the $600.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter much at this point, though. You got to close them out.
It's just going to be Breno. So
bomb plant's good, but like...
unlikely to find anything whatsoever as the diffuser's already been stuck. Mad just down towards the lower deck as the last man standing will just have to saunter on out.
Okay, so you tried a 5-man outside walk.
Upgrade into head armor. No
You've
dramas
tried
in the hood because again, there's
a
still
ramp
plenty of
split
rounds to work with.
outside.
Three
You've thrown
more,
out an
though,
upper hit.
to complete this comeback
What are you
and
calling
take us
here?
into OT.
You go down 0-2, you go down 10-2. Like, you just... Falcon's just doing it on hard mode at the moment.
Want to get in as many reps and rounds as possible, apparently.
Right, yeah. It's all Zonic's plan.
All
you know?
part of the plan.
Get him all warmed up.
All right,
If they can move m0NESY or find out where m0NESY is before they go somewhere, I feel like that's really all they have to do.
Some util, some head armor,
Like,
all the goods.
I know that sounds dumb, but
Oh
my God.
He still gets one. Down the fence with the bomb, though.
I was going to say, it's like basically if you avoid m0NESY right now, I feel like Falcons is actually pretty weak at the moment.
Lobby hold exit lingers.
A lot of what they're losing right now are these early picks.
Will not be forced out.
But rifle v rifle, MIJR has been winning a lot of them.
Pivot between them, they're all coming and channeled through that narrow choke.
Vent dive is crazy though for this call.
Bomb's already almost halfway gone.
Yeah, this
Brazilian
is already
Counter-Strike,
looking
baby.
like it could be the last round on Nuke. MIBR, have you done enough? Is there anything from Falcons on this retake? Couple of pieces of util, well placed. Breno reveals himself as he spams away at the control side.
Vent dive 9 to 12 to Falcons is fucking wild work.
Diffusing. Look at the time. They've got to get on that bomb. The Cowsy catches
Look at the
another.
time.
Nico doing his best. Molly towards the bomb side. Nico throwing up a storm, but exit's done it. MIBR take us the distance. The Falcons are on death's door 2.
We're going to Inferno, baby. We're going to Inferno.
Number 2 versus Brazilians, and the Brazilians take us the distance.
Vent dive is going to send Falcons to hell. The insanity of that call, the damage done to m0NESY still finds one, but they get that bomb clan a quick smart, and we'll call that a quick one from MIBR. Dominant in the first, not so much in the second, but that buffer around, it was beautiful.
That's crazy, man.
The Brazilians with resilience. What a way to be closing that one out. Inferno
brought
will
it back.
decide who is heading home here from the Blast TV Austin Major. But man, talk about a rebound from MIBR.
Good job by MIBR. I mean, I think they actually played really great on Nuke. They came off get-go. I think it was a...
Hold on, let me make sure this. I think I just refreshed it.
But this is not going to be Fury.
Chat, I got a piss real quick. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
I said millimeters make a difference, but then I couldn't help but drift off and thought, hold on, what do Americans use when something's smaller than an inch? What's the unit of measurement smaller than an inch?
They don't have anything that small in Texas.
Oh. Okay. 1 inch minimum. I guess they just use fractions of an inch. Like 3/4 of an inch. 1/16 of an inch.
1/4 inch or whatever, 1/16 of an inch.
By God, that bomb went down by 1/16 of an inch.
You were rapping right there. Let me see. It's actually an interesting question. Yeah, because an inch is pretty big.
Right? Yeah, like a millimeter, very small. 12 millimeters. Yes. I can visualize that. 2/8 of an inch. 1/4 of an inch. 1/36 of an inch.
Yeah, it's the smallest in Imperial.
Yeah, it's an inch.
Yeah.
And then fractions of an inch.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Sort of.
Activity in middle as they hear the rumblings of the long take going down. This scout on head trick wants a target to shoot at, and they've carved out enough info on Catwalk to see that it's free to justify coming back and trying to stack A site right before the T's actually find footing within it. You know, the timing there, down to the milliseconds. But it's not enough for the defense to set up any kind of a comfort zone. Alex just down beneath the smoke, hoping he can get away with that P250. Parting gift, perhaps? No, nothing other than shots sent his way. And so the ferociousness of Furia that started on Train is already kicking off here for Dust 2 as well. Very capable 3-0 start on the T side.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to watch, actually. Furia looking very good here. Bates, CT will have to find a way to respond. A lot comes down to, I think, head trick in a moment like this. There is some difference between, you know, the first map of this and their last series. It's just the thought that they could advance off of how well that they're playing. It was insane to be able to see Legacy just show that, you know, they're not going to get to the, you know, 2-0 and then take till the last day to make it through. Beating FaZe as well. But that's not the story you expect to happen every time with inexperienced players.
No. Well, I mean, go back one stage in the major. Two teams that go 2-0 that have more experience on international stages than Legacy. And those two teams end up losing, getting kicked out 2-3.
It was FlyQuest and who?
Exactly. Looking for that first round, gonna go for the long hold with 3 out of the gate. But you know, Kindar's always itching to test that doorway. FlyQuest and Wildcard.
Oh, yeah, and Wildcard lost to Legacy on the last day. Oh, Wildcard were 2-0, oh my gosh. That's tough. For my Pickems specifically.
Yep.
I think the FaZe silver is going to be more valuable than the Vitality gold, though.
Nope. Nope, no such thing. Gold is gold and diamond's diamond. Golden opportunity for a B split here. Giving out mid.
They're working the map super well. Time's good. Lots of space. Not enough pressure here from the CT side. No pickoff. Kenzie late to the window.
Need that hero moment.
I'm back,
He's starting to kick it off. Good crossfire set up between him and the car defense. Answer back from K Serrano. Galil headshots are clean.
Okay.
But it is enough from 2 defenders who had very little support through that CT smoke.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I was listening to the conversation. An inch is huge, right?
Lineup right by the wall.
I mean, that's got to be literally fucking massive.
Completely transposed into a crossfire with him and Car was like lovely.
I mean,
nice
do we
round
even
from
need a
Kenzie's
bigger unit of measurement? We don't, right? Like,
felt late only because it was going to then need very quick kills. He makes up for that. Furia go up in flames.
I just want to make sure. It's
a bait that we're exuding confidence after map 1.
Shelly asking the real questions in Twitch chat that I don't have the answer to, nor do I really want to find out, but that's a real question.
But they tap back into that potential for the crossfire on B. Still, though, no denying they gave Furia enough runway to potentially have overwhelmed that site.
About Falcons. Why? Falcons just
and we'll see if Furia
lose here. I'm fine with it. Like,
then how far they were able to
Falcons
get.
have successfully ruined
To
4
go for it again.
Man, look at the
Pickems for me.
the A site.
If they win today,
smoke, you have
and they win
1B player
tomorrow.
playing retake.
They can.
This is not a great look here for Bait.
They can ruin
feeling,
5.
I think a little bit too good about how well their hold went
MIBR,
last round.
please save me from these menaces. Please.
This might not even get respected.
Yeah, Fallen's not buying it.
You can see the angle of the smoke. You know?
Please.
Kenzie Zor's gonna have to go heroic mode again.
They're taking out half. They literally are about to be responsible for removing half my.
Sure there's no one in these corners.
It's so important when you see people throw that smoke through the door. Something that gets forgotten about is if someone's sitting in tunnels, they see where the smoke's coming from. You know.
Sure.
If that's not coming from the back of the site, then you know you can just swing into that door. That's a clue. It's like a laser pointer on that wall.
All right, we'll just chill here. No picture-in-picture. I just want to stay locked in for this one. Oh, dude, Yakinder in a Furia jersey. Dude, he's back. He's literally so back. Oh, it's always good to see a player bounce back, man. I don't know. No fun to see a great player just kind of like fade away. It's never, I don't know. I mean, I know some people on the internet get off to that stuff, but it's good to see a Kinder playing well again. Gunther, here's your 10th you ordered. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Monday. Hope you're having a great start to your week, and I hope your Pickems aren't fucked. Well, I just got an ad for penis enlargement supplement. Well, I don't know why you would need that, said Thrust. I mean, we just talked about how big an inch is. You should be fine. What would have to change about the Aria to make it a viable? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Knocking on death's door. It all comes down to that third and final decider of Inferno.
I don't fucking know.
This separates Falcons from potentially one of the earliest exits we've seen of one of the favorites coming into the Austin Major.
I feel like we've been there before. Where we had that scenario happen against OG as well. They survived against OG. We think to ourselves, what the
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon. Kinda.
What?
What?
Brother, you're a bald eagle.
I decided that I needed to show my inner support for Falcons, so now I'm here. I have been degraded from playing a player to now being the team mascot.
Is this like still in your contract for Falcons, or?
Actually, I'm not contracting anymore. This is out of my free will.
Oh, okay. Do you come with any words of wisdom, Mr. Falcon?
I made a poem for them, going, Falcons fly, Falcons fall. Do you know who's gonna save us all? Manisi.
Manisi?
Yes.
You're predicting Manisi, Mr. Falcon. Is he coming back for Inferno? Is he back? Is he really back?
He is back. He's never been missing. Like Manisi is here to play. Like he is the one that's gonna bring Falcons back.
You do have such a massive brain.
This guy has won the most majors in Counter-Strike history.
I have a beak up here as well. Anyway, how do you guys feel about this game?
5 majors, by the way.
I'm feeling all kind of ways right now. How about you two?
I can't believe I get shit for saying MIBR has the coolest shirt in here, and then you show up in that, and you probably get praised.
We should make a poll who has the greatest shirt.
Oh, shit. It's
inflatable. Yeah, it's inflatable.
It fits you really well, Mr.
I can hear the inflatable coming in your ass right now.
I can't believe you've eaten Dupree, Mr. Falcon. It's just crazy.
No, but I mean, like when things get hectic, when things get to a point where you need to pull out like the most crazy stuff. That is what I needed to do. You know, I need to show much. But I have two of my best friends playing in South Factory. We cannot have them.
Do you want to go maybe just run down there?
I don't want to go interfere with the players. I don't think I should go that.
Sure.
I think that would be bad. They're in a position where they need to focus.
They're in full
don't take the focus away from them, Freya,
They're in
please.
full focus position. What are they saying coming into this Inferno?
Yeah, try to be
Considering
serious,
they could be
Peter.
eliminated.
Try to be a bit serious, will you?
Well,
I'm so glad I left
now they're
the
going
bait
into
game
Inferno.
early.
They are in a position where they need to win to advance, you know, otherwise they would not be shocking up in this one, you know, that there is not a case where we do not see Falcons advancing. Do you actually think I would pull up in this kind of thing if it wouldn't be a case?
Your head is so big, I don't get it, like...
But this is because I'm so smart.
You do have such a big head.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we're looking at m0NESY, Mr. Falcon. Why should we be looking at m0NESY, Mr. Pimp?
Clearly because he's the best player on the server, right, Peter?
Yes.
Yeah? Any
alongside
other reason?
Nico. Well, alongside Nico, Magisk, Sonic as well, like all of them, Tessus even.
Yeah, I think you're
Pixel,
just
let's
saying
not
player
forget him.
names right
Mastermind.
now. Yeah?
I've gotten to a point where I'm annoyed now. You know, I'm annoyed at Falcons. I'm annoyed at the fact that they don't live up to our expectations. So at this point, they may as well lose. Send them home, send them out. You know, let them fly wherever the hell they want to fly.
You and I, we're gonna have a battle in the green room. That's
Yeah,
Because it's so serious.
Yeah.
Are we actually going to see Falcons go home, though?
No, I mean, if they win, right, there's a chance Peter will show up in this shit again tomorrow. So at this point, we just need to get him out.
What are you talking about? It's a Falcon, Jacob.
It's an eagle. Well,
I need to be super serious here, but this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, is it happening? Are we going to see the demise of Falcons? Like, we've been on this precipice before, right? We've been in the exact situation yesterday. They gave us faith when we went into that third, but now it's a bit topsy-turvy, right? But surely, we look at Inferno. There's Nico, who I would say is the new king of banana.
Have you yes, as you just mentioned, have you seen how Nico goes and take banana control? Like, he's like the god. He's like Freiburg evolved.
Can't play the same team twice, Ryan.
How do you feel about that one?
I lost faith. I think MIBR is going to win, and I also do want to contest what Chad and Alex said just before. I stand by my statement. My eyes are fucked in every possible way. Colorblind is not one of them. I think the MIBR jersey is cool.
So that's why we shouldn't trust your take on MIBR. In all
Bro,
seriousness,
what is going on?
we are coming into
You
such
can.
dire straits. I actually can't keep it together. We're coming into such dire straits, though, for Falcons. This is a team that we're looking at and going, okay, prior to this, you've only lost to Vitality, you've only lost to Mouse. Are we actually in a situation where they're going to lose MIBR?
And honestly, here's why I'm pissed, you know, because they can always go out after the tournament and say, yeah, we knew we came in as a deadline. And we know the rumors, we know that Kyusuke most likely is coming in, and the excuse will always be, yeah, we knew we were going to change afterwards, right? That doesn't make it excusable. That doesn't make it okay for Falcons to be struggling this much, but that's why I'm getting slightly annoyed. You know, they don't play good Counter-Strike. They're not exciting right now, and that's what I always felt that I would get from the Falcons or the Eagles or whatever the hell they are. But at this point, I'm getting annoyed to a point where I think MIBR are good enough to beat Falcons, so I hope it's going to happen.
Mr. Falcons, would you like to send us to the commentators to get the show on the road?
Who's commentating?
Chad and Alex.
All right, cool. So, Chad and Alex, can you bring it on? Let the Eagles, the Falcons fly high.
I don't even know what type of bird it is.
Yo, I'm impressed.
This is very serious.
Yeah, it is a very serious time. I don't know why we're all playing fun and games over there. Actually,
What
Jacob
happened to
Jacob's
Dupree,
like,
bro?
He's pissed.
He's not happy.
He's not happy at all.
He's giving disappointed.
Do you think
data.
Dupree is like
Nico part
losing
of
his
two
mind so much that
rosters
this
in
is
back-to-back
just
majors
the
that are
result?
both dead on arrival?
I don't know, man. That doesn't make sense. It does not compute. We're all coming into this one expecting Falcons to fly into the final day.
Probably so, Leader,
However,
probably.
MIBR have got us into Inferno. A solid performance from them, and a solid performance from our analysts, I have to say. Loved a costume.
Yeah, here's a nugget for Mr. Falcon. The brain of a falcon is relatively small compared to its body size, but it's proportionally larger than other birds of similar size.
Oh, well, now you said it like that.
In the bird world, it is a large brain, but a small brain for the body.
Proportionally.
Proportionally.
Yeah. Okay. I think proportionally, I've got quite a large body.
Compared to other birds of a similar size.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's get underway.
Well, what do we have here? Double Molotov, a lot of investments into util.
Oh, and I'll tell you what we have.
And we have Gush.
3-1 in the pistol department so far.
Yeah, not in a good way. Oh, MIBR, yes. Sorry.
MIBR. Falcons 1 and 3 fistol department.
That isn't pretty.
fl0m has a large body too and a small brain, so I could be a Falcon.
It's going to be a B-execute into 3. Nico, Majors, Kixon. Can you defend this one?
I mean, if they're doing
I think I eat too much to be a Falcon, though.
Magic's position won't be flushed out. Nico likely will have to take first contact, but it blocks smoke ready. Throws it out as they throw out 2 of their own.
There's a HE from Breno to clear this.
Here come the mollies. They're not slowing down. They are going to commit to this. Kixon has a sight line over that coffin position. Draws attention to himself, but the flashes are good. Layered nicely. There's Kixon, but it's Breno that opens the sight.
Bro, holy fuck.
Forced away, low HP. Another pistol imminent for MIBR.
Remember, Tesla's got Goosh at the start of the round, so I don't even know how you get back
Save
into
your
this.
Kev. I mean,
They
what
had
you got?
the
You got
site,
Monacy,
too.
the only real kind of possible healthy member of the squad, coming back in to a lost bomb site.
They had the
Kickson's
stack
only one
site,
that I
man.
would say
Are they
can go for some
saving?
frags because he doesn't have Kevlar to work
Yeah, of
with,
course
but
they
he's
are,
looking
'cause
like
no
he wants
kid.
to usher out of town as well. Monacy hanging
Two
around to
gushes.
escort him, and that's just to limit $300 going the other way. So, throwing the towel on the pistol round. This one's done like a dog's dinner. 1-0 start for MIBR yet
Supporting
again.
MIBR?
And there you go. Kickson will grab another kill. If he
I
could have made it a
suppose
third,
it doesn't
that
change
would
the
have
fact that
equaled
I'm
a
surprised they only got one
silenced
fucking kill with the
Actually,
stack site.
either M4, but...
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Great
You're an
dynamic
M4 stack.
gameplay.
I know, but
No, yeah.
normally they go for silence.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Brenner.
Remember, guys, if you guys just don't like that we start saving on Inferno from pistol round, like you just don't have high enough IQ.
Actually, Kickson's as well, so putting them under the microscope.
Here he
It's
comes.
really enjoyable
Into the
design
side.
and strategy. And
Immediately dispatches of the two defenders.
Yeah, it looks casual there from his
that's
perspective,
right,
didn't
I
it?
have single-digit IQ. Fuck this map.
Well, he was actually removed from this roster and then brought back on, right? Remember, Breno got replaced for Lakowski. Brought back when they got rid of Drop. Putting Exit back in the in-game leadership shoes. This is going to be a force buy back in from Falcons. They won one of these on Nuke. Aggression.
Yeah, very aggressive. Up the guts of middle, escorted by that Monacy scout. Now the flash. Oh, he's jumping. Oh, Exit was blinded off.
RKG, thank you, dude. Oh, Kickson with the fucking MP9. Wow.
Where he is, and they've got him low.
Yo, that was nice. That was actually nice.
Of the final two.
Yeah, his options. There is
Fucking
almost
Kickson
no
with an
way for
MP9,
Insani to
man.
win this.
RKG, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Give me some nice ones in chat.
Until he can find another smoke, takes his place. He's just going to have to make a Hail Mary maneuver. Hope the flash catches his opponent. And Monacy, oh my God, goes down. Oh, and he even connects another bullet. How does that one come down to
I'll
such
have
a
to take
close
your word for it
exchange?
from your
Kickson with
boot
3
camp
kills in the
knowledge,
round has
Rico.
sorted the Falcons out.
Yeah, Kickson and Magis combined there. So, sure, another pistol lost, but another force buy win. Problem was they couldn't keep that going on Nuke.
No, guys, I'm not intelligent enough to say what should be changed. I'm just annoying enough to complain about what's bad. I'm your average CS
Early
player.
with the pathing that was coming through, Exit did very well to
I do have a whole video on what I don't
instant
like, though,
death.
so you can do exclamation point Inferno if you really care. If you really care.
Tech 9's for everybody else. So I don't think you can go fast in this round.
They might
apparently
disagree.
you can.
They really disagree. Kickson, they all line up for him,
Oh
but he gets
my-
absolutely
nah, no
nothing
way.
done, and
Dude.
the B site's open.
Dude, CT's
Oh,
already
this is a
smoked.
catastrophe.
CT's already
Weapons fall
smoked.
into enemy hands, bomb site's lost. You're already panicked, flustered, you spot someone, but you've got an MP9, and you still make it work. That's a nice find from Tessus.
MIBR clearly do not care who you are in the server right now. They are happy to play in-your-face CS. That's smoke. Is it Coffins? Is it CT? All right, that's the right choice, as we can see.
Oh, and you can see that really limits their retake options now. You're either pushing through the smoke.
And their retakes have sucked.
They really have.
Malice, thanks for your
Again,
20-month
it's down to
primer.
the wire.
Yeah, you want the second round fought, and now you're in trouble. Maybe
Oh.
not, because Magis, the hero Falcons needed. He runs into the site, burns out one, headshot foul, trying to spam through the smoke. It wasn't far off, you know.
Still gonna be
looks
damn
like they
close
got
on
the
that
retake.
fuse, isn't it? It
Nah,
will
they
come
got it, I
through,
think.
But,
Bro, that was so unbelievably close.
A retake on Inferno.
I don't want to be critical of Kickson because he did just get completely owned by this Tech 9.
Magis
But, it
actually
feels like
trying
if
to
you're a couple,
desperately
when
get the
I see
team
the
fired
util,
up.
I see the damage, I see them line up for him.
no, I agree. I'm very surprised how easy that was. So the B defense bowed out in a big time there. The bomb goes down again.
I swear, Magisk is really keeping Falcons in it with some of his impact.
And apparently energy as well.
Yeah,
You can
right.
see him there trying to bring that.
Unk is
And
trying
we
to
know
save them.
that,
That's what I'm saying,
they're
dude.
up against the wall once more.
I think he's one of those
RKG,
guys who's
thanks
just very
again for
much
that
a
fiver,
big
bro.
game player. Like
Appreciate
he handles pressure. It only makes him a better player.
Well, part of the storyline that we haven't even really gotten to touch upon because they've been losing so much is the fact that Magisk is chasing down Mr. Dupree's record.
That's right too.
He might be able to level up the playing field. The only other man who could be getting 5 majors under his belt. They both did it together in Vitality. They got 1-3 together in Astralis. There's Pop Flash through middle.
Enjoy that one shot.
Lovely. Yeah, this one's textbook.
I tell you what's concerning the most about the last round is one thing that you would back
tell
Falcons in
production
for
to
is
stop
the
cutting the player
individuals
cams
to play
and they
heads-up
defuse.
Counter-Strike. And
To be
heads-up
fair,
Counter-Strike
they
is just taking
fixed
duels,
it
which is
earlier.
exactly what they got offered in the last round. I know it was against armored opponents with Tech 9s, etc., etc., but still, to get so little from Kixon and Nico is inexcusable.
But is that not how we sometimes categorize Brazilian Counter-Strike? It is very kind of, we welcome aggression, there is some heads-up nature to it.
Well, definitely with Legacy. I think MIBR have definitely been back and forth between different types of CS.
No, every person I've ever seen that says they like Inferno just goes, dude, but like it always delivers a map 3 banger, dude.
Obviously, we knew that it was
Bro, we sit in a fucking waiting room while they just save relentlessly until somebody eventually gets overtime because they won one singular retake, and then the game's kind of fun.
Okay, Nico, proactive.
Does seem scary because Insani could part through those.
Bunch of fucking NA fans coping with C9 like, god damn it, they're worse than me.
No harm, no foul, but it is quite worrying there. So Nico,
Bruno, thanks for 21, man.
Yeah, thanks twice.
Look at how far forward Breno was in apps. He was already up in the choke of he's walking away, right? He had so much space within that round already. So it's only 2 players on B. Nico and Kicks in rotation is either Monacy or Tessus. Everybody going to congregate in Banana now. That nade well placed. Here they come.
Yeah, okay, Kickson. Nico, crossfire tested, held. Perfect! Again, empty hands for the B defenders.
Save.
Guys, we've seen the same round out of MIBR. Guys, they have not done... They went mid one time with full Glocks.
I believe he was on Ancient. I think he was 0-4, 0-5, something along those lines over there on Nuke. And
Editor, go back to Nuke when somebody asked me how MIBR is on Inferno.
So expecting an A play.
Get the Insanity line out. Thank you.
But you can see the corpses littering.
Now remove the clown emoji from my face just this one time.
This one is secure. 3-2.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Money for the buy.
And that B bomb site as a CT, it is like a very...
Just once, just once.
Look at Alzi. Not what he's looking at. That's a couple of peppers or capsicums or whatever you want to call them. But he's got a smile on his face. He's having a sip of the drink, a casual round. And this is the thing, MIBR or any of these teams.
Guys, this is actually what they do, though. I'm not kidding.
They had 3 major rookies within that roster.
And Bjergsen are going to brute force Banana every single round. And if they get the entries, they will just go in.
Definitely the Prince.
Yeah.
And
like, I'm not saying they never go A, but it's where it starts.
Home, taking a sip of the beverage, it's on land.
But there's no way, like, humans don't have like a reset button. You can't just go to like Nico and just say, hey, can you just, forget about it, start fresh, new day. It's
to see if they can install one, huh?
Yeah, well, he's stewing in it. It's not what you want.
Mango, thank you very much for the 11-month reset. Thank you, man. That already did it, sub. No, that's all good, man. You look great. Thank you for your 11-month reset. Welcome back.
Exit doesn't reveal its position, doesn't get caught by the incendiary on its initial spread. That's an initial excursion gone wrong. Lakowski.
Get up B. Get up B, Insanity. We don't do A here, man. Just start. There we go. He's moving up now.
Against Kixon. Tessus calls mid clear, or at least
he's that car. Here we go.
Space that he was able to garner, and yeah, look at that. Insani knows he needs to try and level the field.
Immediately, you see that rotation.
Get in there, bud. Get in there.
And that's not a lot of pressure, really, is it? It's just one player. Everybody else is still bearing down on A. Breno and Apps, the other two in the choke of mid, and Insani starting to saunter back down. Banana.
Insanity POV on Inferno is usually pretty fun, though. He's kind of just like
could just be long in moto.
B and B again.
Pop into Monacy and Magisk, and if they don't get kills between them, the other 3 are on B.
Oh wow,
so
he has successfully pulled them over.
Yeah, Falcons.
I bet you Falcons has seen exactly what I'm talking about.
Good block, really good block.
45. Does that channel them up the arch side? No, they'll nade and go. Swinging short, multiple bodies.
Tony, that is normally the end round for MIBR.
The answer is no, a resounding no. Same story, different bomb site.
In the bomb site.
Insani this time with 2. Doesn't matter about the loss of Lakowski, apparently. Faked out by one guy, top Banana.
Yeah, and they pulled so many resources.
Nobody gets a diffuser on pistol anymore. They sometimes do. It just
they're trying to do too much in response to this.
Just depends on the call and the setup.
I'm just processing what we could be witnessing by the end of this map.
Yeah, and this is Falcons coming into the major as one of the top dogs alongside of Vitality, Mouse, and Spirit. That's your top 4 in. Well,
I said Insanity's fun to watch. Okay, man.
Vitality. I just saw a photo.
I know he's on MIBR, so he's a less.
Right now, watching this very match.
If you just watch the Tier 1 S-Tier tournaments all the time with me, you're going to be a little less familiar with him. But he's good. He's really good.
Just reflect on Rio.
He would 100% be on Furia if they didn't have crazy buyouts in the Brazilian scene.
Stage 2. They would rightfully think that their spot at the table is with the big boys, not even in the top 16, but the playoffs. With the way that this season has unfolded, we've had 10 Tier 1 events up until this point. The VRS season, the first time, 2025, the change, the shake-up, the new world order, and Falcons, within the later stages of that, have pegged themselves as the world number 2. Before that, Mouse was in the conversation. Coming into the new year, it was Spirit off of the Shanghai Major win, but it's been Vitality dominant.
I mean, what an incredible a final that most consider, you know, it should have been a Falcons victory in Melbourne.
Yeah, they had him down. They had him out. It was a crazy comeback on Nuke.
It certainly was. And yet now, oh how the mighty have fallen. They find themselves here. A third map getting double entried by Brazilians, swinging you up short. It's a good sign of life from MIBR. If they want to see another day of play, they need more of that from Insani.
I think
More of that
Insani's been on
from
MIBR his whole career, Ren. Wow. Well, see, did they have an academy team that he came from, I think? I don't want to say whole career. I'm sure he's played on a different team, but he's been on MIBR for a lot of it.
And again, they're already cheating. This could be poor prep. I really don't know what else to put this to. The fact that you're hedging 4 over towards A, the similar setup as the last round. Maybe this time you get what you're looking for.
They couldn't be further away from A, Jad. Like, you look at the map.
Yeah, like that's the thing. This could be a scenario where they're waiting for like a second wave banana control, then they win out the jewels, then they hit the site because they get blocked, and now they rotate back. So you're really hoping for a brackets control next on the menu. Tessa's playing anti. Nico with a supportive flash lobs that one out, and they need some Qs. There's one, so at least somebody spotted over towards second middle.
But
that's it again, and it's bad info again.
Tessa's is going too?
This is just, I'm not, this has to be from bad, well, it's not bad prep. The prep is
not
being
working.
Called around from MIBR.
Yeah, MIBR again are in the right place. They have
Honestly,
found the less guarded bomb site.
They have
just
no help.
Monacy versus the whole squad. It is a 2v5 on A. What have you got? Turns the flash. Matt gets light on ammo. Still gets
Remember what I told you guys MIBR does? I think Falcons watch the same demos of the games that I've been watching. And this is actually already more than I've ever seen MIBR go A.
Look, at least not disadvantaged scenario. We're all leveled up. 3v3.
Falcons, like, they got to be going back to B this time.
Now 40 seconds. Do you even try and tussle with this?
They saw the same demos, dude. They're like, they got to be going back to B this time. Like, this is actually it.
46 damage from a HE. He's backing
I'm not kidding, guys. I've literally watched MIBR go B for 12 rounds straight on the T side before. They're really just thinking it's going to happen.
The third time where they've just been kind of outmaneuvered by the T side.
Okay, lost bonus again. Nico can drop. Monacy can buy himself. They can buy again. But either way, they're just being completely out-called right now.
Yeah.
You need gargantuan with levels of output from your individual.
And Super, you can double-check my work for what I just did if you didn't see it and see if I'm crazy. But I'm pretty sure that guy was doing the funny.
Well, actually, Nico could drop one, but he needs the nade. So I would say an AWP right now is not advised.
Yeah, but you're bang on about this whole banana take. Like, why have we not started 3? Why do we, like, at no point, at no single time in this round have Falcons said, oh, we've got banana, nothing T banana, rotate the AWP over, cheat A, stack A, whatever it may be. We haven't gotten that far. They kind of throw a nade and then fall into the site and getting pulled apart.
They're getting destroyed. Okay, well, Magisk is the one who's going to have to swallow the bitter pill of the famous. Everybody else.
That's always the most concerning part, dude. When the underdog team is winning, but they're also not going crazy.
Okay, yep, they are. Breno's quick to abs.
And he has been a lot of the time. He understands he has this space. He's actually been taking this liberally.
Yeah, well, Magisk lets him know that he is going to be active this time. The incendiary. But actually, Magisk is pulled away, and Breno, he is in hot pursuit of Magisk already out on the balcony, not even worried about the site. He's looking for Magisk, slips into him now. Magisk needs that, gets it on a FAMAS. Wasn't expecting Safe to have been there with the bomb on his back, and the A site lost once more. SAVE, Falcons, they ain't got no economy.
They're literally, this is because of the prep work. I'm telling you, this is because of the demo review. I'm telling you, it's because early on in this game, MIBR was just pummeling B, and they're in a pissing contest, dude. Falcons is like, surely they go B this round, and MIBR is like, they think we're gonna go back to B.
Look at the bigger picture. We're going to say, okay, Inferno, what are we looking for on the CT side? You can get away with 5 rounds. That's fine. Falcons will be happy with 5 rounds, but at the moment, it's just a flow of this. They don't feel like they're in touch with the game whatsoever, while MIBR are in this flow state.
No, dude, I'm telling you, I think that's what's happening.
The shots are being hit, and Insani's on the hump. This is one way to rumble them.
They're going to jump on his head.
Yep.
Nico gets out.
Brive.
Everything else is going south. You'd hope your save is executed.
Who breaks first? Who's gonna go? Who's switching up their strategy first? Who do you think breaks? So, if you think Falcons is finally going to play 3A, say Falcons will break. We'll just say Falcons. If you think
we'll be able to drop again,
MIBR is gonna go B. Say MIBR. Who do you think is switching first? Who's switching the strategy first, chat? Watch them both switch.
Magisk again. I mean, honestly, I feel like he's the only one that's putting in a solid shift right now.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Being dictated to at the moment.
Bro, the mind games, right? Now you have the timeout. Are you calling a timeout?
You're taking
so they for sure are going B this time. They will go B.
Don't have any map control. You're responding to what MIBR are offering up, and right now it's hot.
It's like when you watch any of the best teams in the world, you know, outside of the what we would have put Falcons in that category. You look at Vitality or Mouse. And when you're playing Inferno, just the fights they're just taking all over the map. You know, stomps on the CT side by dictating.
Oh my God! Imagine, dude. Oh, I'm actually so curious.
And instead,
who's gonna break first? Beetlejuice, thanks for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
For him still.
Wait.
All right, let's go. This is crunch time, folks.
3A. Falcons did change their setup.
Masterclass from MIBR, disaster class from
For now,
Falcons.
let's see if there's a mid-round stack to be.
But they're going to break through this.
Yeah, they've got the flashes cocked and ready. Pickems about to get nade exposed. Oh, the flash was late, didn't come, so he does manage to remove Insani. That's a big pick-off, big scalp to remove.
Now, this is the type of situation where they might just put full faith in Nico to hold B on his own, right? He's that level of superstar, but he is having a tough go of things, right? Only 1 kill to his name. He's been mainly saving, hasn't really had too many opportunities.
Oh my God.
And because they've lost the last few rounds towards A, I wouldn't be surprised if they just put all of their cards to back Nico.
It is Nico still, though, guys. It is still Nico.
And then you know what happens after that?
And with 60 seconds left, I don't fancy Nico holding on to his smoke. That's it.
They're gonna peek mid here for info.
For info top mid again is Tessus. They've done this a
They're
couple
gonna clear.
of times.
They're gonna clear, then rotate to B.
Some, and then it's been bad info. But now Tessus is gonna push. It's not just about having a jiggle. It's about going all in.
This is actually a great move out of Tessus. Tessus is actually a genius right now.
Take the game into our hands, and they've got them pinned Banana now. Nico, support on the way. Manages to respawn 2 up Banana. What's the timing?
Oh, and 1 lining up nades. Okay, well, that's a lot of info. The whole team's here. Running into his demise, his Monacy, an important trade there from Tessus, so they know the door's locked behind them. They might have to fight forward, and that's what Nico.
Well, they were so slow because they didn't want to go through the smoke.
Whoa! Smoke, they can CT. 20
time to get.
No, knife out. They probably could.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
No way!
They haven't discussed this though. They haven't even had a conversation. This was a
way!
It's a retake from Falcons.
Oh
they have another
God,
smoke.
still
They can
clearing
smoke
me!
off They also have a molly to work
They
with as well.
think they're back
Oh my God!
Bomb's gonna get planted. Bamboozled.
Oh my God!
No!
Oh
no,
my God!
Dude. This is crazy!
If this is a round that Falcons end up losing,
yes,
it would. This is how you know the 5 players' mental would be in tatters.
Breno, an exit. Can you save the day?
The molly was so early because they can't believe they faked them that hard. That molly was so early that could backfire.
Remember it. If they lose it, Tessus putting up a fight.
Oh damn! It didn't matter. Holy shit! That would have been insane.
And avoids red faces, steam coming out of their ears if they lose that one.
I felt like Tessus has had some of the absolute best rounds for them over the course of these matches. Remember how this kicked off on Ancient? It wasn't convincing as far as the gameplay. They get the ult for Monacy. Okay, well highlighted there, but it was convincing in terms of the scoreline. There were still some really laboured moments. It wasn't an easy map, all things considered. Nuke was essentially a no-show. There was a late comeback.
Is that an IGL problem? Hell no. What the fuck? What?
He did an awful lot in that one, didn't he?
No, guys. IGLs are not puppet masters with hands up ass. And on CT side, it's very individualistic. Players communicate setups. And also, I believe Nico calls a lot of CT side. And no, Nico still wouldn't be responsible for that round either. It's between the 3 players figuring it out, which actually Nico is alive, I think.
Quite packed and grouped up in these scenarios.
You are... Yeah, CT side is super individual, where you have to kind of like blend it all together.
Crouching, lining up a nade. That's
one person that Zed can help, but
and that's more the proactivity that Zonic's probably trying to reinforce. The fact that MIBR call one, it now frees him up to just reiterate the same message. It's a 4-5 scoreline in this final map.
Okay, but it can't be my favorite player's fault.
Looks like he's going to start over towards
Yeah, no,
B.
that's fine,
Will
dude.
this be to
Just
help
blame the
set
least
up him for
popular
that, or
player
just
on
to
every
donate
team.
some
That's what
utility?
most people do. You're fine.
Rhino has help in second mid this time and multiple bodies, so this is telling of a different round. With that timeout taken, it looks like they're probably going to go for something a bit more direct again.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, it could be a step piece.
Is there still hope for my
Set
Pickems?
up on
Yeah,
B.
I survived till tomorrow,
Go and
but
support Dane on A.
keyword survive.
Obviously fortunate because of the
Block,
incentive.
thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you, man.
We'll have the
Statistically
smoke to block
speaking,
it
somebody
off,
else
but they
is
don't
forgetting
have
about their
banana info.
prime.
This is gonna happen
Probably a few of you.
This is maybe ahead of
Oh,
he
he whiffed it bad.
Good find from Tessus, but traded. He
Oh my,
actually gets
trades on
exit.
trades.
He braved the flames
That's the
to
second
take
time they
that
missed
fight.
that moto smoke, by the way.
Falcons have
Kind of
the
trolling.
advantage, but how long will they
Oh.
hold on to it? Nico gets leg shot, bomb gets planted uncontested. Smoked off on Moto, kicks in and Monacy healthy. If anything, it's going to be Nico tasked with just, oh, never mind, Monacy just jumps in, but so does Insani. Double spray.
Oh, he got
And
the off
Monacy
kill.
last seen behind that smoke.
Surely he
He's gonna
knows,
be able
right?
to just
Whoa,
slip
did
away
he go
into the
up?
smoke.
What a move. Modesty,
Just
what,
on the clock,
bro's
done
looking
enough.
to the stars or something. I don't know.
He's chilling.
Sadris, thanks for the 18-month primer.
Half
Thank
gone.
you.
Honestly, braves the smoke. Insani's giving him all the rope, and now he's going to be in trouble. You don't have a clue, mate. You're looking the wrong way, and Insani closes up, closes shop.
That was
That's impact
insane.
from Insani. Monstrous double. Just on his spray, they line up
That was
for
an
him.
insane move,
How
bro.
did two of them go down through that smoke, and Falcons, it's dead silent.
Yeah, well, Nico got tagged by the AWP, so he was just easy to get bowled over. They get surprised again. That just reacted again. Tessa's fortunate to get the double. This one here buys them the way in against the AWP, but it's Insani. It's all Insani. Steps
Oh, I'm gonna
out,
never talk
spams
shit about
through.
Inferno again.
Oh, they lined up. Nico was just low.
Shut the
behind
fuck up.
smoke.
Yes, I will. Slap his ass. Grow up. Motherfucker sees one good round on the map.
Everything earned.
Idiot.
Falcons, you have to fight for this if you want to continue at the major. If you just want to see another game, never mind a spot in stage 3.
I don't know. You
Brock,
know, with
thanks for the
sentiment
56-month
of
primer.
the
Thank you,
scenario
thank you,
that's
thank
been
you.
going on. Oh, he's going to play ahead of this. Knows that he can use the smoke. Actually looking for the fight, so...
This is cheeky, you know.
He's going to jump up.
Yeah, I don't know if Monacy's... Whoa, he's ready. Waltzes into the angle. Orpa collect and
That's
open
one
up.
way to deal with MIBR walking up B every round.
No AWP on long, so immediately goes and takes a lot of space. Look at the break. This is the thing. They're so liberated in this scenario. They know that they're up against one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world, and they are playing it right now. Like they just want to give them their absolute all. I touched on it as we came in for map number 1. There's blood in the water. They've seen lesser teams
Do they
be able
throw
to
out the
take
execute,
down
though?
Falcons.
Do they
in best of
predict
one.
Monacy staying on B?
Why
Let's
can't they
see.
win?
Because if they think Monacy's still on B, I'd expect the execute to come out. Oh, they saw him, I
Basically a
think.
best of one now. This shot. Monacy, he's lost his sight. Kixon has been noted as well. Monacy's going to be smoked and flashed. Gets away, dips away from that swing.
Oh, whoa, the smoke. Whoa, he got him on the
Breno.
spam.
Oh, it is the perfect weapon for
The
the job.
banana
Safe,
flank
holding
hold with the
that
up.
banana,
What
rotating
is
to the right
happening?
side.
Oh
It's too
my
easy for
God.
him. Falcons blocked on banana.
Spray.
And look at this. He's picked,
He
up
picked
a
up a
timeout, and he
Famas.
said,
He's
I'm
fucking
hunting
shit.
him. I'm
Oh,
taking him. We're
wait.
removing
What if they
this
get
guy
injured?
from the round. Nothing will be
I
carried
see him
through.
aware.
Kixon,
Trying to save a foul.
we're going to find you. And he goes down to
Oh my
exit,
God, they
getting
sprayed his body.
absolutely
Holy
destroyed.
Tell your friends. Tell your enemies.
If you didn't think it was a reality, if you thought it was just a slow start on day 1, if you want to blame the format, that's on you. The best of 1 losses to Bait and Lin Vision. A lot of you are sitting there saying, who? They go into a best of 3 against OG. They lose a map. Now they're against MIBR. Where do they even land in terms of best Brazilian teams?
Oh, you nearly beat Vitality in a best of 5, did you?
Now, that doesn't matter here. That doesn't matter now. Austin's going to tell a different story. Nico, 1 kill.
A single contribution from Nikola Kovac. Oh, and it gets better for Safe. Didn't even think that would be possible.
Well,
Kixon tries to take some banana control. A simple nade break, AWP swing, job done. Kixon gone.
It's just
now.
Some of these rounds are nuts,
I
dude.
can't believe the level of Counter-Strike the Falcons are not bringing to the server.
One tap.
Nothing is coming easy. It all looks labored. The individuals aren't themselves.
That's a one
They're
tap.
being
That's a one
out-called,
tap.
And they're going to lose it on A again.
I think you're the least lucky player at the major ever. Maybe, but
Sonny has the bomb.
normally I wouldn't use luck right now with his level of play, to be honest with you. And listen, I want Nico to get his major,
Has got
but
4 players surrounding him. What is he supposed to do?
my
Just death
lord.
magic.
Sonny has to
Lakowski's
get
just
away.
opened up the
Got
site.
the bomb.
Ooh, bomb lost makes things interesting for Nico and
Oh
Monacy as
my
they
God, they're
combine
saving
their
it.
powers to make a 2-on-4
I was gonna say, so
realistic.
while
The
Nico's
loss of
having a
the bomb
moment
changes
here,
everything. Insani.
He's not been playing good, dude, so I wouldn't use the word unlucky for this time. Oh, Monacy missed.
And now bomb retrieval realistic. Breno, that's a frag. That's one hell of a frag. It's actually got them straight back into the bomb site. Ooh,
oh my God.
FAMAS once more. He started the round with a FAMAS, and he'll end it with one. Bomb goes down. Nico just watching through his fingers. This was supposed to be the 2 of them, and he's only gotten the 1. Monacy to find the 4.
It's Monacy. He does a lot of things he shouldn't. Here we go.
Brazilian that came before him. And Breno converts. What a half they're having. Falcons are in trouble.
Running the ad. Heads up. If you're prime for getting out of the time, if you get the ad, you will not miss anything. I got you.
And they're going to hold their breath for the whole duration.
Heads up, heads up. Miss Lock, thank you very much for your tier 1 sub. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Skeeter Peter with the Twitch primer, thank you. Sidious X with the 2-month primer, thank you. On bait, bro. Let's see. What did Fury win? Oh, Fury's about to beat him. Right on cue. All right, so let's see what that does. Let's see. So bait lost. So then let's see. Oh, fuck. My Pickems are dead. If MIBR wins, now they're dead. Now they're dead. Oh, shit. Hey, fuck it. It's on point. Fury killing my Pickems. Brazil gonna take out my Pickems, dude. And I even put faith in them. That's the word. It's actually... Just put faith in them in the wrong way, apparently. Like, god damn it. Yeah, to be fair, it's actually less Fury and more so Falcons is just literally... Falcons is responsible for 1, 2, 3, and then basically for fucking... God damn it, dude. They fucked up the whole thing. I'm gonna do this every year, grow up and learn already. Yeah, you're gonna pretend like your fucking Pickems aren't torture, buddy. Calm down. Chat, we have another scam train. The Mountain, thanks for your 35-month primer. Our, like, 6th one today, I think. I'll be matching all gifted on Twitch and on YouTube, you beautiful humans. So if you're a Twitch Tugger, Girthy Oiler, or Member Mommy, they'll be matching. Yes, I did say that out loud. And on Twitch, the subs are 35% off, and that is bait, but that is what's happening. How many more days is it, chat? Is it 6 days, 5 days? What does it say? Five days? Okay. Psych, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Your Pickems live if 3D Max beat phase. Oh, really? So in that scenario... Oh my god, you're right. Wait, yeah, you're right. Holy shit, that'd be crazy.
A roster stacked with talent, major champs. They've got it
all.
Oh
shit, that's crazy. Shout out to you, 5 Hellacious, thanks to the 35-month primer, thank you.
Right here and now.
Matt, thanks to the 33-month primer, thank you.
MIBR, we thought a team they could swat away like a bothersome fly, and yet Falcons have only 4 rounds coming into our final half of this best of 3. Elimination at stake.
Way too intense. Thanks for the 2-month primer, guys. Thank you very much, man.
A pistol.
I think we're almost up to 10 mansions.
All series,
to put it in perspective, I think we were just below 6 mansions when I came back from visiting my grandmother.
That kind of sounds like a Nico scoreline.
That's how the major's been going. You guys have been insane. Thank you. Sport, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you.
Could even say none.
Yeah, first half.
I smell a maid costume, maybe. Honestly,
Look at this. Brazilians.
Cheeky little setup. So Insani's
That's
going to
at
take
15
contact.
mentions,
Mackenzie has
though.
the flash. The bomb's over towards apartments for now, so it might not be the B finish, but this is where the lion's share of utility finds itself for a fake.
Nico is going to be that first fight.
if Twitch keeps that 35% off gifted all the way to the major final,
hold on
maybe.
to the util.
So they will molly and force them back with
BK, thanks for the 47-month primer. Thank you.
Flash and go! He's caught out completely! Oh, and Insani put so many bullets down range on the last one. He finds him.
It's all a fake, though, and Safe just got some information holes. I think he saw the bomb.
Okay, well, Monacy, you're
Guys.
dead too.
Guys.
Oh my God, it's actually happening,
Oh my
folks.
God, 4v1.
MRBR to take 9
There you
straight
go
out of
for
the
the
rip.
1v5, I guess. My bad.
They were already hamstrung. A bomb plant would be everything. He'd love some extra cash. Getting run down, tries to take the fight, but eats the flash. Tessus can't even get the bomb down unless he hits another shot. Exits close by. Turns around and loses it. No bomb down. MIBR, they can actually feel it. They're about to throw a knockout blow to a titan in the Counter-Strike space.
They had 10-2 on Nuke, and it got all the way down to 13-9, but MIBR got the job done
Oh
right now, as
my
long as they
God,
convert this
dude.
next round, and they've made it easy. Tessus didn't commit for the plant there. He went for the fight. That stops the extra cash coming
They
through.
don't have
I think
the money to
unfortunate factor
force
of this
the
is
Leos.
They've added some absolute fan favorites of Counter-Strike players to this Falcons roster. You've got Nico, you got Monacy. They're two of the most popular Counter-Strike players in the whole world.
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is, they are playing some of the worst Counter-Strike I have seen them play all season right now. And that's the problem, is the fans out there, they want to see their boys playing well. They want to see them delivering. And they're not. I said that they're,
This is nuts, man.
playing not to lose. There's just lack of conviction in a lot of these games, thinking just the default Counter-Strike was going to get them through, but the odds have tipped. They have traded places. MIBR are the favorites to close this and knock Falcons out of the major. They played solid Counter-Strike. They've been direct. They've been in their face. They've been backing their individuals. They've been making the plays, and they've been making Falcons hurt.
They lost a couple of best of ones. We turn around, we say, yeah, okay, but best of threes. That's where Falcons will do their best work.
Now, that's the thing. People want to look at the format and say, okay, well, the only other events with best of ones, they're probably some online games. It's not Tier 1 CS. Completely moved away from that. It's all best of threes the whole way through in 2025. So to see the majors still have this, okay, adds a bit more of the flux nature to things when you go up against underdogs. You lose 2 pistols, you lose a pivot round, you lose a clutch. It's game over. But now you get 3 maps,
Match, I think you're
Ancient,
coping
Nuke, and now
incredibly
Inferno,
fucking
and
hard,
2,
and your
the
logic
last
is
2,
really
you haven't
flawed.
been here to play.
Yeah, Breno's going to be tested with a little bit of a flash out top.
Not to flame, because I think you asked a genuine question, but I think you hold them way too highly.
That was an attempted knife from Lakowski.
Yeah. Said, how much do you think teams preparing for Falcons specifically plays into every team playing specifically for each other? Falcons isn't prepping for 10 teams. They're playing for. They're in the same exact thing as everybody else.
Uno dos tres. 10
I don't know if you realize it. I don't know if you're like a super fan of like Nico or Monacy, but you basically just did some crazy mental gymnastics. No, the answer is
4 AKs
they're getting beat.
Still needs to be there to vie for this control.
That's it.
And the 2 down the end. They felt the feeling of not even making a major before back in Rio. This is only the top 24.
Oh, they do it
We're
product
not even
research.
talking
It's
about
not.
the top
It's
16.
okay. You
We're not
didn't see
even
the
talking
message.
about the
I'm
playoffs.
just, yeah.
MIBR, they're looking to do what OG couldn't. And this is just to keep their major hopes and dreams alive. Qualification not on the line here, literally just survival. Mal's spirit, vitality watching on with a big smile on their faces. You want to take care of one of our hardest
Magic,
opponents for us?
they prep for each other the
Thank you
same.
very
dude.
much.
Nobody's. Yeah, that's not happening.
Shadows of their
Key makes it 32-month armor. Nobody's doing extra. Everybody's doing the same amount of prep for every game. It's the major. Nobody cares how much they. What the other team's ranking is. Justin, thanks for the 5-10 gifted. Thank you. Appreciate you. And Kia thanks for the 32-month armor. And I can assure you they didn't under prep when they're 0-2.
Exit's going to be empty-handed this time.
Kill 2 here.
Time to work with.
A minute on the clock and a pivot.
Justin, thank you so much for your 10 gifted. Chad, I owe you, I believe, 15 right now.
He wants to cheat away. Block smoke will dart in. That blocks top banana for 20 seconds. You could even go for a gamble if you're MIBR. I wouldn't even hate that call, and that's exactly what they're going
True.
for.
Well, yeah,
Right?
and for some reason they didn't prep, which I refuse to believe. I'm sorry. Then yes, they would just deserve to lose. But
how well timed and placed will this be?
Right bodies, crosshair in the right place. Nico was inaccurate mid-air. Lacowsy finds him. Important from Kickson. Safe is still there as well. Chips
oh,
in.
that was a huge find from Honesty, though.
Kickson to save him. Determined as they
Damn,
pick
did you
themselves
hear
up
that
their
fucking
first gun
bro?
round
Bro just
T-side.
had the biggest
Your
exhale.
heart's going to be beating a million miles a minute there if you're Falcons, and the realization is that you're into the stack, so you just have to deathmatch your way out of that. They made the gamble. It was the right call. They get the job done.
Kickson gets 3 in the end.
Yeah, and he's had some really key rounds for them, hasn't he? I think a Kickson combined with Magisk in the earlier stages of the first half, with the two of them having some impactful rounds. Remember, the MP9's running down mid on the
I don't know,
force, they
Wandy.
didn't
Not
win
sure.
the pistol. Only one pistol out of 6
Let me
played.
switch into the B stream.
And if you go
there
back,
isn't a B
I think
stream.
the last time they had 1 pistols before this series was against Bait in their open.
Yeah, they
where
should be
won
done
both,
for the day.
Which means they lost 2 against Linvision. They lost 6 against OG.
Hey, look, I was right.
It's a miserable stat line as far as pistols are concerned.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a good place to start.
Yeah, FaZe is here after.
But I haven't seen any signs that MIBR are like in their heads.
Yeah,
or
FaZe is
overthinking.
next
Like, they
after
are
this
so
game.
Chill. It's like it's all been
They don't
Falcons
switch the
where we've
streams,
seen
guys.
displays
So
of
B
that.
streams is
Well,
done for
that's
the
a key
day,
point
and
right
A
there,
stream's
because
still
that
going.
nervous nature will start to creep in now. Right after you had just won that pistol, and you'd understood the fact that you were so close to knocking them out and keeping your run alive, keeping your major hopes and dreams, your season. After this tournament break, you get a month off. It's going to be more if you lose today. Make it a month and a half. You woke up, you knew the task at hand. Sure, you have that belief that anything's possible. It's, noise made towards second middle. It's an aggressive
2.5
stance
minutes
in
remaining,
Boiler.
chat.
Sorry, on the porch.
On the
Excuse
scammer.
me. They have 4 players clamping down on middle.
Oh my god, and it seems like it's in the right place once more.
Holy shit,
How many times did
wait.
Falcons walk into a stack and get away with it? This time looking good as Brenner. Oh, and they're looking at the wall. Perfect.
Holy
Set
shit,
up
Justin,
for success
dude?
walking into
Okay,
a
that
stack
was...
day sight, and Safe will just slink
What?
away
I don't
to
know
save
which
his
person that
Kevlar.
was, but whoever tried to come through that smoke early on Arch kind of gave that up. Because no way you try to come through that if there isn't a stack in mid on porch. As soon as he did that, they were like, oh, they're porch.
Catch him, clip him on the top of that porch.
All right, well, we can take a breath now as they look to...
Justin, thank you
move
so much
last
for the
two upgrades.
5,
Worst
10,
case, they give some
15,
AKs over here. Best
20
case,
fucking
they make
gifted.
sure
Thank
there's
you,
no
thank you,
threats
thank
going
you.
into the next.
No, I'm not talking about him getting mollied out. I'm
So
talking
important
him
rounds,
getting
that'll
mollied
build
out,
them up to 6,
escaping,
and
then
then
trying to
likely
walk
7
back
rounds
through
due
the
to the
smoke to
financial
fight with his
scenario
mid
that you find
players
yourself in
and getting caught
on the
first.
Brazilian side of the server.
You gotta keep up, man. You gotta keep up.
A little bit of spice to throw into the mix as far as nerves are concerned. Renault, who has been impactful for them.
That was the tell. That was the tell.
It's his first major. The 4 have been here before.
Well, that's a solid performance from a major rookie.
As soon as he saw that, they trust me, they
had to
knew
have
what was
it come
going
to
on
the
at
end for him
porch.
now, but Falcons and I think the Counter-Strike world would love to have them make it to the next stage, and there's still a whole best of 3 to go down tomorrow if they can even get there. Okay, well, Magic still with a jovial tone in the voice, the serious nature of the situation. I'm sure it's dawned on them, but they need to keep themselves locked in. There's no reason Falcons can't do this. The Counter-Strike they played today, they would not say is their best CS.
35 is what's
They
owed,
still able to
chat.
pick up the victory. I think when Monacy was having a tougher time in some of the earlier games, Yanko took to Twitter to say, Monacy doesn't need to carry, he just needs to not be a liability. And I wouldn't say he's been that in this series, but you could say that almost player to player within this team.
Say that with
I think
Mika
they
right
should
now.
have enough in the tank to be able to get past a team like MIBR.
Is your pickup still alive? Barely.
It's the full eco. It's a
Barely.
cheeky looking stack, not on each other's
Dangling.
heads. Just everybody taking a hidey hole on A and hoping that they walk on
Gravy,
in.
thanks for the 28-month
USPs
reset.
can-
Thank
to
you.
lead a
Appreciate
couple.
you. Thank you, thank you.
Nico's top banana finding no resistance, so depending on how far he goes, it might just inform them to come back to B. You should send a beacon into either site right now just to make sure you're not waltzing into a stack.
Yeah, don't overcommit while Nico's saying is nothing shooting at me.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Nico's going to have to go quite deep before it's confirmed, so this is why you see him on every single clear, just doing it pre-fire live for everybody, and he's waltzed in. The fact he's gotten this far, exactly. They will start to cheat back over.
And then Magis just gets to sit and lick his lips as he knows he might have a couple of eeks ahead of him.
If you're MIBR, I don't even think you need to move a muscle, right? You can do just repos so that you can try and get a couple of exits, sure, but everything's been cleared out. They've gone through ruins. Nico's being very diligent just to make sure that there's no loose pieces hanging around, and at this point you understand that it's the A stack. So this is going to be 7. Then the Rifles will come back out with 2,400 as they're lost into the next, which means it's going to be a kind of rough CT-sided buy. Might see some MP9s in the mix.
Conviction, thanks for the 37-month primer. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
I thought that the OG win would be a confidence-building win, right? You could shrug off the fact that this pressure is at such a high point.
Thanks for the 60-month resub. Thank you.
I think I would have agreed if it was like a really convincing 2-0.
Sure.
It wasn't.
And that's what I was expecting today coming into this, especially after map number 1, right? The scoreline was
It's getting a little concerning here for MIBR. CT side's hard to close out on, man.
I think when the
Especially if Falcons start shooting a little bit harder, it gets real scary real fast.
Vitality, Mouse, Spirit, Falcons in the
fl0m,
playoffs.
Inferno's so hyped.
You go
5v5
after
post
those
blood
4,
ecos-
then you have a cluster of 2, right? You've got
Ah,
the
that-
Mongols and you have
I won't flame
Aurora.
Inferno that type round. That happens on other
their
shit.
biggest issues is performing on stage. And then you go down after that and you're like, well, Na'Vi haven't been so great. G2 have Hades. We know their roster's going to change afterwards. And you start to work out, well, who are even the teams contending for those 2 final spots?
Hello, butters.
Falcons
Hey,
being
buddy.
in this state was never even a worry.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a conversation of, you know, our roster knows they're going to make changes. I mean, it hasn't affected some pilots.
Not yet, Gino, but they're on life support.
It didn't affect G2 in Shanghai. They all played
You're right.
top Counter-Strike.
Boom, boom, perfect example.
Yeah, the
Some
wing's
early
hanging
damage has
out.
been inflicted to the B duo. You can see Insani and
He's
Exit
chilling
barely
and he's
hanging on
fully
18.
sprawled out on my
Either
foot
team
right
with
now.
banana control. So Nico doesn't know it's clear.
It's now
Insani
his
doesn't
foot.
know how much space that they have. So on either side, somewhat in the black box, at least for a moment. So Kixon will start to lead in. Nico behind the Monacy to support as Tessas and Magis hold over towards Spoiler and Holes for the intro. Now they secure that banana control. Sandbags is theirs. Insani will greet them with a block smoke.
He's got another one. Just picked it up off the floor.
This is a strong setup on A. They have 2 players pit side, 2 players inside, and it's another gamble. They're not really playing for Arch. You can get one of those pit players to worry about Arch side from the headshot angle, and actually right now, not even doing that. So it's another gamble. I like it, and it might pay off.
It looks like it might, Chad. 4 players occupied the A side.
Holy shit.
Nico less progressed as he was previously.
Just so much space. This is essentially, can you duel your way into a 4v5 situation?
Yeah, that is the question. That
Are
is
they-
the question. Smoke's thrown out. Last 30 seconds. They are going to be running into a 5-on-4. Say forward on
Here comes
short.
the wrap.
Little wrap. Lukowski comes in. Good for his. Gets his work done. And then a little extra. Double kill. Headshot onto Tessas. And they're not ready for exit. Too many bodies on the site. Too little time. Not ready for another. Mattis speaks in. Oh, Mattis. He may
What
have
did he
saved the
just
bit of
do?
press. They got a plan. They will. They're on the site. Nico punching in
Holy
the code.
shit.
Mattis got the cover. Running through. Mattis. He is the hero they need right now.
Why
There
is
was
Magis
no
the best
way.
player
There
on
was no
Falcons?
time. How has he hit that?
The shot on the
He's
truck
saving
is
Nico
insane,
and
right? He's not
Modesty,
even looking
dude.
his way. The fact he's able to pivot into that stacker paid off. It was the perfect call. They
Holy
gambled correctly.
shit.
Again, that's 2 rounds.
Look how he gets 2.
It's,
And
the
then
second
Exit
is
gets
insane.
his.
Pops up on the 3rd attempt. Instant onto Tassus. This one here flicks into safe. Who's
Oh
going to be kicking
my
himself.
God.
And Magis deletes them as FaZe look on.
Yeah, everyone's watching.
Well, there's some ramifications depending on how that FaZe 3D Max series goes down next.
Buddy.
2 rounds the difference. Back to the pistols.
Got both the Wolfers, dude.
Telling you, man, big game player Magisk. You'll start to catch on.
That's the Danes. Top of the table right now.
Oh.
Lost a HE.
Well,
That's unlucky.
when you don't have a whole lot invested, that's quite valuable.
It's a shame,
What's
yeah.
the timing on this HE? Is there a tell before Exit lobs it out of his hands? Oh, there it is. The volley comes through. HE goes down and decent damage. 24 onto Kixon, 11 onto Nico. And remember these 5-7s.
Let the doggos
3
chill,
of them in the
man.
mix, a Deagle as
They're-
well.
they're chilling.
Again, another stack that could have been in the right place. They lit up banana, now they back off.
Safe has no way to like puff up his chest on A.
And I think it's okay as well for MIBR. They gamble wrong again. That'll be the 3rd time. And after that, the flow of the game might have to change because they've been stacking these sites well. But we were talking about Falcons not making any plays on their CT side, kind of chasing the ghost. MIBR aren't chasing, they're gambling.
Yeah.
So they're just
He's
going,
good, Duck.
okay,
He's right here
we're
next to me.
predicting you're going to do this. We're not going to try and, let you cause the ebb and the flow. We're going to stick to
All
our
right,
guns. We're
well.
going to hope that we've made the right call. And if we do, then we just
Falcons
have
are
to
holding
shoot
on.
you. So another late round from Falcons. One will get punched in. MIBR might want to look for some exits to see if they can get some upgrades to these AKs.
Hey. We'll be seeing FaZe later. They'll be playing 3D Max.
Yeah, not too far away. And haven't been keeping my eye
It's
on
a tough spine on us, bro.
adjacent stream. Looks like that's all wound up. So all eyes right now. Not even a half a Counter-Strike left on this one. And then FaZe versus 3D Max to round out the day. Simple back in the server, and that's drawing an awful lot of attention to this one too. Another crazy result.
Yeah, crazy to think that, you know, Simple, one of the inspirations for players like Monacy. Counter-Strike long enough, we've got generations of talent now.
Yeah, looking to do it the opposite way, aren't they, from yesterday, Falcons? They lost the opening map against OG, and then they ended up 13-10 on their map, chose a nuke, and then finally on Mirage it was 13-6, so it became a blowout in the end. This time they're having to work back into things. They won map 1.
They do, Bravos. They just usually do it with a lot of numbers.
Well, they were down, and a lot of people would have said out on map 3.
I think they would have when they
we
saw
died that round?
an
A unicorn round of
then a
USPs.
pistol win for
Hooray.
MIBR.
Fun
In
stuff.
fact, that might have been when MIBR had the same thought.
Yeah, and Nico's been so quiet. He only has 3 kills. I think that's only 1 so far in the second half of play. All right, well, are they going to fight for this banana control? Some space feels like it's necessary for the Brazilians. Nico going to
60 thanks for the 22-month resub. Thank you.
He handled it. Oh, quick first bullet accuracy out of Nico, and he's got a second. Damage is high, but Tessa's with the coverage.
There's B. That should be the round.
Swing.
And this is about to be 6 consecutive rounds now out of Falcons to tie things up 10-10. The wobbles now being shown from MIBR, and they've had their opportunities. That safe whiff in the back of Magisk. If that's
that safe whiff is gonna live rent-free for a while.
Problems down the stretch. This is where the less experienced, especially versus this level of Counter-Strike, are going to start to have their doubts. They have to save the AWP and the M4. The loss bonus maxed out. Can get some drops through. Insani can buy himself.
All right, chat, 35 gifted as
struggling
promised.
in the frag department. Well, there,
you
bang,
go.
an opener. A multi-kill. He's first.
Thank you guys during the
So
scam
late in the
trend.
piece.
Thank you, thank
Chose
you.
the right time to be finding form.
What's the adage go? Better late than never.
Most definitely. Oh, we would have loved lethality there. Position now noted with time. Still outstretched. Monacy finds an elevated angle and predicted.
You tell these players not to save every fucking round? What do you mean? This is lit.
Breno cowering in a corner. Oh, did he spot him? He's a little cheeky bit of leg. Okay. Holds on. And
said
then
he's jumping.
brought through, but I mean, Cash is on 2 very different ends of the spectrum right now. Here it is. You can see that little team dink as well. But Nico, he got his, gets the second as well. And Tessa's with the covering spray here. 3 players down. B. Problem solved.
We know money's a luxury for Falcons and in the server as well. And remember that Max lost bonus,
Timeout.
third tactical timeout call from MIBR. Take that last swig of water.
Yeah.
Remember, 6 on the trot. The momentum has definitely swung.
Guys, we
They're
still have
believing that they
FaZe
can still do this and
after
push them
this.
through the final
We
day
still have
of
FaZe
play
3D
for
Max.
stage 2. They win this. There's still 1 best of 3 to go down tomorrow. And there's a day off, a chance to reset and focus on stage 3 where all the big names reside.
This is still not a guarantee, sure. It does look like MIBR have started to get a bit cagey.
They've actually gone for some half investments here, so they haven't shoved all in. I mentioned the max loss bonus. If they'd saved those guns, both of them, it might have been a different looking buy. So this one is going to be a little bit more out of the box. You can take a few more risks, you can press a little bit more forward, and we'll see if that catches Falcons off guard, who have been playing up most of these rounds.
Well, you might have got a
That last
gifted,
one
dude.
was a bit more of a clash in banana because
A lot of gifted been flying around here the last
duel for some
few
space.
days.
Right now you can play more aggressively, a little bit more liberal if you're the Brazilians. And the same critique that I gave to Falcons in that first half has to fall onto MIBR, not being able to dictate the tone on this CT side. You can see how tough it is when you don't have all the nades. Can't imply your will into map control. Nico up towards half wall already. Has the support of Monacy and kicks in. The AWP's going to peer in and will catch him on the jiggle. Insani down.
Oh, man, that's tough.
Double
Easy.
zoom there.
Thank you very much for your Twitch primer. Thank you, thank you.
Knew what he was likely up against and hits it. So good contribution from Monacy in the opening department. A swinging 5-7 does do significant damage. Has Kixon left wanting. Breno considering cheating over, wants to remain silent as he knows.
She got baited. There's no way you should have an ad right now.
Are we getting gambly here?
Jordy, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you. Pre-rolls are off for 40 minutes. Or he's got the most fucked up ad block ever.
Smoke and significant damage actually. Now Tessa's
got
and
caught.
Kixon left wanting, boosted Breno. There is a
What
little
up, complicated? How you doing?
oh.
Oh.
Sometimes Magic just takes the spark.
How did that go
And the
so
rest leads to
poorly?
explosion. 2 left now for
Oh, the
Falcons.
reboot, the reboot.
Breno has stepped up.
Oh
Lakowski
my
matches
God.
his up.
Whoa!
The dead man.
Whoa, what a
Timeout.
fucking round!
MIBR break the streak from Falcons. It was 6 on the trot. Now they find their footing.
That's crazy. Even with the opening on the AWP there, the man advantage, that boost from Breno, absolutely insane work from him. They've got everything they need and more, but the fact of the boost and then the double up on this, they even go for it the second time round. 2 kills. Nico and Kixon just get caught with their pants around their ankles, and the Brazilians let out a roar. It was the lighter investment. It wasn't the full buy. That was just a couple of upgrades, and they get the job done. But there's plenty of cash for Falcons. They can go in again, but this one's back on.
They're throwing an Aggie smoke. They're breaking. They're sitting ducks. Monacy onto Lakowski. And Breno now has to play turntail. Tessus is in hot pursuit.
Whoa, the molly.
He
It's a
doesn't
CC
care about
molly.
the incendiary. He wants your head. Runs him down. Takes the site. And the
It's
round is
literally an
done.
invitation, bro. I
How
swear
quick is
to
that?
God.
Look at the time. 1 minute 30. The round is concluded.
Well, the celebrations are over quite quickly, aren't they?
It's literally an invitation.
Oh, that is just so quick.
It's the all I have left is this incendiary, and he's like, oh.
That palming. He was a man possessed.
So nothing.
If they deal with that A play, the site is theirs now. Insani alongside an exit looking for a safe haven.
We might get to see it in the replay. What I want to understand is who was supposed to be holding the
CC
smoke.
incendiary is literally get you bullied,
the
bro.
holding second mid. Safe's looking that way.
I think this is the thing. If there's the break of the smoke, there's so much to cover because the T's can path in so many different ways. So it's so tough. That clear comes through, you get caught off. You thought it was going to be respected, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, Lakowski goes down to the AWP of Monacy. Safe caught off as well.
But that's 2 rounds where they've tried to throw a bit more aggressive punch. So 2 rounds ago, they went aggressive banana. They lost out to Nico with the entry in the multi. This time, they've tried to set the tone
does more
again.
well, it does more
Tie
damage.
things up once more. 11,
It slows them. It nade rings them.
To the final stages, there's no more saving.
The only downside to an HE grenade really is the nade smoke sometimes.
And that's it as well. So Lakowski's also channeling down.
Makes it hard to see people.
Right, in terms of how you're meant to cover this off, you're not in a position to do so. He's even able to get a kill on the way back there, but Tessus running through the U-tilt.
Lovely work from Tessus. He really made sure they got the most out of that.
Well, with the loss bonus, there's still the potential to buy again for the Brazilians, so we're able to lock horns, full purchases.
That kind of play from Tessus as well was something Nico in his interviews was saying he wants to see more from his players. If you see a gap, you've got to go and take it, and that's exactly what Tessus just did. Ensured the round was over.
Going in again.
Yeah, all right. Some aggression to start off. Monacy is on Overwatch. Second break. Does he sweep for the half wall? No, just checking for the walk up.
Look at this though. There's 3 players immediately in towards apartment, so they're going to go for something poppy in towards A. Breno Pitt safe short. Lukowski's rotated over from Arch. Can he assist?
Yeah, Safe's so focused on this brackets fight. Will block mid. That might slow things down. Insani jiggles out, sees nothing. Banana, it's dead silent. They'll have to change that.
Informed by the information, likely something a little bit different coming. There wasn't the tussle in Banana. So these smokes will start to fade. They've used them as emergencies. So none of those to work with unless dropped on the floor for MIBR. Once the smokes fade, Falcons will be able to take their path of least resistance as they choose it.
It looks so funny when you do a nade lineup like Kixon just did. Like,
oh, no,
oh
Insani
man.
getting caught on a jump.
Insani again getting caught, dude.
What's he got? What can he do? The captain of MIBR readies himself for battle. Dips out, gets one.
The flash was good,
He's out of bullets.
but not
Impact
quite.
from Tessus. It's broken. Didn't quite get the clear he was looking for, did Lakowski, and now across the pool. Good find from Magis, gets safe notice. Spots Boiler pushes through, covered now eventually. Monacy had to hit that.
Clock's not down, gotta be planted.
Yeah, Breno, the unknown entity, walks through. Molly should spread.
That flash was actually almost so good, man.
He's actually going through.
Oh.
He's ahead of the timing. Where's the cover?
No way! No way! He's a banana! He's stuck out!
11-11.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know that, though. They don't know that.
Versus 2.
Ooh, no smoke
Breno will
either.
have to be the one to get this last frag as well.
CT Molly does nothing. Oh.
That's Breno! Impact on impact! It's MIBR! 1 round away from
Man, I
knocking
can't
out the
believe they did
Falcons.
that. I can't believe they won that round.
Delivers when he had to.
Both
And the
rounds
time for
Insani's
rounds,
gotten
they
picked.
keep on
MIBR's converted.
12 has been stolen.
These are
Falcons
5v4s.
back against the wall again. 6
Look,
consecutive
again.
rounds to draw them back into it. The nerves. It
He had
looked
a
like it was
flash
getting
flag.
to the Brazilians, but they are
He doesn't know the
back with a
situation, bro.
vengeance.
Some small details, Chad, tiny details.
Throwing a flash there just announces to MIBR where you're coming from.
Throw a perfect molly. I'm ahead of the timing.
Yeah.
Double kill. Frustration. Head in hands. Disbelief on the face of the Falcons. Is this really going
Chat
to be
wants
their
him to
last
throw a
round
flash
in
high into the
Dark
sky
TV
that the
Austin
Schools guy
Major?
wanted to just dodge anyway. I love you guys, man. Never change.
Catch your breath to
I love
focus
you
in to
guys.
push this to overtime.
There was a straight in the air. The Schools guy will never see this one
The
coming.
Falcons have what it takes.
One hell of a round of Counter-Strike, isn't it? This is it.
I started with m0NESY on that jump shot.
Yeah, he got it. He got Insani.
Oh, I know where he's coming from now.
Just having a field day.
And guess what? He's dropped across the AWP in this one, and he's taken up an MP9 for the final round of play.
Team player.
Couple of massive impact moments from him.
Get you a teammate like Breno. 3B start. Nico, he wants to make a difference. He wants to have impact on this
Track
round.
this one on for
matters into his own hands. Master of his own fate.
5 kills in the map.
Insufficient from a superstar.
Banana control taken so early. A little bit suspicious. Don't just want to execute into it. Just time will free Insani up to rotate.
Saying they both came from
towards the A
CT is
side.
crazy.
The AWP on B.
The flash was so late. Nah.
Exit with utility.
Could have easily
ready.
been CT and they would have lost the round actually.
All 5 in Banana now for this execute.
He was missing for so long.
Up on the line, flash is good.
Whoa.
Miss shot kicks and he's just knife out.
Oh, he's full blind. He missed it. He missed it. He was so blind. He missed the triple
Straight
box.
into the site, Falcons. Step 1 of their mission for
Oh, that's
survival.
good for you. Still being hindsight, Henry.
Bomb planted.
You fall into the trap, son.
A disadvantage retake for MIBR. They have to give this a go.
Tessa still has the smoke, just deployed now towards CT, and Molly as well. This is hopeless. Brenno's going to be late up Banana.
He's the one with the HE. He's
Save.
so far away. Magic's got his next sweep through. Should be. Oh, no, unless they get misinformation, they have to stay stubborn on this. They have to keep checking. m0NESY will find that Banana player. Here they come. Partnered up.
Yep,
Putting
OT,
coffins at
OT.
at the same spot. Safe's alone. Falcons have forced OT. Safe goes down to finish, and look at the relief. This is
Nico, bro, you better
exhausting.
start fucking playing, dude.
Emotionally bankrupt at the end of this one for sure. They survive. It's not theirs yet. Just look at the face.
That tells the story.
Well,
That tells the story better than
Inferno
we ever
always
could.
delivers a banger map 3 every time. I had to watch like
As
fucking
soon as they
10
got into
saves
that
this
side,
game.
it's their round to lose.
I had to watch 10
Kicks
saves
in
this
again,
game. Everybody's
another
just like,
impactful
but dude,
moment.
we got
yeah,
it.
just take a look at these Falcons players. The level of stress that they're
I had
likely
to watch
feeling
the
in this
USP
situation.
fucking unicorn round like twice,
And
basically.
what's crazy as well is, you know, Nico, heartbreak is a recurring theme in the career of Counter-Strike. It's a
Isn't it?
precise weapon.
Oh, dude, can MIBR reset? What do you guys
Just
think?
seems to
I think
follow
this
him
is.
wherever
I think
he
this is
goes.
it, man. I'd be really
This one,
surprised if MIBR
considering
can
the
keep this going.
change in flow of the first season of 2025 in the conversation to contest for the major trophy.
The saves build tension like
Right
a good
now,
movie. No,
stage
I have
2.
TikTok brain. That's where I fall
This
asleep.
is only their their third day of play.
Oh, the dialogue that I know what's
It
going to
just
build up
feels
into.
like
I
they've been
sleep.
doing this non-stop around the clock.
Well, I mean, m0NESY hasn't been in this team for long, right? And the track record was brilliant. He immediately joins the ranks. You're immediately in the playoffs. You're immediately vying for trophies. That was what this roster was built for, Chad. This roster was built not for a group stage stomping, not for a quarterfinal exit. They were built for a silverware. They were built for a trophy cabinet that is sorely lacking for someone of Nico's stature. That's what this roster was designed for. That's why he took this job. That's why Zonic is here. To build a roster to be the top.
And we're just talking about elimination.
And we're talking about surviving another day.
All right, well, MIBR will burn their one tactical timeout in OT number 1. This is MR3.
I still don't know why Falcons doesn't just buy out the other teams.
Into the discussion as Nico.
Makes no sense, man.
Along for the ride. Let's see if he can pull himself out of the despair, the extended break with the tech into the tack, and now here we go. Everyone's opted in for a diffuse kit, maybe a hefty investment as far as the CT side is concerned.
Yeah, with 10K, that is a heavy investment.
Well, we'll see if that detail even matters. We'll keep ourselves out of the weeds for now. Looks like they want to go for this apps.
Maybe Nico wouldn't be so tired if he wasn't running all of the sponsored streams and profile signing stuff.
This orb is very
Bro, I
strong
feel so.
position.
You know people are getting scammed by that AI shit, dude. It's not good. It's not good.
And safe dispatches of Magis. Now Breno to be overlooked. Tessus isn't clearing.
Oh
And
my
already
god,
two kills flow.
they're gonna do the funny thing where they
Spot on
lose all the
Kixon,
time
they
and
know
then
where
win the
bomb
first round
was.
of OT.
And m0NESY is getting cheeky. Held by Lakowski. Just looked away. And as he returns, gets away with the intel. Okay, so you know where Kixon, now Monacy, have been positioned. You can see the immediate reaction from Insani and Exit is to depart B.
Yeah, so just that pressure from Monacy in this situation, knowing he has to make a play after they lose those 2 instantaneous kills, has drawn a massive rotation, while the rest of them have already been able to slink up Banana. So right now, MIBR have over-rotated.
Yes, I mean, this is a definition.
It just is going to come down to the
Thank
timing,
you, Eric.
because
Thanks for
they've
the super
understood
chat.
they just cleared out
Appreciate it,
longside.
man.
Insani starting to cheat back over through Speedway, and well, now the pennies dropped, the utils landed, and they know that they've gambled incorrectly. They've read the situation wrong.
Oh, what?
Man.
Nico just swings through on the spam. Last few
That's
bullets
a tough
catch him.
one.
I thought a 3v4
That
was
is
hard.
a
Now
tough one.
2v4
Oh.
is even more difficult. He's only just got the bomb down, and Kixon tasked with a 1v3. Nico Monacy no longer with him. It's the spams from Insani and Exit to pick up
They
the
just
first round
fucking
of
mauled
OT.
them through that smoke.
2 kills straight through a smoke
Are
right
they
there. It does
cheating?
make that retake of that B-bomb side a whole lot easier.
I can't believe that.
Safe couldn't have been better placed, so it did look like using that tactical timeout straight into overtime was perfect. They have the AWP set up, they deal with this push in towards Amps. It was going to be something more direct towards A, and you just get stalled out before you even get a chance. They've been able to scavenge the AKs, so that's going to be prize real estate to carry through into the next. Gonna have to stay calm about things now.
Brief, thanks to the 4-month resub. Thank you.
Z, they killed that's and Magis, that's the defaulters, and he just runs out, not expecting the third.
Sorry, guys. I was taking video of my wiener and sending it to wifey. He's looking adorable right now.
Chance to play the clutch, getting spammed through the smoke right there, and that's the classic Nico response. But
buddy.
okay, how many rounds are
Yeah, you
there
heard me right,
on
chat.
this T side? Both these teams have shown stronger performances on the T half, so I think 2 feels like it should be par for the course if we use the regulation as anything to go off. You have smoke landing half wall. There's no progression behind it. All from safe start.
Got a little hat on it, of course.
Keeping the AWP dynamic. Again, they want to continue to try and get into halls and boiler quickly. This time they will jump up, not go the halls avenue. And they might just go straight into the AWP again.
Flash. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just instantaneous deletion. Safe twice now has opened up the round in favor of MIBR. The sniper putting in a shift. Block on half wall from Insani. Facilitates his teammates to cheat over him. Just be ready to react if there was additional pressure. There isn't.
He's been in the perfect place in 2 consecutive rounds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This time it doesn't come with the follow-up, sure, but chasing their tails are Falcons. They got banana control. There's still 2 here.
Yeah, and Insani seems
They're
like
quick.
he should be able to do it. Oh, it completely pantsed him. Way faster than he was ready for. Don't have to rush this. You smoke the coffins. Exit will try and catch a smoke spam. Is there really more smoke spamming? Kills coming through. Kixon, quick find onto Lacauzi's rotation. Exit's position noted. He's just going to have to play back. Let's safe see if he can catch anything into Monacy on Banana.
Oh, are they just gonna? Oh man, because it's 10K.
They don't budge.
I mean, you guys can buy next round anyway. Are you trying to make it expensive?
They don't buckle.
God, I fucking hate this. Ah!
Move a muscle. The CTs have accepted that this is not their round. Going for something late, perhaps? Trying to do something on the exit. Magic swings out. Exit gets his. Some damage mitigation here. Safe holds onto his sniper and takes one out on the way out. Missed shot on Monacy. And an overzealous repeat baits the shot. Everyone goes down in the end.
The financial ramifications on either side of the server are nothing.
Yeah, it means nothing.
I think what they're doing is hoping that Falcons think they're saving and start moving early and then can capitalize on a late retake. Because quite truly, there is no emissions for either team in the buys.
Hence why they stuck around.
Exactly. So even with those exits, they do nothing. And there was still money for MIBR to buy regardless because they had won the first round of OT. So right there, going for something a little bit out of the box.
Literally, the retake percentage is so low, they're just hoping that Falcons leaves the bomb site early. That's the strategy.
All right, not 3 from 3 for safe. It's going to be Monacy to grab the opening kill.
Okay, Falcon Sniper has been the difference maker in their last T round of our first overtime. 3rd map, Elimination Series.
I have to just give all the props to Kixon right now. The type of plays that he has made in lieu of Nico's complete absence in this map has been insane. He's at 21 kills, top of the scoreboard. He's happy to take risks. He's taking a lot of duels. He's not backing down. He's not playing scared. MIBR have read the play quite well again. 2 players over towards A, going to be joined by the 3rd of Exit. Breno stays over towards B. He's taking the AWP. All-time block because of the banana pressure.
Nico, he knows the orb died. Ooh, that could have been a nasty demise. Confirmation that it's occupied.
Another smoke into apps. This is they have to reroute. You can't go through
What's
that.
the call, Kixon? What's
You're gonna have to go out short. You're just gonna have to go short into A. There's 3 players here.
And they got the
This is gonna
setup.
be a tough
Let's
crossfire
see.
to break.
Yeah, and Sani gets even closer to Lakowski. And peeking over the edge of that smoke.
Oh, that's
fine from Magisk.
well,
they have
that's
confirmation. Sani
that couldn't have gone any better for them.
So many backs turn. He gets 2.5. It's still Insani in that pit
I was
side.
gonna say, it's still probably a bit
Get
too
a
much.
boys. Get that bomb down. Get it punched in.
Wall bang?
Wall
The only way he was going to deny that. Daniel 4 for 14. What a game he says. Yeah, I suppose.
Vocal next to the 17-month primer. Thank you, dude.
It was an 8-4 half. It went all the way up to 10-4 in favor of MIBR at one point.
Nico was just saying he wants to call something on B. So we'll see if that's followed through with a 5. This is the opening kill. They haven't lost 3 in a row to save AWP. It's the AWPers, though, finding the opening. Mad just finds the necessary kill on Lakowski, getting a little bit too inquisitive. If they had just stuck to their guns and believed in the stack, that setup would have been a whole lot more potent from the passive angles. But they peer forward, and Curiosity kills the card, as it is going to be now the tactical timeout called by Zonic. They swap sides, and it's been a long time since they played a CT round. So just a conversation of, boys, we won so few rounds within that first half, and there was a patch of 3 with a 4 spy, right? So that's when we had their cash in the worst possible position. We weren't convincing on the gun rounds. We were chasing
Vocal,
their tail.
thank you for
We
the
were
17 again,
constantly
dude.
reacting to what
Oh, do you think
MIBR was
MIBR
doing.
actually forces another OT? I don't think there's any way they
This is
3 of
where
this.
if
I'd be
Nico,
surprised.
as mentioned, wanted to call
What do we
something
think?
on B,
You
that we
think
need to be able to win
Falcons
out
win?
this
You
territory
think
early.
OT? What do we
And that A
think?
defense of Magisk and Monacy in certain situations was just surprised, bowled over, pounced upon. Just going to be a 2-3 start. And the 2 being Nico and Kixon on B. So if it's only the 2 of them, it's unlikely to see them go all in.
Always believe in the Falcons,
Damage
choke.
early. Kowski chipped away at early. Nico with a flash at the ready to set up Kixon.
Yeah, okay, he wants to swing hard on this, and they were not ready for that timing. Look at the amount of damage he's done, 150. Thereabouts. Still the opening goes against them.
Insanity still ran at him, dude.
Massive gap. Honestly, rotated. Couldn't just go for a B split
fuck.
right now. Brenner's going to be on a great timing.
God, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. They're letting Breno cook. And so they should. There is no idea from Nico or Monacy that there is an enemy
Oh my
behind your
god.
line.
This is the round.
This is going to be the round. Nico's got a nade out. Monacy's focused on banana. Breno is going to have the back turned, and he wouldn't, would he? He just taps him in the back of the skull.
They know he has to be
Likely a
triple
second
emo.
body here. The jump scare
Right?
from Nico felt a nice flick from Monacy, but it's not going to help. Look at their health. Everyone battered and bruised. Insani again
You know how
delivering.
tilted-
Hunt, chase, right? This is the different
You
scenario.
know how
MIBR won the
tilted
first
Nico
CT
is right
side
now?
round. This time you can actually try and track these down and remove them. Right, you can actually send some players out to try and scamper back these rifles.
Yeah, Monacy's orb's not retrievable at
Bro,
all.
Yeah,
he's
put a lot of
going
financial
to
pressure. They've completely
fucking...
evacuated away
He's
from the
going to
bomb.
break that desk.
There's just going to be one player just to
Zinski
cover
next to
this
the
off
Twitch
as
primer, thank
they
you.
Spread out towards T-Spawn. Maybe they just don't want to give AK-47s over in this one. Magisk on the off angle. Will he get found behind the tree? Makes the frag. So not hunting at all. Just not giving over AKs. Apparently seeing the value in that heavily MIBR.
Whoever has to
But they
sit
definitely try and go for the hunt to try and punish the
between
finances.
FaZe
because you
and
win
3D
this,
Max and
you win the
at
next
Nico's desk is
15,
going to be really
you
unlucky.
remove
They're
all the
going to have a
rifles,
divot.
The CTs have no money. Now there's going to be a bit of a buffer to work with.
It's just there is definitely something special about Breno in these gaps. There's multiple times in one map we've seen him with these lovely little gaps. Previously, of course, we saw him slipping past that incendiary around coffins in the same kind of position. This time he wraps all the way around through long side.
And there's another Nico reaction, just showing you how poorly the game continues
I'm
to go for
actually
him.
disappointed
Deep
he's
side.
not crashing out more.
28 rounds of
Is that
play.
not even from an entertainment factor? Like, dude looks
had the jump on them. They were quite ready to pounce in towards A when they
bro,
were
he's over it. I feel like he's not.
This looks different.
What?
Yeah, safe and exit immediately making headway.
Oh, Tessus has just donated
Oh,
utility. He's
bro,
dived
I
back
don't-
over to A quite quickly. They don't want to get caught
I'm
by the
being
same
an
tricks as they
armchair
did in the first
psychologist
half.
again. Sorry, but like I can't be the only one that feels that way, right?
To exit, softened up for the M4 headshot.
Obviously clears this, and there's nothing behind it. And you can tell he felt so much pressure because they dropped the top mid smoke throughout all of this. There's that cache utility.
Dude.
Gonna have to use that to its absolute precision. Milk every single second possible. Even considering Banana at the moment, RMIBR. I say that, Insani activates to at least throw some util to keep them busy.
This is a real battle.
They're turning into A. Here they come.
This is where an AWPer can really do good work. So long as he's in the vantage point to do so, they're actually going to fall back.
And they're in a black box, right? They had Kixen out towards Sandbag. There's lack of information, Banana, lack of information, Brackets. All you're hearing is a couple of sound cues. You don't really know what lies on the other side.
Well, now it's going to be pretty clear that there's some pressure on B, but no over-rotations from the Falcons. They're not falling for the same tricks.
Oh, MIBR played off of Brackets there, so even if there was a sweep forward, you would have had to have gone deeper to found them. So here we go, setting up the finish. 35 seconds now. Util about to don the air and the fight to come their way.
Honestly, stalwart on the long side. Short, the responsibility of Tessus and Magisk. Flash and go. Magisk gets spotted out. Tessus lies in wait, turns the flash. Out they drop. Good connections. 2-for-1 trades. That's a big one from Magisk.
Unk is going crazy for them right now, dude. It's Unk.
15 is theirs first.
Magix is literally carrying Falcons. What in the fuck?
They're
bro?
exhausted. They're stressed. They were down 4-10.
I'm not matching subs right now. No, there's no scam
here
train.
in stage 2, and yet they hold on by their fingertips. A single round now, and Falcons can breathe a massive sigh of relief. For MIBR, this is survival now. Your tournament life is on the line in this last round.
Just every moment that goes by is just so unbelievable that we're even in this situation. The Counter-Strike world is watching on with Jora Gape right now. Out of control. This time, Insani will get it. Already pressed forward towards Barrel. This is quick.
He's not. What? He was blinded.
If he, nah, that flash is bad. That flash doesn't. It doesn't get that spot. Don't let the kill feed fool you. That's a bait. It's a partial. It's like a partial. That doesn't get that spot. There's Insani at B.
When his team need him most, he stands up. He delivers.
Remember what I told you guys about Insani at B? Yeah, you guys remember what I told you?
Bomb site. Good luck, lads.
You guys remember what I told you on fucking Nuke?
Clearing me. Lakowski's laughing at him. And MIBR, they ain't bothered. Certainly not Insani.
Well, honestly, you have to give this one a go. We're about to go into double overtime. We reset the field. The CT sides of both these teams have just been a weak point as Mondesi try as you might, but they are just spamming. They know they've got this one secure. A flashy no-scope short, but 15-15.
I don't know why Modesty doesn't just simply win that round.
Yet
Like,
again, and well, now you have to do all that again. This B defense.
all right, here we go again. We're going again.
Brittle. It's like a sandcastle. And MIBR are just a wave. Insani riding it into this B site. Nico
He actually got more blind than I thought he did, by the way. I'll be honest. Usually that flash, by the way, that he threw from spools, he was actually a little bit further back when the flash popped. But if you get right close, like right up underneath it, that little piece of the roof blocks like half of it.
You know, I'm kind of disassociating as I watch it.
All right, Mac.
That's my bad. If you're a little bit further up though, guys, that flash that he threw, which is a common one, like most people, yeah, it doesn't get you. Oh.
Stand it and deliver it. Solid.
All right, well, MIBR just went for the uppercut and just got uppercut instead.
And MIBR sent back to
No, MIBR literally just went to tilt them.
That's only Nico's second multi-kill in 31 rounds of play.
Oh, yes.
They said, let's rush B, bro.
I'm watching the same game you have. But,
that way, when we win, we
still
completely
baffling.
tilt them, and then they got bopped.
You
know, I don't hate it.
Situation
It didn't work, so honestly, stupid.
Yeah,
But
that's definitely a bit of a different flavor. This is the shot. Nico finishes it off. And they would have loved that round one earlier as Mondesi
you know,
tries
if it
to bring
doesn't
some
work,
energy.
you're stupid. You know, that's
That one
how
was
it
just
works.
a shutdown and a quick one. All right, well, trying something a little bit fast and
Oh, did you buy the Mac 10? 10k overtime. Most people skip head armor. Mac 10 in the front, really powerful against that. Actually, though, that's why. Especially in the 10k overtime. If you literally look at that replay, Nico doesn't have head armor. They just didn't get to shoot him.
I think we go back to regular scheduled programming for the Brazilians now.
If you're just running it up B and you know your first job is to just enter at the Mac 10, like, it's not bad.
When you get into your second OT, that's when those kind of ideas start becoming actual valid contributions. The strat book gets stretched thin.
Exit with a clear, safe for the pick.
Yeah, they upgraded now.
He's been caught off. He's learned his lesson. Or has he? Ooh, a missed shot from Safe. God, dangerous game being played, and Nico is an opening death once more. Caught off by the Insani
Fuck around,
spam.
find out.
Awkward now, very uncomfortable.
All right, they're just gonna either trade out some utility or post the AWP on B. So that's gonna be the case. So Monacy
Averaging for a game.
They trade utility.
You don't love the rip 30 bullets into a smoke both ways?
To finish. They want the rifles.
That's right.
Who are all stacked in towards A. Magic towards Pit.
It's not like Vertigo, though.
Kickson likely to play last.
Aware.
Unknown element as a B defender. Might go overlooked in the chaos. Still decent utility to try and slow this. 40 seconds. Test this with Molly a couple of flashes.
Yeah, the first two they're looking for is this Danish duo.
That's Rap Smokes.
Tesses goes looking. I think he spotted something towards the apartments. Magis is on high alert, coming out. Support from Tesses. He's light on bullets, and now they're light on defenders. Magis does transfer for 2. He makes it
Unk
manageable.
is trying to save them, dude.
Long rotation in. Was trying to lock down that B site. Push down Banana, pipe his way up middle.
Bro, Unk is literally rolling back decades right now for them.
A specky clutch.
I mean, considering it's 180 degrees between this crossfire, it is going to have to be specky. Exit playing from the site. Feels his position from the trajectory. And Safe will just peek on it. He ain't scared.
That's some confidence.
Sorry if I keep wiggling around. My dog literally is changing his spot, and so it becomes his spot, and then I gotta adjust.
Tie things up again, 16-16. Who's going to walk away from OT first half, number 2 with the lion's share of rounds? This is just a spam battle in Banana.
I missed Kickson's death. It was the first. Was it the first? No.
Second.
Second. Tessus and then Kickson kind of died in unison there.
I love it from Safe there, not allowing Monacy to play out the round.
What do you want for your
okay,
Pickems?
I know exactly what you want. Swing in and deal with you. Beautiful work from him.
I think if Falcons wins, my Pickems are safe tomorrow no matter what. If MIBR wins, I need 3D Max to beat FaZe. But like in that scenario, it's kind of nice, right? Like, I don't know. The answer is my Pickems are life support. And this game doesn't necessarily
they found that long gap before. Maybe
change anything yet.
It's not a bad idea. Smoke for now.
Okay, 3/4 smoke. This forces
just
you
forget about your Pickems or cooked. Oh, I have. I'm just people keep asking me though.
AWP on B with Kickson. Nico on the jiggles to deal with this. So again, in kind of a black box of information. You don't have brackets, you don't have Banana. We talk about this as a horrible position to find yourself on the CT side. Smoke's really ignored as Monacy and Kickson are both playing side. Nico's actually been brought back across because of it.
Bro,
so it's on the duo of
they have the wrong read again. E1 CS6 to the 19th primer. Thank you, dude. Thank you, guys.
Kowzi's going to ask questions of Nico. He'll shy the nade. Minor damage. Turn flash. Nico does connect
that actually got him a kill, though.
Presence, and now Magis, he's ready. Tessus was
oh,
too,
the
but
nade.
it doesn't matter. The hands are inside. The flash layering's perfect. And MIBR take the site. Nico, stubborn for another. Breno has Pit. They got a man advantage. MIBR to take the lead.
Holy, that was so close. He doesn't even know.
Monacy had a glimmer of that. Dipping deep Pit now. Breno can just chill. Kickson going to come in through apartments. Going to have to try and set him up, and that flash maybe slightly premature.
Safe's ready as well if he tries to advance. Kickson now gets hotted out. Ouch, through the Although 65 to work with, time-sensitive mission, and they're gone. MRBR in the lead as we swap sides. Just one meager round to boast from Falcons defense.
Hey, it's so tough to think about any of these retakes as possibilities that we've been seeing. Either they're in man disadvantaged scenarios or they've been able to get entrenched with the rotation still miles away. You can't thrive in the chaos. It looks very clear cut once the sides are taken. And this is the thing. It is going to be a 3v4, 3v5 type scenario. To 2v4, 2v5, especially with the way that on these CT sides there's just such limited information. You think about it with MIBR's CT side in regulation, they actually had the bodies in the right places because of gambles, not because of info, because of stacks. And we swap sides again. 2 rounds required for MIBR to get this one done. 18-18 we go again. 19 is the magic number.
Can't quite believe it. This game's still going.
We still have another best
Sorry
of 3.
about that. Doggos had to let me know about the delivery man that's not supposed to be here.
Double digits now, 14 kills.
They let him know, though. He better never come back.
Right, last few orders as they're about to leave spawn. Kowsey joining Exit and Insani over towards B.
Exchange of flame, standard part for the course. That smoke, however, is very forward.
They're here quite quickly, and Magisk is also part of this. He's the tail short. So this could be telling of once they've established this control, they might just execute in. Kowsey cheating back over through Speedway now.
Insani gets nothing for his troubles, but does burrow into the sandbags. May want to get out behind that smoke. Doesn't want to be trapped on the other side of his teammates.
Well, it's forced the rotation.
It has, and that's exactly what they were hoping for. Manipulating their opponent's defense. You still have to get past Safe's AWP, though. A good flash. Tessus can swing. Here comes the util. Safe immediately concedes the space, plays for the time. His greatest ally now as the rotation is a mile away. There's only 2 defenders here.
About to get
it's only
blindsided.
Breno from the side swipe.
Oh!
They're in the open, sitting. Ducks now plugged.
Oh,
He's
safe,
the next
safe.
victim, and the site falls.
And
Convincing from Falcons
save
into the
time.
first T-side round.
Their best rounds have been
They're
in these
literally
last
gonna
30
save.
seconds.
It's gonna be an OT
spurts,
save. I
right,
hate
as
it.
they let the clock kind of simmer. MIBR in the dark, and then the execute comes in, and it's just about being able to break through. So we tie things up again.
Bloody hell.
Necessary save for MIBR this time round. You see the pack mentality of Falcons in some of these situations, and you do get the same out of MIBR on their tier rounds, because if there is an overswing that you do punish, then you're
Why
able
is
to
everyone
pounce
going
and
for
capitalize
stacks? Can't they
quickly
just
instead
play
of being so strung
3A2B?
out.
No,
But
you'll
they're
lose the
still
B
able
bomb
to pivot
site.
and then make a new plan. All right, let's go
If
banana.
somebody
If we
knows
get
you
this
only
control,
have 2 at B
execute,
with
nothing
no
tonight.
quick
All right, let's go
rotate,
back.
you'll
Now we
lose.
set up
If
the
a good
stage
team
to
will
rotate.
win that round late.
The wrap couldn't have been the better call, and Safe, if you remember OT number 1, he was great. Those first 2 rounds, he found opening kills over
Guys,
towards
watch mine
apartments
for
when they
another
were going for
video.
an app swap, and then short
You
side as
can't
they came
even
out
trade.
boiler,
If
forced
you
into his
even
scope.
trade, you lose because retakes aren't possible. That's it. So you have to gamble.
Okay.
Which is why the rounds end in 30 seconds, and then we watch a save for 45.
Burnt again. Better to use them than to leave them. That's where regrets could lie.
Like, you walk into B and you go 2 for 2 and you play 2 on the B bomb side with no rotate, they're not
So
winning a
much harder
3v3
at this stage
retake.
of the game to predict what's
That
gonna
is how the
happen.
map
This is
plays.
where the faith, in my eyes, falls to the in-game leaders,
That's
less
it.
the
Like,
coaches. Because
why
the
you
in-game
fucking
leaders
hear
start
me go
having
on my
to have
hater
a read
rant
of
all
this
the time.
mental game, this mental warfare that's been going on between the two. It's not that the coaches don't have things to
Retaking
add.
is not
It's that
really
the
a-
players with a tangible feel of the situation and the
it
scenarios.
just doesn't really exist.
They're
It's the
in
most
thick
exciting
of it.
part of the game, and
Coaches
it's
are watching from the best seat in the
irrelevant
house, I'll
on this
tell you
map.
that much. But it just becomes so much harder, I think, in overtime to contribute.
Yeah, you can do nothing more than watch. With major lives on the line. 17 each. MIBR making Falcons sweat, making Falcons bleed.
Oh, I have Epsilon many times.
We've seen some dynamic warping into OT from Safe, and ooh, narrow miss.
Oh my god. I'm surprised nobody's dead right there.
TSS may have saved him, and it's Flick he's hit before.
Same setup again. So we've seen Exit lob out this flash and Insani go for the push. Will he go for it again? Yes, he will.
So stubborn. That's what you wanted, though. Kixon anti-flash
Couple
behind
blind, but Kixon was ready. And he won that duel.
His head off. Breno wins it. Matt just can't quite believe it.
That's a
little
brutal
crouch
kill.
peek headshot.
That might put B back on the menu.
He does stun them just running in. So Breno's actually... Oh, he's going to push this. He's going to push this. He's feeling himself.
Whoa.
Tessus is actually reading the potential for this. Breno, jump scare. Tessus ready. He heard the smoke.
Breno walks through his own smoke and starts clearing his own
It's hard to fault
smoke.
Breno there. He's had some massive X-Factor moments in this game. He's
He overcooked
overstepped the
it.
mark there and given one over, but the plays that he's made is why MIBR is still in this game.
That's true. That's undoubted.
Well, can his teammates bail him out after that push? He got the one back to make it a 4v4. Safe's now going to search with the AWP. He'll find nothing down middle.
They might get
He'll pipe through
debated
the
by
apartments
this.
and he could catch a timing.
He certainly could.
Oh my god.
They're walking away.
That timing is crazy. Oh, that's... Yep.
He's already left.
And all
This
right.
round is done. This round is done.
The round ends.
They're going to have to save again.
It's going to be another save.
We're not getting the fever pitch Inferno with the back and forth, the crazy retake.
I mean, this whole game has been around this like silent battle. You described it. You know, it's IGLs, it's pieces on a chessboard, and two dudes just going back and forth without playing one another.
Honestly, we're just not high enough IQ to really enjoy this and appreciate this.
It doesn't feel like a lot. It's only 2.5k extra, right? But it feels so much more limiting in this, and having to go for saves in overtime, it takes out the punch, but they can't save in the next. So A team will be secure. Triple overtime, a guarantee for Falcons.
Falcons have had one match point so far.
And they can sigh the relief again. So they hold on to these guns. Exit will be able to drop for Breno. Insani will be able to buy himself. But you're scratching the back of your dome. You're looking for any way in. And kicks in again, impact. Some massive multi-kill moments. Some key pushes, some key plays.
And you're on the T side with a match point.
With all these rounds, they've played them so similar, right?
Hey,
There's
Chad,
only one
no
that we saw
ads
try
going to
and go,
run
like,
during
a
the
little bit
game,
quicker,
but
and after
also
it's going to be poppy towards
don't
either
leave
Halls or
because
Boiler.
pre-rolls will turn on
But
in
otherwise, they don't get in the banana
2
tussle
minutes.
with the U2, other than a very few rare
So if you like
occasions.
leave, come
They make
back,
sure
you'll
they
get
don't
clapped
lose
with
an
an app.
opening
Just heads
kill. They
up.
don't take too much
If
damage.
you're in
for
here already,
utility.
you're locked in.
And
You're good.
There's no reason not to do that again.
Nothing will play during
because
this
when you are
map.
just going for this default, you seem to be coming out on top. Here's the
But don't like refresh or anything like that. I don't want you guys to get mad during the...
Oh, and a nice pick off. Nico this time. It's an opening kill. Exit goes, nameplated now.
Desperation. The way these last 2 rounds have felt, they haven't even been in the round, so Exit pushes down, spams through, Tracer fire, Nico deletes him. And now they have the man advantage. They should just be able to whir into the finish.
That's a gift.
And so early.
Insani, very dangerous
I
game
got
on
said
the
he
jump
jumped
spot.
it
Once he's
again.
hit that
He
on
did it
already
again.
in this game. They don't move a muscle.
And the steps not so loud up behind that towards the half wall.
How can they remain so static?
They should need to be playing for info towards middle right now because Insani needs help. Safe starting to rotate. They're feeling the pressure. Lukowski blocks middle. The rotation's on the way. It's all going to come down to the timing because they're on the way in.
Insani, you need something, anything, to give your team anything for this retake. Retaking B, number disadvantage, it's just not going to happen. Break, visible, a momentary chance for the spam. Lukowski has bullets thrown his way. Falcons sit up in their chair, 3 frags away from surviving another day of play. MIBR, just the 3 of them
they
now.
gotta go for it.
In their hands, it's not
Good
looking
luck.
good. It's not looking possible. The B
Good
side
luck.
lost. Insani empty-handed, 27 frag haul. Breno's been doing everything he can for the boys, and he keeps
Wait.
going. So
Wait.
does Safe. Are they doing it?
No.
Is there a way back in?
No.
Nico's gone. Only Moses. I can't believe it. On the defuse, and we need another.
They were down. They were out. That's a 3v5.
Inferno's the best map ever. Holy
It's
shit.
supposed to be impossible. Breno comes swinging around for 2. Safe with a contribution. I thought it was done. I thought it was over. And I think the Falcons
you see that?
did too.
You can't get too far ahead of
Holy
yourself.
shit,
Not
they
with
are
this kid in the
ass. Oh
server.
my
Breno,
God.
Another impactful round. The Major.
That is crazy, dude.
And pushes us into another overtime.
How did they have 5 players alive and not play one crossfire?
I think you bang on, Alex. I think they thought it was done. The relief.
They actually just pulled a mythic, bro. That is literally a mythic.
You hear bomb down.
Guys, we made
Two-man
it to the
advantage.
major.
You're on the B bomb site. You're already sitting there thinking about your next game. You're thinking about the
5v3,
next day. Breno
unlosable post
keeps
play, not a
MIBR
single
in it.
crossfire.
I'm in disbelief right
Not
now.
even-
I can't
not one
believe
kill.
There's another overtime. I can't
That's what you
believe
love
there's
to
another
see
chapter
here.
to this story. 2 match points squandered now for Falcons. Keep a tally of that.
And it feels like they're doing
That
it to
literally could have
themselves.
been me.
Well, that one in particular, I can't
could
quite
do that,
make
bro.
sense heads or
I
tails
could do that.
of what I've just witnessed. Breno with that double kill, so nonchalant with his approach.
This is why we say.
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
Yeah, there is an entire montage.
Dude, if they lose this, oh my God. Chatty, thanks for the 7 time. No, that's literally an unlosable round.
18-18. Strap in, folks. MRBR will not relent. They will not surrender. Kickson.
J-Dot, thanks for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Impression right now. Charging up Banana when Nico can't. Kickson can. And he does it again.
That's what you want to see.
Why is Kickson the best player on
That's what
Falcons?
Nico couldn't. Swings into the side. He ain't dead. He ain't done. 2 HP on him. He's just telling Tessa's trade me. Smoke
Bravo,
on CT.
thanks for the 5 gifted members on YouTube. Thank you,
That
guys.
was just a smoke spam.
That boost was perfect.
Everybody sees Falcons toss around and everybody just wants to light money on fire. Thank you, guys.
They've slowed down.
Yeah, they could have tried to brute force in the rotations there, and look at this. If Safe just gets to post up in second middle, there is absolutely no way back. This is the best weapon for the job. You have to finish B Falcons, and you don't know it.
Yeah, they've died to this boost before. Breno this time setting up Lakowski for it. Masked by the smoke, but can uncrouch. A break. Chip damage. Monacy and Nico wants it. Kickson low.
Well, they got him all blind.
Reveals his
Oh, he's
position.
dead.
That's an important find from Monacy. Removes the booster. Where's the one that boosted him? Coming in from Coffins.
Oh,
Monacy got
how
put
did
so low. Look at
Monacy
their
get
health,
that?
But he's got the
Holy
AWP.
shit,
Little
the
does he know.
HP.
It's the worst weapon for the job.
It's close in the 40 seconds you just
That retake needs to be studied. No, that was actually impressive they did that.
Kickson goes down.
Do they know they're
Safe
low?
with the
Let's
first
see.
in the round. A wallbang not far off. Nico gotta play safe. Nothing is a given in this game. That 5v3 is the embodiment of that. And Nico will close it down. Falcons realizing they are going to have to fight tooth and nail
Holy
if they
shit.
want to actually close out this game.
Nothing is for granted. Nothing is given, and Falcons are learning that the
Kickson
hard
getting
way.
entries
Stage 2
on
of the
B though,
major.
man. He is
You
getting
come in,
entries.
maybe you're the world number 2, sure, but everybody.
Dude, FaZe has just been sitting here the whole fucking time, guys. You guys realize that?
Lin Vision condemned you to the 0-2. OG gave you a scare. And MIBR are putting you through your paces. This is a boot camp in front of our
Bruh.
very eyes. And if you
FaZe
can
and
survive
3D
this,
Max
maybe
like
you
you.
can survive tomorrow.
You know, you discussed how perhaps the OG win would have given them confidence. I think if they do survive this game will put
Vitaly, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you, man. I'll look at the viewer number. Listen, I don't look at them live. You guys always just tell me, but don't forget to follow and don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you.
Had a bit of a pace
You look
change
great
coming
today.
into OT number 3.
Let's lock in on the game, though.
Risked it first, not taking any damage. Banana not taking the control quickly, and Kickson shifts it up with gear. The in-game leader turns it up to 11.
Yeah, great opening. Look at him, 26, matching at Monacy's output in a do-or-die affair at the major.
Look, it's tough because we're so many rounds deep, but I'd say Kickson's impact has been more than Monacy's at this point of the game.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. Anybody that's watched this game would agree with that. Monacy's had his moments, though. He has. He's definitely, I mean, he's definitely not botting out or something at 27, but Kickson's been the guy for sure.
Long smoke in. Amount of utility deployed. They're coming through.
Yeah, this is quicker. Again, Kickson's kind of leading his boys. Just pack roll with me.
He's in the flow state. One man making noise. The rest of the pack behind. Block smoke there. There's a break available. Kickson can lob this open and they can try an entry through it.
He just needs everyone to be on the same page, singing from that same hymn sheet.
Yes, hi, thanks for the super chat. Oh, surely they do.
Away to the first box. Good
Oh, he
dink found
spammed him.
already.
Oh!
Kickson put down.
Oh!
Nice work. work. It's Insani and Exit. There's two-man defensive. Both found their early frags.
Damn,
Exit
dude.
another. They need to
dinked
put him down.
He
dink.
dinked
How is that a
Modesty.
dink? Modesty's a dead
Oh
man.
my,
By on the
dude, what a
USP.
fucking hole.
Tied up a piece, 19 each.
Beautiful right there because they stopped the scaling players. The players whose job it is to get across the pool to draw the crosshairs.
Bro, that A1S movement was crazy.
They're trying to jump up. Nobody's willing to strafe out wide.
Taking full advantage of that movement accuracy,
Lock
bro.
horns again, and this one feels like it may never end. Insani just able to stay poised, right? You think in the pressure of these situations, you start to get a little bit more wobbly with the crosshair, but that's not the case.
Shout out to A1S basically being at SMG.
And Breno's energy, it's not letting up.
Two players can't hold the B bomb site. Well, when Insani does that, yeah, you can. Also, they didn't molly him, by the way.
And his output on the retake.
Okay, Nico feels like he's unleashed himself here. This is the
just
first
remember
time I've
that.
seen him go direct in some time.
Bro just got to hang out there the entire
utility set
time.
that they keep deploying half wall smoke with the molly and then flash forward for
No
the fight.
molly,
There's multiple
triple.
bodies behind it this time. It's
I
Insani
didn't keep
and
track of
Exit.
the util that round,
Not just
but
the one man.
no molly,
Might
triple,
even
and
wanna go for a
overtime
second
on the first
wave.
round is, or not first round, but in
They can.
overtime is
I was
kind of
gonna
troll.
say smoke deep and try and get the control, but no, happy just to vie for the initial exchange.
Magic has a friend this time. It's been kind of just him working on this control. Now Tessus has joined him and starts to force Safe back out of short. Flash layered on top of the flame.
4 on A, they're going to fight mid.
Stubborn AWP. Honestly holding for the extension. Lukowski tucking in close. This is a very disruptive
They're swinging.
position.
They're swinging.
Here they come. Bonacia sitting dark. No cover.
Oh my
How
God.
easy
Oh
is
my-
that?
Wow.
MIBR ripped 3 out of the server.
Oh my
Just Nico
god.
and Magis, they know
Mob.
Magis is likely close by. And so easy for them. They just flush him out with an
Wow.
incendiary.
First 2 CT
Sidelined.
rounds for MIBR shot.
1 on 4 for Nico.
Right, this is their best CT
Impossible
half so
task
far.
with the time at hand. Here's one rotating.
Probably
Doesn't
Drano,
get
thanks
that
for the
instant
super
one tap
chat.
that would have made us a little bit more excited for this. And down he goes to Safe. Okay.
Is that the first? It's so hard to keep track of these rounds now, right? Because we lose the round timeline. But is that the first time we've had CTs get 2 rounds within the OT? I'm not certain.
I would suggest.
It definitely feels that way.
It does.
Sponge listening to my
This time,
stream.
instead of just playing on the sites, they've had some progression there, and Monacy's left to his lonesome. He has no support, no network.
We're
there to be able
sharing
to
the
trade,
same
and they
singular
just get
brain cell
destroyed.
again.
So we swap sides again.
I bet they wish they could go back to that 5v3 post plant, huh?
The amount of rounds that they've had that are forgettable moments, and that one there is crushing. Okay, well, Zonic, I don't know how many times you can try a rallying cry. Say, boys, we need to
Give me
lock
more
in,
blast
let's focus,
music,
let's
dude.
not give away these rounds.
Last
It'll be the same
time
thing
out
time
music
and
does
time
go
again.
hard.
I mean, this is bleak. You need a perfect second half. You need to have 3 consecutive CT rounds.
Change on the defense. There's been an org invested upon for Magis to play from that pit anchor position. He's done quite a remarkable job in a lot of the rounds, and in that first half of regulation, we're going back an awfully long way. He was tested by a lot of poppy plays, and still in a lot of the time was able to go 1 for 1, which is tough to ask considering the setups that they had.
Well,
Check
folks,
Launder's
this has been
Twitter. I
essentially
saw
a
that Launder
feature-length
said that we
movie
should
of
eliminate
Inferno.
both teams.
And it's not done yet.
Which honestly,
Now
for my
it's time for
Pickems,
that
all good.
crescendo
As long as
finish.
Bait gets to go through or some shit, I'm fine with that.
You decide who the goodies and the baddies are.
Oh, okay, he's not anchoring. He's going
That's
for
cool
some
with me, bro.
aggression, so the org up close can be 1 bullet to the head depending on this
Well,
range.
that's chill.
Breno's on a 1-man mission there, so might be quite slow with it.
First to 21, correct? 22, guys. 22. First to 22. It shifts at the top, actually. I think it just said it. I missed it, but I think I caught the end of
He
it.
started CT round with an AWP in apps, but he didn't have a man, just got close.
Didn't
So what's the
expect
response? If you go into B,
the
this
close
hot wall smoke is
rifle.
still up. They're trying to push through.
Okay, Kixon gets flashed in. This time, Insani doesn't get it full blind. That's the difference.
Yeah, if Insani could get closer to that angle, it'd be better, but he can't. He's
Strong start
pathing
to the
straight because of
Falcons'
where you have to
defense.
jump through on the
Still,
card.
though,
But
possibility for error.
oh
you've
no.
lost your AWPer. Lukowski pulls a rotate with just him on the site. And Tessus goes down. That's even more convincing.
Wait, the body. I
Safe
wonder if
picks
the
off Nico.
ragdoll's there.
He's killed 1B. Tessus fighting Lukowski. It's all over the shop. We're playing on both sides.
Lukowski,
onto
how?
Tessus. It's slipping through their fingers, Chad. Piece by piece, player by player, pulled apart. MIBR for 21.
Oh my
A golden
god.
opportunity now presents itself.
Unk's
Just
got a
Magic.
1v3.
A 1 versus 3. Or MIBR will have 2 match series points of their own. He knows he's got to be quick with this. Flash through the smoke. Exit's ready. 21. 1 away from the magic number. It has to be perfect here or the Falcons will be eliminated. Let that sink in.
It's another 3v5.
Dude.
And these first 2 kills,
3v5,
you like to
guys.
set up an out was perfect. Monacy base, Matt just covers.
Again.
Kicks and gets flashed in, easy kill.
I don't want to be rude.
Monacy getting completely caught off guard there.
Monacy.
Liability. Yanko said liability. That felt like a
They're just not ready for anything. They just the fact that they're just able to walk in and get that type
Oh
of a kill. Magic's
my
already started
god,
rotating B.
I can't.
Crazy
What is
round.
going
There's all up
on?
on B. There's a player up short. Like, topsy-turvy CS.
Holy
Here we go.
shit. Are they halls popping? Mother
This
of
time
God.
it's a change. It's going to be an apps pop.
Okay, well, they're testing
3
Magic.
players here. Monacy short. Magic in pit. Tessus long side.
Yeah, head of the flashes. 1.5. Needed that from Monacy, but he's backwards. Oh, he
Exit
jumps
whiff,
around,
exit whiff.
wiggles it about,
2v3 now.
And it's a second. Insani's into the pit now, though, and on the nade break, spots the mantle up. The bomb is making its way in and has info on them both. One planting. Orb slips into the short
That
side.
was a
to
huge
catch
shot
them,
from
and
Monacy.
crunching.
Oh,
Good catch from Nico.
safe
Sani,
win.
you can
Ooh,
do
that's
He
a...
could do this. He could eliminate Falcons right here and now. A 1v3 for the young gun. 31 frags deep. Insani is a beast.
Nah, he
Spamming
can't
smokes
make up his
looking
mind.
for
He
him.
can't make up his mind. He's
Little bit of a
fucked.
connection.
Yeah,
That
he
was all
didn't.
they were hoping for, and they will find
He
him.
fucked up. Nah,
Surviving
he
their
overheated.
first
He
test,
overheated.
Falcons get away with it.
How does Monacy get that second kill? He felt like he should
Yeah,
be dead
exit
to
whiffed
rights
it,
after
dude.
getting
That's
passed
another
in the
rifle
previous
whiff
round.
on
He is an
lane.
absolute stunner. of
Remember
a
safe
second
whiffed
shot just
earlier
to
on
keep
lane,
him alive.
and then Mad just killed him?
First one's great.
Or it wasn't.
Pivots to the
He
shot.
safe
God
whiff,
damn,
safe whiff, not exit, but...
Oh, you had to put it in slow-mo, did you?
This is the
Oh,
nerves, right?
man.
That right there is the nerves. That's what you're seeing, right? The indecision, the
shit.
whiff shots, the getting caught off guard. You're so late in the piece. We're 41 rounds deep, going into 42. MIBR can still do this right here, right now, or do we need quad OT? Again, heavy apps. Maybe a rinse and repeat of the same call. This time, Pacia.
Yeah, this time for a different result.
Okay.
This
There's only 2 players on A.
To eliminate
There's only
them.
2 players on A.
Magisk is playing a pixel gap. This is so exploitable. You got to play this perfect, Magisk, because they're coming for you. You're blind. You're dead.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's their turn.
The CT
They're
Molly.
the ones that have to win
It was
the
an
3v5.
invitation.
They
That's
don't
it.
have
It
the
did nothing.
advantage
It did
anymore.
nothing.
We
They
all
just
saw
run
it
through it. I
happening.
told you, it's an invitation, dude. It is literally an
We want to
invitation.
relieve what we were seeing. And Safe picks it up. We expected the Falcons.
Oh my god.
Gliding into playoffs. Vying for the trophy, making Vitality work.
And MIBR isn't going to throw a 5v3.
We expected the Falcons to
Nope.
take flight. Instead, the
Oh
ticket
my
is blocked by MIBR.
God.
A flight home instead.
What is this major?
The heartbreak for Nico and Monacy. You go back to Rio, they didn't even make the major. One of the favorites coming into stage 2. One of the favorites to push Vitality. And they don't even make it close. No top 16, no playoffs, and your season is over. MIBR, they withstand, they stand up, and
The
they
only
deliver
team
the
they
knockout
beat
blow.
is
Impeccable.
OG.
Breno, a standout for me. Insani as well. I mean, you can't ignore the
And they
fragging
almost
output
lost
of
that
this
one,
talented
too.
young man. And for Falcons, I mean, Mount Monacy is brought into the ranks to return to their primary objective of trophies.
Dude.
Trophies the goal, knocked out in groups, the reality.
Inexcusable 3v5 losses. This one will
I
keep
mean,
you
that's
up all night.
insane, man. That's insane. The 5v3
Heartbreak
Abby
following him
is
everywhere he goes. Nikola Kovac.
that's
silence is
you just can't
loud
do
on
that.
that side.
Like I don't even know what to say.
Of the player area. The sound of a
That is
human
legitimately some
heartbreaking.
shit that my team does as a stream team.
Is really over.
We don't practice. We're fucking stream team. We're fucking that, like it literally looked exactly the same.
In a shocking turn of events, Falcons sadly eliminate here from the Blast TV Austin Major. Kickson, I can only imagine what's going through your head right now, so I just really appreciate you giving me a moment of your time. Can you describe what's going through your head right now?
I mean, obviously we're really disappointed. We didn't expect something like this to happen, and obviously we didn't play our best game, and I think that's the reason why we didn't qualify for the next stage. And we just did way too many mistakes, and obviously good teams will always punish that.
From the outside, at least from a viewer's perspective, it seems like this is a different version of Falcons that we've seen, you know, from previous months, ever since you added m0NESY. Do you have that same feeling inside the team?
Maybe this event, I think in general we're still the old Falcons, but this event we just played a bit differently. Maybe it's because of the pressure, maybe because of the high expectations, I'm not sure. But definitely this event we didn't even play close to our usual level.
I've, of course, got to address some of the rumours that have been circulating around Falcons and the potential for some roster moves coming into next season. Can you kind of confirm or deny anything that's happening with that situation?
I cannot say anything right now. I guess there should be some news or updates soon, so right now I cannot say much.
Totally understand that. Final question, anything you want to say to all the Falcons fans that were rooting for you back at home?
Yeah, I just want to thanks to everyone who is supporting us, and I'm really sorry for these performances. We all expected more, but it is what it is. Hopefully next time we will have better luck, but we'll play better, and that's it.
Thank you for giving me a moment of your time, Kickson. Really gutted to see you go. That means Falcons eliminated here in Austin.
That does mean Falcons have been eliminated from the
Zone,
Blast
thanks for the
TV
3-month
Austin
primer.
Major,
Thank
Peter.
you. Snow Power,
Arguably
thanks
the
for the
biggest
420.
surprise that we witnessed so far this tournament, and
Yeah, I
what
don't know, man. They
fashion
just
that
gotta,
happened
they
in
just gotta
triple
look
overtime.
like shit. Mythical with the
Finally
super
through
chat
two
said 4 mils for 3 maps.
A lot of emotion throughout the building. I cannot wait.
That's crazy. We
find
still
a
have
way
phase,
to describe
guys.
this
We
game.
still have phase
I
3D
don't even know
max.
what to say.
My heart's racing. I'm not gonna lie. I was so emotionally invested inside of this game. You know, I have. It was my last team. It was also a failure when we didn't make it in Shanghai. This is obviously different now. It's not the RMR, but still, like, I know what runs through the head of Magisk and Sonic. You know, my
phase versus 3D max coming up, guys.
And for them to be eliminated this early, obviously it's also tough for the rest of the team. But I mean, I can only imagine how they feel, and it's crazy to be on this side of the things and get these kind of feelings. I didn't never expect I could actually get that by just watching a game. So it's, for me, it's also it's very shocking.
I know exactly the feeling of losing games, right? But losing that 5v3 as a player, you've probably been in a scenario like that. Viewers at home may wonder as well, like, that feeling you're sitting left with right now if you're Falcons, it's almost unbearable.
It's just unforgivable. I mean, like, it's gonna haunt the players for the rest of, obviously for tonight, but also for the rest of the week, and maybe also the month coming. You know, I think they are.
Inferno, please.
It's just
there you go.
unforgivable
There's
to lose these
Inferno.
rounds, and to come back from that is gonna be so hard. I mean, I think they tried, but the amount of mistakes that Falcons pull off in this game and throughout this tournament has just been so crazy.
You can see Nico feels it himself. He knows this is inexcusable from a player of his caliber, a player of m0NESY's caliber. What Falcons was put together to do was lift trophies, and they're not going to get a shot at this Major one, which once again for Nico, Major just haunting him, man. Like, man, it feels cursed at this point. It really does.
It's a weird one, right? Because we also saw on
One,
Inferno,
thanks to
Nico
Super
couldn't
Chat,
get it
Drew.
together whatsoever. The first 24 rounds, he was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
His teammates kept him alive. m0NESY kept him alive. You could see he was visibly frustrated, understandingly enough. And even in overtime, there were a couple of moments when he felt, okay, Nico has arrived now. Okay, Falcons will win now. But he never really arrived in this game. So all the other times, I feel like Nico has done his best carry performance. He's been in the peak of his career, and there's almost been no excuse for his teammates not to give him that trophy. This time around, though, he also bears a big part of that responsibility. So it just adds to the whole conversation that is around Nico. The greatest rifler the game has ever seen, hands down. You know, a fantastic player.
Yeah.
So I
tremendous
think I
career,
need
but when it
phase
comes
to
the
lose to
majors,
save my
just can't
Pickems,
seem to
but
string it
like,
together.
And it was so many of those
all
situations,
good.
right? Like,
Yeah,
not
I
just
do.
looking
I
at
do.
Nico in isolation, but so many moments where MIBR, it felt like they were able
But
to read them.
listen,
there were
if
so
my
many,
Pickems die to
cheeky
get
rounds
simple
that
to the
they were able
major,
pull out
that's
the back.
okay.
Like, this
Or to
isn't
the
taking
playoffs, that's
anything away
fine.
from MIBR, because that was some insane resilience. But contextually, Falcons is coming into this. I mean, they were the #2 team in the world, you know, alongside Mouse, alongside Spirit, they're in contention as well. This is why we're so shocked. This is why it leaves us so emotionally drained. Like, Peter, you were literally
That's
shaking.
crazy work.
I've never seen that.
No, I was shaking here. I was shaking in the green. Like I don't know why I'm so emotionally invested. Maybe it's because of my good friends playing and knowing what feelings is running through the heads right now. But I mean, as you just mentioned, like, we cannot take anything away from MIBR. I think they they played out of their minds and they kept the resilience and like they kept going back and forth, but they just kept fighting. You know, they should have probably also showed more character on Ancient, but they didn't, and they overcome all the expectations and
Chat,
just
like,
started playing really great.
It's
some
food
now
here
where the disappointment is obviously pointed towards Falcons, and that's what we're talking about. But we just can't overlook.
What the fuck? We have a golden Kappa train, mother of God, and gifted subs are 35% off, guys.
This is the worst performance that any of the individuals
thanks
have
for the
ever had
thank
in a
you,
major.
Ari,
When they
thanks for the
have managed to
49.
qualify,
Shout out
obviously, we
Matchball
exclude the
gifted
whole
on
GT
Twitch and
scenario,
YouTube.
the
I'll be right
Rio
back.
Major, where they didn't manage to make it out of the RMR. But
I'm gonna
this is
reheat my
by far
food.
the
You
worst
guys
performance
keep
for each and
track.
every individual
You keep
here
track.
at Major.
Tiki, thanks
Speaks
for the
volumes,
5. Boner,
those
thanks for the
numbers
5.
speaks volume. I
You
think the
fuckers
level
keep
of
track.
play they showcased at this tournament as well. Let's be completely honest for a moment here as well. At no point did Falcons look like a team that was supposed to make it to stage 3. It's not like they were unlucky. It's not like they were hit by, you know, technical issues or whatever. It was a team that came into this tournament having boot camp leading up to the tournament, having been playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen this new version of Falcons ever play. So there was nothing pointing in the direction that this was going to happen. At the end of the day, I think it's fully deserved. I think it's fully deserved that Falcons are exiting the tournament right now. I don't think the level of gameplay were any better whatsoever. And there's more teams out there that we're going to see later on in this tournament that deserved it more than they did. Saying that out loud is crazy, but that's just the facts.
I really appreciate how candid Pickems was, you know, when I posed that question to him, right? The fact that that is the reality. You haven't been putting up anywhere near these type of results. You know, it's been grand final after grand final, playoffs after playoffs. Shout out to him as well. He didn't have to give me that interview. He's the one that stepped up. He said to our stage manager, I'm going to take this on.
Okay.
So really, yeah, just a great kind of mentality coming in from him, leading by example. But not enough. Not enough in the tank.
No, and I think it's so easily overlooked that Falcons is still a very new team. Like, let's just be honest. Like, the reason why people are expecting so much from this is because they made so many quick results after they got Monacy, and sure, they also had an event before getting him that they won. You know, so it's also. But at the same time, it's something like when you have the names you have, when you have the budget that you have, the expectation just is skyrocketing, and it's been like that for the Falcon team for as long as I can remember, and it still seems to be something that's haunting them when the pressure gets to them, when the expectations get to them to perform, it ends up in a position where they don't seem to be playing as well as they could. And I think, as you mentioned, Jacob, like from day one off, like you could see that something was off. Like whether it was the pressure or it was just like their own mentality, but everything just seemed to be not going the right direction.
I will say though, and it's easy to come afterwards and saying this, but I think it's unacceptable for Falcons to enter a tournament for the second time in a row, a major for the second time in a row with a lineup that you know is essentially dead. You know roster changes is going to happen. I'm sure some of the players have been told that you are going to be left without a team after this tournament, find a new home. I know, you know, circumstances, contracts, all that kind of stuff. It's the last tournament before the summer break as well. But if you're Falcons, if you're a team that is built to not only win trophies, but contest for every single one, go deep into playoffs, have one of the biggest budgets in the game, entering 2 majors in a row with a lineup that you know pre-major is a dead lineup, I think from a manager point of view is unacceptable. And there's, as said, probably a lot of circumstances that we're not aware about, but the facts is remaining on the floor right here. If you're a player and if you're a team and you know you're coming in with a dead roster for a major, of course some of these other rosters are going to outplay you at some point. So it's easy to say, but I'm not really surprised in the sense that I think the management of Falcons and where they are right now has been, to my understanding, unacceptable.
Well, the thing is that you don't know how long that's been going on for, so maybe it was something that came into the major, but it could also have been there in Dallas. It could also been when, like some of the previous events they already played, so we don't know for a fact like when all these kind of rumors existed. I think it's been a part of the Falcons' identity for as long as the team has existed. At least that, you know, there's always this kind of guy that will breathe you in the back that's come and take
that's why they don't win.
No,
stuff,
but I agree. I
know?
think it's definitely like a peer pressure. It's like it's something that you need to.
You've been there, right?
I've been there. You know, it affected me as well. Let's just be honest. Like when we got to know that Nico was going to step into the team, we were like, okay, so now we're actually going to fight for a spot. And sometimes I can create the right kind of, you know, competition within a team between the players. But I think it's just as much. Like you start comparing yourself so much to your teammates for thinking, okay, I need to be in the good position. I'm the one that needs to get some action so I can just show that I'm the one that deserves to be here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that is the case with the Falcons right now, but that was the case with me back then. That's the only thing I can touch on.
It's totally understandable. Obviously, there is a winner. They haven't qualified for the next stage, but they do indeed go to the 2-2 matchup. It's obviously only apt that we talk about Falcons just because of the huge expectations on their shoulders, but shout out to MIBR. I thought when we entered that overtime, I thought it was gone. I thought when we entered the second overtime, it was gone. I thought when we entered the third overtime, it was gone. Insane resilience. We can't fault that.
To be able to pull that off with the little experience this lineup has at this kind of stage is, as you said, Freya, very insane. You know, it's admirable, and I think MIBR fully deserves that win. Obviously, it could have gone both ways. There was a 5v3 retake that they made happen at a very crucial moment in the game where realistically they should have lost it. At the end of the day, they were the better team. They were the guys showing the more experience there, say, compared to Falcons. So it's only fair they win it. And as you said, they haven't qualified yet. They stay alive, so that's also why we're tempering our expectations just a little bit.
Yeah.
They have to do it again tomorrow, but for them to stay alive at the cost of Falcons, that's a massive result also for the VS points.
We've had a hell of a lot of emotions going down, and it's not done yet, gentlemen, because we do have one more matchup on the cards. That's going to be FaZe versus 3D Max. This time it's going to be for a qualification spot. Now, you probably saw, and in some of the camera cutting there, FaZe and 3D Max were joining us over here watching the game. It was quite a lot of fun, actually, to have them joining us over here. Let's start off the talk by mentioning
okay,
FaZe.
guys, I was
we talk about them
reheating my food, getting a drink. What in the fuck happened? I see the level.
Stage of the competition.
God,
what are your takeaways so far? We've
Jesus.
seen 2 incredible best of 1 wins. Not so good in the best of 3 versus Legacy, though.
No, I still think that FaZe remains a question mark for me. They
right,
had a good showing on the first day,
expecting
and then
me
they
okay.
against Legacy. You know, Legacy has proven everyone wrong. You know, they have definitely played really great here, and then now we're standing with the question like, how good is FaZe actually? Because we only have the data from the first and the second day. Now they're coming to the third one, and I mean, their individuals are there, and I know that Kerrigan, he works really good off of having good individuals, but one thing is that you don't have individuals working. You also need to have him to perform so he can make his calling work. And sure, we heard Symbol say that when we get Rain back, we will perform better. We will be a better team.
Guys, I have to hold on.
So far, I still feel like they have to prove in the best 3. I mean, going up against the likes of 3D
I had to
Max
maintain
now
my
should
figure.
be like a task they should be able to overcome. But I
okay,
mean,
guys,
we've seen so many things about this major that you can't really rule anyone
You've
out.
gifted a lot.
The way
Jesus,
to summarize
please
so
tell me you kept track,
pretty much anyone. I guess the only team that realistically we don't expect them to be able to beat would be Vitality when they're entering the tournament.
We're at 140.
They can also lose to anyone, which we saw yesterday versus Legacy. Make no mistake, Legacy played good Counter-Strike. FaZe should never lose to them. FaZe should never lose 2-0 in the fashion they did against Legacy.
Okay.
So I agree with you, a massive question mark. I expect them to beat 3D Max, but they can win against anyone, and they can most definitely lose to anyone.
Okay, I got Tiki and I got Boner before I left.
Isn't it? Like, that's always
IO, thanks for the gifted sub. M-Quest, thanks for the gifted.
We've got the Vito's rolling in.
Godspeed, thanks for the 5. Thank you. Belk, thanks for gifted. Panda, thank you.
Double whammy pick.
Iris, thanks for gifted.
They ain't look hot on the
Druid,
map, right?
thanks for
No,
your
the
5.
last 4 times that 3D Max has been playing,
Trinity,
they've been
thanks for your
losing, and
gifted.
if you just took like
Your mom
a brief
doesn't,
look
thanks
at
for the
how
5.
3D Max's map pool look, it's like there's so many gaps. And I think that's
thanks for
also
your
one of the
4-month primer.
reasons why they are a
Glizzy,
team
thanks
that
for your
has not made it that
gifted.
far in
Trouser,
the
thanks for the
tournaments they've been
bits.
playing. And when I
Dylan,
think of
thanks for
3D
the
Max, I
15-month
need to
primer.
go back to like 2024, where
Kramer, thanks
they
for
were
the
like
4-month
probably the biggest
resub.
grind team you've ever seen. Like I think they had
Twice, thanks for the
319
5
matches played
gifted.
out of the 24 season, and that's almost 7,000
Ben, thanks
rounds
for your
of
5
Counter-Strike
gifted.
in a matter of a year.
Cavitech, thanks for the
It's
5.
quite
10
crazy.
gifted.
And you know that left me with the impression that 3D
Vert,
Max
thanks
is in
for
a
the
position
5.
where they are transitioning from playing a lot
Dan,
of
thanks for
online
your gifted.
tournaments, a lot of
Forgotten
tier
left
tournaments,
leg,
to now
thanks for the
transitioning
5
to
gifted.
playing against the better oppositions by actually being invited and
Claymore,
attending
thanks for the
great,
gifted. Moldy,
the
thanks
events.
for the
So
5
right
gifted
now
subs.
they have everything
Thank
to
you.
prove.
Salty Boy,
everything
thanks for
to
the 5
prove,
gifted
but also a
subs.
team that has been
Jesus
stagnating.
Christ, what is
I
this rank
agree,
in terms of
24,
biggest
they were on
upsets?
the
I have
rise,
no
they were
idea.
grinding, but I think
One
they've been figured out in a
lizard
sense.
horse
I think
sized
Chet
duck,
have
thanks for the
mentioned
5
it a couple
gifted. In
times
terms
during
of
his
overall
casting.
stuff,
Very
oh
one-dimensional
dude,
in the way they play Counter-Strike.
we've had
and we don't
crazy
really get to
upsets.
see
But I
something
mean,
new
dude, I
from
would still
3D
say
Max.
FaZe
So
losing to
if Kerrigan
Cloud9
has
in
done
the
his
final would
homework,
still
if
probably be
Nu's
the
done his homework,
biggest.
I think FaZe is fully aware of what they're
Coke,
being
thanks
met
for
by
the
right now,
5,
and as you said
10,
as well,
15,
history
20
so
fucking
speaks for
gifted.
itself.
Gino, thanks for the
FaZe have
gifted.
been
Potato,
owning
thanks for the
3D
bits.
Max every time
Relic,
they played
thanks for the
so far,
gifted.
even when FaZe have been down.
Stoken,
So I
thanks for the
expect
5
the same to
gifted.
happen here, but I also expected Falcons to win.
I feel
Sorry,
like
guys, I'm
every time
trying to
I see
catch
3D
up.
Max
Kitty
at
Cash,
my
thank
end
you
of
so
it,
much
at
for the
least, you know,
5
that third
gifted.
day of group stage, Jacob, you're very familiar with
Dan,
it.
thanks for the 200 biddies.
Header. They're
Big Good, thanks for the
always
tier
in that
1.
situation where they find themselves losing
Potato,
out
thanks
on
for the
that
bits.
first best of 3,
Panda,
and then
thanks
they
for the
have to do the
bits.
marathon, and they
Henry,
never
thanks
make
for
it
the
over
gifted.
that hurdle. So I totally
Cookie
agree
Relic,
with the
Claymore,
level of
thanks
FaZe
for the
we
bits.
saw on day number 1. Surely,
Lone Wolf,
heavy
thank you.
favorites coming into
Wrestler,
this.
thanks
If
for the
that's the
5.
face that shows up to the
10
for
gifted,
sure.
thank you.
I'm not sure that is, but
Villainous,
I think
thanks
the
for the
individuals will
5
kind
gifted,
of
thank
decide
you.
this game. If Simple shows up, if Frozen shows up, if Elise shows up, it doesn't matter what
Stream,
kind
thanks
of
for
play
the bits.
3D Max is
Dan,
gonna
thanks
come
for the
with.
gifted.
Individuals
Mini,
will be
thanks
too
for the
much time.
5.
Well, it's time to get our final best of 3 underway. A spot at stage 3 on the line between 3D Max and FaZe.
Let me see.
For this one. 3D Max.
Prismatic, thanks for the gifted. MRCS, thanks for the 100 bits. Chat, YouTube chat, I looked over there. Stop flaring up on the social skills, guys. Mercedes, thanks for the gifted. What, dude?
Yeah,
No 7 here, thanks for the 5 gifted.
Yesterday with their loss.
Saline, thanks for the
Could've been
25.
Could have been a 3-0. Well, now it's still a 2-1.
Lee, thanks for the 5 gifted. Turtle, thanks for the gifted. Oh my god, I'm still not caught up. Holy shit. Cypher, thanks for the 5. Cavatic with the 5. I got a fucking... Attaboy, thanks for the gifted. Robocop, thank you. Third Grass, thanks for the 5. Stress, thanks for the 5. Bacon, thanks for the gifted. Hold on. Alright, I'm catching up still, but...
The lurk smoke flash.
Fucking A, hold on, I'll wait. I'll wait.
He's going to make the sound of everything. Makes it really clear where he's got off to, but instead they run into the stack on ramp. Not bad from Body. What a shot.
Damn, the fadeaway one tap is actually crazy.
Yeah, they know where Frozen was, huh?
Yeah, so at this point, Frozen a 1v3. Not going to see any kills.
Okay,
Maka,
Spitfire, thanks for the gifted.
And a great start
Cypher, thanks for the 5. The French are off to... The French with pistols, man, I swear. Milk, thanks for the 5. Oh, they called a timeout for me. Roaring Gun, thanks for the primer. Trouser, thanks for the gifted. Guardian, thanks for the 5. Java, thanks for the 57. Low rated, thanks for the 5. Hellas with the 21. Your mom doesn't, thanks for the gifted. Fat Joe, thanks for the 20 months. 7 hit, dude. How is this still going? Thanks for the gifted. Teddy, thanks for the gifted. Aaron, thanks for the 21.
I think both of these teams
Watabi, thanks for the 5.
I would have had as teams to make it through to stage 3.
Crazy, thank you for the 5. Thrice, thank you for the gifted sub. I feel left out. Fat Joe, thanks for the 5 gifted.
Yeah. So much hype around
Daki, thanks for the 16. Night Striker and Redman, thanks for your bits. A new winning, thank you very much for your primer. Bosley, thanks for the 10.
Fan, apparently. I mean, how many years
Watabi, thanks for another 5 gifted. Waynes, thanks for the 2 gifted. Night Striker, thanks for the gifted.
So, great to see him back in the server.
Counter-Strike 2.
Namey, thanks for the 19. And Chaos, thanks for the 5. There it is!
But,
there it is! We did it! Thank you! Sorry, I was fucking ripping it. I know the least I can do is say thank you to everybody. Holy fuck.
At least get us believing he could be back in
action.
action.
All right, we fucking, you guys are fucking psychotic. Sorry, I know that's a bit distracting for those of you that are just trying to watch the game, but that's just insane, man. Thank you, guys.
Get high, that's when Rain starts to do his absolute best work.
Scavenger, thanks for the gifted, thank you.
The simple Rain brotherhood
and Yavo,
between the two of them. Simple keeps bigging up and also had a lot of confidence about the aforementioned heroic.
Ray, thanks for the 2 months, and Noxon, thanks for the 4.
Start to start off proceedings.
Yeah, there's a fun bit of trash talk. Simple was a little bit fed up at Demau shouting
yesterday.
And
Sano, thanks for the 2 years.
The last laugh, didn't he?
Those smokes are kind of dick. Whoa! What the fuck is this?
Oh my goodness. Gravity's out. Not at all, and neither's Maka as they try and squeak out
Kloster, thanks for the gifted. See Master with the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 gifted, thank you. Vexen, thanks for the gifted, and Richie, thanks for the gifted.
Has been able to get the secret cross, sure, but in terms of kills available, nobody has rotated down to B. See a Liege postured Heart Simple outside now as well, and this isn't the weapon.
Golly, thanks for the 200 bits.
Across with the bomb, that's crazy.
Did Falcons win? They did not.
Heaven. And it does make it down. Okay, bomb noted. There will be a rotation now.
Thank you for your 5. Thank you.
Yeah.
Rain with a Deagle is always scary, though, man. He could do some crazy shit.
I don't know how you get into this.
True, Mini. Thanks for gifted. No, Rain could do it. Do it.
You hit like a...
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Off 3. Not going to happen.
Gravity continues to just be a marauder on that MP9. And that is going to be all 5 staying alive. So, Buddy making some noise early, wanting to get under their skin, as it will be a 3-0 start, because right now we'll just be the pistols. No kills, no
thank you, and
no
Stoners, thanks for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Been a mixed bag for 3D Max. This is their first best of 3 of the stage. They beat Bet Boom, lost to Legacy. So both of these teams being felled by the Brazilians. And beaten Amiga in a Dust 2 game yesterday that was damn close, 13-11. We covered that off on the
Dirty
secondary
Donkey,
stream.
thanks for the 5 gifted. Thank you, bro. And Beetlejuice, thanks for your 5 gifted. Thank you.
Actually, 5. Let's see if the meat cleavers of FaZe
What team's in the 2-2 map pool after this match? Depends on
These are the
obviously wins this, but it's
hey guys, buy a Deagle and go search.
Go kill people if you can.
Make magic happen.
MIBR, smile.
Lost the first early. That is the in-game leader. He's just going to sit back and allow his players to play. And then we can get into the rhythm of the rifle rounds. As Lucky spot 1 top main. Secret space has been accrued by Rain, so he's across. Really, unless we see a headshot coming shortly, this one is just likely to simmer out again. So everyone can just stay seated at the moment.
Yeah, maybe now's the time to grab yourself a snack. Feel like there was a lot of calories burned during that last series.
True.
Yeah, going from match to match quite quickly.
You guys, hold on 1 sec.
Oh, okay, but a span damage there from Alish. That's cheeky. there you have it. Okay, well, just going to be the two remaining, Simple and Rain. Rain's been able to get in towards the lower deck, but with 38 seconds left on the clock, we'll need to start to get a bit of a wriggle on.
Just seeing if anyone oversteps the mark to Simple, and oh, there's a nice Deagle headshot. That's what you're waiting for.
Okay, so
down.
It softens up the rotations a little bit. Maybe Simple could get a plant out of this. Rain's about to be swept under the rug. And never mind, I think that plant was a hope and a prayer. Simple's going to walk out into exercise. Okay.
Nice shot.
Well, maybe he does get the... Oh, he's playing for frags. He's playing for damage. Simple with 2. Now he can plant.
They should be able to run him down. Body just can't play scared here, and he doesn't.
Okay, some nice shots.
Fair play. I mean, the output from the two of
I
them
love
is
that
way more than they bargained for.
Yeah,
but I can
they've
just
actually
hear the
gotten away
deeps.
with some decent damage and the plan to give Carrigan
Even
some
hearing a
extra
1
cash
deek
to
is
crawl
nice, bro.
behind.
Too old the game, thanks to the 5. Thank you.
Now will be AKs across the board.
Coffix, thanks to the 5-month primer.
Did the Jane warm up?
Yeah, he's giving everybody a
All
demonstration.
right. I didn't want to do the thing where I put my food in the microwave to reheat it up and then forget about it all day, you know?
B-stream, we had a little bit more player audio.
Press 1 if you've ever done this.
We had a little bit, we were hearing a little bit more.
Anonymous, thanks for the gift. Thank you. How the list been going? Always good, bro.
Definitely have noticed the absence of that today.
Please, production, can we have some more?
Just a little bit more. Please.
Yeah, really important. He's bang on. That is a full set of AKs with utility instead of, oh, I need to buy a Galil because I need to get a couple of extra nades. No. Get your weapons of choice right now.
Shut up, Feeney.
Going to be an AWP for Maka. Talking through the utility right now. If you win this one, 3D Max are going to have some issues in the cash department. So, door blown off.
What we mentioned on, I made 1 pot lasagna yesterday, so I just had some leftovers of that.
Fortunately for FaZe, tempered in their approach immediately. They avoid the HEs.
Yeah, it's not too out of the box, is it, so far from the CT side? This first gun round, rather standard.
Yeah, it looks like they were expecting a default spread, so they just went to see if they could isolate with some nade damage early onto Rain and the crawls. And now the smoke's being dotted. That's what Carrigan was preaching, as Simple will be alongside the two of them.
Jen, thanks for the 100 bits, thank you. Boxy, thanks for the tier 1.
Smoke's missed, everybody. That's why this looks a little bit awkward. This is going to make crossing past Macca's AWP nigh impossible.
Did you guys ever get the rest of it? No, I didn't get it. Holy shit, guys. The scam train ended. I think I owe you 300 and something gifted.
Allowing Rain to just narrowly get into that dead zone. Okay, into the warehouse.
321.
From body
All right, 3, 2, 1.
It's going to be a jump scare for Rain. Burrows in, doesn't have to play next.
Yeah, you bang on there. So with 45 seconds left, there is going to need to be a push.
I'll give him out at halftime, okay?
Draw the attention. Rain gets to activate and found a perfect timing.
Before the ad. I'll try to do it before the ad.
Oh, and a step to confirm it.
Well, does he clear lockers? Because that step might draw his attention. He might not be so diligent on the clears. Body coming back.
Okay, quick tap. Oh, Rain.
Damn, Rain.
That's impact. Gravity from behind. He's going to get shot in the backside. Frozen's the one to bring him down. Lucky's still on the side. Hang on. A flurry of frags. He's killed himself.
Oh, what the fucking exercise died in the middle of that. He fucking
What the exercise there? He cratered?
Bro, cratered, and they still won.
This was a molly on the floor. He like walked into his own.
Yeah, we're going to have to catch that in the replay right there. But Rain gets 2 kills. They immediately start to cascade in towards that site, but they don't have the information. So Rain gets 2 kills. It's the AWPA and Body dead.
How does Rain die?
He's going up the ladder. Somebody's watching. This is the thing, right? So he goes straight up the ladder. Here it is, the exercise. He's going to fall off, I guess.
Fall off.
He did, I heard it. I heard it. He fucking fell.
So really, what was lucky in a 1v3 because Exercise created in that situation, I suppose.
Is that what I just heard from Maka?
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough after that incredible sequence out of Rain.
Okay, well, Simple, with getting the bomb down and those couple of kills on the Deagle round, he has a little bit more cash. So he's going to invest right now into the AK. It's a partial buy. And they're popping.
Oh, he's in so much trouble now. Dead man booked. Main's in trouble. Exercise out of bullets. But it looks like they've done enough. Simple's AK, he's managed to connect. And now in the open is Maka. Wait.
I thought he got it. The X-ray baited me.
Bullets. He's
oh
just
my
missing
God.
that final connection. 22
they
points
turned
of
off
health.
X-ray.
Maka
right as he started shooting, and I thought he killed
punches,
him.
but only one of them landing right now. Again, some great trade
Oh
work.
my
That
God!
looked over.
Did anybody
Then
else
Rain and Simple
won if he
both
got
happen.
baited?
It becomes a
Won if he
1v1
got baited.
situation. And Maka,
I thought he won that, dude.
USP. So great, Gravity's pinned. They're so focused on him. There's no main smoke. Exercise and Lucky get 3 between the two of them.
Whoa, USP!
This has got an intensity to it at the moment. This is so back and forth in the early stages as far as these trading out of frags. So you're riding the high. This is the type of Counter-Strike 3D Max like to deal with, and you heard from the death touching upon just the lack of proficiency for the French on Nuke. Another opener, body finds this. Carrigan's jumping in, and he doubles up!
What? This is game.
Everybody's
this is a
juiced
game
up.
of FaZe Clan versus 3D Max.
Everybody's
this is what
juiced
you
up
have
right
to
now.
expect when these two teams clash. It's already cinema. People flying off of rooftops, crazy multi-kills. It's only just begun. And Carrigan decides he's had enough. That's his first
I
two
love Counter-Strike, man.
Well,
God damn.
remember, the economy for 3D Max is still
I
broken.
fucking love Counter-Strike, god
So
damn.
can they work into this? And
I've been
make the
watching this
money?
shit for 8 hours, and I'm still over here losing my goddamn shit.
They always bring that entertainment value.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with me, man? This is sick.
Ooh. Carrigan, just by cutting noise and waiting, it looks like a frag's going to come his way, doesn't it?
Oh. Oh.
Beautiful. Oh, and even has info on the AWPer. Oh, he nearly had himself a fourth there. Maka just for survival at this point, I suppose. The
Should be a
site's going to be
save.
lost. The bomb will be planted.
And Gravity's out of position right now, so I don't think they should really consider this one. Just hold on to your guns.
You guys gifted
Maka
so
leaves,
many
he can drop
subs,
an
the
M4
alerts
into
are
the
so
next,
far
or he can
behind.
Get himself something to work with, and it should be all good in the hood as far as at least a competitive purchase. So that came so quick, didn't it? Then the round just simmers, and Carrigan happens again. So great contributions there by the in-game leader.
Especially when you consider how that started for Elige, just getting completely smoke spammed.
Yeah, 0 and 6 for Elige.
There's a fl0m cam. I'm eating in peace.
What's going on?
Yeah, the Superstar Rifle is having tough times map after map, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give Elige the benefit of the doubt.
It's only just begun.
And if we get plenty more of this, that'll be exciting. So let's see if pace is the key to success for FaZe into the next. Bomb goes off. Door's blown out. Saves come through and no yells out of the FaZe camp.
Carrigan's come with a point to prove here.
I actually think that Carrigan having stand-ins more frequently actually plays into his benefit, because when he has a team for a long time, he starts to build out this playbook where everybody, you know, just falling from the sheet. Whereas when he has a stand-in or something that's a little bit more out of the box, he's doing more classic Carrigan, which is calling rounds. Like, you're hearing how much he's talking at the start of these rounds.
Yeah, it was that lovely turn of phrase I heard from Dupree earlier today about the round speaking to them. I think that's something that Carrigan would have understood as well.
I think with certain maps where the default, you get the space, you see what info comes your way, you're able to find the flow. Carrigan's a mad genius, and he's one of the absolute best
crashing out if FaZe gets eliminated.
He's had so much success with stand-ins
Well,
over the years, and
the good news is nobody can be eliminated right here.
Reads the game, the flow of the rounds that he calls, and always staying on top of the meta. Is this another
So,
miss smoke?
Can't be.
You don't need to crash out no matter what.
The fundamentals.
These guys are both 2-1. Oh my raid.
Continued to take that joust.
Elige, brother.
Yeah,
I know you just had to watch a lot of Nico, but like, remember you're Elige and not Nico right now.
Burst from the gap.
This one doesn't have the pace. That is not the perfect squeaky smoke. Quite deep, and well, it maybe invite them to play through it. So 2 over towards ramp with Lucky on the boost with the 5-7. Gravity already down towards B. And they're
I don't know what's going on with Nico, bro. He actually hasn't, like, that wasn't just a major exclusive. People can like, oh, major curse, which I mean, like, that is curse that they lost, but I feel like he's been the one going missing in the finals lately, too. He's been slumping a little bit. Like, for his standards, he's been not good.
Yeah, but Body's trying to close it. Good pick off. FaZe already running out of resources. Just the 3 of them now. A disadvantage on the plant.
Should give this one a go now, 3D Max.
Yeah, certainly. Missed Molly, missed Smokes. The nades are not behaving. Elige can get caught off, sidelined by Lucky.
0-7.
Yeah, Frozen and Simple gonna have to step up in the absence of the others. This Molly will connect. That buys time. This is calm though, isn't it, from 3D Max? They're just slowly closing.
My
the
GOAT
gap,
is having a
tightening
terrible
the
game.
noose. Good find from fl0m. Stays active. One towards the vent. Oh, they got
fl0m.
Doesn't matter. Quick adjustment. Body in the meantime took down Simple. Body fakes it out. fl0m's playing the game with the sound cues himself. Anticipates the swing. It's a massive round. fl0m steps up.
That was disgusting. Really well played.
Well, that
really well
means an
played.
awful, losing that, I think, would have been a real blow to the confidence, but consecutive rounds breaks the money of the French and puts them in eco territory. So a tough one to navigate there. A great shot from Body. I'm saying the site's open. He had different ideas, but able to walk across the line. A massive clutch from fl0m. This is what you need to see. It started with a curious duel outside, to say the very least.
If I got 5 gifted every time somebody said ice cold when fl0m won a clutch,
there is Simple lets out a roll. They know what that means.
I'd have at
Chance
least
to draw this
500
one
gifted.
round closer. 5-2, likely to read 5-3. And just to get some retake action, we had so few in that last series up until a crazy 3v5 out of MIBR.
Everybody starts feeling themselves when fl0m went.
Flabbergasted by some of the
I know
scenes
you're feeling
that we
yourself
saw.
when you type that too.
Counter-Strike World's going to be reeling from that one for a couple of days.
Oh, bro.
Okay, well, look.
Yesterday it was comms.
Yeah, today it's nades.
Hunter, thanks for the
Hopefully
gifted.
tomorrow
Thank you,
it's
thank you,
not
thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that's an
Thanks for
unlikely,
calling me out,
outcome
chills.
when you look at the roster.
You would like to get yourself that day off to continue to add to the repertoire of your phase.
Probably, Bruce.
Also remove the pressure. Next round is going to be a step up.
5 gifted every time I
As
said for 5
mentioned,
gifted.
I
3
would hope
mansions.
to
Yeah,
see
probably.
both 3D Max
Maybe
and
5.
FaZe being able to make it through that next stage of play.
Something I found really interesting when Elige sat down on FaZe, did some interviews. They
Damn,
some
clapping to
really
get jury
content
duty.
as a major. And they were just being very candid about, you know, the team's form. And for Elige, he's made no secret that the team kind of just communicated to him, hey.
Yeah, I
know we've just picked you up.
I got,
Yeah, have fun with that.
was it summoned or whatever for it, but then it didn't.
Why wouldn't you?
I had one of those where like it's a low percentage chance that it actually goes to court, and then it didn't go to court, so I didn't have to do anything.
How do you not kind of start pointing fingers at yourself and going, is it me?
Yeah,
It's like small
I don't
claims
think
court
they
or
were on a
something. I don't
free
know.
fall since
I don't remember
Twist
what it
had
was.
left, but they were definitely on a bit of a decline. And then
I
they
was just
had
happy
the
when I got a
majors,
text
right?
saying, you no
which
longer have to go.
I think insulated them.
Okay.
So with the changes, definitely a whole different looking phase. But I think if there was one player in all of Counter-Strike history that could do a revival to the phase bullshit that we all know and love, it's Simple. Because he is that same embodiment as a single individual.
He is FaZe Clan coded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I get summoned, chat, do I go on cooldown for a bit, or can I get summoned again?
But timeout taken from 3D Max. You can kind of shrug that off. All right, boys, we lost a rifle round. We had some saves. We made it close. We lost a clutch, and then we eco'd. That's the pattern
Save
of
by
rounds to get
state?
us to this point. But now the guns come back out. No Maka AWP. No defuse kit. And keep that in mind if we find ourselves in a post-plant. Teams that the loser of this will be joining tomorrow in the 2-2 games. Namiga, MIBR, Bait, Heroic, and Lin Vision. Feels cruel to make MIBR play again, doesn't it?
I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT about that.
Give them that ticket to Charlie's Chocolate Factory.
Makes Falcons Augustus Gloop stuck in the tube.
Okay, well, Diagonal smoke.
What time is it for me now? 4 p.m.
Will the rotation be from ramp? I think most likely there is the possibility to slink down the vent now. Lucky getting over to spam through.
Oh,
wow.
Jesus.
Every single angle he adjusts to, there's bodies behind it. Simple.
Living up to the name,
scratches
huh?
The plan. He takes the bomb away. He's been sent away. Rain and Elige have committed across.
No, somebody
Warehouse
said
for
ice
Rain,
cold.
Secret for Elige. So at this moment, the pivoting options are still wide open. Karrigan only has a HE, and it would be great if he could either get space or get a kill.
That's crazy.
Rain
You said that and I just
smoke
got chills.
And now they can progress. They're going to try and suffocate heaven and hell. Karrigan's going to walk into his demise here.
Probably be.
Feels like a guarantee. Body last time he won it with the 5-7. This is the perfect angle held for that deeper clear. Gets his kill, doesn't panic on the rotate. Now this is going to be a jump scare for Body. Quick deletion. Rain opens up the avenue to B.
Bonamont?
Lucky will tuck.
Thanks
A
for the
single
gifted,
kill here is
dude.
enough. He could even get more. They line up for him. The multi-kills keep coming for Lucky. That's
Okay, that was
killing
clean,
the
though.
round.
That was
He's up
actually
to
clean
what,
as fuck.
14?
I don't want FaZe to lose, but like,
so quick. Yeah,
why does
14 and
everybody?
6 from Lucky?
Yeah, had some stunning moments so far. That play
Isn't
over
it
was the
okay?
top side where X
Think about the level of Counter-Strike we saw at the end of Falcons 3D Max in Map 3, and look at the level and what we're seeing here in Map 1 between these two. Some people are going to be like, these teams are so much better, but I think it actually reflects the pressure.
Wasn't Rain.
Well, that's probably the nicest way.
Right, you're watching 2-2-1 teams playing in the first map, like...
They beat Heroic, beat Tyloo, then lost to Legacy. This is the first nuke that we've seen them play with Rain and Simple.
Right. Okay.
So in terms of that, if you're 3D Max, the level of prep you can do is limited. You're looking at FaZe overall and what their tendencies and likelihoods are.
Yes, it was different this event. Nah, man, when the stakes are there,
things that could get thrown your way
I talk about a lot. Like,
so the cliche that we get in
the reason why we like
player
LAN, I don't even know if people realize
you are going
it.
to have to do a lot more of that. So your protocols as far as you rotate,
people enjoy messy Counter-Strike. And especially when they know the Counter-Strike's supposed to be up here, and when it goes down a couple levels, dude, that's when the cinema happens, you know? When Safe whiffs the guy on lane, or Exit whiffs Modesty at lane, or you throw a 5v3 post plan, you know? When the nerves and the pressure start affecting players to where like the game doesn't look as calculated, or ice cold.
Yeah, 7-3.
It's just, you just start seeing like
with money
some
relatively
like
in the
insane
bin right now.
moments
So
that you wouldn't
I think
expect.
at most you're getting 4 rounds on the half on your map choice. Tactical timeout call for the T side, and this is where Neo apparently does some of his best work. We can only go off with what we're told for his contributions in these
take a moment to appreciate, you know, like
be a miracle worker right now because they need the man.
just like how much pressure affects even the best players in the world. Read and Weave, thanks for the 28-month primer. Thank you.
This same video I learned from
I think people think they're robots, you know. Sunday, thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you.
Boot camp, their prac facility, and I got to hear Neo. You know, when a player vocalizes an opinion, and it's like, it sounds like a joke, but Simple means it. He's saying something, he's trying to communicate a complex idea. Neo just reiterates, he says, I think you should listen to what he's saying. You know, like kind of just emphasizing when players
Not well,
make
thanks for
good
the
points that
62-month primer. Thank you.
been as noticed or as noted. I think that's an interesting tidbit of just, you know, how a role that coaches play that you don't get to see.
Sure, facilitator.
Yes, yeah, exactly. A framework, make sure everyone is heard.
Well, here's that partial investment as discussed.
Carbon, you got clapped because we just have like long message shit because it's beta in chat, but I did read it.
I've seen a couple missed.
Well, how's this one looking?
It's all right, Toodaloo's got you on the assist.
10 points.
No, you're fine, Carbon. You're fine.
Just
No mod time. Well, Moobot clapped you up, but you're all good.
Get it cross freely, which Rain cannot.
Flowing real nice, isn't it, for 3D Max right now?
Another opening kill comes their way. And they know there's more because of the spam. Lucky's not afraid, and understandably so, having a great map so far.
Yeah, and they're loving these AKs. They feel really good. 3 of the T side Kalash. On the CT side.
They want to fight this.
Yeah, they've managed to close the gap, but fight to take.
Damn, bro.
Rolling. Nice from Frozen.
Jesus Christ.
Follow-up bullet on the Deagle.
Smothering them right now, aren't they?
This is quick. This is convincing. I mean, 4 still available. It's a somewhat recovered half from FaZe, but yeah, this is a flying start from the CT side of the French.
And if you look at the last 3 months, there's not been a single win for 3D Max on this map, and 2 of the losses have been to FaZe. So you can understand the confidence in picking this. There was a 13-5, a 13-7. They lost to Gamer Legion 13-11, and G2 13-9. So there's been some real tough results for 3D Max, but of course, in the lead into the major, you're going to take it into the lab. It looks like they've been cooking.
Lucky's nearly got more frags than the entirety of FaZe combined.
What's crazy is I really would probably put 3D Max as a favorite.
Really saved me. Thank you.
Is that weird? What do you guys think? Do you guys think FaZe is the favorite here, or do you guys think 3D Max
changes
is?
things. The body getting picked off, and okay, Simple, good clear. Takes down Lucky. One of the few rounds we won't see a contribution from him.
One of the few rounds that's felt that FaZe have had this type of an advantage as well.
Yeah, that's true too.
Other than Carrigan dropping.
I want FaZe to win, but like
triple kill.
3D Max is scary, man. They're a scary team. They're hard to predict too. Like in terms of just like the level that they'll bring.
Frozen
Ooh,
grabs
nice.
another beautiful round for
Very
the young
nice.
gun.
Ice
He's
cold.
had a clutch now. He's had 2 kills within this one, so we can almost piece together the 4 rounds they got before the halftime break just with those few moments.
I gotta stop.
The round that they're gonna hate that they lost was the Rain double
just like
kill.
my chat
It was
for
the
real,
top
for real.
acceleration.
Yeah.
So 4 is going to be the recovery on the half, and with a
Just got
2v4,
chills.
it feels mandatory. Otherwise, the mood will sour.
Ryan, thank you very much for the 5 gifted, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. God damn, guys. Jesus Christ. I think we might be at 10 mansions. I'm gonna be honest.
Ooh, Maka.
Oh, we didn't see him. 4-3. 4-3. Yep, that's actually 4-3.
4x3 abuser.
All right, and this one is going one way. So the half that started with a crash and a bang is going to end with a gravity flying up the vent.
Ice cold, thank
He'll
you.
get deleted by Simple, and there you have it.
I'm running the
8-4,
ad.
That's the scores on the door. We'll
I'm
take a
gifting the subs.
2-minute
Hold on.
break, and we'll come back to see how this CT side concludes from FaZe.
Wait, here, I got you, Chad. Wait, I muted this for a specific reason, so you can hear this 3 fucking times. Wait. All right, here you go. Listening? Oh, fuck. There you go. There's 1. Ryan, thanks for the 5 gifted. 2. My God. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, shit. All right. Oh. All right, there's all 3 100 gifted noises. Once again, if you guys don't know, that noise came out of my body.
Good fallen.
We're back.
Okay. I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond. All right. I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major. Please tell me. First, we need a better helper. Okay. Who? I got a Molotov. Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy? Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10
The
wipe
AI
in the
is
world.
going on.
Cold Zero, let's go. You wish, kid. Yekindar. Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
What the fuck? Oh, shit. Wait, fuck, I forgot to run the ad. I was too busy gifting. Okay. Good news. Good news. We're fine. Yes, we're literally still fine because I'm the best. Just don't leave because pre-rolls are off. Pre-rolls are off, but you guys are fine if you're in here. No, I don't want to rip it now. There's only a minute left. Ryan, thanks for the gifted. Thank you. All the people that just got gifted are like, dude, just run it, bro. All good. Motherfucker's like, look at me, bro. All good. It's fine if you run it now. Like, it's all good, man. No, we're not doing it. No, we're fine. We're, like I said, we're totally fine for this game. Yeah, greedy streamer runs them too much, so that way he always has a bank built up and then keeps pre-rolls off all stream.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Tajoluda.
I'm actually just a genius and I've done this a few times. All right. Tommy, thanks for your 100 bits. Thank you. Ryan, thanks for your 1 gifted. Thank you.
Welcome back. Heading into the second half. First map, 3D Max and FaZe. This is
Columbus,
for
Ohio,
a spot
Vegas.
in the next stage, but it's certainly not elimination stations just yet. 2 wins, 1 loss. Full best of 3 ahead of us, and it's our first look of FaZe Clan's nuke with both Simple
How close are we to 1 million followers? We still got a long way to go. We need everybody to follow, like, and subscribe on YouTube, and we'll get there.
Dallas, but coming in with their full roster. Or
We'll get there. I probably won't get to 1 million followers on Twitch till next year, unless like we go really nuts
The
this
one that they
major.
wanted to contend with at least. They didn't get Dallas under their belt. Getting thrown straight into the fire
We did
here at the major.
pass 920,000 recently, though.
Carrigan 3-piece feed. A
Feeny,
frozen
thanks for the
1v3,
1
and then a
gifted sub
couple
to the
of
spy.
light rounds to
And
sprinkle
Kubley,
on
thank you
top.
for your 116-month resub, dude.
He
Thank you,
probably
man.
feels lucky
Welcome
to
back.
be here, but lucky he certainly is here in the server. 16-7 first half out of the Frenchman. Solid output. Simple's been set up with that perfect package, the double Julie. Or
1 million followers is crazy. Yeah, I've streamed for a little bit,
because
you know?
Mac is searching outside. They've
We
started
know you
heavy
do,
down towards
Bonamont. Thanks
B.
for your gifted. Thank you. D-Taz, thank you very much for your 11-month primer.
Sees 2. Now they can go to ramp and FaZe. Oh, okay. Alish, there you go.
Big find.
3rd kill, and they've given over ramp.
Yeah, this is all
Carrigan
part
doesn't
of
have
the
to fight this.
plan. And you're not ready for fl0m, but he's taking his time with that first kill. Light on bullets, still gets output. A second head rolls, body's gone. Gravity eventually whittles away at him. And it might be Elige to close it down as well as starting it off. Door swing open, Simple puts Gravity on notice, just 12 points of health. Cowering at the back of the side with the bomb getting right. Bit of support. Exercise has actually managed to neutralize Simple and get away. Closing the gap now, running him down. Quick moves. Glock is deadly up close. Not raised in a barn. He'll be closing that door. And the bomb is above you. Awkward retrieval.
What's he gonna do
here? Allow
here?
him to do so.
Oh, he made noise.
That's a nice sound cue for Elige to know. And they're going to
But they're having a hard time hearing him, though.
On his screen. Still got a little hectic, a little worrisome.
That's actually so fucking scary when that happens. Been here since 2016. Love you, bro. Hey, B-Web, thanks for your 420. Thanks,
We know that one player is isolated in the site. Let's swing on him because Carrigan, I think it was
hey,
taking
fl0m,
the
love
duel
your
with the player
content. Keep
over
it up.
towards
First time
ramp, just a
chatter,
little
make
bit
sure you
late
put
on the
hashtag
timing.
ad.
Opener there from Elige.
I appreciate it, man. Welcome, welcome.
Kill.
It's rare to see CT start so heavy, B. Do you think that is a kind of a researched position?
Well, I think I don't know, research. I think just it's premeditated, right? You're giving up ramp in that situation. Right. You're starting to play a clock, and you're starting to play a down secret.
The streamer likes facials. Perfect, Bodemont. Thanks for gifting that account a sub.
It didn't have to play for any info.
Well done, Bodemont. You're doing great.
Gonna split the pistols right down the middle, one apiece, as it is going to be the eco out of 3D Max. So we can all take a moment to take our breath. See top left-hand side of the screen. This is a 2-1 game for the context. Loser will drop down. Play a 2-2 game tomorrow in the final day of players. We've got the odds on screen favoring FaZe. Hasn't changed for the series so far. It's just tough to diagnose FaZe, right? In day number 1,
true,
they were in fine form against the likes of Tyloo and Heroic. They had score to settle with Youngstar and his squad.
Yeah, winner of this one joins
Pfizer,
teams
thanks
like
to the
Pain and Fury
99-month
3-1
reset. Thank you, man.
Qualification category. And the loser
thank you.
that stacked in Amiga, MIBR, Bait, Heroic, and Linvision.
It's crazy. We were so focused on our match. Fury Bait ended while our Falcons MIBR series. It must have. Well, it was a 2-1.
Oh, Boner, that one, brother.
All the maps
reel
were
it in,
single-digit wins though. 13-3, 13-6, 13-7. So yeah, okay, there must have been some pace to it.
It sounds disingenuous when I say this, but I mean this wholeheartedly. Is that that's an impressive result for Fury?
Smoke, thanks for your 5-month timer. What time does Falcons play tomorrow?
Out of Molodoi recently. He's a permanent member of the team. Going to bid for them to turn international.
Yeah, I mean, Beta no slouches. We've learned that. Lots of teams have learned that.
So did Falcons.
Yeah.
Really late tomorrow. Really late.
In status, we'll see how that edges ever forward. But now, okay.
Who's gonna tell him, Chad? I don't want to tell him.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
There we go. Production gave us some more. But this buy is very interesting looking for the T-side first rifle round. It might actually be quick. So, Elige, the push might be coming your way.
Ooh.
Gravity, as well as Lucky, have opted to invest into MAC-10s. There's 2 Galils and an AK. So they could have gone for heavy rifles. They've opted for something a little bit different.
All right. Well, Gravity drops his nades and gets up close. Does feel like they're going to want to test Carrigan. He's ready to receive you.
Oh my, well.
He just passes into the sight.
Holy shit.
Pace change.
Jesus.
Effortless brilliance from 3D Max. Straight in, sight lost. Simple. What
Head
have you
armor
got?
as well.
Just hanging around the smoke. Do you even want to give it a go?
Dude.
Well, Rain's backing off to save. Frozen 2.
That's fucking crazy.
And deleted. Gravity. The memory of Amanek 10 lives on in the French scene.
That's perfect.
A thing of beauty. The young gun, he always has something to say. Might be a bit quiet this time round, but that's a blindsiding move in towards that top site. They were the ones who were hoping to find aggression on the second tempo, but getting the jump on them. That's a Galil available there. It's Rain, it's going to be tough to hold on to this. How much damage can you find? Setting up to try and remove these rifles going into the next. Scoreline about to read 9-6. Bomb goes off, and that is confirmed. Gravity keeps his MAC-10, an AK for body, and Maka.
I mean, Kerrigan didn't even have a chance right here, dude.
This is perfect. Bouncing his head off for the
I
first.
mean,
This party is so
you can't do
direct,
shit about
just
that.
deleting
You can't do
player after
shit.
player.
Status thanks to the
Simple,
3-month
they'll track
primer.
him down as well.
Purdy B, thanks to the primer, and Thrice thanks to gifted sub to Bonemont. Thank you.
All right, Lige is just asking for a HE there, Alex, so that he can use this to clear smokes outside. It's getting donated. Bit of utility. Simple's all. Used to be one of the absolute best in the world at the rotating position on Nuke. Only 6 kills to his name right now, but the CT side's where he's likely to do his best work.
Oh, you just unlocked a long-forgotten piece of CS trivia about the simple electronic duo on CT side Nuke. Oh my god.
fl0m dropping down to B immediately. Simple's off on ramp, Lige outside. Smoke wall lined up late from Maka.
Something you've been previously quite critical of was Elige's yard work for going Rain in that legendary position. You got a major MVP in.
Yeah, it's tough.
If FaZe doesn't make it, who are we cheering for?
The one who's the
blueprint
at
Austin,
for how a
boys.
lot of
Like, I
players
need
play
to know
for Rain.
before I get there.
Selfless in his old age. Happy to make room for Elige. So yeah, you do have to deliver, but fortunately for him, Elige doesn't have to worry about anything outside right now. He's just playing
guys,
red
let's
pole.
be real.
He
Like,
started with
can
a
we,
setup that already
guys,
will
for
deal
people
with him
saying
slipping down
Liquid,
secret
like,
because
can
of
we?
fl0m. So what that does is apply pressure towards this top site.
I mean, like,
and
listen,
Rain.
I hope Liquid makes
They don't
it, but
really have any rotation available, and they've actually doubled up T-Vent. This is a bit crazy.
That is crazy, right? You don't see this one all too
as an
often.
NA fan, I know better at this point.
Double up and bait. Oh, Rain got caught. Exercise gets them both. A wallbang headshot to Rain, accidental or otherwise.
I'm the salty fan these days, dude. I'm the guy that wants the team to do well, but every time they do bad, I feel like I expected it, and they piss me off more.
To get into the double digits, convincing quickly. Simple with his AWP, he only just got his hands on it, and he might not get a chance to use it.
Yeah, you risk everything here if you go for this. I don't see a kit right now either.
Okay, fl0m's like poised to go. They'll let him go and see what he finds. Makes a sound cue, picks up a kit. They push in, they lose it all. It's Exercise's turn in the sunshine now. He's gotten the quad kill. He's gotten the impact. Multi-kill, Mo down. See you later, fl0m.
Jesus, man. Dude, 3D Max look really fucking good.
They've lost it all.
Yeah, 2,400 lost.
Angry French noises are
terrifying. Get away from
terrifying.
FaZe very quickly. And that's a top setup with only 2 players. There's no rotation available, right? Elige's red pole. fl0m's only way up is through the vent.
What? That was through the fucking wall?
He even gets a kill there. It is great production considering how quick they were scaling on him. Simple's at ramp, so can't rotate fast up heaven. So they've completely misread the situation with their CT setup. Right, normally you want to make sure you have pieces who are linked together that can play off of one another, and right there, that wasn't possible at all. Yeah, it's still a crazy setup, but I can understand why. If we play top heart, we get molly. If we play backside, we get molly. If we play CT vent, we get molly. Right? So you're thinking, okay, let's do something a little bit out of the box. And you even got the opening kill, just you're in a tough position to try and fight forward for Carrigan.
Yeah, and you could see a world where it's almost like the double up fake out, where like Carrigan swings out, gets one and dies, and then they overlook Rain, run past him.
It just, they actually parred out of hut, and Rain was getting wrapped upon here. So it is going to be a hero M4 for Simple. Some upgrades for everybody else.
Interesting.
And Gravity just still wielding a Mac-10. Why the hell not? You found so much impact with that on the first rifle, quote-unquote rifle round. All right, this boost is a bit of a classic.
Oldie but a goldie.
All right, they're going to usher 2 into radio immediately. Just jiggling right there. It's
What? Thanks for the
restraint
6-foot
from Body
primer.
that's
Thank
on
you.
the question. Oh, there you go. Shows a bit of shoulder and even deletes Simple.
Jesus,
So
dude.
M4 on the floor. Elige will scoop that up. Doesn't have any armor whatsoever to go with that. And now
At
they
least
might
it takes,
start
bro.
pivoting into
I'll
2
see you
on
later.
ramp. We could see 4 bodies around the corner.
Well, thanks for the 6
This
months,
doesn't
man.
surely go well. And that's where that Mac-10 really pays for itself.
Look at him go.
Yeah, he's earned it.
Gravity is a Mac 10
$1,200.
merchant, man.
2 kills on the Mac. No output from the Carrigan D.
Fucking
and
A.
Elige. He's at least going to be able to bring that M4 into the next. So Simple will have a gun.
I'll sit back, relax right now, 3D Max. This is a masterclass being on display. Highlighted coming into this. 4 losses on a trot on Nuke, and 2 of them being 2 FaZe in previous tournaments of the season. 3D Max are one of these squads that definitely hit and hit hard. The problem tends to come when they're versing some of the better teams in the world. I don't think they're as reliant in the mid-round as Maka will remove that. So that M4 getting carried through, as that's 11-6. Just 2 more rounds required, and then we head into Inferno. Diligent stuff from Body. Had to be the headshot there from Simple.
I think diligent stuff from Gravity as well. Gets 1, still jumps to clear the passive boosted position.
Well, Simple's going to operate with an MP9. Going to limit his rotation options. Might have to be something a little bit more all-in, but 3D Max are in full control of this. No pressure whatsoever. And when you reflect on the type of T-side rounds that we recounted, like Carrigan with 3 kills, Frozen with a 1v3.
Yeah.
They're not really things that are too replicable, are they? And the CT side, that multi-kill output is yet to be found. You can see how light they are on U2 already. HE and 3 smokes. No flashes, no kit, no nothing. As 3D Max will take the space wherever they like it. This time at
Simple's lower with...
main to
Oh man, it's just a rifle though.
Actually gonna path in for a top split.
Or sorry, it's just an MP9. Oh my god. Oh, that was so well played from Rain.
Ready for the main swing. A good start to the FaZe Clan round. However, Rain's got a
He was
double
ready
kill
for
and
that
they've lost
shit. That
the round
position was
before.
good.
That's very true. Body, does he have a time? He might get sideswiped here and caught by Frozen. Now it's just Exercise and Maka in a 2v5. Best CT round yet from FaZe.
Yeah, that's good work from Rain.
That's just going to be the save. Exercise, a smile on his face there. I'm not quite sure what is bringing joy. Maybe a bit of trash talk, because sure, you'll lose a round. We'll have a 40-second save coming through.
Well, oopsie. I get a point no matter who wins this game. Same with me, but I think if FaZe wins, my shit's fucked.
The result of this one, but I'm sure there are some juicy morsels awaiting us.
Yeah, believe it or not, I didn't put MIBR beating Falcons in the simulator. I didn't.
No, me either.
I didn't even look.
Yeah, I didn't put them losing the Lin Vision or bait either. So
hold on.
Just been a stage of surprises, hasn't it?
Anyone with a diamond coin? Oh, I have to choose my words carefully.
No, there's going to be someone. I think there might be more than one.
Yeah, well, I saw some guy on Reddit had his girlfriend select his Pickems based on the prettiest logos. And they did get the silver coin.
But then gold can still be valuable, everybody.
That's right, gold is valuable.
Diamond's good, gold's
pretty good. I've got 2 diamond coins in my inventory.
Elise just said they think we should do the same.
The same?
So
Rain, kill 2.
Yeah, that would be great, Rain. If you could kill 2 players again, that would be fantastic. We'll see what that requires with the opening. You're only getting partial points to the conversation, so don't worry about that. 3D Max have the cash to splash, and there's a little bit left over going into the next as well.
So delayed smokes coming out from Exercise. Let's start with the typical procedures.
All right, so Simple from heaven right now with the rifle. On the break, catches nothing, and there's an awful lot of bodies behind that. It's Carrigan who's dropped down to Secret early. Those folks negating one another. I wonder if Lucky wants to waltz through that.
Yeah, who's going to be that first piece to move? Gravity's on top of main roof.
And they have secret control as well, so they can pivot back into a Heaven and Hell wrap, a top split, a finish B. There's so many options right now. Locker smoke lands, that's telling us something else. There's B pressure applied at the same time. So 3D Max keeping FaZe guessing. Carrigan saw it, yep.
Body is really amplifying the pressure on B when it is just him.
The bomb's down, sure, but yeah, it's all a fake.
Oh, that's a good catch. Gravity was trying to start the wrap. Now with 40 seconds,
Yeah.
Simple has removed the
Everybody's
threat.
so spread out on 3D Max.
Staying active, trying to keep that
I think
beacon
they
of
want to
intel.
end.
Oh, he commits.
Oh, I don't even know
Maka
what they want to do, to
bests
be
him.
honest.
Rain to be, once again,
Oh, body's
providing
coming up.
a multi-kill
All right.
if they are to win this one.
Has a leash backside.
Oh, swings in. Volleyed out of position and beheaded.
On a leash.
Not bad from Lucky. Elish times it well. They're not looking at it.
Nice.
He gets 2.
2v2.
Winnable.
I'll play a big double kill to give him a chance.
Inside, Carrigan. Last seen on B, just messing around with the ladder, tries to fake out Maka. Now giving him a very clear indication of where he's coming from.
Oh, and Frozen's not going up the ladder, so they're worried that they've lost that territory as well. Is he going to jump up and go the long way? This is going to soak time off the clock. Carrigan has to wait for this.
Yeah, Frozen's bringing a flash and a kid.
It's a tough fight to win backside. Bomb now halfway gone.
3D Max are thinking, okay, well, we know where Carrigan is. Where is that other piece? That lobby, hut, heaven, Exercise gets him. Carrigan actually making a bit of a strong case for this. If he could just run down Exercise, he's running around the corner, playing the time. Time is up.
Kid, go back in game. Go back in game.
It's going to be close. I think he's got it. The celebration there, I think it says it all.
That would be one hell of a
I've been in production.
Impact out of the captain,
good
and the
job.
ambulance starts its engine.
But how lucky is he there that the kit from Frozen actually falls
Zim,
out of
thanks
the
for the
heaven
5
into the
gifted,
site?
thank you.
For real.
That's a
Kills the
blessing
moment,
from
bro.
Frozen. He
Fuck.
doesn't get the kill, but he donates the kit. Karrigan wins the clutch.
Just spews out of him.
Oh. So Simple gets the first. Great shot from Maka. Simple overcommits. I can't believe Lucky hits this. Rain transitioning out behind the molly. The double from Elijah is not in vain. Finds the kit in the nick of time on the defuse. Now,
Are you still not going to show it to me?
Karrigan finally finds his voice in a captain's
crazy.
clutch. A tactical
shit.
timeout. And the plant, yeah, it will facilitate the buy. Damn. Okay.
I don't know what the obsession is with it. Like, it literally, it feels like such a deliberate choice, but I don't know why.
Left. There's still a 3-round gap. 2,400 into the next. You win this, going to get a partial, so it's going to get easier going forward, but you're going to have to keep the winning ways going. 3 consecutive required out of the phase defense. Simple does get his AWP. Frozen has an AUG. But what does the timeout from 3D Max change? Simple taking the squeaky door peek. No lurk smoke deployed. He might want to keep searching because of this.
Heavy investment into the yard here. Big focus from 3D Max. And oh, a sitting duck. Elige.
He wasn't expecting that.
Away.
Maybe not expecting it.
Oh, no.
That's not expecting it all. Not expecting that was Rain. Simple down towards B. 3 coming his way, and we need a magic moment right now.
Thank you, Zim Zam. Thank you, dude.
This is where FaZe Clan would really bite your arm off for a simple moment. At least doesn't force any additional
some rest,
rotations.
man.
He reports no action. Gravity slips out.
Karrigan's got this kill. Oh, spotted the back.
Yeah, okay.
Man.
Just there, caught in transition. Couldn't
Man.
have the feet planted. Lucky was just with the jiggles. Now Frozen has to get something done. He's been spotted, and Simple's down towards B. So unless Frozen gets a kill, this round's over. And needs more than one.
Yeah, he's in trouble, isn't he? Oh, that's like the Karrigan death, a little bit different.
It really just feels like FaZe are doing everything they can to scrap into these rounds. Again, I touched upon the rounds that they won within that first half, and they weren't the most convincing. Right now, they might want to hunt and remove everything. Loss bonus for FaZe is
Simple's
1,400.
like, guys,
this essentially spells the
doing?
game. If Simple can't hold on to this AWP, he's the only one with leftover cash. See it bottom right-hand side of your screen, 2.9K. Everybody else with $500 or less. So add $1,400 onto that tally, and you can understand just how little they're going to have to work with. Simple has been run down. Exercise continues to storm them.
They're so chill about it right now. They've got the energy, they've got the vibe.
Oof, I thought Maka wanted to say something there, didn't he? He definitely raised the eyebrows over the fence.
Yeah, I spoke to him just ahead of this match. I saw him just in the hallway. And the only question he had for me is, what should we say?
Okay, he wanted to out with the banter. Yeah. Did you give him any advice?
I just said, they've got the ambulance, what can you have?
Okay,
you know?
Well.
Maybe like a taxi? Don't know what
Machine didn't help him at all, dude.
Lear was showing everybody before.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Attention, attention. Your taxi will be here in a few minutes.
It's amazing that they've got tannoys outside the taxi rank these days. Okay, well, final timeout burned. 4 consecutive demanded of FaZe.
It does make sense because Lear
tired because he had to wait for Falcons to throw that Inferno
so,
game. Not FaZe's fault if they lose, guys. It's actually Falcons' fault. Changed my mind.
Game on the line. 1M4. Rain has 17 kills.
Sub, no problem, man.
Yeah.
he's giving it a go.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly doing more than
the rest.
There's no denying that.
Falcons did this to us, Strat.
Elijah's pulled his socks up somewhat, though, after his very slow start. So.
In this type of round, if I'm 3D Max, I just call a scenario where we sit back and we wait. We don't have to be hasty. We know the money's broken. We know that the CTs either have to go for a stack or something aggressive. So they're going to be looking for moves or a way in. And the worst thing that you could possibly do in this scenario on the T side is just overstep because you're feeling confident and give away a kill and give away an AK. So you want to make sure what you're doing is grouped up and together. And then you look for a team-based finish where you can trade because their weapons are going to be skimp, their utility is going to be light, and you have all the advantages in the world to get the business done right now, 13-8.
Which would be a fantastic way to equip yourselves and put yourself just one single map away from the 3rd stage. Elige, he's that beacon of intel. Nothing behind the wall just yet, Captain.
I think it's great that you see nothing, but that means there's pressure elsewhere. And because you're already spread so thin, unless Simple is able to quickly teleport himself onto A, he's also in the wrong spot with the biggest gun.
Well, this could give him some info, though.
Did heed your advice of a slow one, but does mean this finish has to be perfect.
Oh, they heard him. He burned. He burned. Oh, the flash got him too. Oh, nice.
Simple with 3. How's that? Is that enough?
Damn, they even had 4 on the upper bomb site.
1 above him. And a plant reset gives him a little bit more time to sneak in. Oh, I needed that trade. The French take the first.
That game felt like a fucking flash compared to the last one.
It seems 3D Max, 1 single map separating them from the 3rd stage.
That game felt like it went so fast, didn't it?
Streak. This is the most important nuke you played against FaZe in
Are we
recent
already
times,
on
and
map
it's the
2?
victory right here, right now. Hold your head high, reset, and will this
What
be
happened?
the FaZe show going into the 2-2 tomorrow?
3D Max righting their wrongs of nuke. In the last 3 months, not a single map
Sorry, the
win
Inferno is
on
slowed
this
down
particular
here.
ground, but now
Chat,
they
I'm
do it
running an
versus
ad for real
FaZe,
this
and
time.
they steal their
A
pick
fuck ton of you have
from
gotten
under
ad block from all the
their
gifted
noses.
today.
Great showing from 3D Max.
And
to
I
be
forgot to
starting
run
off
it
this,
for like
and
a while,
Alex
so you
aptly
should be,
said,
yeah, we
only
gotta
one map
catch
now
up a little
separates
bit.
them, Jacob, from going through to stage 3.
Yeah, what is going on today, as a matter of fact? Well, we just come off the Falcons game, and now we head into FaZe versus 3D Max. We spoke about it coming into the game. Nuke
Oro, thanks for the
should
primer,
be the
thank
safe
you.
pick of,
Already got home,
FaZe
chat. I'm gonna
Clan
talk with
in this
her real
regard.
quick. Hold
3D
on.
Max haven't shown
Hey,
anything on the
Volga.
map for quite some time. However, in this game, they were the better team, and they got off to a good start, especially on the CT side. Completely shut down for anything FaZe tried to do, apart from a couple of clutches going their way. It was 3D Max from start to finish.
What a way to turn around and the way for them to win this game. And I think that, as you just mentioned, with the whole idea that we also talked about coming into the game, that Carrigan needs his space takers and his players to be stepping up for him to have like the right kind of cards on his hand to put the rounds together, which was the lack of what they actually liked on the T side. And what a time as well for 3D Max to just break the streak. And, you know, they probably had a lot of data coming from the previous losses against them that they have been able to analyze and look into, okay, what are FaZe Clan actually doing right against us? What can we actually do to disrupt them?
Yeah, let's talk about maybe some of the, the only shining lights that we saw in that first half from FaZe. We did have a beautiful moment from Frozen, but that was kind of the only thing we got to see.
Yeah, I kind of wanted this round highlighted because I thought that would kickstart FaZe Clan, that would get them into the groove, that gave them a chance in a first half that was very rough. They're down 5-1 right here. Frozen is being put in a 2v4 situation with Simple. And with all due respect to Simple, he doesn't add much to this round. It's all Frozen, getting all 4 kills, staying alive in this position as well, and playing it to perfection. At this point, you think FaZe Clan, you're coming back into it. It's 5-2. 3D Max is running out of money, you know, and you think, okay, slowly but surely, Carrigan is going to figure out how to win these rounds. The following round, they can't win a round on the lower bomb side. They lose that one, and all of a sudden, it's again 3D Max all over the place. Frozen tried his damnedest, but it wasn't enough.
And, you know, it was already, like, in the beginning of the game, it wasn't, like, too late, so they still had time to actually capitalize off this play. And to Frozen, like, he's been looking quite sharp, I feel like, this tournament. Like, he was sharp on the first 2 days as well, so Frozen has also been stepping it up. You know, he's also maybe been criticized a little bit of the things that back in the days you would have some kind of role clash. They kind of denied themselves, but I still think it's been a talking point for FaZe that they've had some role clashes back when they had Robs in the team as well. So to see Frozen have a better impact surely was enough, but we also needed to highlight Simple, you know, like Simple has also been brought into the team to replace Brokey and to bring in a lot more firepower and maybe create this extra spark within FaZe, which, I mean, so far has happened a little bit beginning, but throughout the best of threes, it's been quite a dire.
Yeah, speaking of sharp tools in your toolbox, though, let's talk about Man Like Lucky. Now, I did catch up with him ahead of the series. We didn't run the interview because obviously we had a hell of a lot to be talking about with the Falcons game that just went down preceding this. I did pose him the question, you know, Nuke hasn't been a strong map for you. He was very candid and he was like, as have a lot of other maps recently. They don't really have too much confidence in their map pool, but great to see him firing on all cylinders, right?
I would agree with that. I think 3D Max is well aware that kind of the scenario we set up for them as well. The stagnation period for them has been quite obvious if you look at the map pool, if you look at the results. But obviously they've been working, right? They're coming into this major, again, with a point to prove. A lot of people have probably died a bit on the hope of 3D Max as well. Not one of those teams you're preparing for in an extra sense. I'm also pretty sure FaZe is feeling relatively comfortable when they saw that they were playing 3D Max, but maybe we've forgotten that they can play some pretty goddamn good Counter-Strike, and maybe we've forgotten that some of these individuals have shown us before that they could play at a high level. Lucky had a great showing right here, and all I'm saying is is that if 3D Max is reverting back to being the team they were, let's say 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, being this promising roster that is grinding it out, then they can most definitely take down a FaZe Clan who is a big question mark at the moment.
And we cannot forget that Lucky has been around for the scene like for a long time.
Yeah.
I remember his time back in G2. You know, that's a long time ago.
5 years or something.
That's like 5 years ago. Like, but it's a name that we've seen before, so he's not like a rookie in that department. Obviously, with the whole map pool talk of 3D Max, it's only going to get them that far. I mean, and you talked, Jacob, about that now FaZe Clan, they felt good maybe going up against the likes of 3D Max. You know, it's a team that they expect to beat. But that is just such a dangerous territory, especially when you go into majors. And we've just seen Falcons fumble and be knocked out of the major. FaZe now, sure, they find themselves in the 2-1 break. They have one more chance. And they must be feeling quite good about the fact that they are down 0-1 against 3D Max, and right now we know that they're not going to face Falcons because they're already out.
Yeah, true. It's not elimination stations just yet for FaZe, but it would be nice for them to get it done in this particular situation. Side note, did either of you put 3D Max in your Pickems? Just to go off the point of, you know, 3D Max not having the best results in the past 3 months.
Pretty sure I did, yeah. I had them as my 7th or 8th spot, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Let's talk a little bit more about FaZe though, because, okay, Frozen, high point. Leash and Simple, though, wanted a little bit more from them, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Leash was brought into FaZe to be this new star of the team, and for me, he's just been very up and down, and obviously bringing a name like Simple also brings some kind of pressure to you. The fans expect a lot from him, and I know Sasha from the small stint I have with him Falcons, that people also, like, he expects a lot from himself as well. You know, he's been saying that he's feeling better inside this team, and that this is maybe, I mean, this could theoretically be his last shot maybe at being in a team like this and trying to land a new contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because with us in Falcons, it wasn't that pretty. And, you know, he's been taking a break for a long time throughout the game, so there's also a lot on stake for Simple. And for him to not go out and perform better than he's doing right now is not really the thing you want to be seeing for FaZe.
It is a Hail Mary move. We heard that from FaZe as well, and I think there's two sides to that coin for Simple. I think he's here to rediscover whether or not he still has the passion and the love for the game.
Yeah.
Does he have what it takes in order to grind with a team like FaZe 2 weeks leading into a major, and can he find that level again where it's fun for him to play? I've seen him around here. It does seem like he's enjoying it, but when you're having performances like these on the server, I think that vibe is slowly but surely dying out again. Why would you be doing this? Why would you be working your ass off if you could be somewhere else in a warm country doing nothing with all the money that you earned and all the prestige that you had throughout your career?
Maybe because he wants to, you know, care about something, has some passion, he wants to achieve something.
That's the whole point, right? I think he's here to find out if that's still the case, because Peter can attest to that, I can attest to that, you can attest to that at some point in your life as well. You lose passion for stuff that you feel like that is your entire life. You cannot imagine a life without it, and at some point you move on, you know, and I think that could be the same for Simple.
I mean, you gotta let it go at some point, and I'm not saying that Simple has to do it now. I still think he has something in him, but people have asked, like, so is Simple going to be returning to the same glory that he had in CSGO? And no, I don't personally think so. He'll still be a really damn good player. You know, he has the qualities.
The hell's a free
I don't
hater.
think we're going to see the same Simple as we've seen back in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And I'm also at a stage where I feel like Simple can only go to this kind of tournament and fail in some sense, like, because if he plays really great, then that's what people expect from him. But as soon as he starts playing worse, then that's what people actually think that, okay, this guy doesn't have it anymore.
Elise, though, I think it's only fair that we bring up Elise. Because personally, and I hate to do it, I've been a little bit disappointed in Elise. I think the beginning in FaZe, he was doing okay, but we haven't seen Elise at his peak at any point in FaZe yet. He's been okay, he's been mediocre, he's been a little bit above average, but Elise is the best NA player, right? He's supposed to come in and be a star player. He came into the team, he made Rain move into different positions. He caused a lot of chaos, I guess, being integrated into the lineup. So I also expect a much larger output from Elise. So far this game, it hasn't been great. And ever since he joined FaZe, it's been lukewarm. It's not bad, it's not good, but it's not good enough if you're Elise.
I'm going to challenge you, one about Elise, because do you feel like that he was inflated as a player inside of Complexity? You know, the whole thing when you get to play with, like, maybe worse players in some department, and then you kind of elevate yourself because you're just standing out more, like you jumped off the page. Do you think that's a case with Complexity?
You can make the case. I don't buy it, though. I think Elise more so is a comfort player. I think he needs, you know, to be made aware that all the players around him is working within a system and everything has to go according to plan. And the second he gets thrown out of that, the second is not a comfortable home, or he's not aware of what's going on, the second he's not in control, I think that's his biggest weakness. Then he doesn't thrive too well himself. I myself as a player had the same issue. I was not good thriving in chaos. I was a terrible puck player and I couldn't perform under those circumstances. And I think that's Elise's biggest weakness right now, and that is being exposed in FaZe because it is a chaos.
I'm loving this conversation, but we do need to head things to a quick break because 3D Max now 1-0 up.
Let's see.
Hopefully
FaZe
map pick. Now the Frenchman's
wake
choice
up for map 2,
Inferno
but 3D Max is a strong team,
guaranteeing a spot in stage
and for whatever reason, they always power up at majors.
What's up, everybody? I got Rain from FaZe Clan here. We're gonna get him outfitted in a little bit of local flair, get you ready for the Austin crowd. What do you say?
Yeah, let's get the American spirit going. Yeehaw!
So you are gonna be a 7 5/8.
All right. So how far down I put it?
You want it to sit above your ears and above your eyebrows.
That's a classic. Howdy. That's a good look.
Howdy.
That fits.
I feel like a cowboy almost.
Should we move on to boots?
Let's go. Okay, what we're looking for, Adolf?
That's a good question. What about these?
That's not too bad.
Got a little bit of detailing on them?
Try some full contrast. Not brown, but something extreme.
Something extreme?
Something extreme.
That's pretty extreme.
That's pretty extreme, but I don't know if you're gonna see the blue though.
What else do we got that's more extreme? We've got green, red boots. This is ostrich.
Ostrich? We're going ostrich.
Let's do it. Let's try on some boots.
I think I have the wrong pants for this though. I don't think you're supposed to have baggy pants.
No, you might need some bootcut jeans for that.
I feel like I'm gonna go work in the farm or something.
Work some cattle?
Work in the stall. You have to walk really strange though.
Do you? Is it too tight or what is it?
No, it's the height of the heel.
Let's see what we got. Here, I'll grab the other side of it.
Yeah, and the blue ones they're better. They're more comfortable.
Jeans over.
Jeans over, okay.
You got it, pull back. Boom. That's that easy, brother.
All right.
Do you want to try and grab some in FaZe colors?
We won't really have red that much, so
Understood.
it'll probably be black, and then what we can do is get red and like a shirt. And here's the thing, black hat. The boots have to match the hat. Between that, you can wear whatever you want. Nice. Once you're in there, how does it feel?
Feels fine.
Yeah. So what do we need next? Belts. Belts.
What, you want this one?
Yeah. That's loud.
Hell yeah.
Very American.
That's an aggressive look.
That is a statement.
And this is a good one. This is a good size.
Good size?
Yeah.
Nice. Good.
Can reach the third one, fourth one.
Yeah, perfect.
Actually, at least like so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice. It's really classy.
Oh, there we go.
Now we're getting into
This is fierce. Oh, we got a look coming together here, Howie.
Look like I'm ready to go and
Holy.
farm some cattle.
Farm some cattle.
I'm ready for
farm
this,
some
dude.
people on the
Let's
server,
go.
you know.
Farm some people on the server.
Oh yeah.
Howdy.
Oh, that's a fucking look, man. All right, so I think we've got your local persona here.
Yeah.
What would your cowboy name be?
Bootstrap Howie.
Bootstrap Howie.
Bootstrap
I mean,
Howie.
I think you got to rock out on stage with this.
You think so?
I think this might be your fit.
If we get the players, I'll actually at least put a hat for the stage.
Hell yeah.
That's incredible. The way they gave him a fucking movie. Oh shit. Fucking A. You're rooting for 3D Max for the Pickems? Nah, I'm not cheering against FaZe.
Howie might be hoping to
I
make
will
it
let
to
my
the stage,
Pickems die if
FaZe
FaZe
need to
goes
give a little
to
bit more in the
stage 3.
server if they want to guarantee
I'm
that. Of course,
content
this
with
isn't
that.
an
That's
elimination
okay.
matchup just yet, but with 3D Max stealing away the first choice of Nuke, now we move on to their pick of Inferno. For both sides of the equation, this has proven to be a decent
I
map.
only own
FaZe haven't really played it
hats from my
too much, though.
drop and my one
I hope
hiking
we get
hat.
to see something new from
That's
FaZe.
it.
They had a boot camp leading
like
into
wearing
this
hats,
tournament
really.
after IM Dallas. They stayed in Dallas, if I'm not mistaken, to boot camp for a week's time, maybe even 2, before they went into Austin. They spoke about keeping Simple up to date, you know, integrating him to the system, maybe find out how you can utilize him and how you can get the most out of him. I hope we get to see that here in Inferno. I'm sorry to say, but also with what we just saw with Falcons, the more I see FaZe play at this tournament, the more unsure I am whether or not they've actually figured it out. They have looked decent when they play well, but if you're struggling massively against the caliber of 3D Max, then even if you were to make it to stage 3, you're going to have a tough time. So I would like to see something that gives me confidence in FaZe Clan for not only this game, but also for the future of the tournament.
How you doing,
And I just hope that FaZe Clan will start playing on their strength, and their strength has always been to play on the chaos side. Like, they don't let the opponent breathe. Like, they will always try and disrupt their way of playing. You know, that is what we've heard Kerrigan say about, we need to play the FaZe way. So for them to go in and hopefully do that, that is going to be their strength, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can get that to work on Inferno, because Inferno seems to be a map that when you are on at least the defending side, it can be maybe a little bit harder going for these aggressive plays, but it's definitely what FaZe need to start getting just some disruption going.
Do you agree with that sentiment? Aggression is going to be the key for FaZe to get this one over the line to a third?
100%. That's always been the DNA of Kerrigan, the way he's been calling on Inferno. His pistol rounds in particular. If you ever watched FaZe demos, if he's feeling comfortable, if he's feeling confident, he's going to call a rush down middle, you know, straight in the pistol round on the CT side. He's done that over and over again. Also a way of enabling your individuals. You want to give Simple the opportunity to get the duels in middle and see if he can pull it off. Frozen the same thing. I hope we get to see that, but I'm starting to feel FaZe is a bit scared now.
Peter, was it you that posed the question when we were over here watching the Inferno game go down between, for Falcons just earlier on today? You were like, Carrigan, what would you call in this situation?
I'm ordering food on his phone.
Nah.
Yeah,
He loves
I'm
to bring the
making
dishes, right?
smash burgers today.
Like, okay, sure. I mean, I don't know.
Oh yeah,
at that
G-Money
point, I
thanks for
didn't know
the
he
gift
was
of the
joking.
bootstrap Harry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oh, Howie though?
There was like
G-Money?
a half,
Thank you
he
for
was
the
like
gift.
50-50. He was joking or actually making something true. So, yeah.
Well, either way, an opportunity for 3D Max to secure their spot in Stage 3. It comes down to their map pick of Inferno.
Yeah, you can hear the analysts just not feeling particularly convinced by the FaZe Clan project in its new constellation, and I can certainly understand their sentiment. In fact, the bookies giving 3D Max the edge in this one, and it kind of makes sense. It tracks, at least in my mind. That wasn't a very convincing nuke.
No, so 2 days where best of threes are falling a little bit flat from FaZe Clan. Let's see if they can turn around on Inferno, a map that we're yet to see. I want to say with Simple, but it's with Simple and Rain. Obviously, there was the extra stand-in situation of Skulls back in Dallas, and then there's been the boot camp between. Rain's joined the team, and they haven't found their output in the BO3s. Normally, the best of ones, that's where we talk about the underdogs, not the top names of Counter-Strike like FaZe.
Oh, well, dude, honestly, I'm not getting anything fancy. I'm just getting 80-20.
That seems crazy.
I'm just grabbing 80-20. I'm not blending it anything different. No.
That means they get the T-side
low
start.
effort,
FaZe
low
elected
effort. We're
to
not.
start on the defense. Dual Berettas for Simple again.
But yeah, 80-20. Otherwise, if you try to smash the burger, it can be a giant. It's actually, it can really fuck it up, to be honest. You need the fat.
Or is it a mid to be?
Let's find out together. Rain's going to be given an opportunity if they do elect to go swinging into A. So they clear through CT. They show and sound like they're rapping. Alicia's thrown a smoke.
Yeah, if anything, I would like that smoke. I would want to play now close to it, and as it starts to fade, erupt into B. I think they're hoping for over-rotation, so a little bit of a skittish phase, right? You have the standard, maybe you over-rotate, maybe you move a little bit too swiftly now that sights are both under pressure. Questions need to be answered, and Rain is looking to solve the puzzle.
That's just...
Yeah, I think this Maka...
I don't even want to know what it looks like when he smashed it, I'm going to be honest.
Some bad info.
I'll be real.
Rain, by walking down middle, he will at least give them information that there is nobody home towards Banana. So at this point, you know everybody's in CT spawn or wrapping. Moto blocked as well, and well, you can wait that out. Look at the time on the clock.
This is such a bizarre pistol.
I do love that. I do love they've snatched the USP from CT spawn.
I don't know, guys. 3D Max is just RPing his CTs right now. All good.
Hoping that these B players leave, and now Gooshed.
That's that USP put to use.
That's
Ringing
crazy.
the bell on
That's
Frozen,
actually crazy.
and now it's the dinner bell for Simple.
That's good.
He hits that fast one onto Maka. The dual Berettas connect, and now they have to start pushing into this tighter line.
All right, well.
Rain, he's in a good position to contribute. Gets
Nice.
2 on the taps, and Alish puts the cherry on top. Yeah, it was a good push. He ended up being in the right place at the right time.
It is on the UI. They do, guys.
One of the weirdest.
They literally
pistol
show you
rounds
the
I think
team
I've seen in a while.
records.
The
They
French always
show
bring their own
you
flavor,
the
and
maps
there is a slogan around
during
here,
the
keep
freeze
Austin
time.
weird. Well, the French are delivering
Every
in that
single
department.
round.
So it's going to be a 1-0 start with no bomb going down, but we know they love those MAC-10s, especially in the hands of Gravity. He was a menace finding openings on Nuke. Let's see if he can do it again, because the French have forced in.
Say balls on table?
Balls on the table?
Is that what he said?
Sounded like
something on a table.
Balls on the table.
So just wanting to
Balls
limit
on the
the
table.
CT
Primers
progressions.
in the
Frozen
bag.
Pop it open.
You heard the man.
As body will ring through with a Galil.
Ooh.
Balls.
They'll flash through that and actually take that space before Frozen could get to it.
Oh, odds have now just tipped back towards FaZe just off the pistol round victory.
Shami Degenerate, thanks for the 79-month reset. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you.
Legion Frozen in combination to lock down B. Legion with a flash at the ready. That means that Frozen likely to get sent forward for a fight on his timing.
Oh, he runs in. Set
Great
up
flash.
Glory.
Great flashes.
Look at that. That's a dream for
Ice
your
cold.
players to see in their kill feed.
I gotta stop.
Elite with the flash assist.
Somebody who
He
fucking
doesn't live a little longer, and he's not able to do so. They overrun.
Oh no, how did
him, and they
Elise
will
not get
access
one,
to the
bro?
bomb site.
You had such good flashes, Elise. Kill them.
Yeah. Does he try and disrupt the plant? I think a HE's coming to scuffle past, misthrown. from Rain.
Oh, he's across. No, he's not.
Gravity and Maka trying to evacuate into Carrigan, and they take him down.
Oh, this is great.
Awkward now.
Oh,
Rain
no.
has a smoke for the bomb. If he can just get there and it helps Simple, he's got the kit as well.
Oh, smoke kit, yeah, he just needs to get across somehow. Uses his smoke perfectly placed considering their post plant.
They try and boost. Got to do this quickly.
Good cover from Simple. He is going to stick it. It's just about the taps. He's misaligned.
Oh.
Rain finds the round, steals it away.
All right.
Incredibly costly.
Could have been bad. Could have been bad. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Does that force the French into another purchase? I can confirm yes, immediately off the back of the plan and just the close nature of this. It starts perfectly. This couldn't go any better. You were highlighting how good that feels for those A defenders. Well, guess what? You're having a retake under pressure. And how lucky are you that Rain held onto that smoke?
Right. That's 2 rounds already where Rain has kind of made impact through his pushes, positioning, and his utility.
Okay, three.
Oh, lovely start.
3 rifles, the Galil carried through, 2 AKs, a MAC-10 and a Deagle. Simple boosted over, cheeky.
Yeah, didn't actually find the connection he was looking for.
Signature wiggle still there, it's been under pressure.
Yeah, that high sense gaming. One of the higher sensitivities in Pro CS.
That flash a little bit premature, that tells you that they're feeling under pressure towards Sandbag. Can Elige get out, or does he want to? Staying aggressive, spams through, tickles the toes of Lucky.
So maybe I'm overreading into this, but the fact that Carrigan said, balls on the table, Howie, that's what I'm talking about.
So calm 2 days, so 23 month resub. Thank you, man.
In their team talk after the nuke is, it wasn't a conversation about comms so much as he wants to see his players playing with more conviction, more confidence, and more proactivity. We're not seeing that just yet. No answers in middle.
Simple's rotating over to join Johnny Jabs.
Loud rotate too. 3D Max would have heard that.
Side. Simple to play from CT. There's util, and here it comes.
Yeah, he's so blind. Just sitting in the open. Well to get one. Yeah, it gets gravity.
Douglas, thanks for your new membership on YouTube. Welcome, welcome.
Good pick off. Okay.
Oh!
Elise just takes over the round.
There it is.
A turret at the back of the site. 1 is the minimum. 2 is good. 3 is great. B-side defended. Comfortable, Simple smile on his face. Okay, well, there's a stark contrast already from map 1.
And some convincing rounds early. We'll see how long that can follow, because this flow of rounds has only been made possible because of how close the second was, right? So they force ball into the second. It comes down to a 1v1 and letting out a roar there. Simple impressed with that one. So friends and foes once upon a time in Liquid.
Yeah.
Reunited many, many years later. As the tactical timeout call, this will be by the French. Now, bomb didn't get planted in that scenario, thanks to the heroics of Elige back sight. There is the ability to get an AK out on Lucky. It's going to be 3,400 as the loss bonus into the next. So what is this 30 seconds worth of chat? Maybe it's just to screw back on your head, understand, hey, we're only 3 rounds deep. This is our map choice. It's the T side. We can still crack in. We get a partial buy now. We can get the full guns out into the next. Let's just do some damage again.
Nori's doing something where they're just both sitting by me right now.
Okay, so Tech 9 for gravity. A couple of lighter investments being made. What utility is required? A few smokes, flashes, HEs in the mix.
I had a call. There's no bootstrap high. That's tough.
Banana, or will they be late over towards A? So they could just get tossed up banana because Mac is here. Nobody home to receive those, and actually I think they've misthrown a nade. They're into each other.
That one connects nicely. Spread of 80 damage amongst Simple and Frozen.
Well, there's a clear indication that you wanted to fight for top banana with multiple nades, and they...
So card control...
Exercising gravity straight up middle to try and grab space elsewhere.
He's throwing that new util set.
Playing 3 on B still against a partial buy.
Yeah, well, he's going to be swinging through, and again... Elysian Frozen past that test. Now, Carrigan is going to be swung upon. Manages his angles. Oh, and he isolates the duels just one after another.
Well done. Well done.
Manages to take him as 2 1v1s, as opposed to their strength in numbers. And more numbers for Carrigan's scoreboard. Finally, Maka bests him, but it cost him his whole team. And Frozen's there to chip it in. Okay, well, this is flowing very quickly in the FaZe direction.
All right, well, guns back out now. So we haven't even really had a full rifle round yet for the French. So this will be the first time that everybody gets to don a rifle. They can now start to step into the round as they mean to go on. Yeah, Simple still with that intense communication that he's always had.
It's just, yeah, it's a presence we haven't had in the Counter-Strike world for some time, and it's just hearing his voice. I know I sound like a simp. I'm just saying, it's like, oh my god, he's back.
He's so back.
Needs to be back there. Nice nades. They're going to do limited damage. Oh, Naka gets the opener. Frozen won't get away with it this time.
That is a dream start. Yeah, I mean, someone had to put him down. He's been getting away with murder, and Elise is sticking around, using that smoke to dip in and commit to a crouch spray. Tracer fire betrays. Yeah, it was ambitious. An M4A1, perhaps you could get away with that.
That was very ambitious.
The A4 really does announce where you're shooting from.
Well, they could just execute into B right now. That's both B defenders dead. The only question is how big is the rotation? And at the moment, we can see
the
it's
Falcons
not. So,
MIBR results, I'll just tell you that the trend of the major had continued with the result.
Nothing. So he might actually be able to start rotating over in time unless they're just calling the gamble and saying, hey, we don't actually believe they'll B finish. Oh, that's thrown from A, so that's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure on Carrigan for a moment, or will it? It seems like an invitation.
Yeah, they're saying that's suspicious. They haven't thrown that from B. Does that mean it's clear? Oh, anti-flash gets himself an opportunity. Yeah, it has to be more than that, though.
Rain finds anything here. Maybe there's a chance to get back in the clear. Imperfect.
Listen, okay, I no longer understand how retakes work on this bomb site, apparently, so...
It was relatively tempered.
Too bad. Thank you very much for the Twitch primer. Thank you, dude. Thank you.
3v5 moments on either side of the server for MIBR.
Well, everybody's favorite time of Inferno. Everybody's favorite time.
Damn. Oh, boom. That's a retro throwback right there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That is...
even the sticker.
It's like a 10-year-old skin. More.
Yep. Because you've had one. That's how you know, isn't it? Yeah. Granddad.
All right, well, 4 players to stay alive.
Inferno was cinema last time. Don't worry, guys. My editor had to go through all the saves, and he knows how many saves. There were, I think he said there were 14 saves in that MIBR Falcons game, by the way.
Mr. Anderson.
I will say I don't see like the A smoke, re-smoke for B too often in pro play. I've known it exists, but it's rare to actually see it utilized. And that is how Maka got it. Okay, well.
Those kills ridiculous.
Yeah, they're not replicable, that's for sure. I will say that Carrigan being anti and kind of being
I'm not saying saving is necessarily a bad thing, but I also think that when shit like that is happening in a game...
And get the multi-kill to make a round out of that, but that's 3D Max on the board. Coach Wasink, he's going to be happy with what he saw.
Yeah, and you can understand, right? I'm highlighting it. It's the first rifle round. They've won it. Before that, we weren't in gun rounds. They had some good opportunities, but now the gun's around. This is important to contextualize. Not every round of Counter-Strike is the same. They're not all worth the same either. You win this one, 3D Max. FaZe will hemorrhage, and you'll be able to find yourself just 1 round away from chasing their lead.
Silent boost.
And a bit of pepper there from Body just in case they hear a tag. They'll understand that somebody lies on the other side. Simple's AWP posted on the balcony, perched up with Rain over towards short, and Carrigan on a string, heading back over to help this defense. Mid-block smoke will buy them a buff up. As Rain actually pivots. Oh, he's looking for some util. What's he lost?
Markers, it doesn't... For that many saves does not happen on other maps.
Oh, good time on the break.
Saving is important, and it is a good part of the game, actually. But
coming now.
Yeah, so Simple gets an opportunity from that pit side
just
to
levels
start
the
racking
things.
it up with that AWP.
Oh, good reposition.
Puts another in the grave, and a third is asking too much.
He split the uprights.
Over the edge of the smoke, maybe Rain can get something done, especially with that chip in from Elise. That sounded like a 30-bullet spray. He's just controlled it, found a belated trade.
Rain's here somewhere.
Down! Oh, okay. Rain's done very well. Exercise just a bit shy of his predictive spray. It's another impactful round out of Elise. Rotates over from his B site and manages to chip in a double.
Well, they didn't get the AWP there. So could have walked away with 2 AKs. They were really scrambling.
Elise spamming one on lane was so huge there.
Forward over towards Trucker.
And Simple getting 2. The reposition out of Simple is really nice.
Yeah,
really thought he was going to get a third, bro. The fact that he splits the uprights on that third shot was crazy.
This is Elise at range, just doing his best to
probably the hardest shot
out of Rain, and does a very good job, does Elise. So
yeah.
Ooh, they couldn't find his up.
Flak damage done. Gravity
he was calling for it too.
singed even further down is Gravity. Really wants this space. The AWP boosted up in case there is a re-aggress. So on their haunches
Did
right
they lose
now.
yet? Well, Simple died and they couldn't find it probably.
And nay, Destin.
Because remember, they killed him at Moto, so they had to run in and then go find it.
Nice.
If it got blown, and honestly, for whatever reason in CS2, dude, I shoot guns way further than I didn't go.
The U till block smoke comes in and finish the round.
Okay, these teams winning for my Pickems. Yeah, MJ. Thanks for the tier 2 18-month resub. I have both teams advancing, but if 3D Max loses to FaZe, my Pickems are done.
He's going to get the flash as well. So he's going to try and
then
surge these
I
rifles
think
forward
it's
for bracket control.
FaZe, no. And it's
He needs
3D
them to
Max
bang
and
on his
Heroic
3
play
on
each
B.
other, which eliminates me.
There's the smoke.
All right, well, it's going to be that Carrigan and Rain duo that might have a lot of work cut out for them if the finish is on A. Brackets taken now. Surging forward, the smokes arrive, they'll wrap. Frozen's pushing through. Oh, my goodness, it's lucky this let that one go. And on A, empty hands for Carrigan. Bit of damage, elevated angle from the graveyard. Rain with the pre-aim, he's going to get swung on. He's in so much trouble. Bailed himself out for one. Bomb plant, uncontestable.
Oh, no.
3v3, all for the post plant.
Yeah, Simple's cognizant. He's got to be careful on his exit library here. Held by Maka. Maka going wide as well. Looks like he's kind of told the team that he'll play first.
It's crazy. No one's watching the library. Frozen, is he going to give this a look? Is this for damage? Is this for the round? Leisure up short. Frozen.
Thank you.
Simple, late library. They're giving this a go.
Thank you, dude.
Seems like it's going to be a hard post plan to break. But Simple connecting. It's very late retake. Good kill. Simple, not enough time. He gets 2. He wants to try and punish Gravity, and he'll even take the kill for his troubles. Won't get away with the AWP.
No, it goes down to the bomb right there, so everybody loses their life in that one.
They need a little bit more energy.
Oh, he's brought back an oldie, but
okay, it's a classic. It's his original, so we'll give him that.
Wait, what did he say?
They're definitely piping up a little.
My fat ass was talking.
Map up, comfortable,
He's laughing,
Simple's all smiles, no stress yet.
Yeah, I don't think he's used to people yelling at him ever, let alone some players that once upon a time he had in his back pocket and ate for breakfast.
Okay.
That is going to be money bottomed out. There will be a force from FaZe. It's the only option when 1,400 comes into the bank balance. So you win this one. As mentioned, they can draw it ever closer. They couldn't get it done. And they've got FaZe back on the ropes with the finances.
That's
the
actually pretty good.
You lose everybody on the 3D
I wish I got
side
that
of
in
the
real
server.
time,
You
but
don't
all
carry
good.
through any extra weaponry, meaning you need to buy up with just that win bonus.
I just
So
stopped
you're
yapping
fortunate
all
to
the
get that
fucking
bomb.
time, you know?
It's crazy that Lucky unable to connect the dots on that. We talk about it with pistols. That's one thing. With the rifle, feels inexcusable, but no harm, no foul as the round is converted. 3 MP9s. Mate, you know what he's thinking. He's thinking, who the F are you, mate? I don't even know what your name is.
Which one are you?
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's awkward for Carrigan. Then they come looking for him. They get more than they bargained for. A flying MP9 to open the account for FaZe. Gravity, his Mac 10 is becoming a bit of a signature right now. He did great work. Careful, though. Bomb on your back, mate.
Someone around that corner.
Give that to someone else before you start going leaping around corners. But he did great work on Nuke with his Mac 10. I liked your reference of Amanek, of previously a Frenchman with a very potent Mac 10.
Oh, Carrigan has intentionally just faked some speedway steps there. So I think trying to make 3D Max believe that there has been a rotation away from the B bomb
nobody heard
site.
it though. Copper 10 thanks to the 58-month primer. Thank you,
there
dude.
actually has to be one. So, oh, he's doing it again.
Not convinced, but
yeah, there's not.
Like, I understand he really trusts Rain. Like, I get it. I know he's a safe pair of hands.
If they came short, he could have done something. The fact that they're rapping, I really like Rain's output, but
Rain
this
can
is
win
impossible.
these. Yeah. Rain can win
Make me
these.
eat my words, Rain, please.
How?
I would love to.
How?
I would
Chad?
love
He
to eat
hasn't
my
moved,
words.
Chad.
Not eating my words. There's the Mac 10 again. Naka. Poked up deep. Banana bomb will go down. Just going to retain these light investments off FaZe. So if they can, they'd love to hold on to a couple of MP9s and a 5-7 going into the next.
Dude, I hate standing for Inferno. I'm just
Mac is
fucking
hoping that
watching
there's some form of
Sage
aggression
forever.
coming his way. And you can see him talking. This is the problem. He's calling because he's the in-game leader, but I would love to just be able to keep my mouth shut and focus on my crosshair.
It's all right. I mean,
He's
it's
going to
good
dart
save.
over.
I'm just, you know.
Mac is going to search. Giving them the Galil actually gives them something to work with. If you just lose the Mac 10, that's fine. So Maka, deep waters you're getting yourself into now, son.
It is going to be a very tasty pickup for FaZe Clan if they do manage to pick up a Galil. But Gravity's there as an insurance policy. Down goes one, down goes it. Oh,
that goes three.
Gravity, you gonna
get that Galil?
You gonna pick up the Galil? No, he really likes the Mac 10. No, he really likes the Mac 10.
It's his favorite gun, and he's still having a good time,
Sit
isn't
down,
he?
Maka.
So they're
down.
not too upset about that. 5-3. It will have to be. No.
He's gonna start telling his teammates, "You have to click."
Yeah. What was that conversation there with the admin and exercise?
Doggo loves the yoga pad, chat. You have to know, write that down. Or not the yoga pad, like one of the standing mats, sorry.
Desolate, he said sorry.
Where?
That's how dramatic the French are. Instead of saying sorry, they say, "I am desolated." It's very dramatic.
Oh, actually quite a dramatic start to this round. You lose the opener with no trade potential.
Yeah.
So what should be an easy round without any worries. Let's see how bad it can get. Simple on the tippy top of the mid-boost tower.
It's a very hard shot to hit. Just one.
Yeah, but
of
hit that
exercise
Simple, you piece of
crossing.
shit. Give me some cinema.
He certainly could. And he's done a
Ah.
lot of damage, but covered nicely. See, Lucky perfectly primed and ready for that attempted trade.
Gave it a go. Good damage. Dinks Gravity down. It's just going to be the one. Oh, no, sorry, the two meant to find us. Oh, it was just one step ahead. It is definitely one.
Yeah. Exercise makes sure of that. The only healthy man who could be taking that fight on Banana.
No, it's not. It's not the golden one down there, chat.
Into the Desert Eagle.
So Roro.
How quick it can all go wrong. 5-1 to 5-4. Just a one-round gap, and the rifles come out into the next.
Can we be critical of this Deagle investment, Chad? Should we be critical of this Deagle investment, Chad?
2400. He's just going to rifle.
Okay, fine.
This is literally how yesterday went for FaZe. Dude, don't remind me, man. Come on, bro.
Carrigan could drop him an ult if they really want it.
It looked good for that moment we had it.
It did. And then they couldn't get their hands on it.
Yeah.
And then they lost the follow-up.
Yeah. 3D Max have really clawed their way back in. You know, after that slower start, pistol goes FaZe way, 4-0.
But this is why I harp on the finances.
Yes,
because
sir. Absolutely.
That's the only reason that's a possibility is because they've taken control of the money in the midpoint of the game.
And now the shoe is on the other foot.
This is... Oh, Simple is not getting dropped an orb. He's actually playing with the auto shotgun.
It's kind of
the
a
alligator.
way if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like up close.
With a lot of bullets.
One shot, one kill.
That's true.
Basically a sniper.
The thing is, this matchup right now, it doesn't feel like the stakes are as amplified. The last game was elimination, and it was one of the tournament favorites.
What was the score in Nuke? 13-8?
Qualification, which is still great for both of these teams. But
there's definitely a different energy around this matchup.
You get another crack tomorrow, which, with the death sentiment, it seems to be FaZe aren't playing their best Counter-Strike, so if this is the type of CS they're offering, they could very well lose tomorrow and not make it to stage 3. This is A-pop, Alex.
Oh, ugly. Carrigan gets
Gravity is a
nothing
Mac 10 fucking merchant, bro.
Getting wrapped on. Is the Gravity Mac 10 due some more? He's already got on the opening. Really is rocking and rolling with that SMG today. That Simple shotgun. Yeah, not the range he was hoping to meet him. Little too far away, despite finding some of the pellets in the head of Exercise. He is gone.
You should save, and they will. So 5-5 all
Pick up the auto shotty.
That's how quick
Save
it can be
it,
over. Blink and you miss
Imagine
it.
Simple
Yeah,
just
easy as that.
get the auto,
So
get the
right
auto.
now, 7 on the table.
Auto shotty is good, man.
We're looking at... Oh,
With the right circumstance, he gets that
I
kill.
think it's 2,900 into the next. Yes, it is. Looked at Alex's screen. So they can drop 2 M4s. And they can buy again.
Wow. Exercise is a kill stealer right now. He's got 380 damage, but 8 kills.
Or is he a kill confirmer, Alex?
Excuse me, sorry. He's a kill confirmer right now. Confirmed. Lucky, in the meantime, 1 kill, 600 damage. So it's a team effort across the board.
We did the Legacy 3D Max game. And that was a surprising
But
result,
isn't
I
disappearing
thought.
faster than cake in Fl0m's fridge?
That was on
Bitch,
Inferno
the cake
30-7,
doesn't
that's
even
why I
make
bring
it to
up.
the fridge.
Yeah. Well, Legacy have been the
The
surprise of the
fuck?
tournament, haven't they?
Who do you think I am?
My
You think he makes it there?
VPK is corrupt.
Oh.
I need to verify the integrity of the game files.
Would you like to sit in my seat with a computer that works?
No, that's all right. I'll verify the integrity of the game files.
All right.
We got time. There's a tactical timeout.
All good in the hood.
That's it. I'm just relating to the people at home.
Yeah. I don't know. Counter-Strike's been feeling pretty smooth.
Yeah, it has.
Been feeling pretty smooth right now.
All right. Well,
Salt Savage, thanks for the 27-month primer. Thank you very much.
They've gone for the half investment. So behind the saved guns, they've gone for a couple of MP9s, and then the lost bonus will be maxed out in the last. So they get this. It means they get 2 attempts and 2
up,
solid
buddy?
attempts at trying to tie the half up 6-6 at a minimum.
Oh, good boy.
Yeah, max loss.
Even a chance to
make
steal
an
the half
appearance?
7-5. Would love that after how they kicked off the account. I would love to know how many rounds Gravity ever
This is
starts with.
Mr. Standing Man.
Yeah, no, it's definitely starting to look a bit of an oldie French Mac 10. Oh, what? Simple's alive! That Simple. I can confirm I didn't even have to look at the nameplate. He's gone for a jumping SMG attempt for a second.
This lurk is great. It might even catch Carrigan.
Is he ready?
It's not the weapon for the job from Carrigan.
Oh, but he is very ready. Look at this hold. He knows that corner is calling to exercise. Oh, gives him the sound cues as he hears the util raining into the site. Frozen, caught off guard as he rotates through. That's big for Ray. Gets the bomb down. Carrigan partners up with him. Exercise that loose piece, starting to tighten. Good finds. Oh, he's doing everything. Triple kill from Rain in the defense. He has the bomb on the floor. He's running down for more. He might have another in him. Exercise up for clutch. A 1v3 goes 2. Quick to the bomb, smoke to play around, enters into the site. Carrigan hears all of that. We'll start to walk out that bulk. Drop into the pit loudly, Elige the unknown entity, but Carrigan just takes it straight up. Headshot through the barrels, partial investment, still
I was slightly
converted.
distracted, chat. Was it clean? Was it a nice round? You guys got me covered for that round, right?
Does molly damage, then still gets them a kill. So that was how the account opened up.
Editor
right
put
there,
chat's reaction in the video, thank you.
And that's really where a lot of the rounds have come from. In the early stages of this, you might be forgetting, yeah, he was so blind. I don't think he even realized that he was ticking down on HP there. But Rain does have the support. But he's the one that delivers the frags, and then Carrigan, he doesn't even wait for his teammate. While the bomb's getting planted, drops into a more advantageous position to pit, noisy about it, Exercise knows that he has to take the fight, can't win it out. And Body feels like he has something to say. Can we make it 6-6 at the half, or will FaZe snatch this one? We've had some magic moments. Frozen getting flash forward in Banana, great work against the force buy. Elige from back of the side, making it look like a refrag clip.
Oh, dream start for Lucky and Maka. 2 nades invested. Elige dunked on. Ooh, you may have expected just the one man here, but Simple reveals the AWP is here too. That doesn't scare them. They ain't scared. Charging in the whole squad. 5 Frenchmen walking to B.
Jesus, how many fucking mollies, dude? That whole back hole's on fire.
Taking shape. Oh, wow, especially with that nade. What
Chonky
a
one.
fantastic connection. Body goes down.
Exercise calls for aid.
He has it from Maka's AWP as well. Maka plays first. Exercise stays tucked. Hang on, Elige.
Ooh, Lucky overbaited that.
On the way in.
Oh, but Gravity just went crazy.
He's hit the first. So light on time.
Got a kit.
Exercise with you. Just after peak, and he does put him straight in a
dude,
grave.
holy fuck.
6-6 at the half, dead even.
Chat,
FaZe
primer,
fighting
forget it,
to
now's
end
the
it
time.
today
Get it running
and
out at
secure a spot
halftime.
in the next stage.
Oh man, I'm a little worried. They're gonna have to have some great reads on the CT side, man. I feel like 3D Max's T side is very strong. We'll see though. Maybe, hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I am wrong. Meb, thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you. Well, we're at, the sub count is correct for the day, and we're on our way to 11 mansions. We're on our way. Envy, thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you. Oh, we mixed up the sides. Wait, what did I say? Hold on, wait, which ones did I say? Because FaZe is going T side. Did I say 3D Max? Or what did I say? Oh shit. Yeah, I did. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm fucking fried, dude. What the hell? Red logo's an Inferno, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm yapping about. Help the gummies? Nah, no gummies here. That's... Man, get some more fucking water, though. Goddamn. I don't know why the fuck I said that. Anyway. No. Unironically, not terrible from FaZe since I got pistol on CT. You know, now that I got my fucking sides right and I'm not hallucinating, whatever the fuck. It's just all the Inferno, man.
Just gone 7 o'clock local here in Austin
Are
as
you
we get
watching
into the second map of the series.
Nah.
3D Max,
I would like to, but also I
streak to
feel like
start the
that's just,
series
like if I'm
strong.
streaming,
Now
dude,
they
I
find
want to be
themselves
streaming.
dead
I
even
don't.
in our second of this series, Inferno.
No, I don't want to do that.
to
Then I'm not really enjoying
FaZe rolled
anything.
into
I'm not really enjoying the
Austin,
Counter-Strike
and the
game. I'm
show
not
was in
really
town.
streaming,
The
and I'm
hype
not
was
really
real.
watching the
Starting
hockey
to
game.
be quelled now. It might be back-to-back best-of-3 losses in 2 consecutive days to put them in the pressure match of 2-2.
Ray, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, guys. I think we've had
FaZe,
over
but that's
1,000
a day
fucking
away as
subs
the
today,
odds
which
favouring the
is...
French pistol
Well,
round.
that's a
Round
lot.
about with a lot of utility.
That's a lot, guys.
We're talking 2 smokes, couple of flashes, Molly, HE. That means there's only 2 sets of Kevlar on this T side as Rain holds a flash at the ready in case of banana aggression. 3 players perched to the tippy top as Gravity holds a flash of his own.
That means your
If you dodge them all, have you considered checking to see if you have a prime available? Because you're clearly unlucky as shit.
They're going to be trying to set those Glocks up to Rampage. Oh, that's a good start. Connection to the head of Body. There's a lot of bodies here, though. Lucky's up close with those dual Berettas. He knows he can be the difference maker up close. This is the perfect kind of range for the dual Beretta pistols. Now they've done Util, and they trap him. He still hits
Damn,
one.
Simple got him over the wall. All right.
Simple. Takes the upgrade.
Okay, so decent.
Watch on YouTube, but don't want to be a prime forgetter. Thank you, Raid. I appreciate that, man.
Kerrigan just requested them. He's like having nades dropped.
What a weird top mid smoke. Oh, they're executing B. That's such a crazy top mid smoke. All right, bait and switch, set up back to the side. That's been flushed out.
Yeah, Gravity, P2000 enjoy out. Looking for that instant tap, and actually, yeah, manages a couple of them. Hits the head of Frozen.
Let's get him back to triple. That's nice.
Gone. In fact, both of them. Simple's trying to be the difference maker.
Oh, man.
He hit 2 there.
Simple's got a chance. He's got to ace it.
But time-sensitive vision ahead of him. Tried to punish the retreat of one. Doesn't have info on both. Little does he know they're side by side. Oh, and he gets walked on by Exercise. A jump scare for Simple, but Gravity. I mean, he continues to impress. He was impressing me on Nuke. He's doing it again on Inferno.
Yeah, he's having a run of things, isn't he? Yeah, and the type
Annie
of kills he's
G,
getting,
thanks for the
they're being
40-month
converted into
primer.
rounds,
Thank
so
you,
he
man.
split the
And
pistols
Chaz with
again
the
in that
gifted.
number
All right,
2.
well, guys, we have another scam train today. I'll be matching all gifted on Twitch and YouTube again, you fucking psychopaths.
Well, I think he's done with that. Thinks that
And
duel is over.
Imagine Simple ace that, the absolute cinema.
Scavenged dual Berettas. And with those 3 kills, Simple's actually.
You know, somebody said Lucky looks like the drunk version of Tarek, and I just like, now I'm just like,
for this second half, you'd hate to stomach a 2-0.
like, Dude, that's kind of fucked.
I'm sure everybody's deep within the simulator.
Kinda
I'm
fucked.
still trying to screw my head back on, trying to understand that we really, truly have lost Falcons from the
Loki,
fray.
he does
And
look
there
like
it is, through the smoke, frozen flash.
Derek, maybe after a long bender, though.
Right in front of his face. 4 seconds.
Man, why do you guys gotta say some of this
vision.
shit?
It would actually be pretty miserable if you think
He
that
looks like a
FaZe
Dren
lose
too.
2-0 to
Oh my
Legacy
god.
and
How
2-0
does
to
he
3D
look
Max.
like two
3D
people
Max
simultaneously?
Definitely.
I don't like that. Chat, shut up.
Expecting to pack a bit more punch,
guys.
but the head-to-head, and this is when they had Brokey.
Shut up.
Those
We're done.
results are blowouts. Bucharest and Melbourne, they literally 13-0'd them.
Yeah, but is there not also some sort
Christ,
of like
man.
we have to
Stop,
account
not
for
stop.
the
Thank you very
development
much.
of the talent within 3D
For the
Max
5
as well,
gifted,
right?
thank
Like,
you. Appreciate you.
They've got to have gotten a little
Are
bit
you
better
5
over
gifted?
the passage
Mazda
of time.
Miata,
also think
1991
those
Mazda
type of
Miata.
losses
Thanks
and
for
those
the
events that
2-month
have gone
primer.
forward
And
made them
MBT, thanks
readdress
for
some
the
of their approaches
15-month
to the
reset.
game.
Thank
So
you.
I think that we might be seeing some of that coming to fruition. And
Pending
Play
thanks to
a
the
lot more
52.
standard now.
It's less rushy, not so much through smoke.
You know the pistol they did here at the first round of Inferno? A lot more rounds, gun rounds, would have that feel to it.
Sure.
You know, they're in a position that we've never seen
Why you
before.
should sub to fl0m according to
And it didn't
ChatGPT.
always
Subscribing
work.
to
Led to some
fl0m gives you
volatility in
ad-free
their
viewership,
results.
exclusive chat, and streams,
Here's an
fun emotes,
opportunity.
deeper insights in CS2.
Exercise makes an absolute monster out
Community
of the hold.
perks and a way to
Exercise
support
with
a
2-3
leading
from
pro
Exercise. It's just taking it in
streamer.
turns for the multi-phase. They
Wow.
waltz into the wrap. And Frozen's the only man standing. Trying to isolate the first. Second. Okay,
Ooh,
making
okay.
a real
Ice
case,
cold.
strong case for a clutch.
He can win this.
He certainly can. Frozen. This is why he's in the team. Closing
Oh,
down
he thought he
round.
did another play!
Right away.
Oh!
What a sensational third.
Jeez, the raised eyebrows there
Man.
from Lucky and the chuckles from the rest. I think that tells the story. This kid,
Holy
he just kicks
shit.
up fast. He almost wins another clutch. He won a 1v3 over on Nuke. That was about to be a specky 1v4, one that would have been screaming from the rooftops. I think it's done here. The Thamus back of pit just delivering kill after kill. All three of them being headshots, but no. Frozen, there's another twist, there's another turn, and this one damn close. It's just that pesky MP9 up close and personal.
NT indeed.
Simple, trying to bring some energy there. The fact that so
Yeah,
many
you could
players
hear
fall
Simple,
means
dude,
they can
trying
force
to
again
rally
right
the
into
troops.
Galil.
That's cool.
3 AKs. Alicia's is without head
I will
armor.
say that's got to be the coolest
Could be
thing
a
about
fumble
hearing
ahead.
Simple on international roster is like just hearing what he's actually saying.
Max are really good at shooting at heads or anything, is it?
Yeah. Ras towards the window and Gravity, you are insane. MP9 at that range, I think you were expecting something a whole lot lighter.
Love the angle from Rain on that.
There's actually
Social support Simple is not on my cards.
There's 4 players starting A from 3D Max. I thought that they maybe once spotted Rain so passive that would liberate the Halls players to walk up, but no need. Now they know it's against the bite. Body will need some help at some point. He's been given
2 minutes remaining,
lion's
guys.
share of utility to try and block Banana.
All right. Oh, shit. He's
Another
got another
smoke.
smoke. So that smoke will get him down to about 45.
As for FaZe, they don't have any crowd
50
control
really,
utility,
50.
at least some that does damage.
And then
right?
that
No
second
HE
round
to
will
break
get
the
him down to
smoke,
like...
no Molly to flush them out of
Yeah,
some of these
does
pesky
he have
angles.
Molly? Ooh.
I think the most fortunate factor right now is there is absolutely no rotation. Body
Sub
would need a
count, 10
multi-kill.
mansions, going for 11.
One is not enough.
Oh, they get a glimpse of it just upon the fade of the first before the second does
Still no rotation.
fully bloom.
Still no rotation. I can't believe it.
Well,
Getting sold down the river right now.
Full gamble.
Block the smoke.
Not convinced now? What about now?
You just
Maybe
say.
he can use it for the
That's
play.
the play.
Well, he
No one's
blocked.
moving.
You know what's crazy? He blocked the smoke. He blocked the
Well, how
smoke.
about now?
Maybe no
So
one has
he
to.
can't molly the plant.
Is he going to wallbang the planner as well? Okay, now the bomb gets planted.
And
You have a man advantage.
They're saving.
And they're saving.
All right, well, you're dead, buddy. Oh, no, you're not. 1v5. Give it a go.
Why not?
If you had a kit, why
They were
not?
literally setting up for a
That's why
save,
Lucky
man.
just started moving over like, do you want me
Should
to-"
we go for it? No. The boss said we're saving. It's a rainy day.
Hang on, wait. What an amazing... A 3v5! They get it into the bomb site! How do they do this?
Why? Because even if they win this round, if they don't win
Well,
it
that's
with
an
all
interesting turn
5
of
players
events. It is
alive, their
indeed.
money's going to be completely
That's
torched.
new too. That's new too.
That's the definition of sticking to your guns.
Yeah,
And they were
for
so
sure. And
late
they still
because
have
they
all 5 of
originally
theirs.
sacked.
Oh, Frozen just went down to the bomb. That's not great. So 2 AKs can be dropped.
Don't
and that
worry,
means
somebody
needs
will
a
once
Galil.
again
That's actually
gaslight me and
quite
tell me that
impactful.
this is
Yeah,
good,
because,
poggers.
I think it's
We're
gonna have to
just
be
not
Carrigan who's
enjoying
gonna
this
fight the
map
Galil. You gotta
enough
give
to
a
its
lead,
highest
okay.
level.
Yeah, Carrigan will.
We're just not smart enough, guys, to enjoy this.
He was prepared for Mr. Finn Anderson, their body on that peak, but just a one-round game. That is going to be the first T-side round.
Gabe-tron, thanks, and honestly, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with not being smart enough to enjoy this.
The cash, wasn't it? If you're going to make that type of a decision,
that's fine.
Better hope that you can follow through in the
I'm fine with that. Distinction with the tier 371 month reset just to fucking die, getting spammed through a smoke of the.
Trying to return the favor, spam away.
There you go. Now you save the guns. You had a winnable scenario in the previous. This time you run straight in, you lose an opener. Now you're going to dig yourself out of a hole.
Yeah. I mean, Gravity has played. This is an all.
Penway, thank you very much for the primer. Thank you.
They can't believe it. Frozen completely baffled that someone's pushed all the way down.
And now he's actually got the way out as well. That smoke, you're not going to brave through that. You don't even have a molly to clear it. No more HGs to blow it open.
So he not only takes the scalp, but he takes the smoke and maintains the sight.
Right, so they're going to level things up now in this 4v4. Apps pressure.
Lucky he'll block. Ooh, that was really close. So, such a good read from Elijah as to what Lucky's doing around that smoke, just not quite finding the bullet.
Gravity's hung around.
He needed, and he swapped sides. You're going to be clearing one side, and he beheads you from the other.
What are we
Great
doing?
shot onto Carrigan as well.
What are we doing?
Mincemeat of him, 30 seconds, and already this massive advantage from 3D Max should be comfortable on the close. Look at the setup.
They have to wrap. There's no time for mid to be.
Oh,
nice
he was
shot.
the one with full HP, and so Elige wraps
There's
up
Elige.
this one.
There he
Looking
is.
Good. Now they know where he is. Lucky on the site, being found out by Rain. It's just Gravity arriving quick to this.
Oh no, the HP.
Rain's holding short in the off angle. How's the clear? Not bad at all.
Oh no, I'm
He's 2
scared.
kills deep. He got them into this site. Can he get them out with an 8th round?
Both low.
Gravity's having a great game, though. This would be his 18th frag, trying to clear through Elige in this nice little dead zone, hoping Gravity overextends, doesn't consider this. In limbo, Elige will close.
Nice.
Massive round from him. That's probably the
Don't
most
we
impact
need
we've seen
FaZe
from
to
him.
lose?
David, too.
We
You can
do
see
for
him G'd him up.
Pickems, but
Frozen,
I don't.
that is.
I want FaZe to win.
You know him like that.
Yeah, I don't know what I was trying to do. That was accidental.
Oh, this is cheeky from Gravity, isn't it? The first is just overlooked. The second is just trading places. But this double, Elige, beautiful work from him. Procedural as always.
That reflex graffiti to the floor as well, just signature.
A couple of Mac 10s into this one.
Yeah.
Many upgrades made available for 3D Max.
Why do you want FaZe to win? Because I want to see Elige, hopefully, and the FaZe guys make it to playoffs. I think it's a slim chance, but obviously if they don't make it to stage 3, there's no
I'm
chance.
going to be running in at them with Mac 10s.
Yeah, I enjoy cheering for the team and want them to do well.
Job done, quick, easy, and efficient. So FaZe will take the lead, and Elige back-to-back triple kills. This one less impactful than the last.
All right, well, right now, Body can drop an AWP over to Maka, and that's exactly what he is going to do. So straps back in, and without too many concerns, it is going to be a tactical timeout called from the French.
No way you're seeing these major results and you think...
timeout. They've still got one in the bank, as we are just one round of difference as we continue to go back and forth. Now, it's been this middle patch of rounds that have been in favor of 3D Max. It's FaZe now breaking back into the game in these later stages. 2,900 is the loss, but this one has some big ramifications as Coach feels like he has a lot to say. Tomorrow is the culmination of Stage 2. We have a one-day break. We've run 8 days straight, Stage 1 into Stage 2. First 32-team major, first major in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, and a record-breaking amount of rookies as a product of that. 42 in total entered the competition in Austin. Very few still standing. Stage 2, I think we had, what was left? 5?
Breno.
It was Breno, Swisher,
Rek,
Lake, and Molodoy. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got veterans.
Got major
attendance, major champions,
major MVPs.
Bodies 4 HP, and he still gets overlooked for one.
Damn, how does he? Come on, Kerrigan, just stop skipping the steps, bro. You're doing IGL brain.
Just a scrap of HP. And Maka just gets a freebie. Simple peeks in.
He's just skipping. He's just not thinking like about the actual round, you know.
Oh well, he's been smoked off. So cancel those plans.
But Elite is bringing the bomb back quite quickly.
He's just yapping too much.
Likely pit or balcony. Gravity played from that long side. So this A side, it's not really
Same body with the
fortified,
cash
but it's quite
wallbang?
strung
Yes,
out.
it is.
Yeah. The thing is, if Gravity can take... if Exercise can take contact, not die immediately, Gravity can flash for him. Oh, Exercise moving, transitioning forward. Spots the head, needs the help. Well-timed molly.
That's good. Stops Rain from really chipping in whatsoever. Exercise, taking fights. Alicia's removed the support, though.
8 bullets.
Okay, not easy. Making good use of those bullets. Oh! He only needs the 1 magazine. Stunning from Exercise.
I should have that grin on his face. He was under so much pressure there.
Oh
Gravity
my
helps. He drops the molly. It stalls it out and helps isolate the jewels. They thrust themselves forward on short.
That's insane,
he gets
bro.
this one down to 8 bullets. Right, he's able to use 5 for the next fight. And then he has 3 left. It has to be the headshot. And
That's insane, man.
work. That is class from the Frenchman.
Take a bow.
Deagle in for Carrigan, AWP out for Simple. On to lock horns with the scopes. Deep mid smoke, deep banana smoke, very constrictive towards T stairs, and that's where FaZe have started with 4. It's just Rain over towards second middle. Rosen, forward. Carrigan checking. How can he help? Oh, and just peering through, spams down. Maka kept on notice.
Body is not. What the? What's he up to?
Okay.
He just runs at them. And it works. It actually works.
He's gone, trade me. And that's exactly what Lucky did. That's going to get Lucky up to 7 kills. Now this AWP investment for Simple.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Bro,
hope
what
and
is
pray right
happening,
now that
man?
he can reignite
What
some of
is
that magic.
happening?
This is 10 rounds for 3D Max, almost guaranteed.
It's a tough situation to be in.
Oh my god. I mean, they flashed for him, I guess.
2 versus 4.
They flashed for him at least.
Dropped on long, forces Maka over to the arch. That is now going to mean it's essentially a 2v2 on A.
Yeah, and Gravity spotting. Elevated on the box.
Oh, Carrigan's going to throw the util.
Oh, okay. Well, that now legs up. Flash and swing. Gets taken down comfortably. And what's he supposed to do now? He sticks around. He's going to get orbed out. Up the round. Yeah, fires off a shot. Lets him know. This is helpless. Exercise sharp as
isn't he?
God damn, man.
2 kills that he got. Maybe we
Bro,
catch him in the
everybody's just
highlight
getting
package there,
bopped.
but it was just instantaneous strapping out of Palace there for that first, apartments there.
Just
for
fucking.
the first kill onto Rain.
God
And it just does it again
damn.
on Simple.
Jesus.
And him and Gravity combined are just having a field day. They have 38
Should've
kills
saved.
between
It's
the two of
Inferno.
them. This in Banana, Lucky stepped up massively, and this one, bang. Oh, it looked more rapid from Rain.
You know, I'm tired of Blast cutting away during the bomb diffuses, but my god, do I just love all the over-the-shoulder cams.
Either team was going to get 1900 loss bonus after that round.
Absolutely
and
love it.
unfortunately for
It
FaZe,
is so
fell on
nice.
them.
Yeah, that run of 3 from FaZe had me believing we might need 3. Maps, that is. 3D Max, they're up for 11. There's for the taking. Just a couple of Desert Eagles.
Well, let's see if there's any way in for this one. It traditionally is not worth its salt. Everyone can take a moment just to reflect over the day. So far for stage 3, we've got Vitality, Mouse, Spirit, the Mongols, Aurora, G2, Na'Vi,
Dude,
Liquid.
goddamn. I'm just here. And everybody's just dead.
Thanks to the BRS and the slot distribution. Virtus Pro, Furia, Pain, and Legacy. 3 Brazilian teams. That's actually huge for the region going forward.
Yeah.
Have been able to secure their spots. One of these two. Either FaZe, the Internationals, or the Frenchmen. I'll be grabbing it after this. And then tomorrow, the last 3 spots at the big boy table are up for grabs. Simple last alive again. This time even more helpless than the last.
But like I told you guys earlier, man, FaZe has got to look out for that 3D Max T side.
And there you have it. Maka keeps it clean. And
Oh,
there
shit.
is a kitty of cash to work with going forward in case they even do lose a round. But comfortable scenes. And
Locked
not
in,
having to
dude,
bring the
locked
smack
in.
talk today. They're happy just to focus on the Counter-Strike. And at this point,
If FaZe
it
loses
might
this,
just
they
feel a
play
little
MIBR
disrespectful
tomorrow,
if you
who
start
eliminated
getting loud.
Falcons today.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're beating them in a fair 3-map affair. You already bested them on FaZe's map pick, and now you want to close it out on your own.
FaZe just looking out for your Pickems, fl0m. Stop.
Convincing, wasn't it? 13-8.
Shut the fuck up, bro. I'd happily sacrifice them to get them through.
I mean, over the course of these two maps, it feels like the majority of the whole 5-man roster is impressed.
I feel like he's trying to pop up mid-quick.
Maybe missing a Maka moment. But Lucky was very prominent on the first.
Here they come.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Elise does find it
So,
back.
to co-stream the stream, the actual mainstream den, you need permission, which I have.
Gravity just peeks and fights. They just fight in unison. That's what you want
But
from
they do
Rain.
have rules for if you'd like to watch it yourself and stream it, you can. But it would have to be through CS2. There you go, there you go.
From the sniper. And a very low HP body. Even as a HE, he can win this convincingly. With just 13 points of health on
That
Elise.
HE grenade, hopefully he doesn't know he's small pit.
With the extra cash, you may as well give this one a go.
He's just got that.
Oh,
No.
Bang! Bang! One-on-one. What have you got, Rain? 40 HP. He's already delivered a
Oh
double.
no, man.
He's the reason that bomb is ticking. Oh, body does better.
Much fun, guys. Wake up, wake up. Wakey, wakey.
Okay, that was good.
Wakey,
That was what you should
wakey.
have started there.
That's not bad. I think that's pretty good. I don't
Mal,
know that at all
there's
from
the
that.
gift of
Lucky
sub.
as well, you know. We're not
D-Lane,
standing
thank
up.
you.
We're just letting you know that we got 12.
And you feel hollow on the other side of the server, don't you? You did some good trade work right here, pivoting from Rain.
Love that.
He's still hitting hard.
He certainly is, but I feel like the French are hitting harder.
The old man's got hands.
But also, I mean, it's just so... It is unlucky, actually. You know, I said, is it going to be luck? He's just sat mini pit this whole time, thinks, oh, maybe I should tuck it. Maybe I'd be safer pit, actually.
Isn't this good for your Pickems? Yeah, but
he's gonna have
who
a
the fuck
nade.
cares,
He's
Chad?
running around, you know? We've used all the nades. There's not going to be any problems. Well, it's going to be tactical timeout number 3. Call the ambulance, but not for us, say 3D Max, because FaZe, one more round and it's consecutive. Matt
Like, I want
Ross
him to
called 4
be
on
right,
the
but
trot
not at
after
the expense
Legacy
of the
handed
teams
them
that I
their
want to
asses
go through.
yesterday to book their spot, the Cinderella run. Well, the French.
This reads the opposite. This is the ugly sister run from FaZe. If they lose to Legacy, 3D Max, and then have that 2-2 match tomorrow, it's going to be going from kind of a soaring high to rather a crippling low.
Well, at least the FaZe show gets another day in the server as a guarantee.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's luxury afforded to some.
Get your tickets. Don't miss tomorrow.
Why the fuck did he move? Because he didn't want him to... Oh, God, voice crack. He didn't think he was coming moto, so he's cross-firing with his teammate's sight.
Already FaZe. Lesser weaponry.
That real voice? And Mickey Mouse sounding ass, you know?
Deep smoke banana.
I'm tired of NACS, Grandpa. Sorry, Irish Brick.
So you're blocked at both front. Carrigan's going. Carrigan is gone. Elige caught off, completely sidelined. Oh, nearly 2. Important from Gravity to finish what his teammate had started. So Carrigan and Elige are gone, but it's Rain and Simple that have taken their place. Important hold for Frozen.
And the orbs in pit on Mac.
Oh, they're
Frozen.
gonna...
Can you get the double on it? It's faded. There's the first. You saw the barrel on the second.
He knows exactly what's up. Okay. It is just body here.
Has a smoke.
Oh, do you want to go through that?
You can't.
You'd be tempted. It would just be a 3-man spray down there.
Wait, there's a flash.
No.
They're coming through.
Yeah, flash. Easy! Too easy! You can't go through, but they try it anyway. And Simple, a recurring theme in the second half is him left alone. Last man standing.
And they gave him another
his
smoke.
best shot yet, and it's a 1v3.
He had a 1v4 with the orb, he had a 1v5 with the deagle, a 1v3 with 30 seconds and the bomb. I know where he is, and Simple is going to spur up towards A. Maka, can he finish the deal?
He should have it. The smoke actually does obscure it. Tries to hope an overreaction comes his way, but they're ready to fight. Body, handing out body
At least the Pickems are saved, but I'm really concerned that FaZe isn't going to make it, dude.
And for FaZe Clan, one last day, one last chance.
The way MIBR likes to play Counter-Strike is...
From FaZe today,
Oh,
but 3D
God.
Max,
If they
they're at the
play
big
like they
boy
did today,
table.
they'll
joined
lose
the top
MIBR as well.
16 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and as I said, you got
This
your
is not a
ticket.
team
Tune in
that's going to beat
tomorrow. Let's see
MIBR
if FaZe
tomorrow.
can do what Falcons couldn't.
If both teams play the same way they did today.
I'm going to be interested to see exactly what we get.
FaZe is out, right?
Nope.
Nope.
FaZe tomorrow, because it doesn't look
FaZe plays again tomorrow. King Walnut, thanks for the 5-month reset. Thank you.
Yeah, understandably. I do think I don't want to detract from the performance from 3D Max. That was tight. Like, that was solid Counter-Strike from them. None of their usual, like, avant-garde, off-meta approach. This was kind of just you know, bread and butter Counter-Strike.
It wasn't one-dimensional. Clutches were in play. Body played a huge role there, and they snatched away any moment where it felt like FaZe had a hand up and a way back in. It's 13-8, it's 13-9, and we've got Freya standing by on the sidelines with an interview.
We
Killer
do
Lawn
indeed.
Gnome, thanks for 3 month primer. Thank you,
making it
dude.
through to stage 3. Congratulations, first of all, Body. I believe this is the deepest you've made it in a major since I Am Katowice back in 2019. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
Bro, it's been really long. It's been really long, and beating FaZe I've been a long time deep as well, even more in LAN. I'm so glad I joined this squad, to be honest. Like, those guys are amazing. Like, they are keeping on fighting. We lost 2 really hard games against FaZe the other day and the other days, and we put all our focus into coming into the major prepared and mentally focused, and I think it worked out. I'm so happy.
Tell me about that second to last round on Inferno. You get the 1v2 clutch. What was going through your head then?
Cannot lose that one. Cannot lose that one. Just have to win it, have to make it for the squad, and yeah, let's fucking go.
Tell me a little bit about Nuke as well, because when I was catching up with Lucky, your record didn't look so good on it prior to coming into this. Was there anything particular you changed coming into this one?
Good preparation against FaZe. We've been wrecked both times we played them. Lucky has been amazing. I don't know what to say. We've been all super solid throughout this event. I'm really happy about everything that everyone is doing right now. But yeah, very good prep. The staff has been doing an amazing job. Sorry, we all only have to focus on the game and putting in the hours. And yeah, props to everyone in the team. Honestly, like a very big team effort today.
Yeah, we can see it. You know, you've been absolutely grinding. You've been putting in a hell of a lot of work. Now, top 16 at the very least is guaranteed for you. Confidence level moving into that, because obviously we've got some even bigger boys waiting. We've got the likes of Mao, Spirit, Vitality as well. How confident are you moving forward?
Guess what? Now we're underdogs. Now we're underdogs. We were meant to qualify for stage 3. Now we're underdogs. All the big dogs are coming, and yeah, we're just looking to face them and making maybe my deepest run ever in the major.
Let's see. Thank you so much for your time, Body. Congratulations once again. 3D Max through to stage 3.
All right. All right, we'll do a little recap for the day, and I'm getting on out of here, okay? HLTV says they play in Amiga. Most of the sites have been wrong. Let me double check. They are incorrect. Yeah, they're not. They're not right. No, it's fine if it says it. I'm telling you, it's yeah. If you're using their Pickems stuff, and if you're using Blast Pickems, we've been through this a billion times, guys. Their shit's wrong. It's been wrong the whole time, the whole event. Stop using it. Thank you. These are the games tomorrow. So let's go through the results of today. So, Risky Bob took down M80. M80, unfortunately, expected. Yeah, it just expected. Heroic had a good game versus Tai Lu. G is literally the best human ever. Lucky to have him in CS, but Heroic did take them down. Payne handled Lin Vision pretty convincingly. Furia, I didn't get to watch that game. I was hoping Bait would win for my Pickems, but Furia beat him, and they advanced through. I was a bit surprised by this one, actually, because, yeah, I was surprised by the 13-7, 13-6. It's just a really lopsided game. I didn't watch the game, though, so I didn't see entirely what happened. Looks like Molodoy played well, and I mean, these are the top 3 that you want to see for Furia right now. But didn't get to see that one as much, but that was a bit surprising to me. And then this was obviously the crazy game today. Falcons eliminated. MIBR taking down Falcons. Falcons was about to win the game, had a 5v3 post plant on Inferno at B, and didn't get a singular kill. I mean, they deserved to lose. Like, at that point, like that was unbelievable. Like, it was disgusting. Like, the Falcons look like shit, dude. There's not even any way to like try to make it. Oh, BO1. No. They looked bad this event. I don't know what happened. They just looked. They just look bad. They deserve to be out of this game or out of this major for sure. And 3D Max 2-0'd FaZe. I kind of expected this. My Pickems were happy about this. However, I'm not really happy about this. This is just like I want to see FaZe get to stage 3. I want to see FaZe get to playoffs because I think that'd be insane for the crowd. But if they play like this versus MIBR tomorrow, they're gonna get clapped. Exercise just handled them today. Watching the game, 3D Max shot so hard. It was terrifying. I mean, there were a couple rounds where I feel like we heard 3 or 4 people die and you heard 6 bullets being shot. It was ridiculous. And it was in the first 15 seconds. It was... So, tomorrow the matchups look like this. So, tomorrow it's going to be FaZe on MIBR, Bait versus LinVision, Namiga versus Heroic. If you copied my Pickems, I don't know how. I don't know how we're here or how. I don't know. My Pickems can still technically happen. I need all 3 teams that I've picked to win tomorrow. I don't know if that'll happen. We'll have to wait and see. But I need FaZe, Bait, and Heroic to win tomorrow. If I do, my Pickems survive. Which is not something I thought I'd be saying after, honestly, any of these days. Any of these days. Oh, shit. But anyway, insane day. Headline today, Falcons is out. That's it. Falcons is out. Subscribe to the fl0m Clips and Highlights channel. That's what happened today, man. What a day. What a day. Crazy work. Oh, I'm going to make dinner, lift, watch the hockey game. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching 10-hour stream today. Don't forget to follow if you guys are watching on Twitch. And please don't forget to subscribe and like the stream if you guys watch on YouTube. Appreciate you guys being here today. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to raid and host somebody on Twitch because you got to spread the love. And talking about that, I mean, guys, we're at 10,400 subs, man. Sick. Okay. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. That is unreal, dude. When I came back from visiting my grandmother, we were below 6K. Just to kind of give you, I mean, you guys have been unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. I'm not just saying that. Like, it's fucking nuts. There's you guys want to? We'll raid and host Glory D. Let's go. All right. Chat, take it easy. You guys are absolutely stunning. I will see you guys tomorrow. Be nice to Glory. Once again, thank you again for following on Twitch, liking, subscribing on YouTube. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, morning, afternoon. You guys are absolutely beautiful. All right. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. There you go.